Prologue. The village of Fontaine-en-Chanty was a town within a city, tucked inside a park. Ordinary Parisians were unaware of its existence, which was exactly how its citizens wished it to remain, discreet and exclusive, an idyllic oasis. To enter, one had to possess the magic needed to pass through the secret portal. The threshold lay concealed inside a grove of crabapple trees. Marcel Clement possessed the inborn magic. He pulled his elegant coach to the side of Avenue Montaigne and approached the row of blossoming trees. Working the leather rein straps in his right hand, he guided Felix and Fifi, steering the coach towards the threshold. Their hooves clopped heavily over the cobblestones. The sweet fragrance of pale pink crabapple blossoms delighted the animal's senses just as much as it pleased Marcel's. They let out soft nickers as they approached the trees. "I'm glad you like them," he said aloud to his team. "This side is much more pleasant than the other." He laughed, but his laugh ended in a sharp intake of breath as he prepared himself, calming his nerves. He drove the two half-Pegasean coach through the green foliage and pink petals, ducking beneath branches, securing his hat on his head with his rein-free hand. He, Felix and Fifi, and his fine vehicle passed through the enchanted portal and rolled into town. Quaint thatched roof homes and shops lined La Rue Principale. Villagers waved at him. Young girls beamed at the sight of the coach driver, a handsome, slim young man of 23. Though modest and a bit shy, Marcel caught many female gazes with his bronze skin and curly black hair, features of his mixed African and French bloodlines. He waved back to the townspeople, exchanging polite bonjours. This morning he needed to be at headquarters at 10 o'clock sharp. The thought filled him with ice-cold dread. Cold air seeped from the skin of his hands, chilling his leather gloves from inside to outside. La Rue Principale extended the length of the town and ended with the building of Le Conseil Suprême, a stately, chateau-like building with a tall spire topped with the blue and gold banner of France's Mage nation. As a little boy, Marcel knew it as the building where Papa worked. Now it was where he had to report to his boss for his assignments as an officer's hired spy. A new assignment had been decreed to him, to train as Le Conseil's official executioner. Fear squeezed his chest as he approached the headquarters building. He drove to the side path, past his ominous fountain pool, and decided to park the coach on the back lawn. He unhitched Felix and Fifi from his coach, freeing them from their harnesses and reins for some much-deserved rest. Before turning to leave, he removed his gloves and gave them each a pat on the muzzle. "I won't be long, I promise." They flicked their tails as if reassured. Fifi bent her head to nibble on the lawn behind Le Conseil Suprême's building. Felix gave a soft nicker and did the same. Marcel hoped he could get through the next hour without fainting. Soon he would return to his team, leave this village, and resume driving his ordinary Saint-Magie passengers in the streets of Paris after this test of power. "You are commanded to train in the presence of Lord Bertrand," Alexis Sauvage's exact words. Alexis approached him with quick and determined strides across the lawn, his silver LCS badge glinting on the lapel of his dark frock coat. "Bonjour." Marcel forced an affable smile as he greeted his boss. "You should have stabled them," Alexis hissed at Marcel through his teeth. "They're damaging property, and our mage lord is up in his balcony watching us at present." Magic, Alexis. Marcel thought in silence, knowing the officer would be reading his mind anyway. Surely someone around here knows a good incantation to regrow the grass. "Then you better do it and have the lawn repaired before you leave our village." "I will. No worries." Marcel gave an obedient nod, his lips still fixed in a soft smile. Cool and calm, all right. An overcast but bright sky loomed above the village's pristine streets and green lawns. Marcel squinted and shaded his eyes, craning his neck to see where Bertrand was observing them. The squat, aging man, his silver pompadour wig styled to make him appear taller, sat perched above them in the tower balcony of headquarters outside his office. Casually leaning on a balustrade in front of his office's open wooden doors, the man held a glass of wine in one of his pale hands. Bartholomé Bertrand, Mage Lord was eager to watch the prisoner's torture, possibly death, like a Roman emperor in a gladiator fight. Marcel looked away. Here she comes. Are you prepared, physically and mentally? Alexis paced back and forth. His tied-back tail of dirty blonde hair swung as he turned to face Marcel. You ought to be thrilled for the honor, Clement. He looked the young man up and down. I thought you would come dressed better for the occasion. Marcel stared at his feet, in his well-scuffed coachman's boots, bending to pick up a few silvery horsehairs clinging to his tan breeches. He looked up to see two people approaching, Officer Roux and a woman. Do I have to hurt a woman? He drummed up a soothing melody in his mind, using all his weary brain cells to keep his thoughts blank and his emotions mellow. Just the music. Violins, cellos. I always liked this melody. Suppose I'll play it again. Officer Nicholas Roux had returned from the depths of the glass dungeon with the chosen prisoner. He walked in slow steps across the lawn, escorting a painfully thin woman in a loose nightgown-like dress. She shuffled beside him with the stiff gait of someone who hadn't been able to walk very far in quite a long time. She hugged herself to keep steady, squinting her eyes as if unused to the sunlight of the outdoors. She looked to be in her early 30s, yet her face was haggard and her dull blonde hair hung in strings. Who knows how long it's been since this lady last saw the sky? The music in Marcel's mind faded. I know how long it's been, Alexis replied with a haughty air. About 4 years ago. I brought her down myself. Thank you for answering my question, Alexis, though I hadn't meant to ask it. Marcel couldn't control the sarcasm flavoring his words. Always glad to hear of your law enforcement victories. Alexis gave him a sour look. He left Marcel's side and his mind to approach the newcomers. Bonjour, Nicholas. He greeted Roux as if they were in attendance at a garden party before he addressed the woman. Bonjour, Lucie. A smirk formed on his face. You look different. Wasted away. No more pretty face. Roux let go of the lady's arm. You convicted her by your mind-reading interrogation in 1772, Sauvage, correct? Yes, quite hard to forget the Mademoiselle Lucille Renée Alarc, guilty of the ultimate crime, resulted in an interbred sans-magie child. Alexis approached Lucille, reaching out to place his long index finger on her temple, poking it. Marcel winced. He was quite familiar with this treatment. So, was he worth it? Alexis leaned forward as she jerked her head back from his touch. He's likely well over you by now, I'm certain. Your son won't know you. Did you think you could run far enough away from me? Us? So you could marry the useless fool. He stepped back, giving Lucille a wide-eyed look. Go to hell? He let out a self-satisfied laugh. He must have heard her thought words. You haven't changed one bit, Lucy. I think you're the one headed to an afterlife quite soon. It might just be today. How well does he know this lady? Alexis spun on his heel. Clement, step forward. Marcel took tentative steps closer to Lucille and forced himself to look into her eyes. Bloodshot, brown, more sad than frightened. He gave her a polite nod and tried to send her a silent message, in case she happened to be another mind reader. My sincerest apologies, mademoiselle. No need for sincere apologies. Alexis smirked at him before addressing the prisoner. Lucy, this is Marcel Clement, my spy agent and protégé. He gestured to him, his voice light, as if it were a dinner party and not torture or death training. Despite his innocent-looking face, he's much colder than you realize. He raised his eyebrows. Just use your gift. Mon ami. Use your gift, Monsieur Clement. Officer Roux's voice was deep and stern. Lucille looked at Marcel with a raised chin, expressionless. She was imprisoned for no crime other than who she'd chosen to love, and today, Le Conseil Supreme had chosen her as their scapegoat. Marcel's heart hammered in his chest. Despite his earlier efforts to stay calm and cool, he couldn't harm anyone as a Cryomancien, unless he was extremely angry or frightened. He felt no anger. though his terror grew as eyes of judgment loomed. Disobedience was treason, and treason was death. He inhaled a shaking breath and pointed his finger at her, having never done this to a human being. Zélie d'Onigles. Biting cold and a leaping force erupted from the tip of his right index finger. The kickback, like a pistol, made him lose his footing for a split second. Lucille gave a gasping cry as the spell hit. White, translucent ice encased her entire body, forming a glass-like layer. Her eyes squeezed shut while her mouth hung open in agony. She tottered and fell like a downed tree. The ice sheet made a cracking sound as she collapsed forward, stiff as a statue, landing on the grass with a sickening thump. Marcel took a step back, shivering from the blast of cold and his own horror. Shards and chunks broke from the woman's form, peeling from her limbs as her legs and arms trembled. Glistening in the spring sun, they melted, quickly, hastened by her body heat. Her movement slowed and then stilled inside the breaking ice cocoon. Mon Dieu, no! Was this just enough? He thought of some music in case Alexis caught on to his thinking. Violins. He closed his eyes to what he'd just done. Her gasps and sounds of life made him open them again. The ice over Lucille's nose and mouth broke away, enough for her to let out heaves of breath, a whimper of pain. She shivered, more ice peeling off and falling like broken glass. Her back and chest racked with loud sobs as her hand broke free to clutch her forehead. That's all? Alexis lingered beside Marcel with his arms crossed. A layer of frost. Do what you did to the giant tree. And to your damned baguette at our Lord's inauguration banquet. Put some anger into it. Lucille was a human being, not a baguette on a dinner plate. Marcel used a different spell method and words than what he'd shown the man in the past. No way in hell or earth would he ever say or think transformé anglais to a person. He said Zélie d'Onigles instead. Alexis didn't notice. The man could be so ignorant sometimes with his ego. As long as he continued to not notice. Lucille's face was shining wet, her skin a shade of purple. She sobbed from pain as the ice melted over her, the cotton fabric of her gown soaked. Do it again, Alexis commanded. From the corner of his eye, Marcel could sense his smug, golden stubbled face and cross-armed stance. Rue picked the woman up by the armpits like a rag doll to force her to stand. Ice chunks falling from her body like shingles blowing off an old roof. He stepped away, and she found the strength to stand on her own wobbly feet. She gasped and heaved for air. Marcel closed his eyes for a moment, the sound of violins and cellos in his mind calming him. A milder one this time, thinner ice. Zélie d'Onigles. His voice had gone weary as he pointed to the prisoner. A cold prick bit his fingertip with another surge of power. A new layer of ice formed over her, this one as transparent as water. Once more, the lady toppled forward and lay prone. The ice layer crackled, peeled off, and melted from the warming sun. Once it had melted from her face, she let out more loud cries of pain between gasps of breath, uttering something that sounded like, "Please." "One more time," said Alexis. "No, this is enough." Rue raised a hand to stop. "Thank you, Officer Rue." "I'm not sure he's ready yet, Sauvage." Rue's aging face was pallid. "I knew another Cryomancien once. Their ability to unleash massive ice is controlled by emotion. Clement isn't in a high enough emotional state to cast a fatal spell. He needs to kill on demand." "You think he can't?" Alexis narrowed his eyes. "He's not ready." Rue looked up at Lord Bertrand as he sat perched up on the balcony. "What is your opinion on this trainee, Lord Bertrand?" The senior officer called up to him, giving the mage lord a brief nod of respect. The woman sobbed on the grass, in pain but very much alive. "Try him again on the 3rd of June. Bertrand's voice echoed from the balcony. "The day of a prisoner's scheduled execution. If this man can't kill by freezing then, he'll be considered an insubordinate traitor." "What?" Terror fell over Marcel like a cold avalanche. "I'm looking at him, and I can see the word traitor in blood-red letters with my eye of prophecy." Bertrand's eyes bugged even at the distance of the 2-story height. Marcel dipped his head just enough for it to count as a bow before he looked away to his parked coach, to Felix and Fifi. Merde, I want to get out of here. Beneath his feet, where he stood, the grass frosted over, his toes chilled. Lucille sobbed, her crying now quieter. Was her pain lessening? Or could she still die? Monsieur Clement. Bertrand called down to him, more a statement than any sort of question. Forcing himself to look up, he thought of asking, Yes, Lord Bertrand, but he couldn't make his throat work to say it. He stood as straight and silent as the brave Saint-Magie soldiers out in the city. My eye of prophecy rarely lies, Bertrand declared. Part of me wants to send you down to follow the mademoiselle to the dungeon at this very moment. Your father would be ashamed of you. My father was ashamed of all of us. Maman, Jason, and me. He looked to Alexis, but the officer's attention was on the mage lord. My lord, I can understand why you would suspect such. Alexis spoke to the mage lord, casting an accusing eye at Marcel. My junior agent has a spirit of rebellion about him. Will our thoughts and tone of voice condemn us now? Marcel wanted to scream out in protest. The back of his eyes stung. His blood felt cold. It's very subtle. Alexis continued. His behavior speaks of resistance to me, and a clear preference for associating with Saint-Magie out in the city. Associating with Saint-Magie, you say? Bertrand's voice went sharp, chilling. Marcel's stomach felt as if he just cast transphobie anglaise on his own insides. While the mage authority spoke, Lucille whimpered on the grass in her wet prison gown. Her cries were a painful warning to what may happen if one associates too closely with non-mages. Oui, Lord Bertrand. Alexis's head nodded several times in reverence. His excuses is to make money for his mother. Philippe Clement's former wife, as you may recall. Yes, Philippe Clement, a loyal member and colleague back in the day. Bertrand shifted his body on his easy chair, letting his wine goblet levitate. At least one of his children turned out to be a mage. This one. Bertrand's eyes bugged in Marcel's direction as he took hold of his drink. He hasn't committed any proven acts of treason. Alexis stood still in a soldier's position, arms at his sides instead of his usual restless pacing. Yet, he needs to be monitored, which I plan to do. He bowed low and held the position with a look of calm humility. It made Marcel almost want to snort laugh from the irony of it, except laughing was the last thing he wanted to do. Lucille lay not far away, taking deep breaths and massaging her head with trembling, frostbitten fingers. Can Rue at least put a warming spell on her? For God's sake. Sauvage. Do monitor him for evidence of treason. Bertrand directed from his perch above. It would be a pity to have him executed. Philippe's boy, no less. The grass Marcel stood on collected a film of frost, cold seeping into his toes. Am I that doomed now? None the less, he must report here on the 3rd of June. Bertrand took a sip of his wine. He has great potential as an executioner. That day with the condemned man will be his only chance to prove it. If he resists my request, he dies at the hand of the fire-wielding mage, young Monsieur Paulin. I've chosen him as an alternate if Clement fails. Marcel's clenched hands shook. His heart seemed to freeze into a large hailstone. Bertrand peered over his balcony. Sauvage and Rue, report to my meeting at 1 o'clock. The Lord of Mages carried his wine goblet as he disappeared inside the open doors of his office. Very well, then. Alexis's eyes had gone wide with an unnerved look. Marcel sensed a chink in the man's confident armor. Lucille still lay prone on the ground, trembling and gasping. Marcel looked to his cold feet and his scuffed boots, shuffling them in the frost-tinged grass, clearing all thoughts. He poked at the patch of green clovers with his toe, melting the frost, and remembered he would need to fix the headquarters lawn after Felix and Fifi had eaten from it. Rue helped Lucille to her feet in the kindest manner he could manage, considering the circumstance. The layers of ice on the lady's body fell off, only a few sparkling bits clinging to her soaked prison-issue gown. She found the strength to stand and shuffle walk. Marcel wanted to tell the woman, Je suis désolé, in his mind, or better yet, say the apology out loud, but like a damned coward, he valued his life and freedom too much. Mademoiselle, said Rue, I'll find a staff member to give you a healing potion once you're back in your cell. At least someone here had a shred of humanity, Marcel thought. Alexis crossed his arms, pacing back and forth in his swaggering manner now that Bertrand was no longer observing. Nicholas, I still say you're much too soft. Clement thinks you have a shred of humanity. Sauvage, I am in charge of the prisoner at the moment. Rue's reply came with an authoritative nod. Lucille inhaled a pained breath and finally spoke, her eyes fixed on Marcel with despair. Why didn't you kill me, young man? Why? The pain in her voice made him feel like a monster. Better to die today than to live more of this torture. Alexis, you're a vile bastard. I swear someday. Her words were cut off. Rue must have put a bouchée de coal hex on her to keep the peace in this idyllic village of the Mage folk. The officer and the prisoner walked away in slow steps around the building. Rue escorted her back to the fountain pool, the entry portal of the glass dungeon. A barb of stinging guilt added to the ice of terror in Marcel's chest. She hadn't expressed contempt towards him. As her physical torturer, only his superior officer. That was only a slight consolation. He thought it was rather interesting that Lucille called Alexis by his first name. He called her Lucy. They must have had a past. He sensed the man coming closer and let his musings run wild. Perhaps she rejected him long ago in their school days. Were they ex-lovers? Did she find the Saint-Magie man more pleasing under the bedsheets? Clement! Marcel looked at him with fiend innocence. Yes? The officer's blue eyes were icy daggers. 1 month from now, it will be the real thing. Marcel nodded. He played the sound of African drums in his mind, rather than thinking any more verbal thoughts. Alexis looked to the balcony where Bertrand had been sitting. If you're useful in getting that case closed, you have a better chance of not being suspected of insubordination. I'll try my best. Get out there to mundane Paris, then. If you so love it. Keep working on Mathilde's case. Yes, officer. Marcel put on as subservient a tone as he could muster. After restoring the grass, Felix and Fifi munched on. Just saying restaurer l'herbe worked fine. Marcel readied his creatures and climbed into his driver's seat. He raced with his team out of Fontaine and Chantilly in a squeak of axles and jingling harnesses. He drove through the village's portal gate, surrounded by a canopy of leafy trees. A sucking whoosh sound irritating his ears. As he left the town, he returned to the busy streets of Paris, eager to perform his mundane job as a hired coachman. Chapter 1. An elegant chateau outside Paris was the country home of the noble de Reborn family. The Marquise and Marchioness' only daughter, the beautiful Lady Evangeline de Reborn, was betrothed to marry a high-ranking prince related to the King of France himself. As fitting with the custom of aristocrat households, they employed a good-sized staff of servants. On a sunny May morning, the family and 3 members of the retinue were to leave for a trip to the prince's castle in the Lorraine region of eastern France. Adelaide Fortier, a household maid, walked ahead of Lady Evangeline. The 2 young women were complete contrasts, one a slender and elegant blonde of high society, the other full and buxom, a sturdy girl accustomed to manual labor. The latter carried travel bags, stopping in her tracks to wait for her ladyship so she could walk alongside her. Both girls wore simple dresses and straw sun hats for the day's travel. I must spend hours cooped up in a carriage with mother and father. Evangeline closed her eyes as if to brace herself. It will be dreadful to listen to her narrate the rest of my life in front of me. Adelaide's heart swelled with empathy, knowing the girl's mother. You could perhaps take a book to read, your ladyship. The Marquis's daughter shook her head. I've read all the books I own. Adelaide reached into her own bag. After rummaging a bit, she took out a small book with a floral fabric cover sewn over it. She gave a quick glance to see if Evangeline's parents were nearby. They weren't. It's Diderot's The Indiscreet Jewels. It's hilarious. Adelaide's voice was a hushed whisper. Her lips spread in a dimpled grin. "Is it inappropriate for me?" Lady Evangeline tucked her neatly pinned blonde hair under her ribbon-tied bonnet. "Quite inappropriate," Adelaide giggled. The two cast their eyes to the Marquis and Marchioness, who followed their valet with the family's luggage. "I sewed a cover on it, clumsily, of course. Just sit across from them so they won't see what you're reading." Evangeline brightened. "Merci, Adelaide." She slipped the book into the skirt pocket of her dress before approaching her parents. Adelaide's sister, Emilie, and her fiancé, Luc Bisset, stood at the circle drive in front of the chateau, assisting the family of three as they gathered around the coach. Adelaide hoped Emilie didn't see her giving Evangeline that book. She'd likely admonish her for it. She could just hear Emilie now. "If his honor and her ladyship find out you gave her forbidden literature, you'd surely be dismissed." "Mademoiselle Adelaide." Marchioness Marie de Rumon spoke in a clipped tone as she approached. "At every rest stop, please see to Evangeline. Freshen up her hair and makeup for public appearances." "I will, your ladyship." Adelaide bowed her head, her hands folded. "Mother," Lady Evangeline cut in, "if I wish her to fix my hair, I shall ask her myself. It's not as if I'm the queen, you realize. No one in the villages will even care much about us." "They will, dear." Marie's forehead wrinkled. "Jacques will announce our presence at each stop." "Adelaide, don't do my hair unless I ask." The girl gave a cheeky smile to her maid. She patted the side of her skirts, where the contraband book lay. My orders. Adelaide stood with her hands still folded, glancing back and forth between each noblewoman. She wasn't quite sure whom to obey at this moment, her ladyship Evangeline, or her ladyship Marie. Fortunately, the Marquis Henry de Brumont came to her rescue, siding with his daughter. "Ma petite, it is up to you." He loosened his white cravat, preparing to board his coach. Adelaide caught Evangeline's eye. The two shared relieved grins. "We cannot waste time. I hope to arrive at Prince Christopher's palace by 7 in the evening on the night of the 27th. He nodded to his slightly annoyed wife and held out his arm for her. "Come along, dear." The valet, Jacques, held open the door for the couple and their daughter to board. "I hope you stay comfortable, your ladyship." Adelaide stepped away from the family's coach. Lady Evangeline paused with one foot on the step, pulling the small book from her skirt pocket. "I shall be fine, thank you," she assured her maid. "Enjoy the ride with Emilie and Monsieur Luc." "I will." Adelaide glanced at her sister and future brother-in-law. They stood nearby with their arms linked, a lovely, newly engaged couple. The petite and slender Emilie was dwarfed by the tall, strapping Luc, a man whom Adelaide had grown to love like a brother. The three staff members watched Lady Evangeline climb into the carriage next to her parents. "Adieu," she waved to her staff members before the valet closed the door. "Adieu," Adelaide and Emilie waved back in unison. "We hope to see you later today, your honor, your ladyship," Luc called to the master and mistress of the house. After the family's coach rolled away, the second coach arrived through the gate, arranged for the three staff members. "I'm glad you chartered this coach, Luc." Emily's radiant happiness was so evident on her face. "It looks big and comfortable." "He charges an insanely low rate. Adelaide." He crossed his arms, a teasing smirk on his face. "Your beau is here." "Oh, Luc, the coach driver and I just talked a little. Don't be presumptuous." Adelaide gave a light, embarrassed laugh. "I promise I won't tease you any more, Addie." Luc stuffed his hands in his waistcoat pockets and stepped forward. The retinue's coach rolled into the half-circle drive, the two gray horses' steps clipping in rhythm until the driver brought them to a halt. Adelaide watched in admiration. Felix and Fifi, he calls them. Lovely horses. "Good morning, mon ami." Luc greeted the familiar coachman Marcel. "Everything is working well and fine? Horses fed and rested?" "Yes, rested, fed, and happy to leave the city. Bonjour, ladies." He gave Adelaide and Emilie a warm smile, removing his hat and revealing his short-cropped black curls. Adelaide's heart quickened. She developed a serious crush on the hired coachman after getting to know him in the city. Worse yet, Luke and Emilie knew it. "Bonjour, Marcel," she greeted, clutching her travel bag. He jumped from his buckboard to help her and Emilie stow their things inside. "I'll take that for you, Mademoiselle Adelaide." Marcel picked up Adelaide's baggage. She'd attempted to pack as light and practical as her sister. He set the bags carefully inside the cab floor, rummaging inside for a few moments to arrange them neat and spit-spot. He's an Emilie sort of person, Adelaide surmised. Orderly and perfectionistic, perhaps. He stood straight and faced her. "How have you been?" "I've been well, thank you." Adelaide tried to keep a lid on the butterflies that his face and smile were letting loose inside her. "We appreciate your willingness to drive for us." "I'm willing." He smiled, though she thought the smile was forced. "Luke said it's 2.5 days of travel. How many towns will we go through?" "We'll stop in Troyes for certain. It's a third of the way there." Marcel checked his map, but after Troyes, it's only small villages. "I hope you ladies don't mind seeing wilderness." He met Adelaide's gaze with a look of shy apology. Worry came over her. She'd never traveled far in her sheltered life. "This is the first long trip we've ever taken," she said, partly to herself, yet blurting it to the coachman. "Adelaide, I will make sure all of you are safe." His dark eyes were warm and kind. "Thank you." How sweet, she thought, watching him take Emilie's baggage. Luke's loud, attention-grabbing voice pulled Adelaide out of the moment. "I ought to take extra precautions for safety," he announced. "I'll collect the tools we might need in case of emergency. I can fix a broken wheel like magic. Don't worry." Luke still possesses quite the air of self-pride, Adelaide thought. Yet if anyone ever earned the right to a giant ego, it was him. "I will bring a few shovels, a torch stick, and, well, I'll go collect them now." Luke rushed back on swift feet to the chateau, like a soldier on a mission. Emilie tied the white chin ribbon of her bonnet. "This will be an adventure, Addie, and we can trust Luke if any problems come up." "You're right." Adelaide retied the blue ribbon of her new spring bonnet. I couldn't trust anyone more. She and Emilie shared a knowing look of recollection about that frightful day last winter when they had been assaulted. Luke had fought off 2 men at once after the thuggish fools attacked the sisters in the forest. Adelaide still had nightmares about that disgusting man holding his knife to her throat, wrestling her down into the snow. She hoped he was forever blinded by her fingernail gouging his eye. Luke saved their lives, their warrior hero, and Adelaide and Emilie were forever devoted. "Ladies." A familiar voice came from the direction of the chateau, while Adelaide and Emilie stood waiting for Luke to return. The kitchen servant, Armand, a graying fellow between 55 and 60, approached. He took off his hat and wiped his brow. "I wanted to see you off before you left. Where's Luke?" "He went to fetch some things. Here he comes." Adelaide pointed in Luke's direction as he returned, his hands full of tools. "Luke, where is it you're traveling? I need to know." Armand's pale, weary face was etched with concern. Wrinkles formed a row on his forehead. "Lorraine region." Luke began laying the tools inside the coach cab, with Marcel offering his helping hand. "To a prince's castle?" Armand stand with his hands clasped. "Yes." Luke gave Armand an exasperated shake of his head. Adelaide and Emilie sensed that the elder servant wasn't himself lately. For the last week, he'd been full of doom, gloom, and nerves. Perhaps Armand isn't comfortable working without Luke around, Adelaide thought. "What is the prince's name?" he pressed. "Armand, I don't see why that would be a concern of yours." Luke waved him off with a light laugh of dismissal. "Relax. You'll be fine, and we'll be fine. I'm going on this trip, and you can't stop me. Mon ami." Armand's shoulders sagged. He seemed to deflate. Marcel stepped forward and gave the man the same warm look of care and concern he'd given Adelaide. "You seem concerned, monsieur. Are you all right?" Armand shook his head. "Just worried. Never mind me." He fidgeted with his vest buttons, his voice trembling slightly.
I have a bad feeling about this. That's all.
Marcel and Armand looked at each other for a split second, frowning. It was as if both of them were slightly wondering if this journey would lead to some sort of danger and calamity. This is all so odd, Adelaide thought. Luke snorted a laugh, interrupting whatever silent question Armand and the coachman had for each other.
Armand, quit fretting. We'll see you in a week. Poor Armand looked as if he were about to cry. Overcome with concern, both Adelaide and Emilie rushed to give him a goodbye hug.
Luke's right, said Emilie, her hand grasping Armand's shoulder. We're going to have a wonderful time at the prince's castle. We will, Adelaide concurred, giving the man a soft smile. A wonderful time, and we're really going to miss you. Please don't be upset.
I'll try, he said in a whisper. I dearly hope you end up having a good time.
He turned to walk away, the weight of the world upon his shoulders. The three of them boarded the coach, Luke and Emilie climbing into the cab, while Adelaide sat up in the driver's seat so she could socialize with the coachman. Nothing improper about that, she thought, with sunny joy.
I was hoping you'd sit up here and keep me company again.
Marcel flashed her a pleased smile. The two carriages rolled through blossoming meadows and verdant hills. Luke and Emilie rode inside the coach's cab, enjoying the view despite the cramped space stuffed with luggage, tools, and various items. Luke squinted at the faint patterns of smoky fog climbing to the cab ceiling above his head.
Someone was smoking a pipe, I think.
He must have had a recent passenger with a pipe. I don't smell anything.
True. It's not odorous, at least.
Luke rubbed his fatigued eyes.
I feel like taking a nap.
He covered his mouth to yawn.
Yesterday was busy, making sure everyone would be all right without us.
The way you speak, you would expect one of the staff to set the chateau on fire. Madame Chabon is in charge. She has an eagle eye.
You're right. Sometimes I think His Honor should have appointed her as head servant, not me. Maybe Armand just didn't want to be left alone with her.
He leaned forward to kiss her on the lips. Her soft hazel eyes mesmerized him with their beauty as he tried to deepen the kiss with his eager tongue. Alas, Emilie set a gentle hand on his cheek and pulled away. Always so chaste and proper. You can take a nap, sweetheart. Her blush belied her prim posture on the coach seat. I have a pile of sewing her ladyship gave to me.
I'll try to take a nap. At least I don't have as many vivid dreams anymore. I always wonder if they're my lost memories, but Aunt Mathilde said nothing about me being a soldier.
But your dreams had royal people in them, and that came true, didn't it? Since now you live and work for them. Emilie's lips formed a smile, and Luke's heart sang with newfound joy. Another moment of her bringing golden light into his heart that had once been bitter and rotten. Never again would he allow himself to wallow in that wretched mindset.
Yes, you're right.
Luke reached to clasp Emilie's hand.
They might have been premonitions more than a past event. That doesn't explain the war dreams.
The war dream could be a symbol of something else. The fight when you defended Addie and me. She pulled her travel bag in her lap and took out her sewing kit, then bent to open the latch on a trunk containing Evangeline's folded garments to mend.
True.
But about your past, sweetheart, I was wondering, have you ever met anyone around Paris lately who knew you from school? If you went to school as a boy. Always trying to help me reclaim my memories, Luke thought. Yet, no matter what, they were still as blank as new paper. To be honest, Luke was caring less about his brain illness now. He had the present day and a future to live for, with Emilie by his side.
No, he mumbled in response. I haven't met anyone who knew me from any school. Last year I met an army officer who thought I looked exactly like a prince.
Emilie laughed lightly. A prince? She reached down and took up her sewing. But you actually do, because Lady Evangeline mentioned something to us about how you look a little like some members of the d'Orleans. She's seen their portraits, and the family's met a few of them, including their majesties.
The D what? The D'Orleans? The family of the king himself? Emily smiled fondly, softening her slight tease about Luke's lack of knowledge. And that's who we're visiting. It's the king's younger cousin and his wife. That makes me nervous. Don't be nervous. At least they'll have good food and wine. She suppressed a sweet, blushing smile. Oh, Luke. I'll stick with his honor. Suppose I'll be a big joke for them due to my Orleans face. Good night, day, Emily. I'm going to sleep. All right. I love you. Sweet. No, don't dream. Just rest. I hope to. Luke closed the curtain over the window to his left and reclined in the seat, drifting off. Marcel drove his team of Felix and Fifi, their harnesses squeaking as the coach rattled over the uneven road. The animals' twin gray posteriors rippled from their muscle and effort, tossing their manes and trotting in perfect rhythm. The Mage spy's equine companion seemed chipper and happy to be let loose from the city. He felt very much the same. Freedom. At least for a week or so. Glancing to his right, he exchanged gazes with Mademoiselle Adelaide. Her soft, round cheeks were flushed despite the shade of her blue ribboned straw bonnet. Are you comfortable, Adelaide? He asked her. Very much, merci. The corners of her mouth dimpled, just as chipper as his team. A sweet modesty colored her voice and manner, none of the vain posturing he was used to among the Mage girls, such as those who loved to play musical beds with Alexis. I'm glad it's not too hot today. He adjusted his tricorn hat over his curls. I'm more than comfortable. The breeze feels nice. Adelaide untied the chin ribbon and took her bonnet off, uncovering her wavy chestnut hair. The sun went behind a cloud. No harbingers of rain yet. You gave up a cushioned velvet coach seat for a wooden buckboard. Marcel gave a slightly teasing laugh. You must enjoy watching horses at work. Yes, she giggled, the sound equivalent to a refreshing bath after a dusty day on the cruel streets. I only hope that my watching them work doesn't make them nervous, the way my head maid does to me. Marcel laughed even more. You and I both. I can relate to having nerve-wracking bosses. She smiled again. Like sunshine, since their departure from the chateau, he'd spoken little to the young lady beyond such light pleasantries. Was that a crime? There was no law against conversation. Besides, Alexis had no reason to suspect Marcel to be doing anything wrong at the moment. The journey was a two-birds-with-one-stone deal. He was simply earning money for his driving business, while on the mission Alexis had assigned for him for Le Conseil Supreme. Despite the hours of bliss, a rope of guilt and discomfort tightened around him, disturbing his taste of joy. It was borne by the sisters' love and trust for the man they called Luke. This wasn't making sense anymore. The looking-glass's infallible magic declared that Luc Bisset was indeed Prince Renaud, a cold-blooded killer, vain, handsome, and madly jealous, who wanted his brother Prince Christopher dead. Luke, with his old identity gone, a blank slate living a lowly life for 3 years, had morphed into a manual laboring, congenial fellow, honest and dutiful, engaged to be married to one of these nice young ladies. This day, Marcel drove Luc Bisset and the two women with an assigned plan in mind. Luc, or Renaud, was to be reunited with his brother Prince Christopher d'Orleans and his wife Princess Rosalind. According to what Marcel heard during his spying, the sorceress Mathilde's breakage clause proclaimed that if Luc were to see Princess Rosalind, the woman who sparked Renaud's jealous rage, the clause would break the spell and his memories were sure to come flooding back. He would finally pay for his former crimes as Renaud. For the coachman spy, the reasoning behind his mission was personal. Marcel's beloved sister, Gisante, had died in the shooting. Don't be hesitant about this. It's the memory curse that changed him. Marcel, I was wondering. Adelaide's kind, soft voice blended with the sounds of squeaking axles and shaking harnesses. Pardon, what did you say, Adelaide? I was wondering, Emilie and I grew up in the house on Rue Troisième. I remembered you told me your mother's home was in our neighborhood. I'm surprised we didn't know each other growing up. I was sent away to school for years. Marcel let the reins slack as Felix and Fifi took the coach down a gently sloping hill. A boarding school. I always thought that boarding school was for the rich and nobles. Not that I don't believe you could be, she quickly added. It must have been nice. I hope you won't be disappointed, but I'm neither rich nor noble, he said with a chuckle. She laughed, seeming relieved he wasn't. I'm not disappointed at all. It was a special school my father paid for. The truth. He could tell her this without any mention of magic. I loved it, made good friends there. My father had some wealth, I suppose. I inherited this carriage and the horses from him after he died. My mother and I are far from wealthy these days. We get by on our work. She nodded. I understand. I'm sorry for the loss of your papa. Merci. It was many years ago. She fanned her face with her bonnet as the clouds passed and the sun grew warmer. Her hair caught the sunshine with its ginger highlights. She lay the circle-brimmed hat in her lap, covering her lower body with hands folded prim and proper. Goodness, it's warm now. It is, I know. His heart warmed in response. This girl had such a modest air, casual and friendly. She fidgeted with her blue striped skirts, making sure they draped over her buxom curves and covered her ankles. Mademoiselle Adelaide was larger than most girls, but her sturdy fullness was, in his eyes, the essence of femininity. Does she know she's beautiful? What did you study at your school? Business or animal husbandry? Her tone was genuine and curious. He blinked his eyes, reining his dangerous thoughts. I beg your pardon, Adelaide? What did you ask me before? What did you study at school? History, literature, life skills. He used vague, mundane terms. I was never good at book learning. Tests were my downfall. I found arithmetic a pain, but I love reading. Adelaide fidgeted with the ribbon on the bonnet. I often spend free days doing nothing except reading a good book when I'm off work. He shook his head. Reading old books is torture for me. I prefer working with horses and playing sports. He gave Felix and Fifi a nudge at their bits to turn at the curve of the road. Their path meandered through lush green fields beneath the brilliant cerulean sky, a few clouds to provide a bit of shade now and then. It matched Adelaide's clothing. Emilie and I were fortunate, said Adelaide. We don't come from money at all, but our parents taught us at home. Were girls allowed to attend your boarding school? Yes, they were allowed. There were many girls. A previous mage lord, the last decent leader, made a law in 1760 to allow girls to have a magical education. The top student in Marcel's peer class was a sorceress named Delphine, now Lord Bertrand's propaganda secretary. If it was a boarding school, did you befriend the boys you stayed with? Yes, of course. Marcel enjoyed her questions. Driving was usually a lonely business. My best friend from school was André. He lives in Normandy by the sea. There were others, some of them I still see around Paris. Fontaine and Chantilly, to be more precise, hidden within the center of Paris. That's nice. You've asked me plenty of questions about my life, Adelaide. I should ask you about yours. As long as she was near him, the specter of Mage tyranny was swept away from his thoughts, like dirt under a rug. Do you attend the family's royal balls and parties? Sometimes. Adelaide adjusted her skirt again. She swung one of her feet over the footrest, letting it dangle. Keep both feet on the footrest, please, he warned. If the horses make a sudden stop, it can get crushed in the space between. Oh, I'm sorry. She placed her foot back on the footrest, crossing her ankles. I rarely ride carriage driver's seats, just so you know. This isn't my habit. A laugh bubbled his chest. So do you enjoy the parties the noble family goes to? Well, not always, she replied. I feel nervous with all the haughty royal people I barely know. Whenever Emilie and I have been to a social function, we're just there to clear dishes and perform chores. Only drudgery, like always. Understandable. Marcel laughed again. Drudgery was his life. Either that or abject horror. So, you never had a chance to dance the minuet? Oh, goodness, no. I've always wanted to learn. I worry I might be clumsy. I know how to dance the minuet. Marcel straightened his slouching posture in the driver's buckboard, keeping the reins steady for Felix and Fifi by habit. I was required to learn it for my school social events. I could teach you, since there's going to be a ballroom dance where we're headed. I would love that. She gave him another sunny smile as she tied her bonnet back on. The sun's heating my head, so I keep taking it off and putting it back on again. Same with me. He removed his tricorn hat and set it aside. The breeze cooled his curly black hair, which he kept short for comfort. I could teach you something else right now besides dancing. What would that be? Driving. Would you like a turn holding the reins? Me? She gave him an "are you mad" wide-eyed look. Drive your carriage? Just hold the reins. He passed the leather straps to her. She took them in both hands, gripping them in one fist. Quite the wrong way. No, wait, here. He demonstrated the proper way to grip them, guiding her hand and wrapping the strap around her palm and fingers. Are you right-handed as I am? Yes. The carriage slowed down to a crawl. She looked at him. What's happening? They sense someone giving them slack, so they think they're getting a break. Marcel put his hat back on, resisting the urge to take the reins back. Jiggle it a little. She moved the leather straps back and forth, then pulled. The carriage slowed. The team fought their bits in stubborn indignation. No, don't pull. Jiggle it. Doesn't it hurt their teeth with the bit in them? And the straps yanking on their mouth constantly? She looked at him as she spoke, rather than the animals. Felix and Fifi halted, taking a break. An impatient knock sounded on the glass window behind them. It was Luke. Why did we stop? They heard him call out from below. We're fine, me sure. Marcel called down to Luke. Just wiggle and jiggle the reins to tell them to go, he said to Adelaide. Think of it as if you're knocking on a door or ringing a bell to get the horse's attention. How are you able to do it so well? Adelaide laughed nervously. She sat up straight and held the reins correctly, giving them light jiggles. Felix and Fifi moved, pulling the carriage onward. See, you're getting it. Marcel encouraged her. I've driven a cart since I was 15 or so. After a while, I learned to get a feel for handling the reins, and Felix and Fifi know me, so don't feel bad. She wiggled the reins back and forth. The two animals gained such sudden speed that Marcel and Adelaide jolted in their seats. Oh, goodness! She clutched the side of the seat after the sudden movement. They're going! So I keep jiggling? Keep your hand still. Release a little. No. Let your hand out and forward. No. Pull it in more. The reins slacked. The team slowed down and stopped again. They think they can stop again because you let loose, said Marcel, eager to take the reins back, yet still enjoying the instruction. Jiggle them again. Luke's voice came from the window behind them. Why are you stopping and starting, monsieur? We're fine, just the horses. Marcel called down to them with a light laugh. They seem fine now. Adelaide kept a steady hand on the reins. See, you have it. You're driving. Marcel praised her. Felix and Fifi can't tell who's controlling them now. They think it's me. As long as they don't turn around and look, correct? Her hand loosened as she spoke. Keep your rein hand up and steady. They watched Felix and Fifi trot at an even pace. Flicking their white manes, Adelaide's hand remained steady while Marcel took in the fragrance of spring blossoms, his half-Pegasee posing as regular horses, and the anticipation of the days ahead. Chapter 2. They arrived in Troyes in the late afternoon. Adelaide, weary from the beating sun and the rolling motion of the carriage, welcomed the sight of the city. After Marcel let her drive for about 20 minutes, he'd taken control of the reins. Here we are, Adelaide. Marcel stopped his team. She observed his method with the reins for future reference, admiring his ungloved, calloused brown hands, a sign of a hard worker. Finally, in a place where you can get a bite to eat and do all the things you wanted to do for hours, but couldn't. He flashed her a mirthful grin. Adelaide laughed. True. I'll see you later. She leaped to the ground and ran to find whatever crude privies were tucked in between shops and homes. After she found one, slamming its splintery wooden door and enveloped by an unpleasant smell and dimness, she heard Emilie's voice. I'm outside the door, Addie. I'll hurry, I promise. A twinge of guilt came over her for rushing to get there first. As children, Emilie never complained if Adelaide grabbed the bigger piece of bread or pushed ahead of her. We haven't changed much, she thought. And now, a loving God had rewarded Emilie's pure heart and diligence with such a handsome and dutiful husband-to-be. It was perfect. Her dear sister deserved happiness so very much. How is the spider situation? Emilie asked. Not too bad, only little ones and some webs. Adelaide's arms were full of her skirt layers in the narrow, disgusting little shed. There's a little bit of water in a jug, probably not clean. I wish I'd brought more of my own, but I drank it all. Please don't use all that water. I'll try. One of the spiders crawled into her clothing near the grimy floor. She shook her skirt and kicked to knock it away, shuddering. Emilie, did you and Luke have a pleasant time alone in the carriage? Yes. He took a nap while I mended some of her ladyship's clothes. That doesn't sound very passionate. I thought the two of you would have spent all that time kissing. In a few months, oh, just imagine. Husband and wife. Addie. Emilie's tone was slightly embarrassed as Adelaide came out of the shed holding the wooden door open for her. And you've been getting well acquainted with our coachman? Her question bubbled with teasing mirth. Yes, and he let me drive for a while. Adelaide's chest swelled with a very Luke-like pride in learning such a task. And from such a handsome instructor to boot. He let you drive his horses? That must have taken either bravery or foolishness on his part. You've never driven in your life. Emilie shut herself inside the privy. Spiders, she sighed from inside. Be brave, Em, and yes, I'm determined to learn to drive a coach. The way he does it intrigues me. Adelaide spotted a much-desired water well pump. The sisters refilled the jug and their canteens with fresh water, feeling a bit itchy at the thought of spiders in their clothing. They stood to wait under the shade of a building. Luke had gone with the noble family to get lodging for the night, their only overnight stop for the long trip. Comfort awaited, at least for now. So, is Monsieur Marcel good company up in the driver's seat? Emilie asked, a gentle smile on her delicately pretty face. Small brown freckles dotted her fair cheeks and forehead, remnants of the smallpox scars that had faded away, very gradually, over the past winter and spring. A miracle. He's wonderful company, Adelaide's voice lowered. Not only did he teach me to drive the horses, he told me he knows how to dance the minuet. He said he'll teach me when we arrive at the palace. Emilie's hazel eyes lit up. It must mean he's fond of you. Adelaide's heart quickened. You and I were having this same conversation about you and Luke not too long ago. Now it's the other way around. True. And I felt it was too good to be true about Luke. But now, Emilie's face radiated joy. It was clear how in love she was with Luke. After a family walked past them on the street, Adelaide gushed about her happy sentiments freely. Now you'll be together your whole lives. Yes, and I wish for you to find someone as well. Someone nice. Emilie glanced down the street to where Marcel's coach was parked, as if she'd decided on a prospect already. Adelaide shook her silly fancies out of her mind. The coachman? She ran her hand through her slightly untidy hair, her bonnet in her other hand. This is a different situation, though, Emilie. He's doing his service, and I only wanted to make a new friend. If that were the case, you'd sit inside as passengers are supposed to. Emilie gave her that school-marmish look. I guess it's fun to get to know him a bit, but it's only that. Adelaide was telling a half-truth, if there ever was one. Another serious crush on a man. They never ended well. If he and I become just friends, or never see each other after this trip, that's perfectly fine. An attempt to bring herself down to earth.
She was a plump, dumpy spinster on the shelf, after all.
She hadn't been able to catch a man's eye, and if she had, she never noticed during her sheltered servant life. He was doing his job, being a very nice young man and enduring her annoying questions while entertaining himself, teaching her how to drive. Later on, he joked to his friends in the city about letting a silly woman take the reins over a tankard of hydromal ale. The sisters waited beneath the shade of the building's awning until Luke appeared. He handed them a room key. "Shelter for the night, ladies." Luke grinned. "Very kind of his honor to let us have a stop." "This is precious, thank you." Adelaide wiped her brow with a little pocket handkerchief, relief and thankfulness coming over her. Soap, clean water, and dinner. "What was going on with you and the driver, Addie?" Luke wrapped a strong arm around his petite fiancée. "We heard a lot of laughing. We felt all kinds of crazy jolting." "Nothing. Why?" "Did you mean the stops and sudden starts? Marcel let me drive. I learned to jiggle the reins, not pull or drop them. I'll get the hang of it someday." "Never mind," Luke shrugged. "Let's find out where we can get a bite to eat." "Yes, let's." Adelaide's stomach ached for food, and she craved something cold to drink that wasn't water. Good luck finding that here. Adelaide enjoyed the outdoor cafe very much. The members of the retinue ate chicken dinners at a group of bench tables. A violinist played beautiful tunes in honor of the noble family who took their private dinner inside the inn. "Emily?" Luke's muscular arm was slung around her small shoulders. "I like this place. I was thinking this would be a good place to spend our honeymoon when the time comes." Adelaide watched Emily's face turn pink. "That's a nice idea."
Her eyelashes lowered.
"How about July?" Luke took a sip from his mug of frothy ale. "July?" Emily wiped her mouth daintily with a napkin, her eyes wide. "Less than 2 months? Why not?" Luke grinned. "Marcel, mon ami." He clapped the shoulder of the coachman on his other side. "After this trip is over, I'll be hiring you to drive Emily and me to the City Hall of Paris, where we will get our marriage paperwork done. The ceremony will be at your family's home church, Emily. Ring or no ring." He clasped her hand. Adelaide's heart soared. The wedding. She couldn't wait. The next days and weeks would bring not only a splendid trip to a royal palace. When they returned home, she and Emily would shop for fabric for the perfect, affordable bridal gown. Pale pink, ivory cream, or lavender would surely make Emily glow with radiance. Adelaide would do Emily's makeup for the special day. She already planned to put her hair in an elegant pompadour updo with tiny faux rosebuds. "Addie?" Luke picked up his mug of ale, a beverage Adelaide had never tasted and never cared to. "You would do us a great honor by being our maid of honor." "I would love to." Adelaide glanced over at the bottle of red Sauvignon and helped herself to a tiny bit, half a glass. "Your wedding will be much less stressful and fussy as her ladyship's is going to be." Holding the glass of wine in her fingers, she cast a glance at Marcel, sitting across from her. He held a glass of plain water with lemon in it. He tipped it to her with another shy smile. She sipped the wine as daintily as she could, and tried to eat daintily as well. Luke furrowed his brow. "That's right. Next autumn. I believe the Marquis announced it would be. Prince Louis Jean-Baptiste and Lady Evangeline. One of the most talked about social events in all of France. Glad I'm not needed for that." "Don't remind me." Adelaide's nerves frayed at the thought of dressing Evangeline's hair for her future nuptials. A more experienced stylist, Madame de Trousseau, would end up in charge. Adelaide would likely assist, but that would mean being under the supervision of both Madame and the Marchioness. At least these next few weeks would be carefree. After dinner, Luke and Emily parted from Adelaide to take a stroll together through the streets of the town. The air felt cool, pleasant in the fading daylight. Adelaide went up to the empty inn room to store her bonnet and comb out her hair with the thought of taking a walk in the streets alone. Rummaging in her travel bag, she took out a pair of small, sharp hair grooming scissors. securing them in the index and middle finger of her right hand. She hid the blades inside her palm, the metal cool against her skin. Defense, just in case. Pleasant smells came from the inn's restaurant where the noble family still dined. Roast beef and the sweetness of bread, the fragrances mixed with chimney smoke. Food. Her joy and love, perhaps too much sometimes. She walked along the well-trodden stone street, her lightweight slippers sliding along the mosaic of dark gray stones. Tripping over a crack, she stumbled, glancing around. It seemed no one noticed her lack of grace. As the shadows lengthened, she thought perhaps this wasn't a good idea. Those two nasty men from the forest still haunted her thoughts. Her fingers tightened around the scissors. Horses snorting caught her attention, following the recognizable smell of equine stables. She turned the corner and spotted their carriage parked near the thatched roof stable, with Felix and Fifi resting unhitched. Marcel stood brushing them down with the currycomb. Red caparison cloths were still draped over their withers, and Adelaide wondered why he hadn't taken them off before he started brushing them. Marcel? She tiptoed a few steps in his direction. He turned to her voice. Adelaide? What are you doing here? His eyebrows lifted, as if pleased to see her again. Her heart soared. Taking a walk. She kept her manner controlled and nonchalant. It's turning out to be a nice night. It is. More like summer every day. He took one more swipe over the hide of one of the horses before setting the currycomb down. Where are Luke and Emilie? Taking a walk somewhere without me. There might be street musicians. I hear music in the distance. The sound of pipes or flutes could be heard a few squares away. Marcel laid one palm on the horse's side, leaning his slim frame against the fine creature. And you didn't wish to take a walk with them? They just wanted to walk alone, I imagine, said Adelaide. I'm usually the third wheel. The third wheel? His brow furrowed. It means they're a couple, so when the three of us go anywhere, I'm the wheel without a match. She gestured to the coach. If one of your wheels were missing, it would be awkward, wouldn't it? If one of my wheels were missing, I'd be in a tough situation, he chuckled. Adelaide drew near to the horse he leaned against. She stroked its snowy white mane. Fifi? Correct. It was only one of two guesses. She expected their manes to be rough and coarse, but they were soft as a mink stole. They're beautiful horses. How old are they? 5. I've had them since they were foals. Their mother pulled this coach when it belonged to my father. Nice, she replied, enchanted by the creature's huge brown eyes. Sturdy horses, though they weren't as hefty as the Percherons that Luke drove in the supply wagon. Likely, they were crossbred with a more gracile type. Their mother was a Pegasus. Marcel pulled a grin at her. She could fly. I doubt that. Have you seen every horse breed in the world, Adelaide? No. She reached to touch the fringe of the horse's caparison cloth with her fingers. Wait. Marcel raised his palm. Please don't touch or take off their comparisons. They have injuries under them. Oh, I'm sorry. She moved her hand to Fifi's mane again. You've ever seen a Pegasus before? A Pegasus is a horse that flies. Oui, and she had wings, great white wings. Their mother, I mean. His eyes had a twinkle to them. Marcel? She shook her head. The day she first became acquainted with him, he told her his pets as a boy were fluffy rodents, one blue and one pink. It's true, he insisted with an impish smile. I even rode a Pegasus in the air when I was in school. I played on a polo team, flying polo, of course. You love pulling my leg, don't you? I beg your pardon? He averted his gaze, seemingly embarrassed. Adelaide flushed. She'd always heard Papa use that figure of speech when he told his silly tall tales, but now she gathered Marcel wasn't familiar with it. Worse yet, she just said my leg in mixed company. Oh, that was another saying, not to be taken literally. She fidgeted with the pair of small hair-cutting scissors attached to her fingers. Why do you have scissors? These? For defending myself. She closed them tightly in her palm. Some men in the forest attacked my sister and me last winter. Men with knives and ropes who wanted to hurt us. She cast her gaze away from him, wishing she hadn't brought that up. It sounded too dramatic, too personal. That's horrible, Adelaide. He took a few steps towards her. I only wish I'd been there to rescue you. I would have used my own style of attack on them, even if... His words trailed. Thank you. Her heart warmed at the sentiment. Luke came and rescued us. It was a godsend to have him around. But ever since then, I've wanted to be well prepared if I went for a walk alone. She pointed the end of her scissors upward, admiring the way the silver tool caught the golden light of a nearby torch. Any man who tries to grab me again is getting this in his eye. Even me? From his toothy smile, she could tell it was another joke. It depends. I trust that you're a gentleman. How do you know I'm a gentleman? He had a point. No matter how nice-looking a man was or how polite and sweet, he could turn into a scoundrel in the blink of an eye. Because you look and act like one, she admitted. You can't judge by outer appearances, Adelaide. I could be a man capable of inflicting the worst torture upon a woman, even killing. His expression darkened, like a stratus cloud gathering rain. Marcel? She squeezed her scissors. Don't frighten me. I was hurt once. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. He swallowed in his throat and smiled again, yet this time his smile seemed forced. Are you all right? Just tired. Right, Fifi, Felix? He gave the stallion's hind quarters an affectionate pat. Bonne nuit, old boy. Good night, Felix and Fifi. Adelaide addressed the horses. They twitched their ears and flicked their tails. Would you like me to escort you back to the inn? He asked her. I don't want you walking alone. I have my trustworthy pair of scissors. You need more than a trustworthy pair of scissors. He stepped next to her, his lean, lanky physique contrasting her short, round stature. They left the stable, walking side by side into the now quiet, nearly empty street. After sunset, the sky had turned the soft violet of early twilight. Marcel whispered something that Adelaide didn't quite hear. Something about confusing? What did you say? She turned her neck to face him. He held his hand in a fisted gesture, quite odd. Nothing. All right. Adelaide gazed ahead. The violet twilight looked even more beautiful as a gentle haze of fog drifted before her, above the expanse of street. Always glad to escort a fair lady in the evening. Marcel's manners seemed tentative, shy. Thank you. It's nice that you think of me as a fair lady. But you are. Thank you. And you're a gallant gentleman. Merci. Marcel fixed his eyes on the ground. She watched his expression with care, detecting some discomfort. He kept a decent distance from her as they walked. I'm glad you're keeping the unsavory men at bay, so I don't need to use my scissors, she said, likely a foolish sentiment. Adelaide? He said her name in a soft tone. Do you think it's all right for two people who are completely different, have different backgrounds, just different types of people all around, to become friends? Yes. Most decidedly, he was speaking of himself and her. Just like us. Her heart thudded above her laced-up stays. We're becoming friends, and I suppose we're quite different. You think so? How do you think you and I are different? The question seemed philosophical, as if there were much more to it than their contrasting skin colors, sexes, and builds. I think you're the same as me in some ways. She squeezed the sharp little scissors in her hands. The blade's point poked into her right palm, though not enough to be painful or draw blood. For some odd reason, this eased her nerves as she walked with the young gentleman. We both like horses, and we both enjoy riding in the countryside, like today. But in appearances, we are... You're a man, I'm a woman. You're dark and I'm fair. You're lean and slim, and I'm plump as a dumpling. But I love dumplings. Her heart flipped, if that was a metaphor. Thank you. You're welcome. Though you're not a dumpling, you're a fair lady. Someone would have to be very evil to turn a lady into something mean to boil in a hot stew." She giggled, cheer filling her again. She loved funny men. "No one can turn people into foods, Marcel." He laughed. "You're right. No one can turn anything into food." He cut off his sentence as two men passed them on the street. When they were far enough away, Adelaide spoke. "Of course people can turn things into food." "How?" He gave her a narrow-eyed look. "Farmers and millers, silly, and fruits and vegetables just appear as they are. Food from the earth. But we help it along by cultivating the seeds." Goodness, I sound just like Emilie when she talks about gardening, she thought. "Yes." He clapped a hand to his brow. "You're right. I wasn't thinking about milling or farming. Guess I'm too much of a city boy at heart." Another coach rolled past, one nowhere near as fine as Marcel's. "Why, did you think someone could turn a coach wheel into a wheeled cheese or something?" she asked. "No, a person cannot, in any way, transform a coach wheel into a wheel of cheese." For some reason, he didn't seem to be taking that as a joke. "No, I guess not." "If you were to take it seriously, of course," said Adelaide. That was an odd response. "How would you take that seriously?" I don't think I would," Adelaide shrugged. Marcel glanced up at the darkening sky. What if someone thought they had the power to turn anything that wasn't cheese into cheese? Just say, hypothetically. Adelaide wasn't sure what hypothetically meant. But there was a simple answer to that riddle. Milk isn't cheese yet, so that person would have to be a cheesemaker. She raised her hand with the scissors in triumph. I would imagine they use talent and work, not power. "All right, never mind that one." He chuckled, fiddling with the brass buttons on his waistcoat as they walked. What if someone, again, hypothetically, said they had the power to turn your bonnet into something else shaped like a circle, such as a carriage wheel, in just one moment? Adelaide shook her head, amused. He was silly, but in a good way. Better than a dull, dry man who talked of nothing but money and business. No one has that power. Sounds like sorcery. Which would be so frightening and evil if it were true. But it's make-believe. He didn't respond. He turned his head to look away, staring at the walls of buildings. "Did you buy a room at the inn?" she said. His expression had gone somber. "No." Cold stung Adelaide's arms. She wrapped them around herself, wishing she had a shawl. "Such a sudden chill." "I'm sorry." He breathed a long, stressed sigh. A couple walked near them. They exchanged silent nods. "Are you all right?" "No need to apologize for cold weather," she said after the strangers passed. "You have no coat either. But I'm sure if you had yours on, you would have offered it to me to wear." "You're right. I would have." "Because you're a gallant gentleman, correct?" She gave him a bright smile, hoping to pull one in return. It worked. He gave her the tiniest, softest smile. "I'll bite," with sad eyes. They reached the staircase of the inn. Luke and Emilie were inside, turning in for the night in their separate rooms. Emilie was likely waiting up for her. "I'm sorry if anything I said made you upset." Adelaide continued to play around with her scissors, its blades warm from being gripped in her palm. "You seem sad." "No, you didn't. It's nothing." "But I can tell you're upset about something." She reached a tentative finger to touch the fabric of his sleeve in a caring gesture. "Just tired." He glanced down at his boots. "Stress from work. I want to make it to our destination on time." "Are you sure nothing serious is bothering you?" He rubbed his forehead. "I can tell you one thing, I guess." "What?" His eyes burned into hers, torrid, dark, and intense. "I've made a decision tonight, and you're going to be the person who keeps me brave." "Me? Keep you brave? What decision?" "Just some life decisions." His Adam's apple bopped beneath his neck as he swallowed. "I'm not going into details. All I ask is for you to wish me to be brave during this carriage trip. On the way to the palace, while we're there and back. No questions, please. Just wish me bravery." "All right." She gave a nervous laugh. "Marcel, I wish you to be brave, in case robbers attack our carriage, or if fire-breathing dragons come flying over us by chance." "Thank you. And I hope that doesn't happen. I've seen dragons before, and they're terrifying." "Truly?" A smile lit her face. "Tell me about the dragons you've seen." It was quite charming the way he seemed to enjoy making up tales about make-believe creatures. "They come in beautiful colors." He kept a straight face, his lovely eyes mesmerizing. "Orange, green, golden, even red scales, and they're enormous. Dangerous to approach. I have an old friend who understands them, though, a dragon whisperer." "Truly?" Her smile spread into what was likely a coquettish one. "Tell your whispering friend that Mademoiselle Adelaide wishes to learn about his monsters." He didn't react to this as a joke. Those pained brown eyes continued to melt her into a puddle. "Well, good night." "Good night, Marcel. Thank you for walking back with me." "I'll see you in the morning." "I'll see you as well. Please have breakfast with us." She threw as much cheer into the words as she could muster, an attempt to lighten whatever his burden was. He gave her a little wave before heading back to his horses. Chapter 3. Adelaide tapped on their inn-room's door. "Emilie?" "Come in." Emilie sat on one of the two tiny narrow beds in the equally tiny room sketching in her book. The place was clean and decent, though a shiny darkwood floor and calm beige-striped wallpaper. One narrow window graced their room. The candle at the tiny table was just enough to brighten the dim of near night. "What are you drawing, Em?" "The pot." She gestured to a cracked clay vessel on the floor. "And no, I don't want to use it the way it's supposed to be used. Thank goodness there's a shed outside in the back alley." "Oh, good." Adelaide sighed with relief. Both sisters would rather run outside than endure such immodesty. "You must be very bored." She went to observe what Emilie was creating. Her fingers worked with grace to draw the vessel's jagged crack. "That's lovely. It makes me think of the saying about treasures in clay jars." "That's what I plan to write on the bottom of the picture when I'm done. The scripture verse." "I understand why you'd want to draw it." Adelaide set the pair of scissors inside her bag. She sat upon the other bed and kicked her shoes off before reclining upon it. "The cracked pot represents people. No one is perfect, but all of us need to be filled with the right things." "What kind of things?" Emilie asked. "I'd like to know your interpretation." "Goodness, kindness, love, forgiveness." "I have trouble with the forgiveness part of it." Hurt and anger boiled up again. That man with his knife by my throat, making me fall, stabbing me with that branch. And how they hurt poor Emilie. She raised her voice. "I want those two men to burn in a lake of fire." "They're away in prison now, Addie. You'll never see them again. And I try not to think of them anymore. But because of them, I carry my sharp scissors any time I go anywhere alone, like I did tonight." "Where were you this evening?" Emilie put her drawing supplies away. "I went to the stables where Marcel parked the coach and horses. Then he walked with me, and he and I had a strange conversation." "A strange conversation?" Emilie's eyes lit with interest. "About what?" "For one thing, he wants me to wish him bravery with his life decisions. It's sweet, but we've only known each other for a short time. He's a coachman, so I don't know what life decisions he meant." "It does seem strange to ask you that," said Emilie. "Though I believe it's because he likes you. You could be his inspiration for his life." She settled under the covers, already wearing only her white shift to sleep in. She'd taken her own dress apart by herself. "Inspiration? I've never been anyone's inspiration before." Adelaide looked around the room for a water basin to soak her feet in. There was one, but that water needed to be clean for the morning. "I wish there was more water to soak my feet in. But I was saying, there's something so different about him." "Different? Do you mean a little eccentric, like Armand?" "Yes, that would be the word." Adelaide laughed as she began her nightly taking her dress apart ritual, shedding her outer robe dress and untying the stays from the stomachered bodice. "Tonight he was trying to tell me that fire-breathing dragons and flying horses are real." It sounds as if he enjoys jokes like Papa. Adelaide worked her fingers over the tight, tough little knots in the fabric strings. That's what I thought as well, but he seemed troubled about something, and he won't tell me. If he doesn't want to share, it's his choice. Don't push. Emilie got up from her bed to help Adelaide with her dress. I'll try not to, Em. He's so mysterious. Mysterious is good. Emilie detached Adelaide's stomacher bodice from her skirt. I know what it's like to be with a man full of mysteries. Adelaide punctuated Emily's words with a soft laugh, a bad habit. I'm sorry, Emilie, it's not funny. She corrected herself. Luke's brain problem was not to be made fun of. I want Luke to remember his life. I admire how you've both handled it together. She laid her blue outer dress, the stomacher bodice, and her stays over a chair. We try to handle it one day at a time. Emilie climbed back into bed. Someday I hope Luke's memories will come to him. If not, we'll work hard to make our future the best we can. She yawned, tugging the blanket to her chin. So true. Good night, Emilie. Adelaide removed her stripe-patterned skirt and white petticoat. The cotton fabric of both garments had absorbed the smell of horses. She draped both skirts over the footboard, wearing her chemise as a sleep gown. As she climbed into bed, exhaustion fell over her like a heavy blanket. Bonne nuit, Adelaide, said Emilie. I'm going to miss this when you're married. Just you and me talking before we sleep. She gave a little giggle again. Luke will have to learn how to keep you awake with plenty of talk and thinking out loud, to become another me. Good heavens, don't tell him that. Emily's words were swallowed in a yawn. Of course, husbands tend to keep their wives up in other ways, or so I've heard. Adelaide, bonne nuit. Aren't you curious? Addie! Maman never speaks of this. I only know from books, even at my age now. Later on, will you tell me what it's like? Because some books say it's a chore that a woman must do to get children, but other books say it's absolutely the most wonderful. Adelaide, I know what books you speak of. The ones you hide by sewing cloth over the covers. Adelaide squirmed, thinking of one of those said books in her ladyship's possession at the moment. I promise I will tell you. Emily's tone was nervous. Over tea, just you and me. You will? Merci. I always imagined it would be me, as the older sister to marry first, but you're older and wiser than me in all ways but years. She heard Emily's sigh of exasperation. All right. Bonne nuit. Marcel tried to sleep inside his coach, while Felix and Fifi slumbered in their stable. Sleep evaded him for quite some time. You wanted to know what she'd think. You have her answer. The vague, joking little comments and questions were testing the waters, so to speak. Since Adelaide seemed the sort of hard-on-her-sleeve girl who only needed a slight guide towards the topic, she stated her opinion loud and clear. God, fate, or the spirits of mages long gone put these words on the lady's lips as a warning, just for him. It sounds like sorcery, which would be so frightening and evil if it were true. There it was, reality. She might not hate him if she knew, but she'd fear him. Allowing her to get to know him was a cruel disservice for this poor woman. She didn't deserve what would happen if they became close. Do you want to bring an innocent woman into this? I won't, he told the coach's ceiling out loud, unable to constrain his voice in the darkness. I won't bring her into this. Someone walking by outside heard him. Bring who, monsieur? The man's companion laughed. He lay silent for a long time after that, thinking about Jacinthe and wishing more than ever that he'd been born sans magie, mundane, ordinary, and powerless like his beloved older sister. A fading memory of Jacinthe came to him, as close as if she were still sitting next to him in the old familiar home in Fontaine and Chantilly some 20 years before. Their bedroom at night smelled of clean fabric and his big sister's lemon water perfume. He was 4 years old. She was 13. She was singing that lullaby in her sweet, melodic voice, adding his name to the song. Go to sleep, Marcel, my little brother. Go to sleep. You'll have some milk. Mama is upstairs making cakes. Papa's downstairs making chocolate. No, He kicked his legs, tossing off his bed quilt. What? Jacinthe sounded just a little bit mad. Marcel knew he could act naughty around her more than he could around Maman. She never let him act silly at bedtime. Papa doesn't cook, he argued. But that's how the song goes, petite. She placed the quilt over him, tucking it around his feet. Other papas must make chocolate. Mama can't bake a cake upstairs. The stove is downstairs. Marcel jiggled his restless feet, kicking the quilt off his legs once more. He made the quilt levitate. Jacinthe giggled, catching his flying quilt in the air and pulling it down. I can't finish the song if you won't lie still and be quiet. You talk like Mama. Why? She didn't need to talk like Mama. He already had one mother. No need for two. Because I want to be a Mama someday, so I practice with you. She touched his nose with her dainty brown finger. Fine. He flipped over, fast as a crepe on a skillet, to lie on his belly. The wooden headboard of his bed had a Pegasus carved upon it. He traced his finger over the design, wishing for a real Pegasus someday. As the candlelight danced over the headboard, the shadow of his own hand looked huge, like a monster's hand. He spread his fingers out to see how monstrous he could make it look. Stop playing. Jacinthe tucked the quilt over his small shoulders and started rubbing his back. He liked that. Go to sleep, Marcel, my little brother, she sang. Remembering Jacinthe brought him back to his grief, and to the person of Prince Renaud, with his long-barreled pistol, Luc Besset. He cannot be the same man. His mind and heart continued to battle relentlessly. Stop it from happening, then. Think of Emilie. She doesn't deserve to have her life and engagement ruined. Luc Besset needs to stay who he is, and Renaud needs to stay vanquished, as if Francis's bullet did its job. Only one person had the power to alter this, but that person was locked away in the glass dungeon, thanks to Marcel, in part. Without Mathilde, the person who could stop this from happening was him. Adelaide and Emilie would make this difficult, keeping a secret like this from them, and how to evade Alexis. Think up a solid plan. Be brave. Sleep overtook Marcel's mind before he had the chance to map out that plan. Chapter 4. On the second day of travel, the group woke at dawn to prepare for more hours on the trails. In their guest room, in the candlelight, Adelaide helped Emilie put her dress together. I hope we make it to the prince's ball on time Friday evening. You'll look beautiful if you wear your pink gown. Adelaide tied the fabric strings fastening Emilie's stomacher bodice to her red striped skirt. You deserve to look like a princess once in a while. We all do. She was on a sugar high from the inn's complimentary sweet biscuits, not to mention a high from her new developing friendship with a young coachman. We won't have to do any serving or cleaning chores at all at the castle. We'll only tend to what the family needs us for. Otherwise, we're free to enjoy staying in a castle for a day. I've heard His Honor says that it's huge. It will be nice. I hope to find things to draw and sketch there. Emilie raised her left arm, and Adelaide buttoned the other side. I'll have a pleasant enough time just sitting with Luc, watching all the nobles dance. Once they helped each other with their garments, Adelaide fixed Emily's hair into a neat bun in front of the tiny mirror. Makeup? She proposed. On a carriage trip? Being outdoors in the sun and wind for a good part of the day? Emilie gave her a "that's silly" look before she put on her bonnet and grabbed her belongings. Meet us at the cafe across the street at 8 for breakfast. Emilie prepared to rush out to find her darling beau. All staff and drivers will be there, she added. Wonderful! I'm starving. After packing her things, Adelaide went upstairs to knock on the door of Guest Suite 2. It opened to reveal Lady Evangeline wearing her white shift with a shawl draped over her shoulders. Bonjour, Addie. Hurry, come in. Beautiful room, your ladyship. A tall window with dark green and gold brocade curtains dimmed Evangeline's guest room. 2 lit candelabras on either side of the bed provided a cozy glow. Her room was elegant, but nowhere near as splendid as her boudoir at the country chateau with its color scheme of rose pink and gold. Evangeline poured a china pitcher of water into a basin. Her blonde hair was uncombed and tousled, ready for her stylist maid to beautify. You look nice this morning, Addie. I like how your hair curls.
She blushed at the compliment, wondering if the coachman liked her curling reddish hair as well.
Merci. Would you like me to put yours in curling rags? Non. I would like it washed and put into a simple bun, thank you. After finding a drying cloth, Adelaide used Evangeline's lemon soap to wash and rinse her hair before combing and twisting it into a neat bun, similar to Emilie's. Merci. This will be much more comfortable under my hat, said Evangeline, and just a bit of cosmetic cream, please. Mother insists when we stop in towns to greet the public. Of course. With a sincere smile, Adelaide opened the tiny jar of face cream to apply to the noble girl's features. Famished, Adelaide found the pleasant outdoor cafe, and Emilie, across the street, along with breakfast foods, a buffet table of croissants, jams, tea, hard-boiled and over-easy eggs, and fruit. She spotted Marcel talking to Luc as both men sat with the family's coachman, Monsieur Moreau. Marcel turned around and gave her a shy smile. He appeared red-eyed and slump-shouldered. Did he go out drinking? If he had, it wasn't her business. A coachman could do as he pleases when not driving the coach, she told herself, as long as he kept his promise to drive safely. Adelaide chose a teacup and filled a plate with a croissant and a handful of berries, joining their table. Good morning, she greeted Marcel. Good morning. The jam is nice. He passed her a dish of sweet preserves, one of her favorites. Luc spoke in a loud voice for everyone's attention. There are more clouds in the sky. Should we wait for the rain to pass? He directed his question to the two drivers. I don't see it being a problem, said Moreau, as long as we stay on the high ground and over rocks and grass, no soft earth. Do you agree, Monsieur? Clement. Marcel nodded towards the older driver. I agree, Monsieur. I have some special clothing, cloaks and hats to keep dry in the rain. I have an extra set if you like. Thank you, young man. You're very kind. Moreau spooned jam on his bread. Where are you from? Paris. Marcel gave the man a somewhat forced, tired smile. I'm asked that question all the time. I've always lived within the city. I see. It's good to meet you, son. You as well, Monsieur. Marcel picked up his glass of water. It is an honor to have you lead our little caravan of coaches. Adelaide sipped her lemon-sliced tea, listening to the others talk. The jam was delicious, made from raspberries. She noticed that Marcel's glass of water had condensation and frost. Odd. One needed ice, and ice was barely existent in the warmth of late May. She turned her attention to Luc's conversation. He was busy explaining to Jacques, his strong arms and animated gestures, how to fix wheel axles. She picked up her teacup to finish drinking it. Condensation drops on her teacup made it wet. Her tea had been lukewarm a moment ago. Somehow it had turned extremely cold, refreshing and sweet. Delightful. She sat there with a dumbfounded look on her face, staring at her empty teacup in her hands after she downed it in 2 gulps. The little water drops, the chill of the cup, all were most unexpected pleasures. Isn't the tea good here? Marcel asked her. I can get you some more if you'd like. She nodded without a word, still mesmerized by the feel of the cold cup. He took the teapot to pour for her. Allow me, mademoiselle. Thank you, Monsieur. They looked at each other, sharing a smile of warmth, of mutual caring. The second cup was just as cold and refreshing as the first. Emilie sat across from Luc in the coach, her sewing bag nearby. They had boarded as soon as they all finished breakfast, the coaches departing Troyes at a decent hour. Adelaide and Marcel were up in their usual perch on the driver's seat above. She didn't hear their voices. Both of them seemed tired at breakfast. Adelaide had gulped down so much tea, and the coachman looked weary. Her mind went to Luc, their future together, and his past. Luc, what do you imagine your childhood was like, even though you don't remember? She couldn't help but want to bring it up, always hoping. She glanced out at the moving scenery. Some gray clouds were passing, but no rain. Wildflowers bloomed along the fields in white and yellow, even prettier than the previous day. My childhood? I'm sure it was dull, very dull. Luke stretched out his body, his arms behind his head as he reclined on the seat. I prefer to think about my life in the here and now. Those are dreams I used to have. I don't want to think those dreams were my childhood. Do you think they were? It's possible. Well, in some of them, I was killing men in a war. That was neither my early life nor a premonition. According to the army, my eyesight wasn't good enough to join up. So, I'll never get to be a soldier and fight the British in that revolution across the sea everyone's talking about. Well, it could be dangerous. And I'd miss you. What's that place called where they want to start their own nation? Mere something. I'll ask Jean. Emilie smiled. It's called America, Luke. Adelaide reads about it too. She says they're winning the war against the British and will have their own nation soon. And I'm glad you can't fight overseas. I can't help it. Luke leaned forward to touch her hand. I'm not going anywhere, Emilie. And in other dreams, some boy mocked me and called me stupid, teasing me because I can't read that well. His eyes held a brooding gaze as he leaned back again, staring out the coach window. I had the feeling he was a brother. A sting of sorrow came over her, seeing him troubled by his brain problem. We'll get through this. He can keep confiding in me. I don't think you have a brother or sister, because they would have been raised by your Aunt Mathilde, unless they were already grown by then, but they would have talked to you, or met you in the city, if you had a sibling who's alive. Yes, Luke massaged his temples. We discussed that. I can't have a brother or sister then. What if you have relatives who live far away from Paris? As you can see, Emilie gestured out the carriage window at the scenery. Paris isn't the entire world. You're right. Luke's eyes went half closed. We just spent a night in Troyes, a city that Adelaide and I haven't been to before. You could have family anywhere, Luke. Did Aunt Mathilde tell you about where she was from? No. Emilie frowned. I don't like the way she didn't tell you much or help you remember things, or the way she just left you and Armand. Her voice tensed. Without giving either of you a proper adieu. Poor Armand. Every time she and Adelaide looked into his eyes, he seemed about to cry. He insisted he wasn't physically ill, but he'd been so quiet, so evasive. Something is bothering Armand, Emilie blurted out. He's not himself. Luke frowned. I know. I'm just so confused about him. He's upset about Aunt Mathilde. But he didn't tell me how he'd found out she was gone forever. Anger flashed in his eyes. Emilie reached forward and laid her hand on his knee. She could feel his firm knee bone beneath his brown breeches. I like when you touch me like that. His face lit with a flirtatious smile. He winked at her. Luke. Her face warmed. He cast his gaze out the window. Emilie, I think the way Armand talked about Aunt Mathilde, it seems they knew each other for a long time, before I lost my memory. Emilie knew the answer likely hadn't changed, but she dared to ask him. If Mathilde was being so secretive about your childhood, did he have any information? No. Luke's temper bubbled up again. We've talked about this before. He hasn't given me any damned clue about my lost family either. He took another more bitter glance out the window. When he looked back at Emilie, his voice calmed. When we get home from our trip, I'm going to, I don't know, either force the old fool to talk under threat of dismissal, or tell him to take a holiday and get his Merida together. He rubbed his forehead. Pardon my language. Being a household manager, maybe I'm not fit for this. Emilie reached to touch his hand, caressing his thumb. You can't force him to talk under such a threat. True. It's odd of him not to help you with things you've forgotten, if he truly was an old friend of your Aunt Mathilde's. It seems odd. Luke scoffed, shaking his head. It is odd. Emilie took out her sewing supplies and Evangeline's skirt, forcing herself to get the mending done. She soon became absorbed with the task as their conversation quieted. She had no other way to comfort or assure Luke about these things. Someday, Luke would get his life memories back. It would need to be natural, some spark of light igniting inside his brain, or a bump on the head. She watched Luke give in to another nap, sprawled on the soft carriage seat. She couldn't help admiring how handsome his chiseled face looked, his perfect nose, his black hair just long enough to tie back in a short tail. He was growing dark stubble on his chin, a faint mustache. Even when he'd had significant pox scars, she thought him a lovely man. Her cheeks flushed. He will be my husband soon. Chapter 5. Hours later, Luke awoke as they arrived at another remote place considered to be a town on the map. Beaumont was quaint and tiny, in the middle of farm country. After the coaches stopped, Jacques the valet hopped down ceremoniously from Monsieur Moreau's coach. He took off his tricorn hat and waved his arms in the air for attention, shouting an announcement to people nearby.
Hear ye, hear ye.
The Marquis Henry de Beaumont and his family have arrived on a quick stop here in Beaumont on travel. Please attend to their wishes for service. He opened the coach, and the family stepped out. Travel weariness was clear on the Marquis's and Evangeline's faces. Marchioness Marie stood with a stern, forced smile, trying to primp her daughter's wind-blown hair. Evangeline took a step away from her mother, smiling at the people as she mussed up her undone hair. Luke caught that little interaction, finding it amusing. The lady had a mind of her own. Villagers congregated and kowtowed for them, hoping to offer services. The Marquis, Marchioness, and Lady Evangeline were given the little inn's best room to rest in for the afternoon, though there was no room for the retinue. The serving members and coachmen went wandering about the town, purchasing food and drinks from the markets. Emilie and Luke walked hand in hand, now refreshed with bottles of wellspring water and bakery bread. Luke stopped and stared, a small building with a water wheel attached. As the wheel rotated, it picked up, churned, and spilled water from the river. "What is that for?" he asked Emilie. "It's a mill. It is how wheat is turned into flour." Emilie gave a light, affectionate laugh. "The wheel turns the machinery inside to grind it. That is how plants are turned into bread," she added, speaking to Luke as if he were a child and she a teacher. Emilie and Luke's friend, Jean Paquette, had spent a great deal of time explaining things to Luke. He knew he was naive about common knowledge of the world, and it made him feel like a dunce sometimes. Jean had once explained to him you couldn't get to Africa by digging under the ground. He told Luke the continent was down below, France, when he described how it looked on a map. Luke didn't know what a map was. Emilie once showed him the flags of Great Britain and Prussia in a book. Luke had dreamed of the flag of Prussia. The sight of it made him remember his soldier dreams of marching, of enemies, and of driving a bayonet into other men's throats. Luke wrapped his arms snugly around Emilie's waist and watched the mill wheel rotate, the rhythmic sound of falling water rushing through his ears. It calmed his soul, made him want to stand still and listen to it forever. The palm of his hand rested itself on Emilie's right hip. She didn't seem to mind. He lowered his mouth to her ear. "When we get married, I'd like to spend our first night in a room next to a water wheel, so we can hear this as we lie in bed." Emilie's face reddened. "Luke, I'm just reminding you I'm not naive about every aspect of life. I know where babies come from. You needn't explain that to me." He gave her a grin. "Unless you want to." "We're in public, sweetheart. Let's just watch the grist mill." "All right, Emilie." He loved making her blush. The mill with the water wheel was fascinating after living in a big city for, well, what he remembered of his life. He'd never seen such a thing before. The river's flow turned the wheel turned whatever mechanism was inside it, and it created flour for bread. "I'm going to figure out how to build one," he told Emilie, thinking out loud. That would be a wonderful project. Emilie gave him a sweet and encouraging smile. "Damn, I love you," Luke whispered. He spotted the other pair from their coach, walking over the bridge and approaching the mill. "Hello, you two," he greeted Marcel and Adelaide.
"Emilie, Luke, did you try the patisseries at the bakery?"
Adelaide nibbled on sweet bread. She stuffed other food items in her dress pockets.
"I bought some little cheeses as well, Brie and Swiss."
She took a small, round object from her pocket and passed it to Marcel, who opened the wax covering and took a bite. "Never tried these before. Thank you." The coachman gazed down at Adelaide with what Luke believed was adoration. The fellow was smitten. He was glad he hired him. Adelaide put her hand over her mouth while chewing, as if embarrassed. They were sharing cheese together, always a sign of impending l'amour. "I bought a few plain loaves of bread." Emilie showed them a sack of her purchases. "Marcel and Addie, would you like to join us? We're watching the mill's water wheel spin. Luke wants to build one someday."
"Lovely idea."
Adelaide stepped forward to watch.
"You could build it by the river at his honor's estate."
"We just gave Felix and Fifi some water and oats. They're resting in the shade of those trees." Marcel pointed to where he moved them. The two horses' tails swayed as they ate from buckets shaded by tall, brilliant green elms. "We'll see you later. We're just going to explore the little town." The two walked away together. Luke watched them disappear around the corner of a Beaumont shop. "You and I are chopped liver. I suppose Adelaide has Prince Charming now."
"Luke, I think it's sweet."
Emilie reached into the bag and took out a small bread loaf.
"She used to feel like a third wheel. Now she has a gentleman escort."
"And that means you and I will be in the carriage alone again." Luke lowered his head and kissed Emilie on the lips, soft and deep. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders, still grasping her bread loaf. They remained in that spot for some time, kissing, to the gentle sound of the water's flow. Adelaide walked with Marcel through a grove of trees. She wasn't sure how the topic came up, but he was back to discussing strange mythical creatures. "Have you heard of the loup-garou?"
"I've heard of wolves, but I've never seen any up close."
Adelaide took steps where the grass was shortest, avoiding rocks and brambles.
"I've heard stories about wolves from my parents."
"About werewolves?"
"Oh, no, just ordinary wolves."
"You would never want to be near a person infected with loup-garou, at the full moon, even on a night where there are clouds and confusing fog. Brouillard déroutant." Marcel closed his fist and waved it in circles. That was a bit of an odd gesture, she thought. "What are you doing?" "Such pesky little bugs." He swatted at something in front of him, but she didn't see a single gnat or fly. "Must be a lot of humidity today as well, from the fog." The air before them became a little misty and foggy, like a haze of pipe smoke. "Anyway, about the werewolf." Marcel gestured with sweeping enthusiasm. "An infected person transforms into a gigantic wolf on the full moon, looking for victims to tear into pieces. If a person isn't killed by a werewolf, they're infected and become a werewolf. Or a she-wolf, if it were you." He grinned. She shook her head, exasperated. "Why do you like to tell tales about these creatures? First it was dragons, now werewolves. You know, I'm not frightened by this, Marcel. It's all make-believe, and I'm not a child who would take it seriously. I'm more intelligent than people think, you realize." He didn't reply. He hunched over, staring at the ground. Wisps of fog or smoke hung in the air. "Are you all right? You're quiet again." "It's fine." "I'm sorry that I wasn't scared by your stories." She watched his expression with care. "I am entertained by them. They're very cute." "Adelaide." He spoke in a half-whisper, clearly troubled. She ached to know why. "Just tell me. I'll listen to you," she begged him in silent thought. "Remember when I said I had a sister who worked in a palace?" "Yes." "She was a maid, like you. She was killed 3 years ago. A gasp escaped Adelaide's lips. She'd suspected she was deceased, but killed? The thought tore open her heart. I'm so sorry for your loss, Marcel. Thank you. I imagined she was beautiful. Adelaide's heart weighed down with empathy. What was her name? Jacinthe. And yes, she was very beautiful. She left a husband and a little girl who looks like her. You're an uncle? Do you often visit your niece? Yes, I visit her and my brother-in-law often. In fact, they live in the royal couple's castle. They're part of the staff. I'm glad you're going to see them. Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing them again. His expression brightened, like embers being stirred to coax a flame. Are you happy that your sister's marrying Monsieur Luc? Of course, very happy. He's like a brother to me. I suppose it's not my concern to ask you such things. Sorry, I don't know many things to ask you. I only know he and Emilie are engaged. There's nothing wrong with asking about my family. Adelaide brushed back a lock of her windblown hair. Don't feel bad. It's a way for us to get to know one another. And yes, Luc's a wonderful man. That's nice to know. Marcel nodded. He seems like a good person. He looked at the ground before him. So sweet. Before she knew it, she'd open her mouth to share more about how Luc defended her and Emilie from harm that day. Last winter, we thought 2 men were going to kill us. Emilie was knocked out when she fell against a tree. One man held a knife to my face, but Luc came like an angel, just in time. He beat the you-know-what out of them. He beat the murder out of them? You can say it. Marcel grinned. Adelaide couldn't help but admire his slight overbite, his white teeth contrasting with his brown complexion. She smiled, a shared moment of levity. Yes, he beat the murder out of those monsters. I tried to fight back, though it was unladylike. He was your hero? His eyebrows furrowed. Very much a hero. He nodded, not speaking, as they walked deeper into the shady trees. Adelaide? Yes? I need to duck into the trees for a moment, to look for something. Do you mind? He bent down to fiddle with something inside his high boot, probably a prickly piece of grass or brambles. Not at all. Look for something. I do hope you find it. She gave him an abashed smile. For all she knew, it was a matter of discretion. He was a man. More wisps of silvery smoke floated about the air. Wait, do you see smoke? She called to him as he stepped into the thick foliage. There could be a fire. I see that. Marcel reached his hand inside his black leather boot, massaging his ankle. I'll look and see where the smoke is coming from. Don't worry. All right. She stood alone and waited as he took off into the trees. Chapter 6. Marcel had expected this looking-glass call to come sooner or later. He'd shrunk his glass down to pocket watch size and stuffed it inside his boot. It burned his ankle with an insistent heat sensation he couldn't ignore. Once he walked away from Adelaide and was alone amongst a thick growth of Normandy oak and evergreens, he pulled the glass out and whispered an enlargement spell, agrandir, to grow it to its normal size. It lit up with a white, foggy glow. Alexis's voice in the glass wasn't loud, but it was clear. Clement, I've had it with your secretiveness and your games. Turn off the damned fog. Alexis, you caught me at a bad time. I'm in the middle of nowhere, miles away, driving the subject to where it can be undone. There's nothing for you to watch. He glanced around the forest and foliage, the dread of his whole predicament causing his toes to chill. Turn it off. Marcel attempted to brush off his demands. Your life must be terribly dull if all you want to do is watch me. I do want to watch you. The officer's voice was unyielding as iron. You're under serious suspicion by Le Conseil. This is a warning, not a joke. Your looking glass is to be open for constant monitoring and communication between us. It's been fogged up for hours at a time, both today and yesterday. All I'm doing is standing here by a village. He'd dearly hoped Alexis would find some new case to occupy himself with now that Mathilde was in prison, or spend all day at Le Conseil headquarters in meetings, or even at home, entertaining his lady companions in carnal delights, as the libertine bachelor officer was apt to do, anything but watch Marcel in his looking-glass. He thought wrong. Alexis's voice raged despite its low volume. If you plan to do the ultimate crime with some woman, or if you're plotting treason with your foolery, Lord Bertrand will appoint another executioner to carry out your death. Young Ignace Paulin has the power to unleash fire from his hands. Marcel kept his breath calm. Alexis, I swear to you, I'm not doing any sort of ultimate crime or treason. Have you ever heard of the town of Beaumont? It's where I am. You can come here yourself. You can sit by me and read my mind to your heart's content, mingle in a crowd of sans-magies, just as I'm doing. Turn off the fog. Alexis's voice hissed. There is no reason to hide your activity unless that activity is suspect. Marcel moved the glass to his left hand. With a deep breath of resignation, he made a fist with his right hand, rotating it 3 times. Arrête. Brouillard de raton, he proclaimed. Stop confusing fog. A simple reversal incantation. Lifting the fog charm would allow Alexis to see him and hear his conversation with the sans-magie passengers. Alexis had made an observation then, all the way from Fontaine and Chantilly. I see you now. You're wearing a white blouse, tan trousers, and boots. But where are you? Luke burst through the foliage of trees, approaching him. Marcel's heart jumped. Luke had gone on a little walk alone in the trees to stretch out his legs and deal with nature when he found the coach driver standing alone with the shiny gold-plated mirror clutched in his hand, speaking to it. How insane are you, my good man? He greeted in a light, mocking manner. Marcel's arm dropped to his side, letting the precious object swing. I'm not insane. I just wanted to check my hair. And talk to yourself? Yes. Luke shook his head, smirking. He'd heard Marcel mumble something about a confusion of fog and making the fog stop.
Poetic drivel.
You just have to be yourself, mon ami. Luke leaned against a tree trunk. Don't try to be fake about things. Stop the idiot tales. Let her know the real you, Marcel. Monsieur Luke, if she fancies you back, it's meant to be. If she doesn't, move on. He took a few long strides forward, throwing his strong arm around the lanky fellow's shoulder. It's better to know early before you become too attached. Adelaide is a good woman. She deserves someone real. Luke felt the man's entire body trembling. He looked as if he were about to throw up from either sickness or terror. Luke clasped his shoulder tighter, shaking it. They couldn't have their driver falling sick halfway through travel. What's wrong, monsieur? Are you ill? A chill breeze hit Luke's face. It felt pleasant in the hot sun. Marcel stared at him with wide, deer in the torchlight's eyes. If you're that lovesick, you need to get a grip, Luke insisted. She's just a girl. One of many. She already likes you. It's clear enough to me. Luke, I hear you. Marcel, where did you go? Adelaide's voice came from somewhere in the distance. Luke steered Marcel closer to her voice, finding her near the village. There you are. Adelaide gave the men a relieved look as they reunited. Luke, thank you for finding him. Did you get lost? Marcel gave a stiff nod and finally spoke. Yes, I was lost in the woods. Another cool breeze rushed across Luke's nose. He glanced at the sky, expecting rain clouds, mostly sun. Did you see something that scared you? Adelaide rushed over to the men and gently stroked Marcel's arm. Oh, you poor thing! Was a fire starting? That foggy smoke is gone. I'll be all right, Adelaide, thank you. Marcel bent to set his mirror in the grass. He drew close to Luke, laying a hand on his shoulder. Can you hold that mirror for me, please? He whispered in his ear. Luke stepped down and picked up the gold-edged mirror, catching his reflection when he turned it. Faint pox scars from his illness last fall remained on his forehead and cheek, nearly invisible. Otherwise, he returned to the heroic, handsome picture of health he once was. We must check again with the Marquis and the family. Luke gestured towards the buildings of Beaumont. Find out what their plans are for the day. If they're done resting, we should be at the palace by tomorrow afternoon. Marcel, I'll drive your coach if you're feeling under the weather. It's no problem. I can drive.
Marcel looked as if he were almost about to faint.
His voice shook. Adelaide gave him a look of care and concern. If you're sick, let Luke drive. Does anything hurt? Do you have a fever? Luke pressed his free hand against the man's forehead. He was chilly as a spring pond. Cold. Damn, it's the opposite. You're an icicle. Just sleep and let me drive, mon ami. He studied the gilded mirror. This must cost a fortune. Where did you buy it? I didn't buy it. Wait. Luke's eyes narrowed. This was real gold plating. He didn't know how he could tell. He just knew. Was the coachman a thief? I think it's very odd for a carriage driver to be carrying priceless gold valuables around like this. What's going on? You're assuming he's a thief, Luke? Adelaide put her hands on her ample hips, her eyes narrowing beneath her pretty bonnet. Just let him have his mirror back. Why do you think he can't afford it as a coachman? Addie is going to be the perfect wife for someone someday, Luke thought. She has the wife posture, the wife voice. Adelaide, please listen. Marcel's voice went tight and tense. I work a second, service that I use the mirror for. Oh. Adelaide's face brightened with levity. Do you do hair for someone? It's what I do for her ladyship. Luke let out a laugh, amused at the thought of the man working as both a coachman and a barber. Marcel didn't react to Luke's laugh. He moved closer to Adelaide and lowered his head to her bonnet's brim, whispering something secretive. Adelaide was the only person who could hear his whisper. Listen, I do not want that mirror back. Please keep your mouth shut about it. He sounded urgent as he burned her with a torrid expression. I'm sorry? Adelaide blinked. It's all right. I'm not angry at you. It's... Luke's decisive voice drew her attention away from their exchange. All right, let's quit wandering in the back of this town and check in with the family. They might be ready soon. Yes, we should. Adelaide gave an expectant look at Marcel, hoping for more about the mysterious mirror. Thank you for walking with me. You're welcome. The three of them headed back to where both carriages had been parked on the narrow road that intersected the tiny village. Adelaide walked between the two men as Luke clutched the mirror. She watched Luke gaze down at his reflection. He must be surely happy that he and Emilie were healed from the worst of the smallpox scars. It had been such a miracle, a blessing. Her sister had always been beautiful, pox scars or not. Luke passed the mirror to his right to give it back to Marcel. You're no thief. I apologize. You can have this back. Adelaide reached to take it into her own hands as she walked between them. Luke, let me. I'll pass it to him. She gave Marcel a silent, what should I do, plea. Steal it away from me, he whispered. This man was getting more peculiar by the minute. What an amazing treasure. Adelaide held the mirror in her hands as she put on the most enthusiastic and cheerful voice she could muster. It's mine now. I could use it for work, styling Lady Evangeline's hair. I don't understand. Luke squinted his eyes. You're giving it to Adelaide? How can you give something so valuable away? You just told both of us you use it. The coachman took fast, shallow breaths. Stress and fear radiated from the poor man like heat haze from a fire. Adelaide decided to take off in a run, gripping the mirror in her hand. Why was he scared of it? Panting, she rushed with quick steps to the carriage, leaving the men behind. Emilie sat inside the coach cab sewing, while Adelaide slipped the mirror inside a travel bag. Was that a mirror? A yellow skirt draped over Emilie's lap as she worked the needle and thread. Did you go shopping? Yes, it's a mirror. Adelaide plopped down in the seat across from her sister, catching her breath. A present for someone? Yes. Well, actually, Marcel gave it to me. He told me I could keep it. Emilie widened her eyes. Really? That's generous and very sweet. Adelaide smiled. Isn't it? He fancies you. Emilie's smile was teasing as she lowered her gaze to her sewing, tugging a needle with her small, skilled fingers. I don't think that's the reason, Emilie, but if he does end up fancying me, I'll let you know. For now, he is a friend. Of course, Addie. Her sister focused back on her task of threading a needle. Adelaide peeked out of the curtain to see Luke and Marcel return to the coach. Luke opened the door and stuck his head in. Emilie, Marcel isn't feeling good. He's under the weather. He asked me to drive for a while. Is that all right with you, chérie? He asked her. Yes, Luke is fine, sweetheart. That's kind of you, said Emilie. He can have my pillows if he wants. Luke and Marcel were talking outside the coach. I want to repair the lock on the coach door, Marcel told Luke. If there's an accident, a faulty lock can cause the door to fly open. Passengers can tumble out. Fatal injuries can happen. Well, all right. That's the last thing we want. Luke climbed inside and took a seat next to Emilie. He wrapped an affectionate arm around her. Emilie folded up the yellow skirt she'd been mending. Marcel tapped and scraped something on the outside door latch. He hummed a little tune, which switched to singing some song under his breath with the lyrics, Serrure de riz, serrure de riz. He doesn't sound sick. Emilie put the folded skirt in a bag. He is. Luke glanced out the window, lowering his voice. I thought he was going to pass out a while ago. Seemed more scared, though. Odder still. He just gave away his pricey mirror to Adelaide. He caught Adelaide's eyes and smirked. Desire makes men do crazy things, believe me. Luke! Adelaide chided him. Monsieur Luke, try to open the door if you please, Marcel called to him. Luke turned the latch. He could not open the door. Your lock works now. Thank you. Would you mind taking over driving, please? Luke climbed from the cab. Of course, mon ami. Sit inside and let Adelaide watch over you. He touched his lady love's hand. Emilie, dear, since I'm taking over driving, would you care to join me for some scenery? I was hoping you'd ask. Emilie folded the garment she'd been mending and laid it in a bag. Adelaide, I do hope he hasn't caught anything that's been going around the city. Adelaide nodded, knowing her concern. That nasty epidemic of disease never went away. Luke and Emilie climbed to the driver's buckboard, giving the carriage a little rocking bounce from the combined weight. Marcel climbed into the cab and took a seat across from Adelaide, collapsing into it. Adelaide leaned forward in her seat, hoping he'd explain the source of his distress to her. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. He buried his face in his hands. Her heart ached. Something was causing this darling man to be in agony, and she was determined to find out what it was. He can't suffer alone. Do you think you could tell me what this is all about? Adelaide chose her words with care. He sat up, raking his hands through his hair. Do you have some ink and quill, or charcoal? He gestured a pen writing with his hands. I do. She rummaged in her bag and found one of the thin quills that she and Emilie used for sketching or writing letters, and an ink bottle. Do you need paper? Yes, merci, and please whisper. The carriage began moving as Luke guided the horses. Do you trust Luke with your dear Felix and Fifi? Adelaide asked in a whisper as she passed him some paper. I'll drive later. He dipped a quill in ink and wrote on the paper. What are you writing? He shot a quick, agonized glance at her, an unloading of some great burden after he'd written for a few minutes. He swiftly passed the note to her. She read the slanted, rapid writing. Do not say anything out loud about that gold mirror. I need you to keep it, either Luke, Emilie, or you, as long as I'm rid of it. Don't worry, it won't hurt you. Just a mirror. Don't say anything out loud about this, please. Fondly yours, the man sitting by you. You are beautiful, by the way. He reclined in the opposite seat, taking deep, calm breaths. She resisted the urge to ask any more questions. Thank you for the nice compliment, she whispered. And if you're feeling frightened about anything right now, remember to be brave. Marcel scribbled a second note. She watched his feet and his boots tremble on the carriage floor. A sudden chilly draft breathed through the sun-beaten cab. It felt very comfortable in the warming sun. He ripped the paper as he passed it to her, ink splattered on the coach's floor in his haste. This one is for Emilie. Emilie, this is going to sound strange, but when we get to the palace of the prince, please keep Luke out of the ballroom where he could see the royal couple. Do anything to keep him outside, in this carriage or in the forest. Please just don't let Luke meet or even see the royal couple. It is important. Do not ask or talk about it. Pretend you are sick. Do what you can. Marcel. Adelaide looked at him with confusion. She mouthed, "Why?" He only shook his head, his expression filled with turmoil. Chapter 7.
Emilie sat inside the coach with Adelaide after they stopped in the little town of Oulet.
Outside, cheerful voices of villagers greeted the Marquis and his family. She'd been hit with this unexpected burden, a responsibility she didn't even understand. Keep Luke from seeing the royal couple? The hosts of the party? She leaned close to her sister while Luke was out with the family, running errands. What is it about the royal couple that Luke isn't supposed to see? Emilie spoke in a low whisper. What does Marcel know? Is he going to give us any more clues about this? Shh, we can't discuss it unless it's writing. Adelaide fidgeted with the blue ribbon on her bonnet, winding it around her finger repeatedly. Addie, our coachman's job is to be a coachman, to drive the coach, not to tell us who Luke can and can't meet with when we arrive. Emilie glanced out the window and spotted Marcel striding past, carrying a bucket of oats. He's very nice, and I know you have a fondness for him. But this strange behavior of his is ridiculous. Emilie, Adelaide whispered, I think Luke knows the prince and princess, or he used to know them before he lost his memory, and perhaps Marcel had been the coachman for them before, and that's why he knows that Luke knew them. Did you ask Marcel directly if Luke knew that prince? Shh! Adelaide put a finger to her lips. Please be quiet. Emilie sighed with exasperation. Perhaps Luke himself is a surprise for this prince. It's his birthday ball they were invited to. Addie, this royal might just be... Emilie rummaged for a piece of paper and the quill pen, jotting a note. What if the royal family is where Luke came from before his memory problem? She passed it to her sister. Adelaide read it, her eyes squinting. That could be possible, she whispered. Emilie gestured for the paper and wrote something else. Luke could be the big birthday surprise, being reunited with his family, so he may remember again. The Marquis could be the one behind it all. She watched Adelaide's thoughtful expression as she read it. Wait, let me add something. Adelaide gestured for the pen. When Emilie handed it to her, she jotted a note after Emily's. This would mean Luke is a royal. That's ridiculous, and it's not a happy thing for Marcel. He was sad and scared about it. I have a frightful feeling about this. Adelaide passed it back to her, a troubled look on her face. Show Marcel these notes, Addie, Emilie whispered. He can tell us if we're close to the answer. The carriage door banged open. Luke's head and broad shoulders burst in. Only a few hours now, and we'll be at the palace. He came in and took a seat next to Emilie. How is my sweetheart? I'm doing well, anxious to be out of this cooped-up carriage. Emilie smiled at Luke as he enveloped her body completely with his bear-like embrace. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her sister fold and pocket the note. Adelaide opened the door latch with a squeak. I'm going to powder my nose just one more time. Quickly, Addie. When Luke turned his face back to Emilie to kiss her, his beard stubble scratched her sensitive cheek. I can't wait until you get a shave. Emilie stroked his chin with her finger. His lips captured hers with a deep kiss, his breath tasting like apples. They parted for a moment before he moved in for a series of softer, languid kisses. Luke, Emilie sighed. This feels scandalous. It's not wrong to show affection. To tell the truth, I may have foolishly bumped lips with other girls in the past, a year ago or so, but I've never truly kissed one. Until you. Luke planted a final kiss on the top of Emilie's forehead. A knock sounded on the carriage door. Yes? Luke pulled away from Emilie, sitting at a respectable distance. Marcel tugged the door open. Monsieur Moreau and Jacques are fixing the Marquis's carriage wheel. It will be another half hour, I'm afraid. Something needs fixing? Luke gave Emilie a look that seemed to say, duty calls. Gathering a few tools in his work-hardy hands, he disembarked from the carriage. I'm going to watch. Emilie disembarked and followed Luke to the noble family's coach. She stood a short distance behind Lady Evangeline and the Marchioness. Luke joined Jacques, tools in hand, as the two crouched down by the wheel and its axles. I hope we won't be late for the party. Evangeline fluttered her pink fan over her face. She wore a simple travel dress, her natural blonde hair pulled into her flat straw bonnet. Its pink ribbon caught the breeze. It would be best if we were a little fashionably late, ma petite, the Marchioness told her daughter. Once we meet with Louis, and Louis reunites with Prince Christopher and his wife, we shall all be ready to announce the surprise. They are second cousins, correct, Maman? Oui, they are indeed. It will be one grand happy family. Emilie stood silent in the presence of the two noble ladies. Perhaps she could try to tell Luke to wait for the family to introduce him to the couple, if he were possibly their relative. Telling Luke that he was supposed to be a royal family member all along, and making him agree to stay hidden from this couple as part of a surprise reunion, was the equivalent of telling a stubborn mule he's truly a Pegasus and making him fly. Felix has had enough oats, Adelaide, Marcel said as she held the feed bucket under the stallion's muzzle. Too much, and they slow down and grow fat and ungraceful. Sorta like me, then. Adelaide gave a light, self-deprecating giggle. She felt the presence of the slim, dark man behind her. His hand lay gently on her shoulder, a warm touch. Adelaide, you are the picture of grace and, beauty. His voice was quiet, with a nervous tremor. Oh? A burst of joy over his words lightened her heart. In an attempt to stay nonchalant, she stared at the horse, who gazed at her with gigantic brown, equine eyes. The odd, smoky haze drifted in the air. Weather, she surmised. And you weren't slow when you helped me get rid of a certain object and took off like a dragon. A racehorse. She turned to face him, crossing her arms over her chest. Dragons again? You insist that they're real, don't you? It's the first thing I thought of. Fiery.
A sheepish little smile lay on his lips.
I'm fiery? She asked, lightly teasing. Well, your hair, it's sort of red in the sun, you know?
His kind brown eyes swept over her face and form.
Thank you. She inhaled a joyful breath as their gazes held. I shall not act like a lovesick schoolgirl over this one. Be sensible, she told herself. Marcel bowed his head and went to the back of the carriage. Well, right now I have to deal with horse cleanup. With a small shovel and bucket, he scraped the ground beneath the animals. I can help you. You want to help me with this? I'm no marchioness or princess or lady, just plain old Adelaide, a servant. Servants are noble people, like my sister. He shoveled all the horse dung in the bucket, his gaze focused on the task. I'm sorry for your loss. Merci. I have something in my pocket. She bent to pick up the bucket after he shoveled horse droppings into it. If I take this bucket to dump in those trees, could you read it and write your reply? I'll read it in the carriage instead. Come inside with me. Marcel secured the shovel on the latch beneath the coach and opened the cab's door. Luke and Emilie are going to think we're up to funny business, Adelaide laughed, setting the bucket down before he ushered her inside. His face lit to a tiny smile again, enough to show his slight overbite. We are. You make me laugh, and I'm running my business, so put it together. We're funny business.
Makes perfect sense.
You wrote a note? A question? The humor drained out of him.
Emilie and I have sort of, what is it called? Theory. We have a theory about Luke. Adelaide pulled out the paper she and Emilie had been writing on and passed it to him. Excuse our chicken scratch. We were in a hurry. Marcel spent a minute reading over it, his eyebrows raised.
Mire de allures, he whispered before he glanced back to her. Sorry, bad language, but you're halfway correct.
We are? Adelaide struggled to keep her voice low. Halfway?
Don't worry about whispering. When we're inside this coach, it's all right to talk now. He looked up. Adelaide noticed wispy smoke in the cab. You're right about part of it. You're only wrong about him being a surprise for the prince's birthday, and the Marquis and his family have nothing to do with this.
So he's,
Well, that I don't know for sure. He sighed and closed his eyes. It's very complicated.
I can tell you're frightened of something. Adelaide reached her fingers out towards his knee, though not touching him. I wish you would tell me more about what's bothering you.
It's nothing.
Just remember, be brave. It's what you wanted me to say.
Marcel gave her a soft, forced smile. Well, you'd think I'm a madman, he said in a near whisper, and then you wouldn't want to spend time with me anymore.
Even if I thought you were mad, I'd still want to spend time with you. Marcel glanced out the window.
They're coming back.
He opened the carriage door and stepped out as Luke and Emilie arrived.
Almost ready?
Luke strode over with his hands full of tools.
Almost.
Marcel went to pick up the bucket of horse droppings.
I need to take a quick run. Horse business. Just go to the coach and make yourself comfortable. I'll drive the rest of the evening.
As he left, Adelaide heard him mumble something that sounded like, "Stop confusing fog."
Well, Addie, Luke smirked at her. Did we just interrupt a private moment?
Oh, Luke. Her future brother-in-law and sister climbed in and took their usual seats, Emilie sewing supplies and garments between them. As Addie sat with Emilie and Luke, she noticed it was no longer smoky in the cab. The little silvery wisps had cleared. After a few minutes, her curiosity about continuing what she and Marcel discussed took over. She exited the coach with a powder my nose comment and ran to a privy. Afterward, she found Marcel near a stable. Marcel?
I'm almost ready.
He fiddled with some latch on the stable's door. Luke and Emilie are waiting for you. The Marquis's coach had already left the village.
I was picking up some extra food for Felix and Fifi.
He gestured at a bucket of oats on the ground.
So, did you remind Emilie about her pretending to be ill?
She shook her head, her mouth opening wide in regret. Oh, no. I forgot.
It's all right. It was my first note to her.
He exhaled a sigh.
And we can't just physically tie him up inside my coach.
He wouldn't let us do that. Adelaide couldn't help laughing a bit. He's Luke, for goodness sake.
Adelaide, do you want the truth?
He leaned close against the building and gestured for her to do the same.
While we're standing right here, close to this stable?
The truth about this would help a great deal.
Here it is.
He took a deep breath and glanced around with caution before he locked his gaze with hers.
I told you before that I have relatives who serve in this prince's castle, my late sister's husband and my niece. So that's why I'm sort of familiar with, well...
Familiar with what?
Prince Christopher and his wife believe that this other prince is dead.
What do you mean? They believe that Luke is dead? Or that he's a prince? I don't believe they know him.
No, of course, he's not dead.
Marcel rubbed his brow.
The other prince, he's exactly like Luke, and they will believe Luke is him, back from the dead.
She inhaled a gasp.
What? If they identify Luke as the prince still alive, his words spilled like a burst dam, they will punish him for the crimes the prince committed before. The prince was a criminal. He shot 2 people. And one of those people was my sister. Alarm shocked through Adelaide's body. Mon Dieu, no. Poor Luke and Emilie? This prince killed your sister? Her voice rose an octave. I don't understand what Luke has to do with something like that. Luke will be charged with crimes he doesn't remember right now as a different person. His face was strained with torment. So it's a case of him looking exactly like the prince.
That wasn't unheard of.
Sort of, in a way. But please don't tell Emilie. Marcel averted his gaze from hers. This is not a simple memory loss. Luke is a completely different man now, though he's in the same physical body the prince was in. In my opinion, the man they will remember is not him. You're certain that Prince is actually Luke? Her heart tightened. It's complicated. But what you're trying to say is that Luke was this prince? Luke killed your sister? Yes and no. He blew out a sigh, looking skyward. Marcel, what is this? Adelaide's voice went to a tense shriek. It's crazy! I know it is, and I'm sorry. I never wanted to hurt Luke or Emilie. He blinked his bloodshot eyes. The notion came to her he was heavily involved in something, and it had nothing to do with his position as a driver. Her voice lowered to a tight whisper. How can you drive him and be friendly to him if he killed your sister? Why are you doing this? I don't know what to say. There's more to it, but I can't. Will we find out anything when we get there? Adelaide fidgeted with her bonnet ribbon, twisting it. Luke can just tell them he's not the prince who was shooting people. That would clear up any misunderstanding. If they don't believe him, we can all vouch for him. And if that doesn't work, he can get a man of the law, a lawyer. I believe that's what they're called. She stopped her flurry of words. They did not affect her friend whatsoever. Marcel's eyes were closed, his dark head bowed. Adelaide, please. This is not something that your lawyers can fix, I'm afraid. She breathed in and out, her distress growing. Don't people get mistaken for others all the time? Can't it be settled? I need us to keep it a secret for now. Tension cracked Marcel's voice. To not alarm them. If there's a way the three of us can keep Luke from seeing the couple, we can try. But for now, the reason must be a secret. I hope I can trust you. She reached to touch his hand with her fingertips. You can trust me. His hand caught her fingers, gripping them for a second before letting go. Her hand tingled with the residual chill of his touch. Thank you, he whispered. Your fingers are cold. Are you sure you're not sick? The temperature all around her had dropped. Perhaps another brisk breeze. No, I'm not sick. And one more thing. He blinked as he fixed her gaze. If something happens to me, if a man named Alexis comes for me, don't forget me. I won't forget you. What? This sounded downright morbid. Is his life in danger? He looked away, staring hard at the clapboards of the stabled building. He made a pointing, waving gesture towards the lower wall. Adelaide took it to be a nervous tic of sorts. You're acting as if your life is being threatened. She shut her eyes tightly as tears strung them. Who is this Alexis person? Whoever it is, I hate him, and I wish I could stick hairpins in his fingernails. Adelaide. What are you not telling me? He pointed downward to the ground. Adelaide, look. What? Look. On the ground was a tiny golden beige kitten, pouncing across the dirt and grass. A kitten! She gasped, enchanted by her favorite sort of pet. Is it a stray? She couldn't prevent herself from bending down to capture the animal, cradling it in her arms. I just can't let it wander and starve to death. What should we do? This cat is in danger of being trampled by the horses here. He gave her a slight smile. I think it wants to be yours. You think so?
She held the furry pet up against her cheek.
Hello, petite chat. Do you have a home? He or she could be yours. Adelaide examined the squirming little cat for a moment, checking beneath its tail. It's a girl, I think. Lucille was a girl, my old cat. Her heart brightened for only a moment. I'm taking her with me. But back to what we were talking about before. This isn't over, Marcel. I wish you'd tell me. It seemed as if he'd very conveniently used the kitten to distract her. Sighing, she hurried back towards the coach, carrying the kitten, while Marcel followed behind her. She found Luke waving his arms madly for the two of them to hurry. I was about to let those horses run and leave you two behind, Luke chided them.
Chapter 8. You have a cat? Luke watched as Adelaide took a seat across from him, a ball of fluff in her arms.
How can she take care of a pet when traveling?
Where did you get a cat? We found her. Adelaide scratched behind its tiny ears. And she's going to be mine now. Unwanted stray cats wander all over villages to starve. We ought to think of a name for her, Emilie suggested. Marie? Luke hoped to be helpful at least. He hoped the cat wouldn't mess up Marcel's coach. The man must be hopelessly love-drunk if he gave in to Adelaide's wish to take in a mangy animal. Adelaide looked at Luke with sad, puffy eyes, as if she'd been crying. Something wrong with that name? It's her senior ladyship's name. What did I say? Luke leaned forward in his seat. You look miserable all of a sudden. Is something wrong? Just not feeling well. She cradled the kitten like a comfort object. Luke, sweetheart, Emilie squeezed his hand. Would you mind going to sit up with Marcel so Adelaide and I can have a private talk? A private talk? Luke asked. Women's matters? Yes, Luke. Adelaide petted the kitten. All right, I understand now. Luke pulled his hand from Emilie's. Anger and sympathy for poor Adelaide rose within him. He just broke your heart, didn't he? Yes, he did. He hasn't started the horses moving yet. I'm going to talk to him. He burst from the carriage and stepped up to the buckboard next to Marcel, startling the man and making him jump. He'd just been mumbling something, but Luke didn't quite catch it. We need to talk, said Luke. Man-to-man sort of talk. Yes? The man's eyebrows raised in an earnest expression. For one thing, we need to get going, and another thing, my dear friend Adelaide does seem to care a lot about you, though the two of you only met recently. I'm glad she does, Michor. Marcel looked ahead of his horses. I feel the same way, but... You do? Then why don't you tell her? Stop being so awkward and strange, mon ami. I told her, in a way, but please, I can't discuss this right now, Michor. He took up the reins, slapping and shaking them. The horses perked their tails up as they pushed on their harnesses. You can call me Luke, like the girls do, and cut the formal Michor nonsense. Marcel nodded, working the reins. Luke watched the horses push forward, the muscles under their hides rippling from the effort. The coach did not move an inch. How odd. Marcel kicked his booted foot on the brake lever. He put on the brake, then released it. The brake is off now. I wonder what's wrong. It's stuck, Luke observed. Another wheel problem. The Marquis is counting on us to follow closely behind them. Why didn't we check these wheels a long time ago? He jumped to the ground and bent to the front wheel, kneeling to lower his face to the earth, examining the underside of the carriage. What is so cold? The ground beneath Luke's knees felt frozen. Cold blasted through his thin summer breeches as he lay his hand under the wheel and felt a solid sheet of ice. Ice? How can there be ice at the end of May? He ran his hand on the earth beneath the coach's underside. It felt as frigid and slick as a pond in the middle of January. He looked over the road ahead. Nothing but warm, dry dirt and gravel. But it wasn't even cold today. That's odd. Marcel narrowed his eyes, straightening his hat on his head. Could it be part of last winter's snow that didn't melt this spring? It's solid ice. I need to light a torch. Monsieur Luke, you can't put a torch under my carriage wheels. You'll risk setting it on fire. I'll find help. Luke slammed open the cab door, rummaging in his supplies for his torch stick, and ran down the tiny village's main road. He sought the first man he saw. Monsieur. Oui, monsieur.
A man in dusty boots and breeches took off his wide-brimmed hat as Luke approached him. "We have a stuck coach," Luke pointed westward. "There's a patch of ice. Is there a stove or hearth I can use to light a torch to get us on our way? I'm part of a marquis's retinue. They expect us to accompany them to Prince Christopher's palace." "Prince Christopher's palace?" "Yes, that's the place. Did you say ice?" The man glanced over towards Marcel's parked carriage. "It's been warm all week." "Come see for yourself." Of course, none of this could get him in trouble. A freak situation of nature. "It's been known to snow in the mountains this time of year." The man extended his hand. "I'm Jean-Claude." Luc Bisset from Paris." He shook the fellow's hand. "A good friend of mine is named Jean." "Fine coach you have there." The man nodded to the carriage. "Is it the prince's or another nobleman's?" "No, it belongs to this gentleman here." Luc waved to Marcel in the driver's seat. "This is Monsieur Clement. He has a carriage business in the city." Marcel and Jean-Claude waved at each other in a casual greeting, while Luc turned his attention to the patch of sleek ice beneath the coach. "What in the absolute? Weather sure gets unpredictable around here," said Jean-Claude in the folksy tone of a farmer whose livelihood depended on it. Not only was a sheet of ice beneath the coach, but more ice had spread over all four wheels, completely adhering the coach to the ground. Luc bent to touch an ice-encrusted wheel. His frigid fingertip was proof that this was, in fact, real. He wiped his finger on his shirt and straightened his posture. "My life, or at least what I remember of it, has been a series of one calamity upon another. You're looking at the unluckiest man in the kingdom."
"Luc, that is quite enough." Emilie chided from the coach window. "I wouldn't say your life has been all bad luck." She and Adelaide stepped out, their faces calm. Adelaide's face was downcast as she hugged her new kitten. The man tipped her wide-brimmed hat at the ladies. "Good evening. This is my fiancée and her sister, the lovely Mademoiselle Fortier." Luc broke into a grin despite himself. "Thank you, Emilie, for the kind reminder to look on the bright side." "You're welcome." Emilie fixed a weary smile on her face, her arms full of her sewing. "The cold feels good to me." Adelaide held the kitten close. "Strange weather, but I don't do well with the hot sun when I travel. It makes me overheat." She studied the bizarre ice-covered wheels. Maman said we'd someday feel too hot in cold weather, but she said we'd be about 40 or more." Someone chuckled at her comment. Luc glanced behind him and saw it was Marcel. "I didn't get what was funny about that." Luc squinted his eyes. "Actually, I didn't get it either." The coachman shrugged. "Just the way she said it. It was cute." Adelaide looked at Marcel with a pleased smile. "Really? Thank you." "Why aren't you furious about this?" Luc gave him a look of exasperation. "It's your coach. This is going to cost you loads if the wheels are destroyed." Marcel shrugged.
C'est la vie.
"It shouldn't take at all for that ice to melt, if you ask me," said Jean-Claude. "If you like, you may take my farm wagon. Montville isn't far." The fellow gestured to a large, simple wagon with 4 horses hitched to it. "Well, good. Let's do that. Ladies, take your belongings and we'll pile in." Luc threw open the door and pulled out handfuls of bags and supplies. Emilie and Adelaide seemed to be balking at the task. "Emilie, please hurry, chérie. As representatives of His Honor's staff, it looks bad to be late." The women fetched their things at a snail's pace, their expressions troubled. "There's nothing we can do, ladies." Luc hefted bags in his arms. "I know a farm wagon is less comfortable, but it is what it is." Jean-Claude led Luc to the farm wagon. Within 15 minutes, they were ready. Luc prepared to drive the team of 4 strong horses. "I appreciate your generosity." Luc reached out to shake the man's hand. "Marcel, are you coming with us?" Marcel leaped down from his vehicle and pet the mane of one of his horses. "I'll wait for the ice to melt. Adelaide, I'll meet you there later." "I'll try." To Luc's great impatience, Adelaide handed the cat to Emilie and rushed back to Marcel. "I know you can't leave Felix and Fifi." Adelaide caught her breath, panting a little after running back to the coach. I understand that, but will you make it to the next town? Don't worry, I have it under control. This ice will melt, and I will fly as fast as I can to reunite with the three of you. Marcel lay his hands on her shoulders. The chill of his hands felt good in the warm, late afternoon sun. Fly? She gave him a teasing smile. Oui, he grinned, as if Felix and Fifi were the son and daughter of Pegasi. I love your spirit. With all that you're going through, I try to keep my spirits up. Adelaide felt she could spend the rest of her life in the depths of those dark eyes of his. You're being really brave. Truly, you are. She put her inhibitions aside and gave him a warm, affectionate, and perfectly chaste hug. He squeezed her around the waist. They embraced for what seemed like a very long, long moment. Adelaide buried her face in the fabric of his white shirt, feeling his firm arms around her. Adelaide, we're leaving, came Luke's voice. I have to go. I have an idea. I can pretend to be sick, then maybe he'll miss the ball. I promise I'll meet you in the village. As hard as it was, she broke from his hug and turned to join Luke and Emilie in the wagon. See you later, Marcel called out to the three of them. Chapter 9.
Luke pushed the farmer's powerful draft horses to do their job faster as he maneuvered a sloping hill.
After he reached the crest, the wagon rolled into a beautiful valley. Late afternoon, sun accented the trees' verdant hues. The silhouette of a church steeple appeared on the blue horizon.
As they passed more fields and farmland, Luke spotted a town ahead.
A rough wooden sign at the roadside bore the name Montville.
The Marquis and his family are stopping at another inn in this town so they can get changed in their finest clothes and freshen up,
Luke told the ladies as they bounced on the rattling buckboard. We're not going directly to the castle? Adelaide asked from behind him. No, Luke called back to her. The Marquis said that the Marchioness doesn't want herself and Lady Evangeline to enter the castle without looking their proper best right away. That's understandable. Emilie gave Luke's hand a brush with her fingers. And we'll need to help them dress and prepare, Addie. We might not have much time before we go on to the castle, but we could change in our good dresses ourselves at the inn.
I'll reserve a room for you two as well. You ladies deserve the royal treatment for a change. Luke punctuated his words with a light chuckle.
Adelaide didn't respond. She remained quiet. Luke considered another pressing issue. The farmer needed his wagon returned soon and empty. Just take in what you need from this wagon. The rest of it I'll try to fit into their honors coach.
They entered the village, this one bigger than Oulette and about the same size as Beaumont. With a similar name, Luke thought.
Another hill country town. He looked to the road ahead and saw the Marquis's coach parked near the town's largest building. What the hell? In those dreams that Luke had been plagued with during his long weeks of smallpox, and during the 2 years before that, he'd seen this street, these buildings. The blacksmith's sign on his right was a black painted shingle with white lettering that read Forgeron. He'd seen it before. That same white clapboard church. Luke rubbed his forehead, then his tired eyes. He slumped forward on the hard, uncomfortable buckboard of the farm wagon, passing the reins from one hand to the other. Luke, are you all right? Emily's dear voice was soft with concern. I don't know, Emilie. I think I'm feeling crazy again. He turned around to look at her, gazing at her sweet face for a source of strength. He reached his hand behind his to take hers. Emilie caressed his hand. We should just stay here for a while instead of going to that ball. Rest in the inn or the shade or... Luke, can you please... Adelaide's voice tensed to almost whining like a child.
He turned to look at her.
She doubled over in her seat, holding the little cat against her middle with a grimace of agony. My stomach is cramping. I don't think I want to attend some royal party tonight. And I don't know what to do with my kitten. I'm sorry, but it hurts. Adelaide, Luke grit his teeth. He rummaged in his bag, took some coins, at least 3 livres, and passed them back to her. There's a druggist's shop behind us on the right. There's enough to buy a small flask of cocaine drops. Emilie, maybe you could pick some up for her. What are cocaine drops?
Adelaide's voice sounded too normal to be in agony.
An elixir supposed to help with pain, according to what Jean told me once. But first, let's find his honor and the ladies. And adopting that cat was a very inconvenient thing for all of us. Adelaide looked like she was about to cry. Luke's attitude softened. I'm sorry things are tough for you, Addie. He craned his neck to face her. I know it's not my business, but I hope everything is going all right with you and Marcel. It's just fine. He's very sweet. Her face pinkened. Luke turned back to face the front, to mind the unfamiliar farmer's horses. He seems the sort of man that could be shy with ladies, just like someone else I know, who was shy with gentlemen. He gave Emilie a knowing caress to her hand. Thank you. I'm going to find some water for Laurette. Adelaide climbed off the large wagon. She seemed to have forgotten to groan in pain for the last moment or two. Pretty name for her, said Emilie, as Adelaide left with the cat and some money for medicines. I'll come with you if you feel ill. She climbed down from the wagon and joined her sister, leaving Luke alone to gaze at the village's buildings. Sitting in the shade, he took off his hat and set it on top of the leather bag next to him. The sight of his dark brown tricorn sitting atop his travel bag was a bit of normalcy. At the moment, his brain was becoming deluged by waves of insanity. Damn, why does this little town seem so ungodly familiar? The Marquis's coach was there, parked at a white clapboard inn with a columned veranda, which he somehow knew. 2 stories with rows of 6-pane windows, green shutters, and a wooden shingle sign that read,
L'Auberge de Montville.
I need to find the Marquis. Luke shook the reins to make the horses walk slower, enough to park the wagon next to the noble family's coach. He disembarked and walked to the inn's door, giving it a few sharp knocks. After he knocked a 3rd time, someone finally answered, pulling open the elegant dark wood door. The man's eyes widened in what Luke thought was horror. Did he still look that bad? His pox scars were mostly healed after all. He thought he was handsome again. Excuse me, monsieur? Luke wished he'd been wearing his hat, so he could tug it down over his forehead. I'm looking for his honor, the Marquis de Brumont. I'm a member of his staff, and we ran into carriage trouble. We're late. The fellow kept looking at Luke as if he were a ghost. Come in, monsieur. May I ask your name? Luke beset. The man opened the door all the way, letting Luke into what looked to be a small cafe or parlor room, nicely furnished, though not ostentatious. The type of place Emilie and Adelaide would surely like to rest in. Deja vu hit him once more,
As his gaze swept over the layout of the room with its white walls, a black iron fire hearth, and some portrait of some royal fellow.
Why is he so familiar? Luke wrenched his eyes away from the painting of the handsome blue-eyed man in the lace cravat. He looked past the group of a dozen people reclined at tables, drinking tea. In the corner, to his great relief, he spotted the Marquis Henri de Bremont, Marchioness Marie, and Lady Evangeline. The latter nearly unrecognizable with her natural long blonde hair and a simple gray dress. They waved him over. As Luke walked, he could feel stares like daggers on him. Patrons in the parlor cafe set down their teacups and wine glasses. Several pairs of eyes gave him the same look as if he were a ghoulish specter. He quickened his steps to meet with the Marquis's family, preparing to sit near them. Their expressions were of clear discomfort. Evangeline whispered, "What's going on?" to her father. As the tension in the room weighed heavier, Luke crossed his arms and stood up tall, raising his voice over everyone. Well, bonjour to all you good people at ye old Montville Inn, or whatever this establishment is called. You certainly know how to make a traveler feel welcome. He had no need for sarcasm in his tone. The message was clear enough.
The patrons glanced at one another, their expressions either of indignation or confusion.
The Marquis stood up. Monsieur Bisset, I am sorry. He narrowed his eyes at the man who'd answered the door. Monsieur, I know what you're thinking, and I do not want rumors to start. This is Luc Bisset, my head servant. He gestured his hand to Luke as if he were a lawyer arguing his case. Yes, I know there is a resemblance between him and a dead member of His Highness's family. I thought the same myself, but it's a matter of mere coincidence. I ask you to welcome him and the rest of my retinue and treat them with hospitality and respect, please." When he finished his statement, all the people lowered their heads in chagrin. "Thank you so much, Your Honor, for your kind words." Luke spoke softly. The memory of the army major who'd addressed Luke as Your Highness returned to his mind. A simple case of misidentification. Whoever Luke looked like certainly had some enemies in this town. "I beg your pardon?" Luke took on a bold, assertive tone. "He's right. I am not the man, and I can't help my face," he chuckled. "It's the face I was born with, dull as it is." He gave them an apologetic smile, locking repentant eyes with the young lady who'd given him an especially hate-filled scowl. Her demeanor softened. "There are 2 staff maids with us. One is feeling ill." Luke scanned the room for the man he assumed to be the innkeeper. "Would you mind opening a room for them? And do you allow pets? My friend has a cat, a kitten." He smiled at the people, wishing they'd attend to their business and stop staring at him. The patrons glanced from Luke to each other, a few whispering in hushed tones. "You're right," said the innkeeper, his brow knitted. "You couldn't be him." "Merci. I didn't mean to cause any confusion. Room 5 is open." The innkeeper went to the fire hearth and took one remaining black iron key from the wall, handing it to Luke. "Our apologies, monsieur. You are certainly not the dead prince. The Marquis's word has resolved you." His statement was punctuated by more whispers amongst the patrons, nodding in the affirmative. The clear voice of a young lady reached Luke's ears. "He has such humility about him. Did you hear how he asked for a room?" "May I ask who the nobleman in the portrait is?" Luke asked the innkeeper. "It's the late Prince Theodore d'Orleans."
Luke looked at the painting as a dream image and voice haunted him, a voice from the dreams he had when he'd been ill with smallpox. "You should be thankful for what I offer you," an angry, sharp, baritone voice.
"Thank you." Luke swallowed in his throat. "Never met him in my life."
The second statement was more to himself than anyone.
"The room upstairs is small but clean." The man pointed his finger upward.
2 single beds. I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused the ladies with you."
The front door opened and Emilie and Adelaide burst in, the latter carrying her kitten. "Luke, there you are!" Adelaide's tired face took on a look of self-consciousness when she saw the people at the tables, mostly well-dressed gentry types, looking up at her and Emilie. Emilie fussed with her skirt. "These are the 2 ladies. They're fellow servants and very travel-weary." Luke held up the key and spoke to them in a lowered tone. "I'll open it up for you while you tend to their ladyships."
"Welcome, mesdames."
The innkeeper picked up 2 wine bottles from a shelf, making his rounds to serve his dining guests. Lady Evangeline and the Marchioness Marie stood from their table to direct Emilie and Adelaide upstairs to tend to their preparations. Adelaide handed Luke her kitten. "Please watch her for me, Luke, while we take care of their ladyships." Luke grinned as the cat hooked its little claws into his shirt. "What are brothers for?" Chapter 10. Emilie and Adelaide dressed and groomed the Marchioness and Lady Evangeline for nearly an hour in their suite, preparing them for the ball. The mother was irritable with the maids being late from carriage trouble, while Evangeline was cheerful, taking the delay in stride. Emilie watched Adelaide's demeanor. Despite claiming to be sick, she suppressed any complaint about her stomach pain and helped the noblewomen with their wigs and makeup, though she seemed quieter than usual. The maids dressed Marie and Evangeline in their intricate layers of garments: stays, lace petticoats, stomachers, yards of silk, assembling each lady's robe à l'anglaise. The Marchioness's pursed-lipped look of irritation and impatience caused Emily's heart to sink. It wasn't her fault, or Adelaide's or Luke's fault, that their coach had gotten stuck, after all. On a better note, it was a relief that the family reserved the inn's rooms just for the purpose of refreshing from travel and preparing themselves. The 3 nobles still planned to spend the night in the castle after the ball. They would soon leave, which gave Emilie hope that the 3 servants could spend the night in the inn, skipping the ball altogether since they'd done their job. She was just plain tired, that was all. As soon as they dismissed them to their room, Emilie sank down upon one of the 2 small beds, Fatigue came over her like a dark cloud, sapping her energy. I wish the party were tomorrow instead, she sighed. Adelaide put her hand to her mouth and yawned, slumping in a chair. They watched little Laurette drink the bowl of cream. The innkeeper's maid had been kind enough to find something to feed the pet. Luke must have asked for help. A knock sounded at the door. Luke? It certainly wouldn't be one of the noble family members. Luke, is that you? Emilie asked. Yes, sweetheart. The Marquis informed me that the prince's ball began at 7 o'clock. It's 7:30. We're already late. We know, said Emilie to the closed door. It was unfortunate about Marcel's coach. She cringed, remembering the sour expression on the Marchioness's face. Her ladyship Marie wasn't happy. His honor didn't seem cross at all, Luke replied. They're preparing to head out. I'm going to change into a decent outfit and join him and the ladies in the carriage. Adelaide forced herself to stand from the chair, her face paling. No! She gave a soft gasp. Addie, Luke had heard her protest. I'm about to leave with them to the castle soon. No time to dally. This is truly ridiculous, Emilie thought. Addie, we cannot stop him. Do you wish to come with us, Emilie, or do you want to rest? Luke asked them through the door. The choice is up to you. Emilie sighed. Can you come in and speak to us instead of talking through the door? The brass doorknob turned and Luke came in, still wearing the same rumpled clothes he'd worn all day. You don't exactly look ready. Adelaide studied Luke's clothes before scrunching her face into an agonized grimace. She fell into the chair and bent forward. Oh, my stomach. It hurts so much. Did you buy medication from the druggist? Luke frowned. He and Emilie both watched her lean to the side of the chair, groaning and moaning. Emilie knew Adelaide and her antics enough to ascertain what this was. No different from their childhood. But more concerning was if their ladyships found out Adelaide was feigning illness to avoid going to the castle this night, she'd be surely dismissed from service. I'll cover for her. Emilie working as a maid without her sister at her side would be equivalent to a springtime without blossoms. Luke strode over to kneel beside Adelaide. Mon Dieu, though pain attacks can be killer sometimes, I've had them. It hurts, she cried out with increased fervor, clutching her middle. Rapid footsteps echoed up the stairs before the inn's housekeeper opened the door. Madame, what is it? Oh, my. The lady's eyes widened at the sight of the young woman writhing in pain. Is she in a delicate condition? Yes, of course she is. Luke lay a kind hand on Adelaide's back. Oh, dear. The housekeeper wrung her hands. Congratulations, monsieur, but I hope I can fetch the midwife on time. She's not in labor, madame. Emilie opened her travel bag, pulling out her best dress to wear for the ball. The lady gestured to Luke. But I thought the gentleman said... A line of wrinkles formed beneath her cap. I shall go boil water for tea and find some honey and brandy from the medicine cabinet. She turned and left, disappearing down the hall in rapid steps. What? Adelaide's face went aflame after the maid was gone. Delicate condition? Well, the lady could only assume it. Emilie put her hand over her mouth to hide the threat of a laugh. Adelaide's mouth gaped. For one thing, I'm not Luke's wife, and for another, I never thought I was fat enough for people to assume I'm in an advanced delicate condition. Luke shrugged his shoulders. I thought the word delicate meant breakable or small, like a dish or a teacup or something. I highly doubt you're breakable like a dish, Addie. Luke. Emilie cut him off, though with a very sweet voice. Delicate condition means a lady is about to welcome a little baby. Oh. A feeling of slight mortification came over his face. All right. Adelaide sat bent over, still clutching her stomach. That would be the last thing I'd want to have happen over travel. Mamma said I was almost born in a wagon. Luke stood from his kneeling position. True. Just be lucky you're not going through what she thought.
You already have a cat to take care of.
Emilie and Luke caught each other's eyes. Emilie tried to fix her expression to stern to warn Luke to not laugh at her, yet her urge to laugh made her cover her palm over her mouth. I suppose you're right. Adelaide returned to a calm, non-tortured demeanor. She straightened her posture in the chair.
I find it amusing that she thought you were the lucky papa.
Her smile revealed her deception, a play-acting ruse just as Emilie suspected. I hope you get some relief, Addie. Luke stood with his hand on the doorknob. But I am leaving with the Marquis. Whether or not you truly feel sick. He glanced at Emilie and sighed. I'll be on the second floor for a few more minutes if you decide to come with me. I was looking forward to escorting you to a beautiful palace for a nice evening. He closed the door with a soft click, his pained look giving Emilie a stab of remorse. I should go with him. Emilie sat on the bed beside her folded dress. I have a really bad feeling about him meeting the royal couple, Adelaide whispered. Go along with him, please. I think you ought to be by his side and maybe you can try to distract him, guide him to do other things besides see the couple. I don't know. I could try. Emilie clenched her hands. It would be easier without me around. Adelaide plopped down on the other bed. The two of you can wander around the big castle, do wonderful romantic things, kiss in the gardens. She spread out her arms in a luxurious gesture. I'm certain their gardens are even finer than his honors.
It would be romantic.
A feeling of joy and adventure tickled Emilie's fancy. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime event, though the thought of the elite ball, with herself and Luke being such humble folk, made her nervous. Wandering a palace's garden alone with Luke sounded much more inviting to her than a grand ballroom crowded with pannier-wearing, jewel-draped nobles with their noses in the air. I don't want you to miss it. Adelaide gave her a merry smile. Besides, Marcel asked me if he could be my escort to the castle. When the ice melts off his coach, of course. I'm going to shake my blue dress out to fix the wrinkles and put it on in case he makes it. I'm going to talk to Luke. Emilie went to open the door and peeked out. Luke's tall and masculine stature was recognizable in the hallway, his arms crossed, pacing back and forth, still in his wrinkled blouse. Worn-out breeches and scuffed boots. Luke? He whirled around, his black hair untied and long enough to fall past his shoulders. Goodness, he's so handsome like this. Emilie took a deep breath to summon the energy she would need this evening to go to a ball. The man she loved dearly was worth it. I can sleep tomorrow. Adelaide wants me to join you. She'll be fine. His honor's carriage is leaving in about 20 minutes. Luke walked closer to her, his eyes reflecting the same affection she held for him. A flutter went over her heart. Can you change into the nice dress that you bought? The twinkle in his loving blue eyes told her this was a suggestion, not a command. I do want to wear it. Just give me a few minutes. Emilie went back to the bed to unfold and shake out her best pink silk dress and matching petticoat. They were surely wrinkled. Luke stood, sans clothes, in a puddle of water and soap in the small men's bathing room attached to the Marquis' suite. The fragrance of the finest vanilla oil-scented soap filled the tiny closet-like space. He was clean as a whistle. The jug of water was now nearly empty. A bit of soap still lingered in his wet hair. He used the last few drops to rinse it. Monsieur Bisset, you are fortunate that my wife and daughter need to dress and have the maids freshen them up to be fashionably late. Marquis Henri's voice came through the door. He'd been kind enough to let Luke use his suite with its private bathing chamber. Where are the maids at the moment? They are quite welcome to come to the ball. You may be Mademoiselle Emilie's escort. Mademoiselle Adelaide seems to be a bit ill. A half-truth, perhaps. The Marquis's voice echoed from a nearby room. Would you like to borrow one of my coats? I insist. Your Honor, to be honest, I need to go back and return the wagon I borrowed to a farmer just east of Montville. Not yet, be sure. That can all be taken care of tomorrow. I'm asking you to come to the ball with us tonight and to come dressed in the finest way you can manage. As my right-hand man and assistant, of course. I understand, Your Honor. Thank you. Luke almost knocked the clay water pitcher over by kicking it with his large foot in the cramped chamber. I'll be leaving with my ladies and heading to my coach with Monsieur Moreau. It is unfortunate how your coach ran into such trouble. I'll see you in our carriage in 5 minutes, please. Yes, Your Honor. The door closed outside the bathing chamber. Luke rushed out with the drying cloth, put on the clean clothes he saved for this evening, and finally donned the fine charcoal gray coat the Marquis offered him. It was of the best quality. Gold brass buttons, the fabric soft as a feather. He took his tatty old wire comb and fixed and retied his hair, then wrapped the only good white cravat he owned around his neck, one that Emilie had sewed. As he rushed out, he found a mirror near the stair landing and caught his image. The last thing he wanted was to look like a nobleman after the fiasco earlier. He breathed a sigh of relief. He needed a shave.
And his breeches and stockings were clean enough.
But with pilling and knee wear. His black boots had scuff marks with no time for a polish. Should have paid a boy the last time I was in Paris. He rushed to the door of the sisters' guest room and knocked. "One moment. Is that you again, Luke? I'm just getting ready." Emilie's voice came from inside. He waited, joy and relief rushing through him. Finally, the door opened. His lovely fiancée appeared, dressed in her nicest silk gown, a rose pink with ruffled bell sleeves. The skirts gathered in full. Her gown swept across the floor when she moved. Her hair was pulled into a neat pompadour twist with rosebud flowers fastened through, like a little crown. Tendrils of wispy brown hair framed her sweet face. Luke's mouth hung open a bit too long. He may have breathed out a gasp. "My God, you look so beautiful." Emilie was always pretty, even in a drab gray housemaid dress, but this evening she looked like the sweetest rose. He wanted to kiss her that very moment. "Thank you," she beamed, her cheeks glowing, those dear, faint little pox scars visible. "Addie fixed my hair as neat and fast as she could, and I'm all packed to go to the castle. You look so very handsome." Luke put his hands on Emilie's petite shoulders, feeling the delicate fabric. He bent forward and kissed her on the lips, drawing her as close as could be without squeezing the dear life out of her. She threw her arms around his shoulders in a welcoming embrace and deepened their kiss, once, twice, the second one lingering in full. He wanted to almost devour her. Soon enough. "I adore you." Luke pressed another kiss on her forehead, careful to not mess her styled hair. "You two have a wonderful time." Adelaide's weary voice came from behind them. Emilie's beloved sister beamed her usual, "I'm happy for you" smile at their show of affection. She still wore her travel clothes, but she unfolded a lovely blue gown of her own, made of the same fabric as Emilie's. She had it laid out on her bed. "If I don't join you, that means Marcel was too late, or he didn't come by." Sadness for Addie's sake mixed with irritation. Her sister was either acting like a martyr, or she was avoiding the ball for some unknown reason. "So, you don't mind us leaving for a ball? With you left here all alone?" Luke's mouth pierced.
I never thought you were so rudely antisocial.
"I'm not antisocial." Adelaide calmly and nonchalantly shook out her blue dress. The fabric billowed like a blue sheet on a clothesline. "Big royal parties with strangers aren't my favorite thing. If Marcel comes to find me and escorts me, that would be nice." She gave a concerned glance out the window. "If his coach is still stuck and he can't make it, I can just rest. I'll wear my blue dress for your wedding instead." Her dimpled smile bloomed. "It won't go to waste at all." "You don't sound sick anymore, Addie." Luke studied her for a moment. The woman looked decidedly tired, but her posture was normal, her face flushed from the day's sun. "I'm feeling a bit better now."
Mon Dieu, Adelaide.
Luke's eyebrows flew up. He thought he knew Adelaide. He'd always assumed she was a clean-hearted and pious maiden, pure as white mounds of snow. But she would be in an inn, alone. A single lady, and decidedly cheerful about it. The content of that whispered conversation with the coachman before they parted became crystal clear. He expressed his feelings for her, all right. He was rushing over to meet with her when he and Emilie were gone. To indulge in premarital, pre-relationship acts of forcination, fornic something, whatever that word was that Jean called it. "You and Marcel have something scandalous planned?" His voice rose with an accusatory edge. "Luke!" Emilie exclaimed. Adelaide's mouth went wide open. She shook her head, a hurt and angry look shadowing her soft features. "What? No!" I only wish to go to the prince's party if Marcel is my escort. What do you think I am? Luke faltered. I can't understand what your motive would be to stay here alone. You guessed wrong. Adelaide crossed her arms. If I go with the two of you, I'll be a third wheel as always. The single girl, standing there like an awkward wallflower. Don't you understand? I beg your pardon, Adelaide. Luke raked an awkward hand through his hair. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to misread your intentions. You could find gentlemen to dance with, or even us to talk to, Emilie suggested. A sad look shadowed her lovely face. You spent the last minutes in such a rush to fix my hair, Addie, but nothing for yourself. Adelaide draped her blue satin gown over a chair. I don't know how to do the minuet or any of their formal dances. I wouldn't know how to fit in unless I joined the maids in clearing tables and such. This royal fete is for the most elite of the elite, Em. It's not a peasant dance, you'll see. Luke and Emilie exchanged a shared look of uncertainty. There would surely be more of the same nonsense regarding himself and the fact that he looked so much like that royal bastard. Emilie's wide-eyed concern at the moment wasn't exactly reassuring either. You two have a wonderful time. Adelaide reclined on the bed, gathering her kitten in her arms. I brought a book. I'll get acquainted with my cat. I hope you have a splendid evening with your cat. Luke's voice stung with sarcasm. So she's not sick. And she wasn't planning a torrid rendezvous with Marcel. Good. Marcel didn't even seem the type anyway. Luke had mentally put him in the Jean Paquette mold of extremely nice, honorable, and slightly awkward young gentleman. But why would Adelaide miss out on a prince's ball? Of all things. She'd even brought her best gown. Hell, wasn't this what all single young maidens dreamed of? Her refusal still seemed downright rude. I'll be fine. Lonely, but fine. If Marcel shows up, we may surprise you. Adelaide looked at Emilie and mouthed some silent words to her, some secret sister thing. Luke finally left the room with Emilie at his side. She looked like the loveliest angel, though her expression, the stiffness of her body as she walked, belied a cautious tension. He held out his arm for her to take when they were alone in the hallway. Are you nervous? A little. She grasped his elbow with her small fingers. Why would she be all right missing something like this? I know my sister well. She likes to read books alone, just like I love to sew and draw alone. Forgive me for that assumption I made about her, because if it were myself in a village inn alone, back in my wilder days of last year, before I met you, I might add, He stopped, an abashed feeling coming over him. Emily's soft gaze was a gentle admonishment. Let's hurry, Emilie. Luke took hold of Emily's travel bag with one hand and grasped her hand with his other. We have a ball to attend and a castle to stay in tonight. They rushed down the stairs and into the village's street, hand in hand towards the Marquis's family carriage. From the impatient look on the valet Jacques' face, they were ready to go. Chapter 11. Adelaide was now alone, in a strange inn with her new kitten. For the first 30 minutes she enjoyed the peace of this small and simple room, the soft bed with a book she could finish reading, a nightstand where an oil lamp sat. Only a tiny bit of oil was left in the glass-bulbed fixture. She'd need to find a match to light it when twilight came. The surrounding walls were a calming pattern of dove gray and white stripes. There was little color in this room. Even the bedspread was white. Rather boring. She could sleep early if she wished. Disappointment stung her eyes as she glanced at her blue silk dress, draped over the chair nearby, unworn. Her dear coachman friend hadn't shown up to escort her to the ball like a storybook prince after all. Laurette had just made a puddle on the floor near the bed. It's my fault for not taking you out, not yours, petit chat. Adelaide found a little washing closet with a jug of water and, praise heavens, rags. With a bar of soap and a cloth, she cleaned the floor after her cat.
She undid her traveling dress, donned a clean white cotton shift, and readied for bed.
A scratching of claws let her know Laurette was climbing her way up to the bed as well. Tomorrow, Luke and Emilie would return to this town in the morning and pick her up. Adelaide could then join their ladyships to do her job as she came here to do. She looked forward to a different environment at least. tending to Evangeline's hair and makeup in her castle suite. After that, her ladyship would be wined and dined and courted by Prince Louis, while Adelaide and Emilie would have time to do whatever they pleased in the castle, even if it was just sleeping. Not bad. I hope Marcel makes it to the castle. Hopefully, the coachman's fear of Luc being blamed for his sister's tragic death would not come to pass, and then he and Adelaide could relax and socialize. She could help him care for Felix and Fifi in a fine nobleman's stable that smelled of fresh hay. And it could be possible their friendship might blossom into something more in the future. Her cheeks warmed at the notion. Always the silly optimist, but truly, nearly every moment she'd spent with this man put her on cloud 9. And speaking of cloud 9, Emilie and Luc. Adelaide looked to the ceiling, saying a silent prayer as she lay upon the bed and allowed Laurette to crawl all over her. I hope upon hope that this prince misunderstanding with Luc does get cleared up, or doesn't happen at all. Please, God, let Emilie keep him away from whatever person it is who could accuse him of such terrible things. The way Marcel spoke of it, it seemed like they actually believed Luc was the prince who committed a violent crime. As Laurette nestled on her chest, Adelaide stroked the cat's downy fur with her fingers, her mind spinning and stewing over all of this. Emilie deserved a wonderful romantic evening with her love, not having to deal with thump. A loud bang rattled the pane of the inn's window, startling her. The window's surface glistened with a spatter of watery slush, like winter snow. What? A storm? Hailstones? Thunk. Another missile of snow, not hailstones, but clear white snow, pounded the window, the impact loud as a gunshot. Tiny rivers of water ran down the glass as it melted. Adelaide picked up Laurette and set her gently on the window to stand up. Thump! A flurry of snow and tiny beads of ice hit the window, this one higher than the first two. It dawned on her what this was. Something very familiar from her childhood, although in wintertime rather than the 27th of May. Who's throwing snowballs at the window? She looked for a latch to open it, glancing out through the haze of water droplets and melting snow chunks. She spotted something else very familiar. Marcel's coach and horses, and Marcel himself standing outside in the middle of the street next to the coach. Something white was in his hands. Marcel? He held the snowball in one hand, cast his arm back, and hurled it at Adelaide's room window. Whap! Snow exploded on the window pane with such force she feared the window had cracked. She found the latch and pulled the splattered window open before Marcel could throw the 5th snowball. She expected a blast of cold, but the spring weather remained balmy evening air with the fragrance of blossoms. How? What are you doing? She shouted at him. You'll get in a load of trouble if you break something. Adelaide, hurry! He raised his hands to catch her attention. We must arrive at the castle soon. It'll be dark. Please get ready and come out. Oh, my goodness, Marcel! She hung her head out the window, a giggle escaping her throat. For one thing, how did you know which window was ours? Are Luc and Emilie with you? No, they left for the palace. Merde! Marcel swore. He turned to look to the east road, which surely led to the prince's palace. I'm going to be your escort to the ball tonight, but you must hurry, please. Joy and relief fell over her. All right, I'm going to get dressed and come down as soon as I can. Please come down soon. He shaded his eyes with his hands, gazing up at her. He now wore a dashing outfit, a burgundy frock coat, clean white stockings, even buckled black shoes. This was truly going to be a very fancy fete to dress up for. Where did he find time to change? Pressure came over her to hurry and get her dress, hair, and face looking her absolute best in a shake of a horse's tail, and to not forget her kitten in the room when she left. She rushed to pick up her stays, snug, but not so tight as to be uncomfortable. Her stomacher bodice, stockings, white satin and lace petticoat, every single item of clothing on and affixed. She wrapped the lovely azure blue outer dress around her, fumbling with the rows of tiny buttons. She half wished Marcel could run upstairs and help her with all of this, being the only person who knew her in this remote little place. Unfortunately, non-guests weren't allowed up, and he was a man, so that was quite out of the question. Her fingers trembled as she fastened the last 3 little buttons from the blue floral-embroidered stomacher bodice onto her outer dress, attaching the 2 garments to create a whole. Hurry, hurry! Her fingertips fumbled the more she tried to speed up. Thump! Another snowball hit the window. This time it was half open. Wet bits of snow flew in, scattering on the floor. Laurette meowed from her spot on the bed. Marcel! His snowball was a signal of his hurry and impatience for certain. Her mind and fingers tried to cooperate as she fumbled with the last stupid little button. Her shoes weren't on yet, and her hair needed a brush. Fumbling with her cosmetic items on the table, she grabbed her hairbrush and a bit of cosmetic powder and brushed her unruly reddish-brown waves. Her hair fell to just past her shoulders, not long enough for a bun or a chignon. She examined her reflection in the small, oval mirror, satisfied that the color and style of the bodice flattered her quite well. Too well. Her cleavage might draw too many men's eyes. And she only had eyes for one man, the one pitching snowballs at the window, despite it being close to summer. After dusting a bit of powder on her nose and forehead, she patted her cheeks with the rouge puff, giving herself some color. When finished, she quickly packed her belongings to leave. I'm ready, she told her cat. Laurette had no comment. I know, Laurette. I would have wanted to curl my hair into ringlets with curling rags, but I haven't the time. Our carriage and handsome prince await. Adelaide slipped her feet into her good shoes and snatched up her travel bag and the warm little ball of a cat, who clung to the bare skin of her décollage. Do not scratch my best assets. That's a warning. There'd be some golden cat hair on her dress, but that was unimportant right now. Marcel, don't leave without me. She rushed down the stairs and into the lobby filled with tables, which forced her to slow her steps and not draw attention. A group of older men sat smoking pipes and drinking in front of a portrait of some royal man who sort of looked like Luke. Ugh, she hated that man in the painting. Thank you so much, you wretched nobleman, for complicating my friend's life and my sister's, and if you're a murderer, why is your picture on the wall of this inn? The smell of pipe smoke entered her nose, reminding her of Papa, and her steps quickened. The last thing Adelaide wanted was for her gown to absorb the smell of a gentleman's smoking hall. Madame, why the rush? Called a man. Why do you have a cat? I'm mademoiselle, not a madame. She pushed the front door open with Laurette in the crook of her arm. The cat's claw snagged the lace of her dress's bell sleeve, unraveling a strand of it. Marcel! She'd never been happier to see 2 horses, a coach, and a man in her entire life. Adelaide. His face lit up with a wide smile. You look beautiful. I'm honored to be your escort tonight. He called me beautiful again. He said it out loud. Thank you. Tears stung her eyes. I apologize for the childish way I got your attention. His expression was penitent. The innkeeper doesn't let every random fellow upstairs without running a room. She took a deep breath to hold composure, wishing this moment would last forever. You look wonderful. Ouch! Laurette caught her arm with her tiny razor claws. May I hold your kitten and take your bag while you step into the coach? He reached out to take Laurette in his hands. I'm hoping to sit up next to you again. But I'll be driving fast. You might get windblown. I don't mind. She glanced inside the cab. Where is your collection of snowballs? I ran out, unfortunately. How did you get snow when it's so warm? Adelaide rubbed the stinging spot on her forearm from Laurette's claw. Not only that, how did your wheels ice up? They're fine now. Weather can be strange. A hint of a grin lit his face as he held Laurette in one hand and took her travel bag. If you insist, you can join me in the driver's seat. But your friend here must go inside the coach. Sleep tight, little cat. He caged Laurette and Adelaide's baggage inside and shut the door before making a graceful leap on the driver's seat. The combination of his dress coat, black breeches, and white stockings over fit calves and black buckled shoes made her knees weaken. What a beautiful man. She lifted one slipper-clad foot on the step, holding onto the skirts of her dress lest the fabric touch dirt from the horse's harness. Marcel held his hand out. May I assist you? You may, merci. His hand was cool from the snowballs and firm as iron. He pulled her up with a swift tug, and she collided against his shoulder, clutching his arm to steady herself on the buckboard, his burgundy jacket accented with gold brass buttons, was of a soft velvet fabric, not unlike the seats in the coach cab. "I like your outfit. You look so nice." Abashed, she took her hand off Marcel's shoulder, her face heating. She didn't even need to apply rouge on her cheeks. "Thank you." A very Luke-like grin of self-pride crossed his face as he took up his leather rein straps. He gave them a vigorous slap, propelling the coach forward. It almost pained her heart to look at him. He was perfect in her eyes. He couldn't be the one for her. Another heartbreak surely lay ahead of her, like a precipice at the end of a trail. But she hadn't reached that cliff yet. It was time to enjoy this lovely yet stressful evening. It was the prettiest time of year. She was a young woman with a dashing young man at her side, escorting her to an elegant ball in a nobleman's castle. I never had a feline passenger in my coach before, come to think of it. Marcel seemed to be attempting to initiate light conversation. Weariness remained on his eyes, the same as the past 2 days. I hope Lorette behaves in there. A small animal could do not-so-nice things to plush red velvet seats, she realized. Marcel's expression sobered. Your cat is the least of my worries, Adelaide. With his words, the Luke situation weighed heavily on Adelaide's mind. Over the last hour, she believed it was a minor misunderstanding, rather than the dire doom Marcel had made it out to be. We must be terribly late. No sign yet of a great castle atop the forested hill. What if poor Luke is being accused of the prince's crimes right this moment? I do hope Emilie is distracting him so he doesn't meet the hosts, if he's not supposed to. So do I. Marcel gripped the reins and gave them a firm shake, hurrying his team along. Chapter 12. In the noble family's coach, Luke and Emilie sat squashed next to Marquis Henri. Marchioness Marie and Lady Evangeline occupied the opposite seats. Evangeline's wide, bow-festooned pale green gown and her mother's equally voluminous gold and ivory striped gown took up much of the cab space. Both ladies wore white wigs adorned with faux flowers. Around their necks, they wore multiple tiers of pearl necklaces. Luke recalled the silly fancy he'd taken for Evangeline when he'd first seen her last year. She was truly lovely, her face like an angel, but they had nothing in common. She was 7 years his junior. Emilie, however, was his twin soul. Sitting so very close together, they clasped hands. Your Honor, your ladyships, will you be meeting with Prince Louis tonight? Luke asked. Yes, monsieur.
Lady Evangeline lowered her eyelashes over her rouged cheeks.
We will let you in on our family surprise, Monsieur Basset, said Marquis Henri. When we meet with Prince Louis, he will formally introduce Evangeline to Prince Christopher as his fiancée, which will make her Christopher's cousin-in-law after their wedding in November. Congratulations. Luke bowed his head. Louis is cousin to both Christopher and the king. Marchioness Marie sat straight with her hands crossed in her lap, the stance of a queen, which means any future children of Evangeline's are in line for the throne. That would certainly be an honor. Luke nodded a few times. Evangeline spoke. Only if the king, his future dauphin, then Christopher, then Louis, and then Christopher's future children were all to die at a young age, mother. Her tone was sweet, yet her smile was forced. Whether or not my future children have the throne is not my goal in life. I would venture to say it's yours. The Marchioness gave her a stern look, and the family went silent. Luke tried to suppress a smirk, wondering what Evangeline's goal in life was. It took about an hour for the family coach to advance uphill along the winding main road. Other latecomer carriages and coaches moved along before them. Walls of dense forest surrounded their carriage on both sides. Finally, the turret of a castle came into view, a tall gray-white spire with a pointed, conical top. It pierced the evening sky, much like the Paris church steeples. The déjà vu feeling came over him again. They turned another curve and arrived at the immense palace with its vast maze of gardens and manicured lawns. The main building itself had at least 5 stories. The ground floor, fronted by a wide staircase, featured tall, elegant, pointed windows. As the coach passed over an arched gate into floral gardens, hedgerows, and a fountain, Luke gasped audibly. The worst déjà vu he ever had hit him like a sharp bullet. I know this place. It was in my dreams. He turned to look at Emilie. quiet during the ride. She seemed absorbed in the beauty of the place, gazing out her window. He gasped a breath, overcoming by strange feelings and a knot in his stomach that wasn't all hunger. "Are you all right, Monsieur Bisset?" Henri crossed his silk-clad legs, trying to remain comfortable in the cramped coach. The castle is beautiful, Your Honor," said Luke in a near whisper, tremors coming over his body. "I imagine the place to be like your mansion back home, but this is practically 10 times as big." The Marquis nodded. "Prince Christopher and his wife live among at least 50 servants to keep the castle maintained." "Some rooms must not even be used. It's only one married couple, right?" Luke asked, trying to calm himself. "The 50 or so servants have families of their own, and they all live there as if the palace were a town unto itself." Luke's odd, crazy feeling turned to curiosity. "It is a beautiful palace." As they arrived, stablemen guided them to a parking space on the sloped lawn and tended to the Marquis's horses with the help of Moreau and Jacques. After they stepped out, Emilie and Luke first, and then the Marquis helping his ladies, they walked the half-circle stone path to the front staircase. Well-dressed people milled around the nearby gardens. The dimness of the evening added a comfortable coolness in the break of summer. They neared the stone staircase to the palace's doors. Emilie clutched Luke's arm,
as they always had during their forest walks.
"It's so pretty here, Luke." Emilie gazed with an awe at the gardens. "Adelaide is missing it. The poor thing. I know she would have loved it too. Look at those blossoming trees. Those are her favorite." "Hopefully Marcel will make it and be her Prince Charming. If he finds her back at the end, of course." "I do hope so. It would be so good for us all to be here together tonight." Emilie smiled, cradling his arm in hers as if proud to be showing him off to all the other ladies. It made him feel proud as well. A man in a gray frock coat approached the noble family ahead of them, carrying an open book and a feather quill. He bowed to the guests as they lined up. "Welcome. May I ask your party's name so we may announce you to His Highness?"
The Marquis gave him his family's titles and names with 4 members of their retinue,
indicating Luke, Emilie, Monsieur Moreau, and the valet Jacques. When the man glanced at Luke, his face blanched. "Your Honor, If you please," said the Marquis with an edge in his voice, "I must address this. People in this principality have been mistaking my head servant for the late, and that means sadly deceased, brother of His Highness. I would hope he's treated well." The Marquis looked at Luke, then the usher with his guest book. "I have an idea." "Yes, Your Honor?" "Would you by chance still have masquerade masks from previous balls?" "Yes, Your Grace, we have many. But this party's not a masquerade ball." The man kept staring at Luke. Very well then. I will return in a matter of few minutes with a masquerade mask for this gentleman. Bring 7 for all of us." The Marquis gave a jovial, waving gesture to everyone around him. "I don't want him to be the only one wearing a mask. All of us can feel foolish." 7 masquerade masks. "Please fulfill my request. I am the Marquis and brother of the Marquis Victor de Brumont of Nancy, and my daughter here is a special guest, with a close association to His Highness, Prince Louis Jean-Baptiste. He enjoys masquerade balls very much." "Henri," Marchioness Marie wrinkled her forehead. "Just for a few minutes, dear," her husband pleaded. "We are already so dreadfully and rudely late." Marie's tone went harsh. "It must be nearly 9 o'clock. 2 hours late, Henri. Louis is waiting for Evangeline so he can speak to Christopher and announce the engagement. By the time we can speak with them, everyone will be leaving for their guest rooms." "Mother, I love the idea of wearing a mask to surprise Louis." Evangeline smoothed the wide skirt of her ball gown. "I'll wear the mask all evening, except to eat or drink, of course," she giggled. The usher spoke. "I will announce you when I go in. Follow me to the door, s'il vous plaît, and then wait for a few minutes if coming in masked is what you truly wish." The man turned and walked away to honor the Marquis's request. The noble family and Luke walked up the stone staircase. They waited by the great double doors for at least 10 minutes before the usher returned with an armful of colorful, feathery masquerade masks. "I have announced your presence," the usher told them. "It is rather late, but their Highnesses Prince Louis, Prince Christopher, and Princess Rosalind have been waiting patiently to see the three of you before it is too late at night." Emilie and the Marchioness took the pink and yellow eye masks with stick handles. Luke took the largest, a gaudy green mask which covered his eyes, forehead, and nose, and was decorated with bright green feathers. Putting it on, he felt like a ridiculous green bird. This was the Marquis's idea, after all. Evangeline had chosen a white feathered mask. "I love it! Louis will barely recognize me. I shall sneak up on him." Emilie, in good spirits, held her pink mask over her face. She beamed at Luke. "You look like a giant green chicken," she told him fondly. "I aim to please you." A grin spread across his face. It had grown dark by the time the usher finally led them inside the grand foyer, a place of elegance and the fine taste of its young hosts. A bright crystal chandelier hung overhead. The great room featured staircases with gold-plated railings adorned with cherub statues clinging to lamps on each side. The floor was patterned marble. Luke's uneasy "I've been here" feeling intensified. Could he have been this person spoken of? It seems ludicrous. Him, a prince's brother. That would make him a prince himself, which was the joke of the century. Besides, the brother was dead. If he was too uncomfortable here, he could pay his respects to the host for a brief time and then join the castle servants for a drink or two, find a ride back to that village where commoners lived, or just take Emilie for a walk in the gardens, just the two of them, without all the hullabaloo. People's voices and soft music came from a small parlor room to his right. The usher led them all past the staircase and down a gilded hall toward the arched threshold of the most immense room Luke had ever seen. They kept walking. The continued déjà vu of seeing this place in his dreams made Luke's head spin. "Luke, sweetheart?" Emilie hung back from walking any further. "Yes, chérie?" Luke straightened the green mask on his face, covering most of his features. "Would you like to stroll around upstairs?" She gestured to people standing on the second floor's atrium staircase. Luke glanced up through his mask. The people were mainly uniformed servants. "I was planning to follow the family, Emilie. We're their entourage. It may be rude." He gestured to the great archway where the Marquis, Marchioness, and Lady Evangeline had already entered the ballroom with the two other retinue members. Neither Moreau nor Jacques looked back to check on them as they joined the crowd inside. Music and voices wafted from the opened arch door. "I'm not sure." Emilie pulled back a few more steps. "I've always been shy about crowds." She held Luke's elbow tight as if she were drowning and he was a life preserver. Was she that shy? She might still feel shy from when she had smallpox scars. "Emilie, don't be shy. You are so beautiful. Just stay with me." He took a step to urge her ahead. "You're the belle of the ball in my eyes." Adelaide was back in the driver's seat next to her dear coachman. "I've grown to truly adore this man, but he's on a hopeless mission." The mere notion of Luke being a prince who shot someone was beyond ridiculous, and if it weren't, she didn't want to consider what it could do to Emilie. Marcel had put the horses in a full gallop as they left Montville, causing Adelaide's stomach to swoosh with the accelerating speed. "Are Felix and Fifi well rested for this?" she asked him. "No, but they're tough." "Poor things. They must be exhausted." The carriage bumped and rattled as they left the town's main road. It led to a fork dividing into two. Marcel rummaged in the bag on his side of the seat and pulled out a map. "The main road on the right is the one I'm supposed to take, but the one on the left goes directly up the hillside instead of winding." "Which one should we take?" "The left." Marcel gazed at the rough, craggy hill ahead of them, then back at the map. "It's shorter and it leads to the castle as well, so it'll be faster." "Are you sure?" Adelaide thought the left-hand trail looked a little narrow and sparse, more like a footpath than one made for a coach. "I'm sure. Don't worry." He steered his horses to the left. They proceeded along the trail up the hillside. The darkening blue of dusk spread over the sky, a sign of the late hour. Adelaide held tight to the seat's sidearm as the wind rustled her hair. The bumping and rattling beneath them smoothed until the coach felt like it was gliding. How odd. "What is happening with the wheels?" "What do you mean?" "I don't hear them rolling or anything. It's strange." "I think the road is much smoother here." Marcel slapped the reins once more to accelerate the horses. Adelaide clutched the sidearm for dear life as the coach went faster and faster. Felix and Fifi galloped with manes and tails whipping in the wind, their harnesses jingling, but no sounds of hoofbeats. No wheels grinding, no normal feeling of the coach bumping the trail. Ahead of them, the earth appeared rough and rocky. It doesn't look smooth at all. They came upon a particularly large, jagged boulder and passed right over it, gliding as if the coach were suspended a few inches above the earth. "Something's wrong with these wheels." "Don't worry, we're making good time. We'll still be late, but I want to find Luke." She tried to lean over the side to see the wheels. The grass and rocks were a blur beneath them, a dizzy feeling coming over her stomach. It honestly did feel as if the coach were flying. "Marcel, why isn't the coach touching the ground?" Oof! But then it was. Thumps and bumps jolted both of them in their seats as they went around the curve of the hill, through a shady and darkening forest. "I think the smooth road just ended." Marcel jiggled the reins with vigor. "But—" She turned her neck to see the downslope behind her, peppered with rocks and patches of tall grass. "I don't understand. How did we make it up this trail so well?" "My coach is one of the finest that money can buy. My father didn't live cheaply when he was alive." "All right." It was an acceptable answer, maybe. Adelaide had very little experience riding in good coaches herself, after all. Over the years, she and Emilie either traveled by foot or rode, with their parents in their little old jalopy of a buggy. The buggy had been pulled by a shared horse, owned by her Uncle Gilles. After bumping along the grass through thick trees, the trail cleared to a field, and there it was, a vast white building with a pointed turret, dozens of windows, and a garden with the greenest manicured hedgerows and blossom-filled trees. Dozens of other carriages and coaches were lined up in rows along the grass. Stable boys and staff tended to the many horses while their owners were inside enjoying the grand fete with the royal hosts. She marveled at the beauty of it all. "This is the biggest palace I've ever seen. Even the ones in Versailles weren't as huge." "It's my niece's home," said Marcel. "She's a lucky little girl. I can't wait for you to meet her and my brother-in-law." "Neither can I." "Wait. He wants to introduce me to his relatives." He threw her a bright grin. "Now, the difficult part, where to park." They approached the long row of carriages packed close together. The steepness of the hill would make it difficult for him and the horses to maneuver. A stable hand in a tricorn hat rushed toward them and walked along the side of their slowing coach. "Good evening, monsieur and madame. May I assist you with parking?" Marcel breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you." The young man, perhaps about Jean Paquette's age or younger, Adelaide thought, waved his arms to guide Marcel, Felix, and Fifi to a narrow spot in the grass, directing them like a conductor until he signaled them to a halt. Once they had parked, Marcel hopped down and helped her with the guide of his hand on hers. "Monsieur," he said to the stable hand, "our pet kitten is inside the coach. I don't know who is in charge of animals, but could someone check on her to feed and water her, along with our team?" "No human passengers?" "No, monsieur, just the lady and I." "We will be pleased to do so, monsieur." The fellow gave them both a little bow of his head. "How sweet to have such royal treatment," Adelaide said as they walked at a quickening pace along the horse-crowded field. She went into a bit of a jog to keep up with Marcel's long and fast strides. When she spoke, her breath was labored. "You said to that boy that they were our cat and our team of horses." "I guess I did." "So I guess he must think you and I are married." He looked at her with a smile as warm as the long day's sun. I don't mind if he thinks that. It would be pleasant to imagine. Adelaide's heart burst into a flurry of butterflies, mixed in with barbs of thorns. A bittersweet combination of pleasure and anticipated pain hit her all at once. It was a good thing people couldn't read one another's minds. He held out his arm for her to take as they walked through the front garden's path lined with hedgerows. The sky had now darkened to twilight. A golden glow of torches along the palace front steps created a romantic atmosphere. This night couldn't be more magical. Please don't let Luke and Emilie run into any problems. It would be all right. She and Marcel were about to join up with Luke and Emilie and have a wonderful time. Her escort's arm was warm and strong in hers. He fixed his gaze upon the top turret of the castle. Once again, she caught the specter of turbulence and pain in his eyes. He walked faster. She quickened her pace. Marcel's footsteps were frantic as he urged Adelaide to match his speed. There it is. That staircase. To the left is the grassy lawn, the spot where Jacinthe was hit by a bullet meant for Francis 3 years ago, this spring. He and Adelaide ascended the steps. An usher in a gray coat and white wig stood in front of the doors with a book and quill in his hands. The man gestured to stop them. With a surge of tense impatience, Marcel stopped. Please, state your names, Monsieur and Madame. You are late. The fellow poised his oversized feather pen over the book in a most irritating manner. Marcel expected Adelaide to correct the Madame right away, but she remained calm. Monsieur Clement, a relative of Captain Dumont. I'm Mademoiselle Fortier, one of the retinue of Lady Evangeline de Brumont. Adelaide's voice was breathless. She wanted to hurry as well. Good God, Monsieur, do you need to write our names down in your book? We're not nobles. Let us through. He waved them through, finally. They walked through the tall, open doors into the grand foyer. The shiny marble floors, the one Jacinthe used to sweep and mop with her fellow maids, were elegant as ever. Tonight the floors and hall were graced with clusters of elaborately dressed noble people. Marcel let go of Adelaide's comforting arm. I need to try as hard as I can to keep Luke from seeing the couple. It's extremely important. His honor will explain who Luke is. I don't think we need to worry. Her rosy cheeks and soft eyes were innocent, unknowing. He had no time to explain. I'm sorry, but I must disagree with you. I'm worried. Icy dread wrapped around him, even in the presence of this dear, sweet woman at his side. Prince Renaud, my sister's killer, will come back to life tonight. The good soul that's been living in his body will cease to exist. We're too late. I'm sure they're with his honor, the Marquis. Adelaide spoke in a near whisper as they walked among people. I'm sure he's explaining to them that Luke is not that man. Please don't worry. Is Emilie wearing a pink dress? The familiar dark-haired man head was discernible far away. A black spot in the sea of gray and white wigs. He was escorting a small woman in an elegant but simple pink gown. Yes, Adelaide said softly. Our dresses match in style. They're not the fanciest, but they're the best we have. He turned to look at her. The chandeliers above set off the Titian highlights in her hair. Her cheeks were rose blooms. The cut of her blue gown accentuated her full and alluring body like a goddess or an angel in a painting. She was painfully, heart-achingly beautiful. He tore his gaze away. If only the situation tonight were different. Let's go. He charged ahead, his feet in a near run. He spotted 2 people in the crowd. It had to be Luke and Emilie walking at the end of the hall and about to enter the ballroom. Mira. A group of ladies in wide pannier gowns crowded the ballroom, blocking Marcel's path. Pardon me, mesdames. Excuse me, please. He held out his hand and accidentally shoved the lace-covered shoulder of one of the ladies. Excuse you! What a dreadful, rude young man. A fan snapped and unfurled from one lady's white fingers like a shield. Must be one of the staff, Countess. They're all in a tizzy tonight because of the complaints about the dinner. Marcel? That was Adelaide, struggling to get past the crowd, a few paces behind him. He caught sight of Luke again. Damn, they're in the ballroom now. Breaking into a full run, Marcel rushed across the arched doorway into the enormous room full of music and crowds. There was Luke with Emilie at his side. He wore a green-feathered masquerade mask. That won't help. Where's the princess? The royal host stood just a short distance from where Luke stood, his arm joined with Emilie's. Prince Christopher and Princess Rosalind. Mira, there she is, the woman who will break the spell. Luke held fast to Emily's arm, walking tall and proud across the arched doorway. He held his head high as if he were a king and she was his queen. I feel like a fish out of water. Emily touched the tiny flowers in her hair. I'm so used to being in a maid's uniform and serving at events such as this. Just enjoy tonight, Cherie. Remember, I love you and you're the most beautiful girl in this entire castle as far as I'm concerned. Wait one moment. Luke turned to face Emilie. He grasped her hand, raised it to his lips under the mask's edge, and kissed it. Luke, that was something I never expected from you. I've always wanted to do something like that, in a place like this. He gazed at her sweet face through the green bird mask. Will you be my lady for the evening? He lifted the mask just enough to uncover his mouth. I would love to. She stood on her tiptoes and shamelessly kissed him, on the lips in public.
Prim and proper little Emilie Fortier, of all people.
They stood just inside the threshold before they walked, passing a few tables and meandering among the guests. Crowds of people stood in clusters, talking and drinking, dressed in their finest with vast amounts of lace, ribbon, and pearls, most with their hair done in high pompadours and wigs of white, gray, and platinum blonde. Just like those dreams. I understand now. They told the future. Good. The tables had a mussed-up look, maids and other staff scurrying around, clearing away dishes and napkins. The party was winding down. The dancing had already finished. Musicians played in the corner.
A violinist, a harpsichordist, and a flutist dressed in colorful, medieval troubadour styles,
giving background music for the conversations beneath the golden glow of hundreds of candles. It's all so beautiful, Emilie whispered. Luke scanned the group and found Henri, Marie, and Evangeline. They stood at a long table, talking animatedly with 3 other people, including Prince Louis and a tall man who resembled him. From the distance, Luke could not tell which man was Louis, now Evangeline's betrothed. One of the identical, tall, athletic young men had his back to Luke, wearing a fine black and white suit. He stood next to a young woman in a voluminous lavender silk gown, her hair in golden ringlets on her fair shoulders. Luke led Emilie closer. He caught the eye of the Marquis, who gave him a polite nod and wave. The couple who had their back turned craned their necks around to face Luke. He caught sight of the golden-haired lady, her bright eyes, her angelic face. The girl in my dreams. Luke! A male voice shouted frantically behind him. His beating heart drowned out all voices and sounds. His brain went black. The next instant, he awoke from the blackness with a nearly audible pop in his mind. A fog lifted to clarity, like awakening from a very long, dreaming slumber. His mind, his consciousness, his soul were slapped with an onslaught of memories like a wave crashing into him. Visions, knowledge, emotions. They spilled into his consciousness so quickly that he stumbled, falling to his knees on the marble floor with the shock of it all. Christopher, father, they thought I was never good enough. Only the bastard. You are my son, but not the heir, father used to say. Hope you enjoy hell, father. My nannies and governesses, Mademoiselle, Genevieve, Madame Pauline, a slew of others. Genevieve was younger and kind to me, my favorite, but she was married and left us. Monsieur Barbeau, with his infernal scowl and his cutting remarks about my poor reading. I'm not stupid. I can remember plenty of words, but the letters mix me up. The war, they called me a hero. I killed so many men, strangers. I was skilled and beyond lucky to escape injury. Gerard was killed the second week. The general put a medal around my neck. The day I came home, Rosalind didn't want me anymore. She wanted him. She probably wanted his title, his spot in line for the throne. He always had what I longed for the most. I wanted him dead, brother or not. The wedding, shock and horror sunk into his heart like a stone as the last memories surfaced. The wedding. Oh God, I shot him in the chest. I was shot in the back. Captain Dumont had a good aim. What happened to me? Who was that witch? The feathered mask fell off his face. It made a whispering thud as it hit the marble. His eyes stung. His heart and head pounded. He could barely breathe. Fear swept through his entire being, mixed with regretful guilt. There they were, Rosalind and Christopher, their faces pale with shock. Christopher's mouth hung open, and Rosalind was still beautiful. What have I done? Rosalind? Renaud's choked voice rang loud enough to be heard by those nearby. Renaud, for that was who he was. Luc Basset was still conscious, still alive within him, but the things he dreamed of were now too real. Chapter 13. This isn't me anymore. That was his first thought, based on his current reality. Christopher took a few steps closer to him. His golden buckled shoes reached the spot on the shining marble floor where the mask lay by his knee. He bent to look at him closer. Their eyes met for the first time in years. You're alive. He gasped a breath. My God, they finally found you. We gave you up for dead, Renaud. Gasps and mumblings came up amongst the crowd. Christopher stepped back to stand near Rosalind. He has no weapon on him. Rosalind moved away from her husband and drew closer to Renaud. A curtain of lavender silk skirts approached as he kept his kneeling position on the floor. He could feel her condemning eyes upon him. This cannot be. Rosalind's cry was hushed but fierce. Where is the captain? He blinked. This had to be one of his old nightmares. The captain. He'd come to finish him off for good, or jail him if his brother wanted to talk first. If the consequence of him returning was death, or life in prison, if he lost Emilie and the life he'd been living, then bring on the musket. Bring on the scaffold. He spoke no words as he drowned in agony. Faces of dozens of people looked down on him with shock and revulsion. Emilie, where is she? He turned around and there she was, her face frozen in shock. Adelaide at her side comforting her. She still existed. She wasn't a figment of his imagination. Soon she and the rest would be joining the entire ballroom in harsh judgment. Your Highness, you're making a mistake. This isn't him. A pleading voice shouted from behind Renaud. He recognized it as Marcel, the coachman, one of his defenders then. It's me, but I'm not who I once was. No, this is him. I'm certain of it. That was Rosalind's voice, strong and determined. At least 100 people stared and gawked at Renaud like a freak. Some seemed confused. Renaud hoped the Marquis would vouch for him, defend him. Over half of the crowd, the palace servants and a few familiar Montville faces, certainly had no mercy. But I've changed. Why did I come here? Is this a cruel trick? A setup? His last memory of the time before the fog surfaced in his overwhelmed mind. Where did that woman go? That witch with her magic powers? Christopher loomed tall before him. His blue eyes were wide, etched with shock. Have you come to apologize? Do you have a schemed plan? Renaud wanted to yell, to beg, to echo the sentiments of what the coachman had just shouted a moment ago, that he wasn't Prince Renaud at all, but someone else. But that was a lie. Gentlemen, Christopher turned and beckoned some men among the staff. Please take my long-lost brother to the cellar dungeon. Scuffling footsteps squeaked on the marble floor as a group of staff members advanced upon him, scanning the people for Emilie. Renaud spotted her again. Still in her pink and white dress, clearly crying. Emilie, he shouted. They paid him no heed as they manhandled him, jostling each other like eager children for the chance to take the lead in this capture. They grasped his arms and jerked him to a standing position. Don't move, said the man to his right. The fellow's huge hand squeezed Renaud's right bicep, enough to hurt. The man to his left spoke in bitter anger. I don't know who you are, but if this is your idea of a joke, if you're an imposter, you're just as guilty as Prince Renaud, if you ask me. Gentlemen, let me through. Let me look at him, a man called over the others as he approached. Renaud turned to face the bearded man who'd just spoken, his old commander from war, Captain Francis Dumont, Christopher's head guard. His back ached then, with the phantom pain of the bullet that had torn through his torso. The captors pulled his arms behind his back and bound him around the wrists with the length of tough ribbon. Pain stung his skin as they tightened the ribbon around his wrist, causing it to pinch him and make an abrasion. He winced. He said nothing, as they grasped him by his elbows and forced him to walk out of the ballroom to the rear door of the palace. Groups of people stopped to watch and gawk. After they rushed him out the door, they led him through a dimly lit hallway towards larger, double wooden doors very familiar to Renaud. The old doors that led to the cellar. Renaud liked the cellar at one time. He often ran and hid down there to avoid his tutor at lesson times until Monsieur Barbeau discovered where he'd been going. After that, he chose more exciting places like a roof gable off the second-floor balcony. He walked, hands bound and feet slow and steady, down that so familiar flight of curved spiral stairs in the dim, musty cellar. Damn, it even smells the same. The basement, with its old dungeon cellar in the corner that hadn't been used for decades, sparked more memories. He passed by those shelves filled with ancient items, hydromel barrels, wine crates, and who knows what that generation of servants had stored and allowed to gather dust and cobwebs. So strange to be here, back in my childhood home. He wished he'd still forgotten it. They pushed him into the cave-like stone chamber, with its straw-strewn floor like an animal stable. A wall of iron bars fronted the chamber. Part of it was hinged to create a heavy door. Someone's firm hands attempted to untie the ribbon around his wrists. Use your sword and cut it. Dumont's voice. He braced for an accidental slice on the wrist. A blade cut the ribbon, which loosened and fell off, a bit of relief. Renaud moved his now free hands and put his stinging skin to his mouth for a moment.
We'll get you a bandage.
Captain Dumont and 2 other guards backed away from him as if he were an animal, exiting the cell without a word. One guard slammed the iron door shut with a clang and a squeak of metal as he locked it. The guards turned to leave. 2 walked out, but Dumont stood and looked at him, studying him. Prince Renaud. Is that who you believe me to be? He locked eyes with the captain as he clenched his fists, terror and worry for poor Emilie making him ill. He hoped and prayed that she, the Marquis, Adelaide, and Marcel were all upstairs making an impassionable plea for his freedom. Renaud had no ill feelings toward the captain. The bearded man stood there in his navy blue uniform coat and sword belt, simply doing his job. And what about that witch? The memory of that woman perplexed him. She'd miraculously healed his wound, saved his life. Did she put him to sleep that day, sending him into the 3-year fog of no memories? His Highness is certain that's who you are, Captain Dumont spoke, staring at him with steel-gray eyes that seemed to say, I've got you now. The notion that you are his brother Renaud and not an imposter is what we're working with, yes. Renaud sighed. Should I lie? Should I yell and argue and plead my innocence as a common man named Luke? He chose to be silent. Can you tell me the names of the people who you were with when you arrived here? Dumont laid his finger on his sword scabbard. Renaud noticed the lack of a firearm. Just the long, slim rapier sword. Why do you want to know? He whispered. The smell of stale straw and musty cellar mixed with hunger to make his stomach sour. We need to know who to interrogate, to make sure that Prince Christopher is not in danger. Renaud grasped the bars of the cell. What? He let out a gasp. The Marquis de Brumont and his family are innocent. The others I came here with are servants and coach drivers. None of them have anything to do with Christopher. The Marquis barely knows him, much less his staff. I have trouble believing the words of a killer, Your Highness. I'm not a killer, Captain. My brother is perfectly alive and well. Dumont gave a calm nod, and Renaud realized that, in his need to defend his companions, he let slip that Christopher was indeed his brother. Denial is not an option now. You don't recall firing your pistol at anyone else, hitting anyone else? Dumont's eyes squinted. Only you, Captain, I think. I'm not even sure if I hit you or not. The captain stepped closer, frowning, a heat of anger seeming to radiate from his sturdy body draped in blue. What do you remember? About the moments you and I were firing at each other? A very vague mental image came to Renaud. A woman in a yellow dress, running close to Dumont, while Renaud cocked his pistol, fired at Dumont, and turned to run. Vague. But if I did hit you, you're obviously alive. He waved a hand at him. I apologize if my bullet injured you that day. The captain blinked his eyes as if a piece of dust was caught in them. I was injured severely. My apologies. Renaud studied Captain Dumont, trying to ascertain a limp or any evidence of being shot 3 years ago. The man looked in good health. Dumont glanced over at the walls of the cellar, turning his body to pace a few steps. He exhaled a weary sigh. Tomorrow, I'll have more questions for you about every single one of your memories of that day. But not at this moment. I need you rested, with time to gather your thoughts. Speaking of memories, Renaud's tired legs and his sore wrists overcame him. He succumbed to sitting, reclining on the straw. Believe me, Captain, I didn't come here to try to harm him or anyone. You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I think a witch took my memories and made me into someone new. Dumont's eyes went wide. What you just said was the most helpful evidence we needed for your defense, Your Highness. Please use this time alone to remember that day 3 years ago. It will help you, as far as lessening the severity of your punishment. Very important. Renaud lay on his back and tried to get comfortable. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine being somewhere else, other than the musty cellar smell. This bed felt a lot like the old place with Aunt Mathilde. Good old Aunt Mathilde, who'd taken off without a trace and made their poor friend, Armand, cry. Who was she, by the way? He never met her before the fog. Good night, Your Highness. Dumont turned and left, his footsteps echoing up the spiral staircase. A burning torch provided a bit of light in the darkness. Renaud still wore the coat that the Marquis had given to him. I wonder if he'll come to get it back. Despite the coolness in the air, he sat up, took it off, and folded it to lie on the hard floor strewn with prickly straw, using it as a pillow. No chance of sleep came while all the memories of his life swept through his mind. The old, the recent, the long ago. All that ugly rivalry and hard feelings towards his brother. I can't believe I threw away my life over my jealousy of Christopher. In hindsight, would he truly want to live Christopher's life instead of his own? Whether the he in question was Renaud or Luc Bisset. As Luc, working at the chateau with Emilie and the others, he could enjoy things, little things, no matter how simple or trivial. He enjoyed the smell of the wood smoke in the air when he sat perched upon the roof, repairing a gable or the chimney. The geese flying in formation over his head. Early mornings were the best. The sky, the wood smoke fragrance, and the great assortment of bird calls while he was on the roof. Pure heaven. The feelings of friendship and camaraderie with Jean, Adelaide, and, of course, Emilie. Over the course of a few months, the four of them had become like family. As Luc, he belonged. Those moments were the cake, but the sweetest icing on the cake was when he and Emilie stole a moment or two together to share a few words, take their walks outside, even just a glance at each other, while busy with tasks. Luc, when he was Luc, working on the roof or walls, used to keep an eye on the gardens because Emilie came outside often, sometimes with Adelaide and sometimes alone. Once, the two of them had a brief conversation as he sat on the roof with his tools, and she walked to the backyard carrying the wash basin. He watched her spill the water into the bushes and brambles with a soft splash. "How is the weather up there?" She raised her head to look at him. "Smoky," his voice echoed. He'd watched her walk from his bird's eye view, so petite with the white cap on her head and her woolly, soft, red shawl. Several days after that was the night in the kitchen, the night Luke confessed his love to Emilie and kissed her for the very first time. Prince Renaud, now free of a witch's spell and sent home, lay upon the cellar floor wishing he could have those days and nights back. Chapter 14. Emilie stood in the ballroom, waves of shock and disbelief drifting over her. She watched the horde of men sweep the man she loved away like a criminal. A dreaded thought made tears spring to her eyes. Was Luke lying all along about his past? He was connected to this prince and the people in this castle. Was the memory loss a story, a lie, a yarn spun together by a man on the run? She sensed the presence of Adelaide and Marcel and turned to look at them, wiping the tears from her eyes. Adelaide's face was tear-streaked, Marcel's filled with dread and sorrow. "I tried to stop him." Marcel rubbed his forehead. "I did everything I could." "Please, you're not at fault. He is," Emilie sobbed. Marcel blew a ragged sigh, slapping his palms over his face. "Adelaide, I'm going to find my niece Celeste. Can you stay with Emilie?" "Of course. I'll stay with Emilie." Adelaide put a comforting hand on Emilie's shoulder. "Please, look for your niece." Marcel gave the sisters a tortured look before he disappeared into the crowd of partygoers. Adelaide hugged her again. "Emilie, I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be true, and we tried to stop him, but he—" "What's true?" Emily's voice was swallowed in a sob. "He must have done something terrible. What did he do?" "The other prince." The gravity in Adelaide's eyes made it clear she knew something about the matter. "They think Luke is him, the murderer who killed Marcel's sister and almost killed the prince." "Will they clear this up?" Emilie wiped her eyes. People stared in their direction, noticing their distress. But she was too lost in her own pain to care about onlookers. The music in the ballroom stopped, replaced by scores of chattering voices. Emilie wanted out, to go home. "They must clear this up." Adelaide's flushed face boiled with fury. "It cannot be true. He couldn't have done what that prince did." "They must let him explain." Emilie gulped, tried to keep from breaking down. "Well, among all these people." "Did Marcel tell you about this after you showed him the notes we wrote?" "Yes. We didn't want to hurt you. We only wanted to—" As Adelaide spoke, two ladies drew near with gawking, judgmental expressions. She shot them an annoyed look. "We're having a private conversation." The ladies walked away, scowling. "Marcel didn't want to tell you everything." Adelaide stroked Emily's shoulders. "Please, let's get out of here." People fixed them with unfriendly scowls, likely for the fact they had accompanied Luke. "How can they accuse him of being someone who was supposed to be dead?" Emilie whispered once more. "I don't understand." They stood huddled together for what seemed like forever in this strange and beautiful castle, surrounded by people, yet alone. The ballroom emptied of guests. Maids in black dresses and white aprons arrived along with men in black waistcoats and white blouses. The servants cleared tables and extinguished the candelabra. Emilie wished to join them. It would feel normal, like home. "I want to go help them," she whispered to Adelaide. "I was thinking the same." A maid walked past, carrying a stack of plates. "Mesdames, is there anything you need?" "No." Adelaide closed her eyes for a moment, as if to calm herself. "Except for one thing, for people in this place to come to actual sanity." "But that's too much to ask, isn't it?" Her words ended in a screeching yell. The maid gave her an annoyed look. "I'm sorry, it's not you," Adelaide said as she breathed deeply, blinking back tears. The maid walked away. Emilie, meanwhile, felt enveloped in a disassociating fog. imagining herself working at one of the family's social events. This is just one of those times. There's no one named Luke. If only. Her feet ached. The ballroom had cleared. Candlelight had been dimmed. The day's party was over. Adelaide's arm cradled her shoulder. Please, let's find help, Em. I wonder if Marcel found his niece. Maybe he'll come looking for us. Her mention of the coachman brought her back to reality, the pain. Heavy footsteps approached. A man came into the arched entryway. A guard armed with weapons. Ladies, were you part of the Marquis de Brumont's retinue? His voice was kind yet stern. He appeared youngish, perhaps early 30s, with a neatly trimmed beard. My sister's fiancé has been accused of murder, monsieur. Adelaide's voice went an octave higher. Someone is making a huge and utterly stupid mistake about it, if you ask me. I'm sorry, mademoiselle, but Prince Renaud has been taken down to the dungeon. A colleague bearing a sword and pistol joined the guard. You have the wrong person, Emilie pleaded. Luke couldn't have killed anyone. Luke? Is this the pseudonym he is going by? The second guard took a step forward. It's not a pseudo-anything. Adelaide's eyes went wide with fury. It's his name. The second guard cringed, as if he didn't know how to deal with angry women. A maid approached them. Mademoiselles, our apologies in this difficult circumstance, she said in a kind, near whisper. Please come and join me in the tea room. It's quiet there. I'm afraid the gentleman will want to question you. She led them into the great hallway, then turned to another wing of the palace on the left. She ushered them into a dining room with small tables covered with white cloths, pots of tea, and cups. Leftover pieces of birthday cake were left on china plates, small crumbling remains of the festive party that was at its zenith hours earlier. The lady left the room. The bearded guard looked at the two women with a grim face. No good news. He sat beside them, waving the other guard away. Gregory, I need to speak to the ladies alone. Yes, Captain. The other man saluted and left. Good evening, ladies. I'm Captain Dumont, head guard and security officer for Their Highnesses Christopher and Rosalind. Good evening. Adelaide blinked back tears. Emilie gave a polite nod, as gentle a smile as she could, while her heart wanted to scream and punch walls, perhaps punch this man who bore such horrific news, making this all real and not a dream. I don't know how to bring relief to you about this. Dumont folded his hands on the table. How long have you known Prince Renaud? I've known Luke for over half a year, said Emilie. We met in Paris. Dumont leaned back in his chair, adjusting the sword hilt on his belt. He gazed somewhere out the tall window, then at Emilie and Adelaide. The truth is that Prince Renaud survived the shooting 3 years ago and has been in Paris. I want to ask you what you know about him. With all due respect, monsieur, or Captain, we don't know Prince Renaud, Adelaide snapped. We've never met him. We only know our friend Luke, who works for the Marquis de Brumont, and I'm sure he and the Marchioness want you to let him go. Emilie rubbed her forehead with her hands. Mademoiselle. Dumont closed his eyes for a moment. Unfortunately, it is not up to the Marquis. His Highness Prince Christopher has ordered this man to be held in the dungeon. He may not be the person you know him to be. It can't be true. Adelaide blinked, rubbing her eyes. He's my friend. Emilie's fiancé. Was it true? Emily's eyes brimmed with tears. How can years pass with no one recognizing a royal man, claiming him and taking him home? The maid returned to the tea room, bearing a tray. Ladies, have a cup of chamomile tea. It'll help you sleep. There is a comfortable guest room. Thank you. Adelaide calmed as the maid poured tea. She took a sip. Emily's stomach groaned with hunger mixed with nausea. Tea was the last thing she wanted. What about your friend Luke, then? The soldier seemed kind and patient, considering the circumstances. Can you tell me about him? Monsieur, Emily's throat clogged with the lump from crying. All I know is that Luke said he lived in Paris all his life. He lived in the poorest part of the city with his aunt. He took care of her in her old age.
What was the aunt's name? Inquired Dumont.
Mathilde. Emily's voice trembled. His Aunt Mathilde.
Mère de l'ours.
Captain Dumont swore.
A woman named Mathilde showed up here one day earlier this spring.
His Highness asked her to tutor my daughter.
She was here for 3 days and disappeared without an explanation. My daughter was confused about why her new teacher left without saying goodbye.
What an odd coincidence, thought Emilie. Luke's Aunt Mathilde left Luke without saying goodbye. Why was Luke's elderly aunt here? Adelaide asked. Mon Dieu! The maid exclaimed. She stepped forward and took a seat next to them. This is not good. All right, I'm going to come out and say it. This Mathilde must have put Renaud under a spell. You must agree with me, Captain.
I think that's a good possibility, Madame Beaulieu.
Dumont squinted his eyes.
She could do anything with her power. I'll need to discuss this with my brother-in-law.
What? Adelaide's lips hung open. What power? I'm sorry, but what sort of medication are you putting in the tea here? She shoved her cup away as tea splattered the fine white tablecloth. Adelaide. Emilie rubbed her aching forehead, her tear-swollen eyes. It must have been that woman. Madame Beaulieu's aged, pale eyes widened. Why would she want to use her magic to save him after she brought His Highness back to life? Adelaide clapped her hand over her forehead. Oh, mon Dieu! Emily's head spun as she tried to make sense of it all. The man I thought I loved, who I thought loved me, is someone who escaped justice? He tried to kill the prince and got away with it? The two palace representatives nodded. Using magic to save someone's life. Adelaide's expression was clear. I've had it. This is crazy, Emilie. Please. You people are talking about hocus pocus, bringing dead people back. I wish we could go home. She scrunched her eyes, about to cry.
Mademoiselle, I'm afraid we revealed too much.
Dumont's voice remained calm and authoritative, despite the strange topic.
I understand you ladies and this man Luke were here as the entourage of a marquis?
Yes. Emilie wished she could wake up, and this would be all a dream, like Luke's dreams. Dumont nodded, his hands clasping, then lying flat upon the elegant little table. The sword attached to his belt made a clanging sound as it bumped his chair. The man was fidgeting. Perhaps he was just as upset as Emilie was.
Could you tell me the names of all the people in your party who arrived here? The Marquis, the members of his family, the servants and drivers.
He aimed his question at Adelaide, to Emilie's relief. All she wanted was to leave, and cry, and scream. Adelaide wiped the tea with a napkin, as though her hands needed something to do to calm her furious heart. The Marquis Henri de Brumont, his wife, the Marchioness Marie, Lady Evangeline, their other staff, Jacques the valet and Michaud Moreau, and Luke, of course. She set aside the damp napkin with shaking fingers, and Emilie, myself, and our coachman Marcel.
Your coachman is named Marcel?
Dumont squinted his eyes. Yes.
What do you know about him?
Adelaide's eyes softened. He's one of the sweetest men I've ever met.
He befriended you?
The captain asked, leaning towards her, as if this were a clue in the mystery. He's a dear friend to me now. Adelaide looked from Dumont to Emilie, then back to the captain. We found a stray kitten together, and I left her in his coach. Pardon me, Captain, but I must go check on her. She stood from her chair. Emilie, can you walk with me to Marcel's coach so I'm not alone in the dark? We need to get our baggage since we didn't have time to take it in. Emilie stood, wiping her eye with a napkin. Please, Captain. Please listen to Luke's story and believe him if you can. There must be something to explain this. Dumont gave the woman an apologetic nod.
I'll try my best. I'm putting him through interrogation and the protocol will need to be followed. I need to talk to Marcel, the driver of your party.
Adelaide's mouth flew open. Marcel's not in trouble, is he? Do you think he and Luke are part of some plot to assassinate the prince?
No, no. Dumont raised his hands to calm her. Definitely not. I'm very close to a Paris taxi coachman named Marcel Clement. He's my brother-in-law.
Oh, yes. He said he had a... Wait. She drew her hands to her chest in a prayer gesture. Your wife. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Marcel must have told you that my wife passed. Dumont stood up with a dutiful air, pushing the chair in. We can discuss this a little more later. I'm curious about what Marcel might know about your friend Luke.
We would appreciate that. Adelaide stepped towards Emilie to lay her hand on her shoulder. The sisters walked to the front foyer and the exit doors, out of this beautiful dream of a castle, which was now a nightmare. When they stepped outside in the cool evening, neither of the women wanted to speak. The night was clear, filled with the tranquil song of late spring frogs. There must be water nearby, Emilie thought. Wherever that water was, she wanted to find it and just sit, resting her feet in its chill, wishing she'd never come here. The row of torchlights illuminated the lawn of the castle. They headed into the dark, where she could barely make out the features of the individual coaches. They searched until Adelaide found what she believed was the one they'd come in. She pulled its door open with a click of a latch. Lorette? Emilie, this is the one. The only coach with a kitten sleeping inside. Emilie waited in the dark until Adelaide came back, her arms full of the cat and 3 bags. I just want to go to sleep. Adelaide's voice was tear-choked and exhausted. I wish I were home, Emilie admitted. When they returned to the castle staircase, an usher offered help, carrying their bags as they thanked him. He and a maid led them down the hall, past the tea room and up the flight of gilded stairs. They reached a hall of doors on the 2nd floor. The usher took his ring of keys, opening one of the ornately carved wooden doors. The hall had the smell of ancient dust, mixed with fragrant candles. Candelabra sat on fancy little tables, one by each door.
This is your guest room, mademoiselles. Let us know if you need anything.
We'd like a pitcher of water, please. Adelaide spoke in a soft, polite manner. She held her kitten close to her cheek, her eyes filled with exhaustion. Emilie's body and mind wanted to fall into a coma. But could she even sleep?
Oui, mademoiselle.
The usher and maid bowed to them in the same way Emilie and Adelaide always bowed to his honor and their ladyships. How are they taking this? Emilie wondered.
We'll bring you water and our complimentary biscuits, said the maid, and cream for your cat.
They must assume we're noble ladies as well, Adelaide whispered as the 2 staff members walked back to the staircase, their footsteps echoing. Voices of what sounded like gossiping women came, muffled and unintelligible, from one of the neighboring doors. Chapter 15. Marcel made his way through the crowd of people, wishing he had his functional looking glass with its tracking arrow to find his niece right away. Celeste's father was busy enough now as it was. What time is it? Was she sent to bed? His now dormant looking glass was still with Adelaide's belongings and his coach. Disenchanted, of course, for she'd been the last person to touch it. Should I run out to the coach and get it? Re-enchant it again? He'd parked his coach outside the outer borders of the golden lock charm he'd cast to hide the entire castle and its yard, and... Merda! He shouted, loud enough to cause some ladies to give him a bit of a stink eye for his language. He may have said some incriminating things to Adelaide before. And he'd spoken those things outside of Golden Lock protection, before he'd recast Brouillard de Raton, the fog charm. Back in Montville, he'd cast it when he threw snowballs at the inn's window. Unfortunately, the fog charm didn't float like a cloud to follow him wherever he went, which meant it couldn't have been on when he'd said to Adelaide, "It's my niece's home. She's a lucky little girl. I can't wait for you to meet her and my brother-in-law." If Alexis were truly being diligent about suspecting Marcel of treason, he could have been listening via his looking glass. He'd soon be informing Lord Bertrand about the fact that Marcel Clement's niece, a magical child, lived openly with sans mages while Clement allowed it, and that he'd been concealing the fact. Alexis had once pressed Marcel about his mage niece's whereabouts after the arrest of Mathilde in her tree cottage. Marcel had given him some untidy, nervous lies about Celeste staying with her grandmother. I doubt he believed any of it. Fear cast its icy chokehold on him. His insides chilled as he stood in the gilded hallway amongst the sweeping ball gowns, the chatty people with their wigs and jewels. Clement, you are now, undeniably and without defense, a dead man. He walked with tired, lumbering steps across the hallway to the staircase leading to Francis's and Celeste's home suite. Soon he caught the glimpse of a small figure in a white dressing gown, standing on the balustrade. She had tan skin, dark hair, about 10 years old. She stood clutching the balcony rail, gazing down at all the glamorous adults. Marcel raised his hands. "Celeste!" "Uncle Marcel!" Her face brightened. She bounded down the stairs while he raced up. They met in the middle as he caught her and hugged her. "You're here!" She beamed at her favorite relative. "You missed the party and the ball." He picked her up and carried her, racing up the stairs to get away from the crowds. "Don't drop me." "Why would you think I'd drop you?" Though small, she was getting heavy in his arms, and his knees ached from climbing. His footsteps slowed. It was getting late, and he'd been up since dawn. Celeste giggled with merriment. "This is fun." "Celeste, please remember this. Remember your uncle with laughter and joy. Don't be sad." When they reached the third floor hall and Francis's quarters, he set her down. "I'm not a baby," her lip pouted. "I forgot, but you're still small enough for me to carry, so I'll carry you if I want to." "Next time you visit, I'll be nearly full grown." Marcel pushed back any thought of never seeing his niece grow up. She put her hands on her hips.
You owe me a boule de peluche pet. You promised.
Incorrigible as always. He gave her a teasing smile. She let him inside her father's small and modest suite, a combination of military medals and weapons blended with a little girl's paradise with a dollhouse, dolls, and a miniature tea set. A painted portrait of Jacinthe and Marcel hung on the wall,
Made when they were both growing up in Fontaine-en-Chantilly.
his own 7-year-old, chubby-cheeked self leaning against the 16-year-old Jacinthe. His second maman, she used to say. Each year Celeste grew. She looked more and more like a lighter-skinned version of her sweet maman in heaven. "Is Grandmere here?" She gave him a wide-eyed, pleading look. "Did she come with you?" "No, I'm sorry." "Why didn't you invite her?" "Because I'm only here for work, a coach trip." "You always only come here for work." Her voice went to a droning whine. "Stop with the whining. I'm not in the mood for it, Celeste. I'm serious." He put on the hardest, fiercest, most Alexis Sauvage channeling scowl he could muster. It worked because Celeste frowned and blinked. "It's past 10 o'clock. You have to go to bed." She sighed. "I'll tuck you in, and you can show me a bit of magic." "Wee, thank you." Like a lit candle, she perked up upon hearing the word. She squeezed him around the waist before leading him to her tiny bedroom. It looked as if a pink boule de peluche had exploded inside of it. "I might have time to play with you tomorrow and let you see Felix and Fifi." He patted her head after she'd crawled under her pink quilt. "I have friends I need to help. I might not be able to spend much time with you." "Friends? What are their names?" He used the man's Reborn name. Luke, Emilie, and Adelaide. "Girls?" She grinned. "How old? Is one of them your petit ami?" He put on the mean look. "Is that your business?" "No, but I think one of them is." She giggled. "Touché." "Can I show you my levator now?" "Yes, petite." Celeste waved her closed palm, made a come-to-me gesture, and levitated a water pitcher from her dresser. The pitcher wobbled as it floated in the air from the dresser to her bed, where she lay amongst her pink pillows and dolls. She caught it in her hands as it came near. Can you make my water cold, s'il vous plaît? He forced a smile. Yes, since that levator was perfectly done.
He gave the water pitcher a light touch with his palm.
And it turned frosty. Celeste took several gulping drinks. Merci. She set the pitcher on the candlestand next to her. Now go to sleep, all right? Marcel pulled the quilt to her chin and gave her hair another playful ruffle. Bonne nuit. Bonne nuit. Which girl is your petite amie? Sweet dreams. He extinguished her candle. The sound of a sword and scabbard being thrown on a sofa could be heard. Celeste's father was home. Marcel closed his niece's door, anticipating a very serious talk with Francis, either now or tomorrow. Captain Francis Dumond had collapsed in a cushioned chair. Thank you for putting her to bed. You're welcome. So, we'll talk in the morning and meet with His Highnesses? We need a plan. This needs no plan. Francis spoke in a hushed tone, minding his daughter. You did what we've been discussing for over a year now. You got him back here. Well, I'm not the one who planned this. His Highness will decide soon.
He'll either be taken to a large jail for the rest of his living days, or he'll be sentenced to be hanged.
What? Marcel raked his hands through his hair. No, not Luke. My God, poor Emilie. How can he? His own brother? That's barbaric. Laws are laws, as much as your world. Christopher has authority over everything in this region. The only man he must answer to is his cousin, the king himself. I understand. Marcel cast his gaze to Francis's polished boots. I interviewed Prince Renaud in custody, said Francis. He mentions being bewitched by a spell, an erased memory. Did you know about this detail? I learned about that, yes. After my boss and I investigated him. Marcel met Francis's eyes with honesty. We know that the woman responsible for that spell was Mathilde. She has the power of mind magic, the same as my boss. It was her, for certain? Yes, and Renaud. Should keep his recent memories after getting his old ones back. I'm sure he only wants to be released to live his new life as a commoner. He plans to marry his girl, Emilie. He's a good man. Francis inhaled a harsh breath, threw up his hands. What is this? How can you be sympathetic to him? Because he's a changed man, said Marcel. I should have aimed for his head that day. Would that bring Gisant back? Francis's gaze was hard as iron. No, nothing will bring her back, but at least we have you to thank for returning him to justice. For Gisant. I know, but... I thought you wanted him dead. You were beyond upset about that woman reviving him and taking him away. There's more to this. Marcel struggled to keep his voice hushed. I wanted justice for her too. But this isn't only about Renaud anymore, it's about Emilie. I tried to stop this from happening. I've ruined people's lives. He's an assassin who deserves his life ruined, or ended. Francis gave him a grim frown. His Highness may execute or imprison his own brother for the attempt on his life. What about killing Gisant? Marcel's voice sharpened with the bitter thought that they'd considered her collateral damage, just a mere housemaid. It's still possible to include her charge, but it's up to His Highness. My hands are tied in that matter, but I know he is a caring leader who wanted me to track down my wife's killer. He wants justice for her, even more than himself. Do not judge his character. You don't know the whole situation from my end. Marcel rubbed his forehead. It was aching along with his throat as he suppressed shameful tears. I need you and His Highness to learn everything without incriminating myself even more. Learn everything? Francis narrowed his eyes. Yes, and I have something to confess. Confess. The reason Mathilde disappeared was because she was caught and thrown in Mage prison. I was part of that. You took her to prison. Francis spoke in a harsh whisper. Why did that lady need to go to prison? She broke serious Mage laws. I was doing my job under orders. Francis gave a nod. I see. I set up surveillance for my boss. When he captured her, I flew her in my coach to the Mage village, where she was imprisoned. Marcel turned on his heel and headed to the door of an adjoining bedroom. He rubbed his stinging eyes. I want to talk more about this, but I'm exhausted. Thank you for your hospitality. Sleep well. Francis held his frown. Nothing wrong with doing your duty under your law. Under our law. I will no longer serve under our law, not the way it's become. The walls of doom from Fontaine and Chantilly and Le Conseil Supreme were closing in, smothering him. He doubted he'd sleep at all. Marcel lay his hand on the bedroom doorknob. I just wanted to say, it's been good to know you. There's something you're not telling me. Francis stepped to where Marcel lingered by the door. His strong gaze invited him to let his guard down. Marcel took a deep breath. I know you don't like lies, so here it is. It's very likely that after the 3rd of June, I will die for treason against the Mage Lord. No. Francis glanced at his sword and pistol nearby. I won't stand for you being subject to this. Your people, magic or no magic, are just flesh and blood humans who can be cut down and eliminated just like anyone. They're not immortal. You can't. They're terrorists, for what you've told me, and you remain a coward, untrue to yourself if you serve as their henchman. Coward. The word ignited a fire within him. That's the last thing I want. His voice was a fierce whisper, aware of Celeste sleeping. That's why I'm about to die. I've decided to stop being a coward and refuse their orders. Is your rebellion justified? If you could see what goes on in that place, you would agree I'm justified, so yes. Then let us, the Sans Magie, give you backup. Francis gestured to his prized display of weapons. That's impossible. Your military can't declare war on the Mage government. They have an underground rogue government within the boundaries of our sovereign kingdom. Francis paced the room as if he were talking to troops. On French soil in the middle of the city of Paris, for God's sake, and they hate us. Who knows when they'll start killing us? You can't compare any Sans-Magie war with this. We can take it up to the general and the monarchy itself. His Highness Prince Louis is in the building as we speak. He's a direct link to the king. Marcel tried to restrain his face from twisting with mockery. Ludicrous. Are you serious? You can't even penetrate our capital. It's under charms and only a mage can enter. Didn't Gisant ever tell you how she couldn't go back in? Francis waved a hand to calm him. You're right. Let's focus on you then. You can appeal to Prince Christopher for political asylum here in his home. He already knows about mages because of my daughter. Marcel fought back the longing to do just that, to take the road which would make him a scared child instead of a man. No, I won't. It's the coward's way out. Francis squinted at him. The man's mind seemed to be spinning a plan. Not if you use our castle as a base for a revolutionary army. Then you can find other mages on your side and have your secret meetings here. And weapons. He pointed to Marcel, waving his finger at each of his hands. Your ice-conjuring hands are equal to a tool of artillery once you decide to use them for lethal means. You won't be a coward. Great. My brother-in-law is turning into another Alexis Savat or Bertrand. It's a fool's mission. You don't know what they have in their arsenal. Marcel threw out his hands. Besides me and my eyes, there are people with other terrible gifts, weapons within their bodies. My boss Alexis has cutting power, like an invisible sword or axe. He says he can behead a man with just a spell and a wave, but it's too bloody for him to practice. So they forbid him to try it. Does that give you a clue? Francis furrowed his brow. I find that intriguing, but disturbing. What if they decide to go full out, stealth war if they're provoked? Do you want to see scores of innocent citizens drop dead in the streets, with no evidence of who did it because they won't show their faces? Mon Dieu. Even the seasoned captain's face went horrified. Some mages can cast invisibility on themselves. Alexis can take on another person's form. You can even think you're speaking to me right now, and it could be him."
Francis shook his head. His eyes widened. "The only mages I've ever met were you, your mother, and my own precious child. And, well, that Mathilde lady. I've wanted to ignore the unsavory details about your people."
I've watched Alexis slice meat and chop up other things using his power, the same way I've used my ice in practical ways.
Marcel rubbed his forehead. Francis rubbed his arms together, shivering. "I can feel cold radiating from you right now. You must be very scared. Your gift manifests itself through emotion, correct?" "Yes, more of a burden than a gift sometimes." Marcel swallowed another lump in his throat. "I've made my decision to refuse. If they kill me, so it be." Francis gestured to his weapon display. "Still, all you need to do is say the word." "Please, you mustn't." Marcel rubbed his hands over his face, pressing on his eyes to stop any sign of crying. "I'll handle this like a gentleman." Worry and care paled Francis's face. "Are you certain about this?" "It's my choice. I'm thinking of Mama, other mages. Things will get worse until someone sets an example, and that someone is going to be me." He wiped the corner of his eye where a shameless tear escaped. "I'm tired of spending my life hiding behind my horses and being polite to everyone. Stuck in a double existence like a two-faced coward." "Who will care for your horses after?" His stomach iced up. "Mama, most likely. Only a mage can have them. No son Mage ought to own a half-Pegasus, unless it's you. I would be happy to care for your fine creatures if need be. Celeste and me, of course." Francis bowed his head to Marcel in a reverent manner, as if he deserved it. He blinked, inhaling a breath that he hoped wasn't a sob. "Thank you. That takes care of one of my worries." Francis clutched his shoulder. "But before you go on this suicide mission, you can still gather mages together, people like your mother, and anyone willing to fight for freedom." "I'm not sure who else would be willing." Francis's grip on Marcel's shoulder tightened. "I just met someone else who values your life and wouldn't want you a martyr. Someone I spoke to this evening." "Who?" "Mademoiselle Adelaide." Her name sent a cold barb of sorrow through him. "She's sans magie. She's a wonderful girl, but she's not a soldier or a noble or a spy. She's a maid like Jacint. I need to pull away from her. If we get any closer, I think I might love her already." "I see that look on your face." Francis kept his heavy, warm hand on his shoulder, not allowing him to walk away. "And I'm feeling all this cold. Tell her the truth about you and your powers." "I can't. I'm turning to sleep." Francis's rust-bearded face bore weary, fine lines. His soldier's posture faltered. "I can already tell how she feels about you." Marcel gave a wistful sigh. "Letting myself, fall for her and be with her, that's a death sentence." He shuddered from his own chill. "I'll be dead about a week from today, so I guess it doesn't matter how she and I feel." Francis's eyes were weary and bloodshot. His tone was gentle. "If you care about Adelaide, if you want her to truly know you, the real man and not the fraud before you die, you must expose your magic and tell her. Whether you end up with her or not, she's your friend. You're deceiving her by leading her on." Marcel opened his mouth in protest. "I'm not. Women's hearts aren't to be taken lightly. It pained me to see her fondness for you, knowing that you're hiding what you are. If you're so concerned about your legacy of bravery, how would you feel if she ends up thinking you've vanished from the earth if you die? Without letting her know why." He shook his head. "I would never want that. If you let Adelaide in on your secret, there's a chance she'll love your memory, if not you." A lump grew in his throat. "I would want her to, but how? I'm doomed, and I want to keep her safe." "Use that fog magic of yours, or the charm you put on this castle in the first place. Just my advice. Take it or leave it. Bonne nuit.
Francis turned on his heel and went to his empty, solitary widower's master bedroom, closing the door behind him. Chapter 16. Renaud rumpled the Marquis's borrowed coat in a wrinkled ball as he tried to get comfortable on the hard straw floor. His mind spun circles, unable to rest, much less sleep. Since his old dreams were actual memories of his errant youth, he wished for blank nothingness. I did make a damned good pauper, come to think of it. As he recalled all the admirable things he had achieved as Luke, Renaud could say he was impressed with himself. Pulling himself out of a rat-infested poverty by his bootstraps through hard work, surviving a horrible disease, defending his dear women friends against attackers, impressing the Marquis enough to become a trusted head servant, and finding true, unselfish love with Emilie. The only thing that made him weak was his insanity. Aunt Mathilde! Wasn't that the name the witch used? My name is Mathilde, Your Highness. I have the ability to change my appearance. You may remember me as the old woman. The one who'd whisked him to that cottage, his healer. The same name, the same old woman he'd seen in the forest sometimes when he was a child. That old woman had looked like Aunt Mathilde. The younger lady in the cottage had put him to sleep, and then his insanity was her doing. The evil witch. She'd meant to punish him for the vile man he had been, and punished him she did. She'd given him a new life, a chance to be unselfish and humble. Once he could succeed, to trust his fake aunt and the people he knew, able to experience true and honest love with a woman, Aunt Mathilde orchestrated fate and circumstances to lead him back here. To face Rosalind, to face Christopher, and to have it all taken away. Rosalind grasped her husband's hand, in an attempt to calm him. We'll get to the bottom of this. I'll speak with him, and I'll speak with the girl. Prince Christopher stood by the window in his elegant boudoir, pushing back a blue brocade curtain. Alive, all this time. He just marched in here, no shame. I don't believe Renaud was marching in here to hurt us. I could see fear and sorrow in his eyes. Fear and sorrow that he was caught? He yanked on the curtain, drawing it over the window. He clenched his jaw, inhaling through his nose. Louis and the Marquis made a mistake. They said they wanted to show this man to me. They didn't think it was Renaud, but now, I don't know who to trust. They thought he was an unknown half-brother. Rosalind cast her gaze out the window, her mind spinning with memories, speculations. They didn't mean any harm, Christopher. It sounded as if they found this man from Paris and they thought he deserved the lordship as your father's unclaimed son. I find it kind and admirable of them, to be honest. Well, they did the right thing to send my brother back. Damn. Why would he come here willingly? Did he think he could pretend to be someone with a half-brother claim? I'm not a fool, Cherie. Would he risk it if he knew I had a price on his head, wanted dead or alive? Unless, by some strange circumstance, he's someone else, completely identical. That's what I don't understand. He called me Rosalind, not Your Highness. Rosalind's voice trembled. Seeing a dead man had set her blood cold. Only my family and old friends still call me Rosalind, and normally I wish to be called that. But not him. If he were someone else, your unknown brother or an imposter, he wouldn't say my name that way. And with that look on his face, he knows us. Horror from her ruined wedding day swept through her heart. It was much easier to believe that Renaud's body, shot down, had been taken by wild animals. She'd been begging Christopher for months to have a memorial stone erected in Montville's churchyard for closure. Christopher wrapped his arms around her. He's locked up and secured in the cellar until we can straighten things out. Tomorrow we'll sort this out, my love. I'll have Francis speak to him and get a confession. Please, get some sleep. Francis said there are 2 ladies here who came with him. One is his fiancée. She seems to love him dearly. He must have fed her lies.
I must also have a say in making the judgment upon him, mon cher. We need time to hear her story. I shall speak to her myself. Rosalind squeezed her husband's hand, gazing up at him with a fiery will in her eyes. Christopher, I do not want your unforgiveness and bitterness to destroy and hurt the innocent. Emilie fell asleep in the wee hours of the morning. She awoke late to a knock on the guest room door. The maid, Madame Beaulieu, brought her bread with fruit and tea on a tray. Merci. She fought fatigue and pain to lift her head. It is what we do for guests, mademoiselle. When you're ready, Princess Rosalind would like to meet with you in the parlor downstairs. Thank you. Her stuffed head and throat ached from pain and weeping. The tea would help clear it. After she dressed in her clean, green-striped frock, she left a huffing, equally upset Adelaide behind, closing the door. She found Madame Beaulieu, who escorted her across the hallway, down a flight of stairs, leading her to the grand foyer. Dread caused her stomach to turn. How could Luc be this man all along? How did he escape justice? Could I ask your name, mademoiselle? The maid asked. Emilie Fortier. It was best she learned the truth now. She was still young. She would learn to forget Luc and move on with her life. Survive as she'd done before. Madame Beaulieu led Emilie to a small, sunny parlor. Your Highness, Mademoiselle Emilie Fortier is here to speak to you. The princess stood from her seat, a lovely young woman with blonde hair pulled into a simple chignon with curls, like Lady Evangeline often wore. She looked to be in her mid or late 20s. Emilie bowed her head. Your Highness. The door clicked shut behind her as the maid left them to speak in private. Rosalind smiled. I'll bite a sad one.
No need for formalities, Mademoiselle Fortier.
No need for formalities, Mademoiselle Fortier. It's good to meet you. Come in. The two women sat together in an elegant parlor room. Rosalind's mauve silk dress rustled as she draped her flowing skirts. Two large vases filled with white roses and honeysuckles sat on each side of the settee, where Rosalind directed Emilie to sit. Her nose caught the pleasant fragrance. A large, sheer-curtained window looked into the front gardens. Mademoiselle, I need to apologize to you, the princess began. I'm very sorry for the circumstances you were thrown into last night, and the way you saw us speaking and behaving towards your fiancé. I understand. Emilie's eyes stung, but she willed herself not to cry. I didn't notice you in the ballroom at first. When I learned about you, to be honest, it broke my heart. Emilie nodded. This is very awkward, said Rosalind. It's unpleasant for me to talk about the details of my experience with the man we suspect your fiancé may be. I will tell you, but I'd rather hear your story first. I want to hear it untarnished by anything else. How long have you known him? About 7 months. A very short time. Do you recall the things he said about his life before that? He was frustrated the whole time I knew him. He couldn't remember his life, Your Highness. He called it insanity, but he had a memory problem. Rosalind gave a slow nod. That is odd. He was training to be a stonemason at the Marquis de Brumont's estate. Then he was appointed head servant. By the Marquis? Yes. What sort of situation was he in before then? Rosalind leaned forward with her fingers clasped. When I was first getting to know him, I visited his apartment. He'd recovered from smallpox. His friend asked me to cook for him because I recovered from the disease myself, and so I couldn't become sick with it again. When I first met him, he was not a pleasant person. Rosalind nodded, not speaking. She gave Emilie a look of encouragement. He was bitter and angry. He willed himself to die because he hated his circumstances. Not only had he caught a disease, but he was destitute. The apartment he lived in was one of the poorest places I've ever visited. I thought my family was poor, but visiting Luc's place made me count my blessings.
He suffered that much? Yes. I admit it wasn't love at first sight, Emilie recalled. My very first meeting with Luke was at my cousin's wedding. He seemed boastful and arrogant. All the bad qualities your Luke had sounds very much like Renaud, said Rosalind, though not as terribly bad. Emilie frowned. She did not know Renaud, she only knew Luke. After he became sick, I saw what his real life was like.
It turned out this poor man had covered up a miserable existence.
I disliked his attitude. After spending some time with him, he seemed to open up, and he showed such kindness to me. And the Marquis holds him in high regard, Your Highness. The Marquis de Brumont is speaking with Christopher downstairs, said Rosalind. I know he's trying to defend him as you are. It's only fair. She cast her gaze to her lap. I feel that perhaps Christopher and I were mistaken in our judgment. Truly? A glimmer of hope warmed Emilie's chest. Yes. Not to get your hopes up, I'm sorry. But it sounds to me there is a difference between Christopher's brother Renaud, who tried to assassinate him, and the man Luke, who you love. Your Highness, now that I've told you about my fiancé, I need to hear about Renaud. It's hard for me to believe that Luke is the same person. Rosalind gazed at a point near the ceiling, then met Emilie's eyes to tell her the d'Orleans family story. Renaud and Christopher shared a father, Prince Theodore, but not the same mother. Christopher's mother was the late Princess Louise. According to stories and gossip, Renaud's birth mother was a girl who stayed here as Theodore's mistress for a time, and then suddenly she went away, or was sent away. With or without her little son? Without Renaud. Theodore wanted to keep him, but he cast the girl away without her baby. Staff members scorned the girl because she'd come here to work as a maid, but she caught his eye. Emilie clutched the fabric of her skirt with tension. How sad. It was. Princess Louise died less than a year later, and the boys were raised by nursemaids and governesses. Unfortunately, Prince Theodore had favoritism towards Christopher because Renaud was not legitimate. This explains so much. She wished to say more, but she let Her Highness finish. Christopher spent most of his time studying and learning, trying to be a wiser leader than his father was. Theodore was an injured war veteran by then. He traveled, leaving his children at home with the staff, and Renaud. He caused trouble as he grew older. He liked to fight. Did Renaud have any good qualities? The good trait about Renaud was his bravery in battle. Rosalind hinted at a fond smile, looking towards the window. The notion dawned on Emilie that this woman was likely Renaud's, Luke's, object of affection at one time. He was a decorated soldier for someone so young, just a boy in his teens when he joined. What were his worst traits? Rosalind shook her head. Her fond expression was replaced with disdain. Mad, jealousy, hate. He hated Christopher, for his father gave him the inheritance of the palace and the leadership of our region. Yet before his father died, he willed Renaud a decent estate near Montville, a lovely home he could raise a family in, along with the lordship of Montville. It wasn't cruel in my eyes. It would have been a good life. Her face seemed pained, as if she couldn't understand how the man had decided to self-destruct when he had so much fortune. I can understand there would be jealousy, but to resort to violence. Emilie let the words die on her lips. Rosalind smoothed the layers of her mauve satin gown. Also, this is the unpleasant part. Renaud had an issue with me. Before the army, he and I courted each other for a short time when we were very young. Emilie nodded, her stomach dropping. A nasty love triangle and jealousy. Luke had his bitter moments, but would he have stooped so low? When he was sent to the army, I wasn't certain I loved Renaud enough to marry him. He had enduring qualities about him, handsome and honest, to the point of blunt. He was a bit Rough around the edges for a prince, with a nasty temper he tried to hide at first. I waited for him for a few years, but then I came to know Christopher. I understand. Christopher was easier to get along with, very intelligent and curious, and serious about leadership. He reads a great deal of philosophy, the sciences, and, well, the discovery of magic powers in some humans. Magic? Emily closed her eyes in weariness as she said the word. More of that. Last night, Adelaide had been livid about the magic and sorcery talk. Emily didn't see the point either. Yes, it's an interest of his. Something that isn't talked about, but he's looking into the possibilities. Rosalind stopped, shaking her head. Before I lost my train of thought, I wanted to explain that Christopher asked for my hand in marriage before Renaud came home from his years in the military. Renaud found out about our engagement when he settled in his inherited home in Montville. For a few months, he accepted the lordship. Christopher and I remember him getting staff people to move all his belongings out of the castle. We laughed a little about it, Renaud being spiteful and not wanting to come here himself to get his things. I remember Christopher making some remarks that, well, sounded cruel and mocking towards Renaud. Mocking? Emily interrupted. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I think I understand. His brother made fun of him. Did he, by chance, make fun of him for not being able to read well? Yes, Rosalind sighed, clasping her hands. I didn't know them as children, but I have a good idea what their relationship must have been like. Fortunately, my husband has grown up and matured since then. Emily nodded, listening. For a while, Renaud seemed just fine. We hoped he'd be fine. He stayed away from us until our wedding day. And that's when he shot him. Yes. Rosalind closed her eyes, a shadow of pain in them. There was a gunfight, chaos, and Captain Dumont's wife, Gisant, was killed. She was one of our maids, a very sweet young lady. She left behind a little girl. That is so sad. It was. And it was a miracle that a healer with special powers showed up and revived Christopher before my very eyes. She was truly a magical person, using enchantments. Oh? This bizarre magic talk again. Someone had said her name was Mathilde. She might be the same woman as Luke's aunt. Rosalind shook her head, confusion on her face. I know nothing about her being your Luke's aunt. This Mathilde was a little old woman, very poor, said Emilie. A little old woman? Rosalind's eyes widened. How old? More than 70, certainly. Rosalind broke eye contact and looked to the window. The Mathilde we met was in her 40s or so, an elegant brunette lady. She must be someone else, said Emilie. Mathilde is not an unusual name. Our healer woman. She returned a while ago and tutored Captain Dumont's daughter, and then she disappeared. I don't understand why she left without saying goodbye. Ladies named Mathilde must have a bad habit of doing such, Emily said with an air of light levity, something Adelaide would say. Rosalind gave her a kind smile. You are handling this well, considering how painful it must be. I hope we can do something to help you. Your Highness, Prince Rosalind. Nerves made her voice tremble a bit. May I ask if you could just meet Luke and talk to him? I thought perhaps you could tell the difference if you spent time with him. To Emily's relief, she nodded. If he is Renaud, it would not be pleasant for me, but I'm willing to see him. You will? The hope in her chest brightened. She stood, smoothing her skirt. Yes, you requested it, and I shall ask Captain Dumont to show me down. Chapter 17. Renaud's ears perked up as sets of footsteps clattered down the stairs. Hunger and thirst were about to drive him mad, and he hoped against all hope that this was someone with food or drink. Captain Dumont appeared around the corner, empty-handed. though armed as always. Renaud sat his cross-legged position on the straw mat. He turned to face the ancient stone wall, likely laid by medieval stonemasons of long past who lived honorable, simple lives. What he wouldn't do to have that life again.
Your Highness Prince Renaud.
Hearing the title was a slap of shame.
Someone is here to speak to you. I am not anyone's highness anymore, he mumbled. My name is Luke now.
He fixed his gaze on the straw, on the floor, and the iron bars. A female voice spoke up. Your name is Luke. I'm interested in hearing about you. She turned the corner. Mon Dieu! Before he could stop himself, her name escaped his lips with shock.
Rosalind?
Do you know me? She appeared so out of place in her elegant gown, in this hole of a basement.
I think we've met.
He looked towards the wall.
I could tell you knew me.
He could feel her gaze upon him, judging him.
The look in your eyes gave you away, Renaud. I was Renaud at one time. Bitterness darkened his words. Renaud is dead. Not in the physical body, but in spirit. I'm Luc Bisset now.
Dumont stepped forward, standing at Rosalind's side.
All right, so your name is now Luc Bisset. Your hands are rough and calloused. You're a hard worker. Yes, Captain. What is your birth date? May 3rd, 1751.
He pulled Adelaide's birthday out of his mind from earlier that month, before they left the Marquis's mansion. A new man needed a new birth date.
Your Highness.
Dumont moved closer to him with an air of military authority.
If you want to be someone else for the rest of your life, that's completely up to you. Any of us would do the same. Still, your brother will be the one to decide your fate.
Renaud glanced at Rosalind. She stood with her arms folded, rubbing her hands over them in the chill of the basement dungeon.
Rosalind is cold. You ought to send her back up, Captain.
That is kind of you to notice. Rosalind held a look of surprise. Captain Dumont and Rosalind stood watching him in silence, a hopeful part of him wondering if the latter saw any difference that might suggest he wasn't who he was.
Where's Emilie?
After I spoke to her, said Rosalind, she went to look for her sister.
You spoke to Emilie?
A burst of hope lit his heart. Yes, Emilie does not know the Renaud I once knew. Rosalind shivered in the chilly cellar. She only knows a good man. I will tell my husband what she has said in your defense.
Thank you.
Renaud glanced at Dumont, who stood straight and silent with his sword on his belt.
Does that mean I won't be dragged to a scaffold and hanged today, Captain?
Rosalind gasped. The captain frowned.
We will not hang you today, Your Highness, because we have more questions.
Rosalind gave him a red-eyed gaze. I understand you went through quite a lot during these last few years, Renaud, or Luke, if you prefer your other name. Emilie had some interesting things to say.
I'm glad she did.
He threaded his fingers through his hair. She stared at him as if she could pull the truth and read his mind. Do you love Emilie?
Yes.
Sorrow gripped his heart.
I only wish to get back to her and to the life I was peacefully living.
I understand. Christopher needs to know everything before he makes his decision. I find it impressive how you've lived these years so humbly. Renaud gripped the iron bars of his cell.
I think you would be impressed with me as a common man.
He put a thumb to his chest.
I survived poverty and disease. I prevailed, and I worked hard. All I want from your husband is to let Prince Renaud die, whether it be a real death or that in spirit. The man you're looking at is Luke. Are you serious?
The captain interjected.
Damn serious. He raised his voice, gripping the iron bars tighter. You can kill me, or you can let me go. It's a win-win situation for me, but if you kill me, you hurt Emilie and my friends. So you'll have them to answer to. Either way, you'll never see me again.
He broke eye contact, turning to the wall.
Tell Louis and the Marquis I hope they're happy betraying me. A setup if there ever was one.
It was either those two or the witch Mathilde. He wanted someone to blame. That isn't true. Rosalind's voice was soft but firm. Henri de Brumont and Prince Louis had the theory that you were an unclaimed half-brother of Christopher's. They didn't expect you to be you. Tell me, Renaud, when you and I were 17, what did I give you before you left for the army? A memory. One of the many lost ones that had slammed into his mind last night like a tidal wave bubbled up. A handkerchief. You sewed stitches in it and sprayed eau de parfum over it. Rosalind gasped. That's right. What color was the handkerchief? Yellow. Light yellow, decorated with loops of blue thread and blue flowers, made with the thread. I embroidered it. Yes, that's what I gave you. What did you ever do with it? It got dirty and bloody in my uniform pocket, and I think I lost it. He shrugged and smirked, his gaze fixed on the ruffle at the bottom of her skirt rather than her face. I'm sorry. If you wish, you can sew me a new one. Rosalind covered her mouth with her hands. I never wanted you dead. She spoke in a mumble under her breath. Her pretty eyes anguished. She glanced at Dumont, dropping her hands to her skirt. You had to do your duty that day. I have no ill feelings, Captain. I understand, Your Highness, said Dumont. Renaud, I grieved you, I admit. I grieved for the boy you once were, a charming, incorrigible boy whose father never let him know his worth. She put a finger to her eye and broke into a teary smile. You truly are back from the dead. Renaud fixed his gaze on her. She was still beautiful. He'd once wanted her so much. The captain spoke, putting a hand on his sword hilt. Your Highness, I need you to give a confession of your identity. I need the truth spoken in front of Her Highness, so she can hear you. This may not be the only time we need you to say it. His Highness Christopher will need proof as well. Please tell me your true name and birth date. He had nothing to hide, no lies to tell. Renaud Eugene Luc d'Orleans. My birthday is September the 13th, 1749. He held his posture strong, giving both an expression of penitence. I need to go and speak with my husband. Rosalind backed away. Captain Dumont escorted her upstairs. Their sets of footsteps echoed until Renaud was left in silence, to think and ponder even more. The lordship. With his new life, he would have been perfectly happy with a comfortable home and a lordship. Why did I throw my life away? But if all this hadn't happened, he wouldn't have met Emilie. A while later, one of the captain's guards brought him some food, leftovers from the staff meals that weren't as good as anything Emilie and the others made at the Marquis's place. The man brought a mug of milk as well. Thank you, Renaud said to the man. What is your name? Leon. The servant spoke in a brusque tone before he rushed upstairs. Renaud started eating. Jean Paquette's little brother was named Leon. What would Jean think about this? He never got to say goodbye to Jean, for that matter. The eggs were cold in his mouth. He pushed the platter away. Later, as Renaud tried to sleep, he had the feeling that death would be a very welcome thing. By early dawn, in the blackness of night inside the cellar, he longed for it. Emilie's urge to walk around the castle and explore this new environment was a balm to her pain. The halls had cleared of the scores of people from the previous night. After meeting with Rosalind, a feeling of comfort and hope buoyed her spirit. A notion that this would be resolved. Madame Beaulieu, the maid from the previous night, approached her at a brisk speed with her black and white uniform. Would you like to join us for a luncheon shortly? She asked. No, thank you, madame. Emilie took gentle steps into the grand foyer with its crystal-draped chandeliers. On her right, she found the staircase that led to their guest rooms. On each side of the stair railings was a tall lamp fixture, a brass cherub figure clinging to it like a child playing on a tree trunk. Emilie could have spent hours here just looking, taking it all in. Whether or not Luc would be released today from his detainment, she'd find ways to pass the time rather than lie in bed and cry about it. She tiptoed up the staircase. After passing a few doors on the second floor, She found the one with the piece of red scrap fabric she tied to the doorknob to remember which room she occupied. Inside, she found Adelaide with a cup of tea on the bedstand. Her golden kitten batted a piece of fabric. "Emilie," Adelaide said, jumping from her seat, "have you seen or talked to Luke?" "No, not yet." Each time she heard the name was a needle stab of pain.
I spoke with Princess Rosalind.
"What's she like?" "She was very kind. I'm hoping to find someone to guide me down to where Luke is." She swallowed, her eyes stinging. "Have you talked to Marcel?" "No, I haven't seen him since it happened. I thought I'd see him when we went to get Laurette from the coach last night, but we haven't found each other yet to talk." She picked up the cat as it clawed the bedspread. "Emilie, I'm sorry. I don't know what we can do for Luke. Down in the cellar like a criminal. It just isn't fair." Anger reddened her face again. Emilie didn't speak. She rummaged through her traveling bag, looking for paper and a drawing tool. She found the mirror that Adelaide had slipped inside it. "Adelaide?" "Yes?" Adelaide fed the kitten a bit of dried, cured meat from her hand. "Look at Laurette. She's so hungry." "Thank goodness for this cat. She's distracting her." "That's so sweet, Addie. Here's the mirror Marcel gave you." She pulled out the golden-plated looking glass. Adelaide looked at it as if it were cursed. There must be something very odd about that mirror. Marcel wanted to get rid of it. "I wonder why. It's beautiful." She set it down on Adelaide's bed, nearest the window. "You could use it for yourself, or when you do Evangeline's makeup and wigs again. Has her ladyship called for you to do her hair yet?" "The maid we met said she'd call on us if they need assistance. Evangeline's probably having some social engagements. It's boring to wait in this room to be called for service." She kissed her kitten on its furry head. "At least I have Laurette to keep me company, and you, if you stay." "That's nice, Addie." Emilie's heart was still down in that dungeon with Luke. To distract herself from her pain, she took her paper and a piece of graphite to draw with. "I'm going down to sit in the hall and sketch that beautiful staircase." "I admire you, Emilie. This terrible thing happened, yet you still want to capture beauty and draw things." Emilie locked gazes with her sister, drawing strength from her encouragement. Someone knocked on the door. "Come in," said Emilie. Madame Ballou entered. "Mademoiselle Adelaide?" "Her ladyship Evangeline wishes for you to assist her with her dress and hair before her luncheon social." "Thank you, madame. I certainly will." Adelaide set the cat back on the bed. "We'll talk later, Em." "This is dreadful and wrong," Lady Evangeline said to Adelaide's reflection in the vanity mirror. "There is no way on earth that our head servant Luke could be Prince Renaud. That man was supposed to be dead." Adelaide smoothed pale makeup over the fair lady's face. "I know. And if there's anything His Highness Louis can say to Prince Christopher in Luke's defense—" "Father and Louis believe Christopher now. They feel so embarrassed. Neither of them ever imagined bringing home a criminal." Evangeline fidgeted with her hairpin, rolling it in her delicate fingers. She gave Adelaide's reflection a distressed look. Sadness and confusion were clear in her wide blue eyes. "Father and mother feel horrible. Despite Christopher's thanks to them for bringing Luke, or whoever he is, here, they and Louis never expected him to be Renaud." She set the hairpin down and blinked. "No matter what, father, mother, and Louis believe Luke is Renaud, just as Christopher does. We had a terrible argument about it last night. Father said I'm too naive to understand." "Have you ever met the d'Orleans princes before?" Adelaide asked. "No, I barely met them until now. I just can't imagine someone like Luke as a member of their family." "I agree with you." Adelaide wiped her fingers with a cloth after finishing with the cosmetic cream. "Are you still taking luncheon with Louis and your parents?" "Yes, but I don't want to speak to Louis until he agrees Luke isn't Christopher's evil dead brother." Adelaide took a powder brush and tickled it over Evangeline's nose and forehead. She sighed, not knowing what to tell Evangeline about the matter. She focused on the job at hand. "Golden wig or white?" No wig, Adelaide. I want to wear my hair the way I've worn it for travel.
Evangeline grabbed a hunk of her golden hair, wrapping it around her finger.
You had it pulled and tied back, wrapped in a bun. I know, and I like it that way. It's comfortable, though I would like part of it down this time. Are you certain you want to choose comfort over fashion? But your mother, Evangeline gave her an impish smile.
Mother can stuff it down her décolletage.
I don't want to get in trouble, said Adelaide, not laughing as she normally would. We already failed as maids last night because of carriage problems. We were late arriving at the inn in Montville. You couldn't help your carriage problems, and anyway, it's my hair, not Mother's. Louis needs to see what his wife will look like when she turns in next to him every night. She cast her eyes downward. Do forgive me for that improper thought. You're completely forgiven, your ladyship. Adelaide used an ivory-handled brush to smooth out the lady's perfume-scented locks. Congratulations again on your engagement. Merci, said Evangeline. Her voice soft as a whisper, she lowered her eyes to her lap. Evangeline, if you're not in love, you could still turn down the match, couldn't you? Evangeline caught Adelaide's eye in the mirror. That's not how our world works. Don't say such things within Mother's earshot. I don't want to lose your companionship. Oh, Adelaide said, dread filling her at the thought of losing her position. Pretend I didn't say that. I will. You didn't say that, said Evangeline. Now, you seem close with that coachman on the journey here, she said with a teasing smirk. I saw you walking alone with him a few times. Adelaide lowered her gaze, not caring to spill her personal thoughts to Evangeline. Marcel wasn't just some man she shared a silly flirtation with during the journey. He treated Adelaide with such care, shared humor and sweetness, finding the kitten, teaching her how to drive his team. Silly dragon and werewolf tales. But more so, he trusted her enough to tell her about his worry over Luke, which came horrifyingly true, and the odd, cryptic hints of a fear he had for himself. Don't forget me. She answered Evangeline cheerfully. To be honest, what happened was we found a stray kitten and he convinced me to keep her. I named her Lorette. She's darling. The coachman is a funny man. He tried to convince me he believes in the loup-garou and fire-breathing dragons. That still sounds romantic. Evangeline's eyes sparked with mirth. Would you like some red or white ribbon tied in your coiffure? Adelaide asked, changing the subject. Red ribbon, s'il vous plaît. After Adelaide tied a red ribbon bow around Evangeline's blonde half-bun, a pretty ingenue look, the noble girl dismissed her. She returned to Emilie's guest room to retrieve Lorette the kitten and take her outside, not wishing the cat to dirty up any of the palace's rooms. Come, kitty, we're going for a walk in the gardens. Her words seemed a forced attempt to remain cheerful in the circumstances. The mirror that Marcel was so afraid of lay face up on Emilie's hastily made bed. It reflected the blue of the sky outside the window. I don't understand why he had such a problem with that thing, Adelaide said aloud to herself. She left the room, carrying her cat. Walking towards the flight of stairs, she caught a flash of white at her left. A girl. She appeared out of thin air in a white dress. Adelaide let out a scream as her heart jumped to her throat. Squeezing Lorette to her chest, she tore down the stairs, slipping on the last step with her soft-soled shoe. Her knee hit the marble floor with a painful thud. Ow! Emilie! Emilie sat on a cushioned bench in the great hallway, drawing. Adelaide? There's a ghost! Mon Dieu! This castle is possessed by specters of the dead! What? Adelaide's bone rattled with terror. Her heart nearly leapt to her throat. There's a ghost girl behind me! I want to leave! All the talk about stupid hocus-pocus, and now spirits? I've had it! Lorette scratched her wrist. It stung as she held fast to the kitten, trying to stand back up as her knee throbbed. She limped across the hall, through the double doors, down the entry staircase, and outside. Carrying her cat, she limped across the gardens, admiring their beauty. Her heart calmed. The ghost could not venture here.
The sky could not be bluer. The forest and gardens with the manicured hedgerows could not be more verdant.
Pink and white blossoms graced the main garden. It would have been perfect, so enjoyable if things were normal. She carried Lorette until she found a place for her to wander the grass without messing the prince's and princess's vegetation. Sitting on a bench under the shade of trees, she rubbed her pained and bruised knee and watched the cat play as if she were her child. In her solitude, she sent up a silent prayer for Luke and Emilie. It was selfish of her, perhaps, to leave the castle and find a place to sit alone while Emilie suffered and poor Luke was locked in the basement. She needed to find that captain fellow from last night, Marcel's brother-in-law. He seemed reasonable enough. He might let her and Emilie down to see Luke. Lorette scampered off. Adelaide stood from the bench to chase her and pick her up. She brought her back to the bench and let her wander the grass again, while her thoughts and prayers over Luke and Emilie wandered, searching for hope. Chapter 18. Marcel stood in Francis's and Celeste's home quarters, gazing out their window. He couldn't see the stable building from his vantage point, but he knew Felix and Fifi were getting the luxury treatment of royals at the moment, resting in a shaded stable and being fed and watered by Prince Christopher's grooming staff. At least they had no worries. Francis had gone down to attend to morning duties. Celeste sat in a chair nearby, trying to knit something with yellow yarn. She'd been doing it the hard way until she gave up and let the yarn and needles levitate, doing the work itself, the same way Mamma sewed and mended garments to earn her scant pay in her seamstress shop. The metal needles clicked rhythmically as the yellow yarn unraveled and joined together in neat rows. "What are you knitting, Celeste?" Marcel focused on the young girl. Time with his little niece was a pleasant escape. "Either a quilt or a scarf. It depends on how big it gets." She sat with her hands folded, watching the knitting do itself. Unlike Mamma, Marcel's mother couldn't keep her hands still. She hand-sewed while employing her enchanted needles in her shop. A clever woman, and he wasn't ashamed to say that he inherited his cleverness from her. "I'm bored." Celeste's tone was a slight whine. "I want to see your half Pegasus, please." "Soon, Celeste. I need to think for a moment about things your papa and I were going to work on today." He turned to look out the window, absent-mindedly grooming his hair with his fingers to make sure his tight curls looked good as they dried. Why am I thinking about how my hair looks when doom is closing in on me? Probably because it was a normal life thought. He wanted those kinds of normal thoughts back. He'd managed to sleep for 7 whole hours, mostly due to the comfort of white cotton bed sheets in Francis's guest bed. It had been a dreamless sleep, deep and coma-like. When he'd awakened, there had been one brief moment of peace before the terror crept back in. If there were only some way he could get out of this. Part of him longed to accept help from Francis or anyone. Francis was about to interrogate Prince Renaud again. Damn. Alexis ordered me to send him proof that Renaud's spell was broken. Marcel was supposed to use his looking glass to report the spell breaking. Merda. If he didn't use his looking glass to send that proof long distance, Alexis might decide to venture all the way here himself. The officer could find his way here on his own using the arrow tracker on his glass. Although Marcel had golden locked the entire castle and outer grounds, he did not want Alexis poking around near this vicinity again. He'd have to communicate with the officer today, just to be safe. I need that mirror back from Adelaide. He blew out a sighing breath. Uncle Marcel? What's the matter? Celeste, can you do me a huge favor? What? Go to the hall of women's guest suites on the 2nd floor of the other wing. Do you remember the hall where Mamma stays when she visits? Yes, Madame Beaulieu makes me help clean those rooms. Please find either one of 2 ladies, Mademoiselle Adelaide or her sister, Mademoiselle Emilie. Ask the staff to direct you to the room, and when you find the ladies, ask for a mirror that I gave Mademoiselle Adelaide, and bring me that mirror. Can you do that? Oui. Celeste nodded and stood from the chair. The needles and yarn floated higher, almost to ceiling level. Mademoiselles Adelaide and Emilie? Oui. Adelaide is the one who has my mirror. I need it back, and it's very important. His voice sharpened. Why are you angry at me? I'm not. I just need you to go to the other wing, to those ladies' room. They're friends of mine. Go and find them right now, please. His voice strained. Celeste frowned. Her eyes flashed a bit of indignant hurt. I will. But if I do this favor for you, then you better let me see Felix and Fifi today. She lifted a defiant chin. I want to see them fly. And if you please, let me ride in your coach on a flight. Spoiled little brat. You may see them, but I'm not certain about flight, petite. I'll ask your papa. She flashed a grin and dashed out of the room, opening and slamming the door. Marcel's thoughts went back to the things he and Francis had talked about the night before. As fear crept into his heart again, his fingertips bit with cold. He touched the window he stood near. It formed a slight frost. I need help, but how? What could Saint-Magis do to help good, peaceful, loving mages escape the inferno of tyranny and death that Lord Bertrand ignited? They couldn't enter Fontaine and Chantilly. Of course, there had been people who could be considered Saint-Magis who'd been inside that secret village, lived in it. But those rare people were the ones who were born to mages as infants, raised inside the town's borders. The perfect example of such a person had been Gisant. Their childhood together, up until the year Marcel was 8 and Gisant was 17, had been happy and idyllic. He was reminded of that late summer day they walked together in the Mage village's street, La Rue Principale, which ended in a cluster of crab-apple and elm trees swallowing the narrow road. The tall elms had grown in a circular canopy over it, surrounding the entrance to a tunnel. Marcel and Gisant had stood hand in hand, watching carriages and people disappear in a teleport at the mouth of the tunnel. Even more interesting to his child self, carriages were arriving and a teleport from it. Mages would come back into their village from the mysterious place on the other side. Gisant stared at the tunnel exit for some time, clutching his hand. I'm going through it, to see the other city. I've been planning to go out for years. She let go of Marcel's hand and walked towards the tunnel in the trees. Jossie, he cried out, can I come with you? No, petite, just go home. This is a grown-up thing that I wanted to do on my own. She neared the exit, touching that foliage and moving branches, watching for oncoming carriage traffic. Slowly she crept forward. She turned around and caught Marcel's eye. A lump formed in his throat. He feared he'd start crying. Please come back. I'll be right back, petite, she smiled and waved. I promise. 3 steps forward and Gisant disappeared, swallowed up by that tunnel. Marcel walked home by himself, knowing she would be back by dinner time. He blinked a few times, dredging up that memory, as he stared out the window at the castle gardens below. Gisant hadn't come home after that. When he told Mamma what she'd done, his mother had burst into a tearful rage, not at him, but at his sister. She'd taken him to Madame Volant's to play with another little boy, René. After Mamma had picked him up for René's house and he was back home, Gisant was still gone. There came a terrible bout of yelling between his parents. She can never come back. She's locked out. She must deal with the consequences. I refuse to remain in this home without my child. You're a cold-hearted man, and I cannot stand it any longer. I do not want my son to become like you. Marcel is my son as much as he is yours. His ice powers came from my family line. Is Gisant even my daughter, or did you sneak off with a filthy Saint-Magis? Philippe, how can you make such an accusation? Young Marcel had lain in bed, hugging his furry pink beau de pouche, Rose Pierre, in his arms. His sister's bed across the room was empty, a circular window beaming light onto it. His parents' fight had reached a fever pitch. Rose Pierre, bless his or her little rodent heart, had made chattering, squeaking sounds, drowning their voices just a little. The next day, his mamma had made an announcement that changed his young life. She was leaving Papa because she couldn't live with him anymore, and she couldn't live in this town anymore. After he'd grown older, he realized it was one of the bravest decisions a married mage woman with children could ever make. He and Mamma had packed up and left their comfortable, fine house in Fontaine and Chantilly to walk together through that leafy tunnel, with Marcel carrying Rose Pierre in his arms. When he walked through the portal, the magic made his ears pop. Coming out on the other side, he'd been a bit disappointed to see nothing but muddy, horse-dung-scented streets and countless buildings. They'd found Gisant right away, safe and sound in a nearby park, trying to get back inside the portal with no luck. The memory of the 3 of them embracing and crying was so vivid in his mind, even 17 years later. They'd soon found help from a place called a church, thanks to a kind lady in a black dress and funny headwear named Sister Marguerite. Eventually, due to the care and kindness of the abbey's nuns, Mama had enough money to move into the upper floor of a modest, narrow house, where it didn't smell quite as nice or have as many things as his old home. The landlady downstairs had been a seamstress, who'd given his mother work to earn coins. So many strange streets, new people, people without magic, a different society. Mama's rule from then was to keep all magic secret. Marcel's attention was wrenched from his past to his present as he stood next to the now slightly fogged window. Down below in the castle gardens, he spotted a woman walking with a limping gait, carrying something in her arms. He recognized that rounded figure, that bright hair. She wore a pink dress too plain to be a noblewoman. Turning from the window, he raced out of Francis's suite and bounded down the nearby staircase. 2 flights, then down the main grand hall, passing busy maids and other staff. The maid mopping the hall's floor gave him a raised eyebrow as he ran across the damp marble, leaving boot prints. "This is not a sports marathon, young man." "I beg your pardon," he called back. "Are you new staff?" "No, just a relative of a staff member. I apologize, madame." He crossed the hallway until he reached the castle's main foyer and found Celeste. She was in the process of being scolded by Madame Beaulieu as he approached the maid and his niece. He heard snippets of their conversation.
Celeste, how many times has your father told you?
"No teleporting, especially not when there are guests." "I forgot." She pouted her lip. "I was in a hurry because my uncle told me to find the ladies' guest room and ask about the mirror. I wanted a fast way to go from my room to the guest wing." Marcel approached them. "What happened, Celeste?" "Monsieur." The maid put her hand on her hip. "Celeste teleported in a hallway and frightened a lady, causing her to trip on the stairs." "What lady?" He narrowed his eyes at his niece. She had a pink dress on." Guilt made the girl's gaze shift, "and I think she was carrying a kitten." He shook his head. "You scared my friend." Madame Beaulieu gestured towards him. "You're her family, monsieur, so I'll let you deal with the child until her father comes." She left them, heading down the hallway. Celeste fidgeted with her skirt. "I'm sorry I scared the lady." "Be careful from now on." Sighing, he glanced out the tall windows of the castle's front foyer. The place seemed so empty now, yet peaceful. This morning, many of the party's guests, upset and frightened over Prince Renaud's return and capture, had since left to go home. Soon the news of the fugitive prince would reach Paris and the other servants and friends that Luc had made over the last years. He turned back to Celeste. His concern over her teleport in front of Adelaide was his most pressing issue at the moment, that and getting his looking glass back. "You're going to have to apologize to that lady for scaring her, but you can't say you teleported or that you used magic." The girl squinted her eyes. "How can I apologize for teleporting when she saw me do it?" "Where were you exactly?" Marcel crossed his arms and fixed her with a stern gaze. "Were you by a wall or a door? Think." "There was a door nearby." "Close enough to you?" She nodded. "Oui." "Well, this means you'll have to go to that lady and tell her a lie, a white lie." "A white lie?" He nodded. A grin pulled at his lips. "Francis, you're going to hate me." "Well, Papa says I'm 3/4 white and 1/4 black, so I guess I can tell white lies. So can you?" She grinned, pointing a playful finger into his bicep. "Because you're half and half, even though you're more brown than white." Marcel chuckled. "That's not what I mean. It has nothing to do with skin colors or ethnicity, Celeste. Anyone can tell a white lie, whether they're white, black, half and half, brown, purple, or green." "So what is it?" "Listen to what I'm about to say. And when you go to talk to Mademoiselle Adelaide, I want you to tell her exactly what I'm about to tell you. Just memorize my words. Comprenez-vous?" Celeste nodded. "Oui." Chapter 19. Someone approached Adelaide as she sat in the quiet gardens, a young brunette girl in a white dress. "Mademoiselle? Are you Mademoiselle Adelaide?" The ghost girl. She looked very normal now, just a child walking in the gardens. Adelaide's body tensed. She's not a ghost. She's just a child. Get a hold of yourself. The wind's blowing her hair, for heaven's sake. Would a ghost's hair blow in the wind? "Are you all right?" the girl asked shyly. Her dark brown eyes widened. I'm all right, just a little startled." Her words tripped over themselves. "I'm Adelaide. Bonjour." The young girl flashed a sweet smile. "Bonjour. My name is Celeste, and, I want to apologize for scaring you back in the hallway." "I was startled to see you up there," Adelaide admitted. "Forgive me for my nerves." Celeste fidgeted with her fingers. "I can explain. There was a door in the hallway, a door that came through from another room." She averted her gaze from Adelaide and stared at the tree overhead, gesturing with her hands. "And it's a very quiet door with new hinges. I opened it so quickly that I popped right out of it, extremely fast. I make very little noise because of my ballet slippers. See?" She kicked a foot forward, showing off her satin slippers. "And you must have imagined, I imagine it startled you." "It's fine. Apology accepted." Adelaide gave her a kind smile. What a charming child. "I've been so tired. I suppose you're right. I imagined you popping out of nowhere. And I suppose I screamed like a crazy person." Celeste giggled. "Would you like to hold my kitten?" Adelaide asked. "Wee, I love kittens." She took Lorette from her arms. "She scratches sometimes. Be careful." "I had a cat years ago, my mamma's, but he died when he got old. His name was Thomas, or Tom." "I'm sorry for the loss of your old cat." "It's all right." Celeste held Lorette to her cheek. "She's so soft." "Do you go to school?" "I only have a few lessons with Madame Balou. She's a maid who's sort of my nanny, but I'm too old to need a nanny. I'm going to be 11. She lowered her voice to a whisper, her eyes twinkling. "I hope Her Highness gets to have a child soon, so both Madame Balou and I can take care of it, or him, or her." Adelaide's smile widened at her words. A girl after her own heart, a lover of animals and children. That would be wonderful if you love babies. Celeste nodded, her eyes wide and eager as she cradled the kitten to her chest. "Oh, I do! Anyway, may I ask you a question? Do you have a mirror that someone named Marcel gave to you?" "How did you know?" Celeste looked back towards the castle. "Marcel is my uncle. He needs to borrow that mirror." "You're Marcel's niece?" She could see the family resemblance. Come to think of it. Especially the little girl's twinkling dark brown eyes and wide nose. Her skin was fairer than his, a golden tan. "Adelaide, I see you've met the lovely lady of the castle known as Celeste." A now familiar man's voice called. "Marcel! Bonjour!" He came out from behind one of the many tall hedgerows, half running in his coachman's boots. "I'm taking a quick run to the stables to check on Felix and Fifi. Would anyone like to join me?"
His cheer seemed very, very forced.
The fear and stress were still written over his dear face. He has to be strong for Celeste, despite the circumstances. "I will." Celeste handed Lorette back to Adelaide. "But what about that mirror, Uncle Marcel? Mademoiselle, he needs it back right away." Adelaide caught Marcel's gaze. "You need it back?" He rubbed his brow. "Wait, I just remembered. Captain Dumont must be the one to hold it first, not me." Another episode of bizarre, vague talk featuring Marcel and that stupid mirror. "Why does Captain Dumont need that mirror?" Her words slipped from her lips with an angry edge. "I know this is strange to you. Don't worry." That troubled look again. "Do you want me to go fetch it for you?" She shifted Lorette from one arm to another. The furry creature felt uncomfortably warm in the day's heat. "No, I need it when Captain Dumont is with us. With me, I mean." "Can we go to the horse stable now?" Celeste's tone was impatient. Marcel sighed. "Yes, Princess Celeste." He and Adelaide caught each other's eye. His expression seemed part questioning and part longing. She wasn't sure what to make of it. "I wouldn't mind coming along with you." Adelaide used her non-cat holding hand to smooth her skirt, her right knee throbbing with pain as she walked, holding Lorette in the crook of her arm. The little fur ball was hot as an oven on her skin. Marcel noticed her limping. "Are you all right?" "I tripped while going down the grand staircase. Just a clumsy moment." "Do you think you have a bruised knee?" Most likely. The throbbing pain in her knee made it difficult to walk with her right leg, that was for sure. Every step made her wince. Celeste turned to look at her. You have a bruised knee? Uncle Marcel, do you think you could do the thing for her? Adelaide's curiosity was piqued. What is the thing? Celeste. Marcel spoke to her in a gently corrective manner. No. Confusion about their conversation made Adelaide feel like an outsider. What are you two talking about? Oh, nothing, Celeste said in a sing-song voice. She skipped ahead of the two adults, reaching the immense stable. Her excited squeal of, Felix and Fifi, made Adelaide laugh. I'm going to pump some fresh water behind the stables. Marcel went outside the stable, while Celeste and Adelaide remained, petting the horses' snowy white manes. The place smelled of hay, alfalfa, and the comforting scent of the animals. Lorette crawled on Adelaide's chest and clawed her dress bodice as she kept one hand free to pet the horses. Felix and Fifi snorted and nickered, perfectly content and resting in the cool shade, free of their harnesses. They still wore their red caparison cloths draped over their withers. Does he ever take their comparisons off? Adelaide touched Fifi's cloth over her withers. Wait! Celeste shouted, her eyes wide. Don't take that off! Are their injuries still healing? That's what he'd said. They get scared. Celeste held a slightly panicked hand up. The comparisons must stay on. I'm going to give them a treat. She scooped oats from a barrel with a small bowl and held it under her hand to Felix's mouth. After he'd eaten it all, she let the horse lick her bare hands with his enormous tongue. Adelaide watched her with amusement. Your uncle said some strange things about Felix and Fifi. Ew, I must wash my hands now. She rubbed her hand on her dress. What strange things? That their mother could fly, and that they're half Pegasi. She gasped, her mouth opening wide in a most dramatic 10-year-old girl way. What? But he's not supposed to tell tell anyone that. She raised her voice to a yell. Uncle Marcel, come here. He strode into the stable with a bucket of water in one hand. What is it? You told her about them being half Pegasi? Celeste fed the mare another bit of oats from her hand. Marcel set the water bucket down. Yes, Pegasi is a breed, and there is nothing secretive about the fact that they are half Pegasi. Adelaide shifted Lorette from her left arm to her right. She couldn't help but smile. He was joking again, and even had his niece in on it. Most of us do not believe there's such a thing as flying horses, she said. You don't know everything in the world, Adelaide. She turned from watching Fifi's busy oat slurping to look at him. His expression was cheeky, filled with mirth. Her heart melted. This was the man who was capturing her fancy. She laughed. You never stop, do you? He mirrored her chuckle. No, I never stop. I'm the most relentless, unlikely to stop man you'll ever meet. Oh, Uncle Marcel. Celeste rolled her eyes teasingly as she pet Felix's mane, his gaze locked with Adelaide's, each with a warm smile for the other. Lorette squirmed and meowed, anxious to be let loose from her grip. What? Nothing. The word was a breathed sigh as he stood, holding his gaze upon her. His smile faded to a look of wistfulness, as if she were a great treasure, another rare moment of connection and joy amid a journey that had become only pain and chaos. Guilt tore at her. Emilie and Luke are suffering, and Marcel and I are having a flirtation. She was the first to break eye contact. I need to go see my sister. He rolled up the sleeves of his white blouse, revealing his nicely shaped bronze forearms as he lifted the heavy bucket of water. So, where is that mirror? He poured water into each trough, set up in front of the stables. Felix and Fifi drank thirstily. In the guest room where Emilie and I are staying. She couldn't get rid of the smile dancing on her lips. A wine-tipsy feeling surged through her body, though she'd drunk only tea. If it's grooming or styling you and Captain Dumont desperately need a mirror for, I just want you to be assured that you're handsome enough. Both of you, I mean. He flashed her a smile. Merci. I only wish we needed it for that. He turned his face away. His smile faded again. She swallowed in her throat. Please tell me what's going on. I don't care what it is. If Celeste hadn't been there, those words would have tumbled from her mouth with only horses and a kitten to eavesdrop. The man had become a puzzle she desperately wanted to assemble.
Between help me be brave, don't forget me, and that loathsome donkey's ass named Alex something or other who was after him.
After the horse had had enough to drink, the three walked back to the castle. Adelaide and Marcel were silent, while Celeste chatted about things Madame Balou was teaching her. I must help set the table for their highnesses' dinner. I learned to fold napkins in little cone hat shapes. That's nice, Celeste, said Adelaide. That's something my sister is much better at than I am. A few noble-looking people and their retinue members passed, heading for their coaches to leave. They greeted them with nods and friendly bonjours. 4 uniformed guards stood at the main staircase. Papa! Celeste quickened her pace and ran to the stocky-built guard, whom Adelaide recognized as the captain. Marcel gave Adelaide an apologetic frown. I need to speak to Captain Dumond alone, and then I must get back that mirror that's in your room. He breathed a sigh. The captain and I have some things we need to tell Emilie. What things? Her heart plummeted. I promise I'll talk to you later. I'd like to, spend some time with you this evening, if possible. She inhaled a breath. Yes, of course. He nodded, albeit sadly. This did not sound like good news for Emilie or Luke. Marcel approached the captain, saying something to him that must have been urgent. The 2 men ran like mad inside the castle. Adelaide tugged her skirt with her non-kitten-holding right hand, walking faster to catch up with them. Her knee ached with each step. She stopped and set Lorette in the grass as she sat on a bench to rest. I must get to Emilie. Chapter 20. Mademoiselle? Emilie sat on the bench in the grand hallway, drawing the stair railing with her charcoal piece. She looked to the sound of the youthful voice speaking to her and the footsteps approaching. The girl in ballet slippers rushed across the hall in stealth. She clasped her hands in front of Emilie. My papa and Uncle Marcel need that mirror. The one he gave to Mademoiselle Adelaide? She caught her breath. The one in your guest room. Can you show me to the room so I can fetch it for them as soon as possible? Emilie blinked her weary eyes, now pulled from her thoughts about Luke and her hope for him being let go soon, while she let out her stress by sketching a half-finished picture of the staircase. Uncle Marcel, how sweet. This is his little niece he's spoken of. And just like the coachman, this child was all worked up in some strange way over that mirror. It's all right, sweetheart. I can find it for you. She took her drawing, rolled it up, and walked up the stairs to show the girl into her room, where the gold-rimmed mirror lay on Adelaide's bed. What is your name again? Cecile or Celeste? She gave a little curtsy. Celeste Lea Sabine Dumont. Pretty name, said Emilie. Here's the mirror my sister was keeping. I had thought Marcel gave it to Addie as a gift. She gestured to the bed where Adelaide had left it. Adelaide must still be outside, walking the cat. Or perhaps she'd found Marcel and they were talking. It did not hurt Emilie at all that her sister was in the beginning stages of a romance. I think he only wants to borrow it. She can have it back. Celeste picked up the mirror and gazed into it, surely with a 10-year-old's natural curiosity. Emilie could see only the back of the looking-glass, but suddenly a bright glow emanated from it, illuminating the girl's face. Celeste squinted and made an unnerved expression, her eyebrows knitting before she tossed the glass face down on the bedspread. Mademoiselle, you should be the one to pick it up and hold it. I'd better not. Emilie reached to pick up the mysterious mirror. When she lifted it and turned it around, the glow was gone, and she saw her face with her reddened eyes and her few faded pock scars. I don't understand. It's only a mirror. A loud knock came on the half-open door, startling her. Addie, is that you? Emilie called. Mademoiselle Emilie, it's me, Marcel. She heard him reply. Celeste's father and I are out in the hall. Is it all right if you let us in? You may come in. Celeste is here. Marcel opened the door and peeked inside. Captain Dumond, with his navy blue military jacket and brass buttons, stood behind him. Emilie? Marcel's expression was pained. Captain Dumond and I need to speak to you as soon as possible. Something apologetic and dire was in his tone. Her heart tumbled in dread. Something about Luke. With the captain there, it had to be. She still held tight to that mysterious mirror. I don't know how to tell you this. It's bad news. The kind coachman stood in front of the captain, who gave her a grim look. Celeste, Captain Dumont made a beckoning gesture to his daughter. Please go downstairs into the front entrance and find Mademoiselle Adelaide. Stay with her while your uncle and I have business to attend to. Yes, Papa. The girl left the room, running down the hall. What? A new lump formed in Emilie's throat. I thought they were going to let him go. What happened to Luc? He's still down in the cellar, in custody. Marcel looked at his boots while giving Emilie the softest part of the news. But I'm afraid... He turned to Captain Dumont with sad eyes as both men stood in the doorway. You can tell her, Francis. The captain held a dignified air. Mademoiselle Emilie, I regret to inform you that your fiancé gave his confession. He is indeed Prince Renaud. The name Luc Basset was a false name. No! And we're holding him in the dungeon for murder.
No!
Emilie lay the looking-glass on the bed. She clapped her hands over her face, her shoulders quaking. Grief and heartbreak drowned out the others' voices as if they were all speaking underwater. Her chest and throat quivered and ached with sobs she held back until she could be alone. The two men were still nearby. Please leave. Engulfed by her pain, she felt the presence of someone reaching out his hand in comfort. She backed away. Please, there's nothing you can do. Her voice could barely come out. He confessed to being Renaud, Emilie. Marcel stood near her with the look of helplessness. But I still believe Luc has changed. He's not the same. I don't understand. Emilie whispered through her fingers, tears wetting her palms. An ache plunged through her chest. If he confessed, he was forced to do it by the prince and his men. Can't they just listen? 3 years ago, I witnessed the shooting. Marcel's tense voice interrupted her protesting thought. I saw Prince Renaud with the gun, with my own eyes, though I didn't know him, I admit. The only person who knows all about Renaud or Luc is the woman named Mathilde, but we can't bring her to explain all this because she was taken to prison. Explain? She took her hands off her face to look at him. Rage ripped through her being. This proves nothing. Explain what? Explain why she did her, magic curse. He blinked his eyes, averting them from Emilie's. Magic curse. Anger boiled within her. People in this castle were insane. All of them. Even Marcel was in on this ludicrous, damned, stinking joke. She wanted to scream at the top of her lungs and throw things. If Marcel and his soldier brother-in-law didn't back away and leave her this instant, she was about to take whatever object was nearby and fling it at both of them. She heaved a sob. Please, I don't want to hear about this. I want to be alone. Marcel blinked. I'll let you be. I'm sorry. She pressed her hands to her wet, hot, steaming eyes. Through the fog of pain, anger, and betrayal, she vaguely heard him call for the captain to return to the room, saying something about the mirror, as if that had anything to do with anything. This trip had become a senseless, unending nightmare. She let her tears out freely. Marcel was about to pick up the looking-glass on the bed. He stopped himself. Francis? What is it? Dumont stood guard in the doorway. Can you please step into the room and pick that mirror off the bed? He kept his voice low and gave an apologetic look to the heartbroken Emilie, slumped in a chair with her face in her hands and weeping. This is what I wanted to prevent. They were so happy. Forgive me. We'll leave in a moment. Emilie gave no response as she cried. The sound of her sobs felt like knives in his own heart. Francis spoke from behind him. That mirror, it's one of your spy things. Yes, please, take it and let's go. The captain took a few quick steps into the room and picked it up, gripping it firmly in his hand. Both men exited Emilie's room to leave her in privacy. I want to talk to you about a plan I have that might help me out. Marcel spoke in a low tone once they were in the hallway, walking to the stairs. Please take that mirror with you. Help you? You mean your situation with... Yes. He rushed down the stairs, pacing ahead of him. I was about to get His Highness Prince Christopher and escort him down to the cellar to hear his brother's confession. Francis tried to walk down the stairs faster to match Marcel's swift steps. I also...
Hope to find out what Renaud knows about Gisant. About that day. The veteran soldier panted as he ran. I must know whether it was an accident or intentional, once and for all. So do I. Marcel turned around. The two men exchanged a look of shared grief. They cleared the staircase. Marcel broke into a full run, his boots tapping in rhythm along the hard marble floor. Francis followed. I need your help. Marcel let his brother-in-law catch up with him, not just for Renaud, for me. How? When you interview Renaud again, follow my directions about the mirror. They reached the dim hallway. The captain took his keys and unlocked the door leading to the cellar staircase. Marcel touched Francis's shoulder. Please, he spoke in a whisper. Try to demand that he give his name and his confession. If he argues with you, I'll unleash my powers on him. Unleashing your powers is a perfect method of coercion, said Francis. Only if need be. When he speaks his confession, pass me the mirror. I need to work a spell with it. Is this for Prince Christopher to make his judgment and sentence? Francis kept his voice a whisper. For Christopher and someone else, my own commanding officer. Francis snapped a salute. Indeed, soldier. Who's coming? Renaud's voice came from the cellar below. Francis and Marcel walked down the staircase. Aleret, Buria de Raton. Marcel whispered with a quick circle of his fist. The fog charm he'd set on the entire castle lifted temporarily. He'd need to set it back once the confession was magically saved. After passing 2 torches on the stone wall, they came face to face with Renaud in his holding cellar. Prince Renaud d'Orleans, Francis commanded. I need you to confess your crime once more so I can formally report it to His Highness. Why? I told you already. Renaud raised slightly from his reclined position inside the cell's straw floor. His Highness may spare your life if you listen and cooperate. Renaud looked at the wall. I'd much rather His Highness shoot me between the eyes. Francis hardened his tone. This is also for Emilie. Marcel chose that moment to step forward from the shadows behind Dumont, preparing to use his gift. What are you doing here, Marcel? Renaud perked up, raising his eyebrows and moving to sit upright. Don't you have more coach routes to drive? I'm a witness. He approached him with clenched fists, forcing himself to see Prince Renaud and not the commoner Luc. I'm Captain Dumont's brother-in-law, in case you didn't know, Your Highness. What? The prisoner Renaud, not Luc, narrowed his eyes. Brother-in-law? Are you married or something? I assumed you were falling hard for Addie. Marcel smiled and shook his head. No, of course not. I mean, not about Adelaide. I meant I'm not married. Well, good. I'm glad you're not married. I'm very much a bachelor, said Marcel. Prince Renaud smirked. For some odd reason, the face he made reminded Marcel of Alexis Sauvage' arrogant smirk, just a little. If the black stubble on the man's chin were switched for blonde stubble, there'd be a ghost of a resemblance in the mouth and the chiseled jawline. He'd thought the same once before, during the carriage journey. So you have a sister, and she's his wife? Renaud squinted at Francis and gave a bewildered shake of his head. Small world. Marcel and Francis looked at each other. He said she is his wife, not she was. This was where the closure came in. This was what they, a brother and a husband, needed to know. Their own unofficial, non-royal interrogation was about to start. Marcel leaned into Francis's ear to whisper, Ask him if he knows her. Present tense only. Francis gripped his sword handle. Your Highness, do you know my wife? Personally? A bewildered head shake came from Renaud. What do you know about my wife? Francis put on his military officer tone, a raised eyebrow. Did you come down here to accuse me of dallying with your wife? Renaud asked. No, Your Highness. Francis kept his soldier stance. As I said, you can quit the Highness nonsense. I'd rather be called Luc. Renaud waved a hand in Marcel's direction. Wouldn't you rather call me Luc? Marcel frowned. If I had the choice, yes. You have the choice. My brother isn't here to listen, and he wouldn't give two cares. If you called me by one of my real middle names, it's either Luc or Eugene, and I despise Eugene because I fought with an idiot by that name. All right, Luc. Marcel stepped forward and put his hand on one of the iron bars, wrapping his fingers around it. The iron felt cool to the touch, rough and dirty in his hand.
He'd want to wash his hands later. Do you remember anything about Captain Dumont's wife? From before you, moved to Paris? This is an odd sort of conversation. Renaud fixed his gaze on Francis. Did your wife tell you she's in love with me, Captain? I don't know her, but I could see myself having had a secret admirer before. He wrapped his arms around himself. It's cold. Francis and Marcel turned their necks and looked at each other again. Renaud sat and shivered for a moment. He gave them a sheepish look. I don't mean to brag. Forgive me, Captain Dumont. I don't want her to feel anything for me. He waved a hand at the ceiling. I can barely remember who she is. Marcel's hand on the iron bar chilled, transferring waves of cold energy onto it. He glanced back at Francis again, his look a silent question. Francis's silent reply was a hard, gray stare. Transform en glace. Marcel thought to himself, concentrating on the iron cell bar in his grip. It's cold, Renaud repeated. He rubbed his biceps with his large hands. Captain Dumont, is it possible if someone could please bring down a wool blanket? What the? His eyes went saucer round. We can find a wool blanket, Your Highness, said Francis. Why does that look like an icicle? Renaud breathed deeply, his expression paling to unease. Oh, this? Marcel let go of the icicle, the cold biting his hand. He moved it to the next bar, the one in the center. It too transformed into an icicle. Renaud's hands moved from his arms to his eyes, rubbing them as if he had specks in them. I need something to help me sleep. Something's wrong with my eyesight. I know because I tried to re-enlist months ago and I didn't pass the vision test. Your Highness, can you describe my wife? Francis's voice sharpened. Renaud shivered, staring at the bars of solid ice in front of him. I think I remember her, Captain. His gaze shifted, wide-eyed, between the ice bars and the two interrogators. You have a lovely wife, dark hair and eyes, brown skin. Marcel, she must be your sister then. She resembles you. Francis nodded. Marcel could see his stoic poker face. His calmness was truly admirable. Marcel knelt on the floor and ran his hand over the remaining dungeon cell bars. Transform en glace, before laying his palm on the cell's floor near the prisoner's feet. Transformer en glace. What the hell? Renaud gave a high-pitched cry. His limbs scrambled in all directions, slipping on the solid ice rink that had been the dungeon floor. What's happening? She was my sister, Renaud. Or Bluke. Marcel glared at him as tears welled in his eyes. His grief, his anger, 3 years' worth bubbled to the surface to find their target. Was, not is. Chapter 21. What's going on? Renaud made it to his feet unsteadily, his boots slipping and sliding as he clung to the side of the cell's wall. I think I accidentally freed him, Marcel thought. He didn't use transform en glace very often, whether an inanimate object or a living creature. Whatever he cast the spell upon would turn into a sculpture of solid ice, melt and liquidate to pure water. He couldn't transform the bars back to iron. Renaud's shouting voice took him out of his thoughts. Marcel, what is this? Why is there ice all around me? My God, what in the absolute hell? My sister is no longer alive. Marcel folded his arms, looking him in the eye. Renaud shivered, his legs trembling and wobbly as he tried to prevent himself from slipping. Marcel's mind drifted back 3 years. Gisant's best yellow gown was stained with crimson. A bullet in the chest. Francis and 2 staffmen had carried her back into the castle, laid her upon the sofa in the parlor. She lay still, so still, no longer in pain when Marcel rushed into the room. Her face was ashen, her brown eyes glazed over as her life ebbed away. Celeste, only 7 years old, screamed. Her cries tore Marcel's heart to shreds. Madame Beaulieu held the child back from seeing her mamma that way. Celeste broke free, rushing to the lifeless form of Gisant. Mamma! Mamma! After Marcel rushed into the forest on the chase, he found Mathilde, a fellow mage. She had healed Renaud's bullet wound and teleported away with him, saving the killer, but not the killed. Marcel lost control of himself as he stood before the now captured man. He forgot about Luc Bisset, the friend he made. He saw only his sister's killer. He threw out his hands in a maddened arc, sending a flurry of snow, ice pellets, and wind at Renaud, a mini blizzard. Renaud slipped and fell on his knees, landing with a thump on his side as snow and ice wrapped around his body, spinning from the conjured wind. I don't want to kill him, just scare him. What are you? Renaud covered his face with his arms, shielding it from the ice storm. A demon? A witch? I'm a mage. Marcel's voice was soft, matter-of-fact. Or a warlock, but we prefer mage. Do you remember that ice on my coach? What? Why? Did you make it? Renaud placed himself in a cross-legged position on the ice, shivering. He held out one arm in defense. Just stop this. Stop. Whatever it is you want from me. I'll give it to you. Marcel's lips spread in an impish smile, the one he often tried to suppress around Alexis. I did make it, yes. I iced the wheels because I wanted to save you from this. I didn't want this to happen. Renaud was too absorbed in his own horror to respond to his words. What's the meaning of this? Witches, warlocks, they need to be hanged, burned. Aunt Mathilde was a witch, Luke. How did you know that? You're a damned coachman. This can't be real. I'm having a dream right now. I need to wake up. Marcel sent more blasts of cold to strengthen the ice pillars that had once been iron cell bars. What I want from you, his voice raised to a yell, is for you to confess that you killed my sister Jacinthe, the captain's wife. I don't remember killing any women. Francis came forward to stand behind him. He addressed Renaud. Your Highness, what do you remember about the moment when you were in a gunfight with me at Christopher's wedding, after you shot your brother? I don't remember. Think, Francis thundered. You shot me at least 2 times. What did you see when you aimed at me the last time? Renaud shivered and trembled, his arms wrapped tight around him. Marcel wanted to stop this, to turn down the cold, stop blowing snow flurries. Luke had become a friend, but he stood firm. Did you see another person besides the captain? He demanded. A woman was nearby? Renaud gasped. His eyes widened, his expression twisted to pure horror. I think I shot her instead. He threw his head back to the ceiling and scrunched his eyes shut against the threat of freezing tears. Oh my God. Describe her. Too far away. Renaud sniffled, his voice weakened. I think she wore a yellow dress. You murderer! A haze of tears blinded Marcel. He swept his pointer finger at him. Gelée dans les glaces. Ice glazed over Renaud's nose, mouth, forehead, and cheeks. A layer of frozen crystals coated the strands of his black hair, his shoulders, his clothing. He struggled to breathe. Francis backed away. That's enough. We need him alive and well enough to speak a confession. Can you warm him up? Marcel took a step back. What have I done? I can't warm him until it melts on its own. He turned and spotted what hung on the wall, a torch. He ran across the cellar hallway to the wall-mounted torch, greeted by pleasant warmth from its flame. He reached to pull it from the mount. It was unmovable. The mount was made of solid, gray stone with decorative curly-Q carvings. With a wave of his right palm, he transformed the mount into a sculpture of ice. It melted and shattered, letting the torch drop. He caught it in his hand. Hurry, he's turning blue. Francis waved him over. The burning torch in Marcel's hand spat hot embers on his sleeve as he rushed back to where Luke, Renaud, knelt shivering, as tortured as poor, scorned Lucille Alaric had been. This will melt. Hold still. I won't burn you. 2 of the ice pillars melted and broke away in front of the huddled, quaking man. The ice over his mouth melted enough for him to speak. I can hardly breathe. Tell us what you remember about my sister, Marcel cried, holding the torch closer to his face. I didn't mean to shoot her. The voice coming from the man's trembling lips was a sad combination of a sob and a mournful wail, as the thawing of his ice-encrusted face allowed him to speak freely. If only I could turn back time, I would never have done what I did. I can see your pain and regret. Francis's voice behind Marcel was somber. He held the now dormant mirror in his hands. It had now become very precious. The looking glass, Francis! Marcel held the flaming torch out to the captain, who took it and swapped it for the gold-edged mirror in a swift, graceful handoff. As soon as Marcel touched the handle, it lit with a soft glow, becoming re-enchanted in the possession of a mage. Enregistre les sons. The special espionage charm on the looking glass. It would be used to save and record the prisoner's spoken voice. Stand straight, soldier, Francis commanded to the prisoner, who stood in a puddle of ice and water at least 2 or 3 inches deep. State out loud your name, birthday, and crimes you are charged with. The death of Madame Gisant Dumond and the attempted murder of your brother, His Highness. Renaud stood straight, ankle deep in the water. Ice glistened on his clothes, hair, and face. My name is Prince Renaud d'Orleans. My birthday is, he gasped, September 13th, 1749. My crimes were murder and attempted murder, the murder of your wife, Captain, Madame Dumond, and the attempted murder of His Highness Prince Christopher, my brother. He raked his hands through his ice-frosted hair. Please let me meet and speak to my brother again. I beg him to please kill me. I lost Emilie and the woman I loved. No way she will ever love me again. He collapsed on the puddled floor with a splash, weeping. Arrêtez d'industrie. Marcel commanded the glass. It saved Renaud's voice successfully, confirmed by a blue glow. His eyes burned with tears, overcome by the sad state of poor Luc. Brouillard de raton, he said in a whisper, passing the glass to his left hand, circling his right fist. He reset the fog charm over the bounds of the entire palace, where it needed to remain. He left Francis and Renaud behind, racing out of the cellar and up the stairs. Gripping his looking glass, he ran out the rear doors out to the palace's gardens. He ran faster, farther, until he neared the forest and felt a swoosh of magical energy rushing in his ears. He was now out of the golden lock charm range. Staring into the glass, he waited in the tranquil shade of tall elm and pine trees. Birds chirped high above him. Alexis would be trying to contact him right about now. He might even be attempting to get a visual on Marcel this moment with his identical glass. In the office at Le Conseil headquarters. Alexis must be furious by now. He suspects me. He decided to contact him at that moment.
He'd already prepared the perfect lie.
Alexis Sauvage. A white light came over the glass. The officer's voice issued from it, tinny, distant, and angry. Clement! Why didn't you answer my contact calls? Where have you been? Someone stole my glass. I must tell you, the people in this village are just as bad as those scoundrels in the city. Fortunately, someone else threatened to punch out the thief when we found him.
He forced a breezy laugh.
So that Saint-Magie was forced to return it to me. Thank goodness, he added for extra believability. What is the status of Prince Renaud? Alexis got straight to the point. Was the spell broken? Yes. Marcel's voice raised an octave as adrenaline pumped through his body, and I listened to his confession, and he was brought to justice. I even saved it on my glass using the Enregistre les sons spell. First time I've used it, and it worked. He laughed with feigned glee. Would you like to hear it? Yes, please. A wave of relief came over him. Parlez le message. The looking glass played back the sound of Renaud's voice speaking the confession. Marcel's heart thumped as he listened to it once more.
He bit his lip to suppress his despair.
Alexis, did you hear it? Marcel asked him, once the sound of Renaud's weeping breakdown was cut off. Yes, both Rue and I heard it, thank you. You're welcome. Was there any indication that this man is still aware of magical activity? Did he speak of Mathilde casting her curse upon him 3 years ago? If yes, I must go there and do the erasure myself. No indication. Marcel lied. Flames of daring hardened his soul. Each lie he told Alexis was another slap to the face of Lord Bertrand. Very well then. How was the spell broken? Give me details. His memory returned when he saw the woman who triggered the breakage clause. Good, said Alexis, in a way that made Marcel feel a sense of So far, so good. I've been watching him, but keeping my distance. Same song and dance. He gave another light laugh. Driving my coach, staying in an inn. Their hydramel is very good, by the way. It sounded as if he was captured then.
In a jail? He was arrested and taken to the village jail for attempting to murder his brother and the murder of my sister.
Marcel bit his lip again and swallowed. This was my observation a moment ago. As you heard, the man isn't very happy. He forced a poker face, wondering if he was being watched visually. The chance was quite high if Nicholas Roux was in this meeting. No, he wouldn't be very happy, said Alexis in a surprisingly thoughtful tone for someone who despised sans-magies. A perfect example of Mathilde trying to alter a life, but we were one step ahead of her. I believe this is a closed case then. Marcel's shoulders relaxed. He inhaled a cool breath. Francis Dumont may have just saved his damned backside. His life, for now. There was still the issue of June the 3rd. Alexis's voice from the glass continued. What are your orders for Clement now, Nicholas? He addressed Officer Roux. Roux is in the office. Execution duty here next Monday, said Roux's voice. We still need to monitor him while he's away. I'm dead. Yes, Officer Roux, said Alexis, as an ice barb of terror pierced Marcel once again. Clement, you're not out of the danger zone. It was too convenient for you to have your glass stolen. You mentioned staying in Saint-Magis inns and drinking hydramel. I'm no naive fool. The ultimate crime is very likely in your fancies. And once more, you are very wrong. Marcel swallowed. His throat had become unable to form more than a hoarse whisper. My mamma didn't raise me to be a cad, or to have a death wish. Roux will be consulting his glass to watch you, said Alexis, making it clear he didn't care how Marcel's mamma raised him. If we can't contact you for an extended time due to golden locks or fog, you'll be hunted down on suspicion of exposure crimes, whether or not you're truly sneaking off with a Saint-Magis woman. Report back here soon. Alexis signed off. The glass dimmed. Marcel thought about his last statement. Exposure crimes. Guilty. Sneaking off with a Saint-Magis woman? Not in the sense of what Alexis meant. His interaction with Adelaide were purely innocent. Treason? He'd become guilty on June the 3rd, the day he would fail to show up to ice a fellow human being to death. He stood there, at the border of the forested castle property for some time, grasping the glass in his hand and gazing around at the beauty of it all. The canopy of verdant green trees, the cloud-dotted sky, air in his lungs, and the majesty of the man-made castle surrounded him with such cruelty. Yes, cruelty. Because all this would go on for years and years, and he would not be allowed to enjoy a full life on this earth like other people. He would soon be turned to ash and dust, and life and creation would go on without him. I should at least try to enjoy the time I have remaining. Adelaide carried Laurette back into the castle's grand foyer. Her steps, even in soft shoes, seemed to echo along the marble floor in the giant chasm. So empty, where earlier it had been teeming with aristocratic people. She looked across the hall to see if Emilie was still sitting on the bench, sketching the cherub-carved staircase. She was gone, likely back in her guest's room. 2 maids came from a side door, giving Adelaide a polite nod before they bustled off to their chores, a lifestyle so familiar. She felt the urge to ask them if she could be put to work with them, just to feel a sense of normalcy. Another person skipped out from a different side room to her left. Celeste. The small girl carried a napkin piled with some sort of food. She'd come out of the tea room, the same room where the captain had asked them all those questions, turning this trip into a living hell for her and Emilie. Hello, Celeste. She summoned up cheer as she greeted the girl. Mademoiselle Adelaide. Celeste approached her with her youthful, skipping steps, her white muslin dress flouncing. Inside the napkin, she held a few rectangular pieces of stale, white birthday cake. The child took a bite. Ugh, the frosting is dry. Do you want some? No, thank you. Have you seen my sister, the other lady who was in my room? Celeste nodded, swallowing the cake and stuffing the crumbly napkin in her skirt pocket. She must be up in your room. I need to see her. You can walk with me if you like. You may hold Lorette. She handed off her kitten. Celeste took her in her arms, holding her close to the bodice of her frock. Merci. You must enjoy living in a castle. Adelaide smiled at her. She knew the girl was a half-orphan, and that it had been 3 years ago when her mother was shot and killed by this prince. This fact made her want to choose her words with care. Celeste shrugged. I do enjoy it. Princess Rosalind is so nice to me, and sometimes I feel like a princess myself. But Madame Beaulieu says I must do chores. I'll probably grow up to be a maid here, or a nanny or a governess, if children come. She looked away from Adelaide's gaze. And maybe I'll grow up to marry a soldier someday. I think soldiers are handsome in their uniforms. A smile pulled Adelaide's lips, very sweet. She thought of herself at around that age. 11 was the age she'd been when men and older boys started to draw her attention, to make her daydream about weddings and what it would feel like to be kissed. 15 years had passed, and no kiss yet. Do you ever play with other children? Adelaide asked as they reached the cherub angel staircase. Celeste held Lorette against her cheek. None my age. The only children living in this castle are the staff's babies, and tiny ones. I love to watch them, but I can't truly talk to them. I don't know anyone else who's my age. Some live in Montville, but I don't go there very often. I'm sorry. Uncle Marcel is the only fun person I get to be with. He makes up games, like summer snowball fights. Adelaide laughed, remembering his mysterious snowballs back at the inn. Oh, yes, of course. And I get to ride in his coach with his horses. I can see why you would love that. The two walked up the flight of stairs and reached the floor of their guest room. Adelaide looked to the right-hand side of the hallway, a row of 8 to 10 identical doors, to find her door with the red ribbon Emilie had tied to the knob. Here, mademoiselle, you can have your kitty back. Celeste handed Lorette off to her. The cat gave a gentle scratch to Adelaide's forearm, as she so often did. Merci. They reached the closed door, and Adelaide knocked. Em? A stuffed-up and strained voice replied. Addie? Please, come in. Oh, no. Celeste, I need to see my sister alone. Adelaide clutched Lorette close, her voice down to a whisper. She nodded. All right, I'm going home. She pointed to the staircase. My suite is over at the south end of the castle, the staff quarters. These rooms are the north end, for guests, and his and her highnesses have the east end of the rooms. They're private. Concern came over Adelaide while she listened to Celeste's description of her grand home. The castle was about the size of a decently populated village, enclosed in old stone and joined by mazes of halls and staircases. Are you all right walking back on your own? Asked Adelaide, balancing the squirming kitten in her arm. The girl was so young and very pretty. Unsavory men on staff could be lurking about. The memory of herself and Emilie's attack by Roland and Levasseur haunted her. I do all the time, mademoiselle, said Celeste. When my grandmere visits, she stays in this hall of rooms. I'll see you later. With a tap-tap of her shoes against the echoing marble, Celeste skipped away and down the stairs. Be careful, Adelaide called as she turned the ribbon-tied knob with her hand that wasn't full of a cat. She pushed the door open. Emilie sat on a rocking chair, her face blotchy, eyes red with despair. Emilie! Addie, Emilie sobbed. It's all a lie. She turned away to stare out the window, her palm over her eyes. His whole life is a lie. Luke it's not even his name. She collapsed into a deluge of tears. Adelaide couldn't rush to her sister's side fast enough to take the time to set the kitten down. Lorette joined her mistress to surround Emilie with love and comfort. Chapter 22.
Renaud. Christopher? He had come to him. Finally, his brother, here at last, carrying a silver platter of fine food and a mug of wine. Renaud sat cross-legged on the damp cellar floor, the water having been mopped, soaked, and cleaned out by staff members.
His cell had no bars or doors after they'd been transformed to ice and melted into puddles. His skin burned with patches of frostbite, almost as painful as the smallpox of last year. The fact he'd just been magically tortured by Marcel, because of the fact the man's sister died at his hands, was something he needed time alone to process. Christopher's arrival had interrupted the agony of those thoughts. His estranged brother set the platter of food on the musty-smelling floor, on the spot where the bars had been. He stood up and cleared his throat. "Well, we will need to have your accommodations repaired." Renaud's lips formed a smirk. "I'm not exactly locked up at the moment, true, but it's not as if I'm going anywhere." Christopher's sky-blue eyes were wide, unnerved. Renaud could almost see fear in them. "Captain Dumont told me about your ordeal today. We shall have the repairs done soon. My nurse will come down and put aloes and myrrh on your skin to help your frostbite, and staff will bring blankets, dry clothes, and pillows to make you more comfortable in light of your injuries." He gave a stiff nod. "I promise." Christopher, his noble and great brother in his fine silk suit, was trying to soften the blow in his pompous way. Does he still fear me for what I did? He's the one who's the idiot if he does. Renaud gathered his strength, stretching his aching, cold, numb legs, and stood up straight. He spoke the words he'd been rehearsing in his mind for a day and a night. "Please forgive me, dear brother, and have the decency to bury me near Father's stone." "Thank you." Christopher's lips pursed. "If you wish someday, he was the only parent you've ever had, like it or not." Renaud breathed out a sniff. "True." "Captain Dumont informed me that you want us to kill you." "Yes. Do you have a weapon? I'm about this close to bashing my head against the floor." He bent down and slapped a palm on the damp stone floor, ignoring the food and drink he'd been given. "I was going to beat my head against the bars that used to be here, but instead, well, today I learned that our coachman is an ice warlock and he magicked the living hell out of this place." "Renaud, I don't want any of that food you brought me." Renaud turned to the wall. "You can leave the drink, though." "Whatever will suit you." After staring at the stones in the wall for a moment, Renaud turned back to look at his brother. Christopher's eyes pierced him, looking through his soul. A few tiny lines graced their corners. Having just turned 30, his face had matured to the peak of handsome. Renaud's memory, restored, brought him back to the times of childhood when the two shared a nursery, the nights when Christopher confided to Renaud about how much father expected of him, how he wished he wasn't the heir, a legitimately born cousin of the king, not only the eastern region's heir, but in line for the magnificent throne of all France. Yet Renaud's jealousy of him grew wild, destroying their bond. It didn't seem possible to stop hating him. Could he? "There will be no death sentence for you." Christopher put on an ironclad look of resolve. He swallowed in his throat. "You will remain imprisoned indefinitely." Renaud was silent. "My whole life. You will be sent to the work prison near the city of Troyes. I don't care to keep you in my cellar." His stomach sank like a boulder, making him ill. "Captain Dumont says, whether you're locked up or executed, nothing will bring his wife back. We know you never meant to hurt Madame Dumont when you fired at the captain. Somehow she ran near him and stood too close. We'll never know what truly happened, but Captain Dumont believes she feared for his life. She chose to run into the line of fire and take the bullet for him. He said she'd been troubled in the heart for a long time. Her upbringing had been troubled. She'd been born to mages, but no magic powers of her own. A devoted mother to her little girl. Very sad." The knife of remorse twisted in Renaud's stomach. "I need to serve my time, my freedom, for that poor woman's life." "Yes." Christopher's voice went tight. He clutched his chest where the bullet had once pierced him. Renaud's bullet. "Justice must be served." Renaud sat back down, reclining against the wall with his arms and legs crossed. His clothes were damp, much filthier on this third day. He still wore the Marquis's borrowed coat. He wouldn't want it back. "What did the Marquis de Brumont say about me?" Does he still insist that I'm an honorable worker named Luke? That was foolish. Don't cling to such hope. He no longer believes such. Christopher crossed his arms and shuffled his feet on the damp floor. Your confession was given to us in a very unusual manner. Fascinating to me. The Marquis de Brumont, Prince Louis, and I heard your voice through a magical looking-glass in the parlor. Monsieur Clement had a term for the spell. Enregistrer le son. It meant that his mirror captured your voice inside of it and kept it, so we could hear it later. That's a strange mirror. Renaud blew out a sigh. So it's perfectly fine with you that Marcel is a male witch. Christopher's eyebrows went up. Yes, it is more than just perfectly fine with me, Renaud, because I'm alive due to the power of a mage, and I'm personally acquainted with a few of them, including Monsieur Clement and a child who lives in my palace. It all makes sense now. Renaud rubbed his painful, frostbitten brow. Christopher touched the left side of his chest again, seeming to rub it absent-mindedly. He stood, now at a loss for words. Renaud raked his hands along the stubble of his beard. He stared at the plate of food. He'd never be hungry in his life again. The knife of guilt inside his abdomen twisted, making him want to throw up. I'm going to send a letter to the authorities in Troyes to have you taken to their prison. Christopher shifted his weight from one boot to another. A bench was nearby, but he chose not to sit on it. We'll transfer you there in a few weeks. I will make sure to let them know about your obvious remorse and honesty. Christopher stepped nearer and knelt behind the platter of food. His pale gray breeches caught dirt on the still damp floor. You are not the same, dear brother. It's clear you've become a different man. There's a light in you, humility. It was there when I saw you in the ballroom, and it's still there. Please forgive me, Renaud whispered, looking at the floor before locking eyes with his brother. I already have. Christopher extended his hand, an offer for a handshake or at least a touch. Renaud reached out and gave his clean, manicured hand a firm squeeze with his dirty one. He inhaled a ragged breath. Emilie won't want to be with me anymore. When Mademoiselle Emilie is ready to face you, she may. It's her decision if she wants to come down and speak to you. Christopher's face seemed to ache with sympathy. I only wish the best for you and her. Thank you, Renaud whispered. Christopher gave him a sad nod and turned to leave. Emily's heart battled to make a decision. Adelaide spoke confrontingly, yet with increasing indignant anger as she sat upon the bed with her kitten in her lap, facing Emilie in her chair. I can't see Luke or Prince Renaud, whatever his name is, making up lies for nearly a whole year. I mean, we knew him. He was just an ordinary man. She stroked the little cat's fur as she grasped for answers out loud, a flurry of desperate words. I don't understand it either, Addie. Emily's throat and eyes throbbed in pain from crying. She barely had tears left. Adelaide stepped off the bed and paced with her kitten, cradling her as if she were a baby. He went through all of that hardship just to hide from his brother. An escaped convict, and yet he chooses to work for a marquis, and he was suddenly willing to come back here? Does that make any bit of sense to you, Emilie? Adelaide's voice went up at least 3 octaves. Lorette squirmed against her chest. She set her down. It makes no sense to me. No, Addie, it doesn't. Emilie grasped the fabric of her skirt, squeezing it as tension peaked, her sorrow turning to a fury that Adelaide's words had set off. The fact Luke came here willingly made little sense if he'd been living as a fugitive. What made him choose to accept the punishment? Adelaide continued pacing before she stopped to gaze out the window at the castle gardens below. I don't know what to believe. Luke? I mean, he would have to be the best actor in the world to fool others for so long. And honestly, not to insult him or anything, but he never came off to me as all that clever or conniving. She turned back to face Emilie. To me, at least, an honest and simple man. Not simple in an unintelligent sort of way, I mean. I know, Addie. He never seemed that type. Emily's tear-stuffed head felt slightly better. Having Adelaide and herself able to talk it all out, to theorize and reason, was a release. It strengthened her resolve to search for answers. "We need to talk to him." Adelaide clasped her hands, fidgeting with her fingers. "Or you should talk to him alone first. Ask the captain if you can go down to the basement and see him." A knock sounded at their guest room door. Adelaide gasped. "Perhaps it's the captain." "If it is, tell him." "Mademoiselle's?" A young girl's voice. "Celeste, is that you?" Adelaide said to the door. "Oui, may I come in? I have something for both of you." "Of course you can come in." Adelaide went to the door to open it. Celeste stepped in with her arms full of 2 long-stemmed roses, one white and one red, and a scroll of paper. "These are from my Uncle Marcel." "Oh, how sweet," Adelaide said, her voice breathy but somber. "Mademoiselle Emilie, the white one is for you." Celeste skipped to Emilie and handed the white rose to her. "My uncle wants you to know he's sorry." She rolled her eyes to the ceiling as if to recall her uncle's words. "Something bad happened to your friend. He wants you to be happy." "Merci. How very kind." Emilie cradled the rose in her hand. "There's a glass vase on the shelf by your bed." Celeste gestured to the shelf. A thin, dusty glass bulb vase sat upon it. "I think we forgot to dust it lately." She gave a little apologetic giggle. Emilie reached to take the vase down. The thought dawned on her that the child had called Luke Emilie's friend and not my mother's killer. Marcel had decided to keep that charge to himself. "Mademoiselle Adelaide, my uncle wanted you to have the red rose because he wants to spend more time with you." She put a bashful hand over her mouth. "This is an invitation." She handed Adelaide the red rose and the scroll of paper. "My papa is downstairs in the grand hallway. I must go now." "Celeste, may I speak to your father?" Emilie was about to pour some water into the small vase from a pitcher on their bedside. She set the pitcher down. "I need to ask if I can visit the prisoner in the cellar. It is very important." Celeste gave her a solemn nod. "Yes, follow me. S'il vous plaît." Adelaide gave Emilie a look that seemed to say, "I wish you the best." Emilie followed the girl down the staircase to the great atrium with its great sunny windows. Maids and servants bustled about the floor, their voices echoing as they chatted. It seemed a normal day, in a happy environment. Downstairs she found Captain Dumont standing at the foot of the stairs with his navy uniform and sword belt. With his rust-red beard, light gray eyes, and ruddy complexion, he looked little like his child. She must have favored her late mother. "Mademoiselle?" The man who had borne such bad news was a source of odd comfort. She kept her eyes dry and her voice firm. "Captain, I want to visit Prince Renaud, your prisoner, in the dungeon." He nodded. "You may." "I must walk my daughter to Madame Boulou's so she can watch over her this evening while I'm on duty. Please meet me here in a few minutes. I'll lead you to the cellar." He put an arm around Celeste's shoulder and escorted her away. Emilie rushed back upstairs to find Adelaide sitting on the bed, the kitten at her side. She still held the red rose and the letter Celeste had delivered to her from Marcel. She stood up when Emilie walked in, a look of anticipation on her flushed face. "Did you ask him?" "Yes." "I'm so glad. You need to find answers. I just have this feeling, Emilie. I just know that Prince Renaud wasn't lying to you or trying to hide anything. I hope and pray he talks to you with honesty." Emilie nodded. Ever the optimist, Addie. She looked at the letter her sister held. "What did Marcel write you?" Adelaide beamed at the note. "He invited me out this evening. I don't know where, but..." She glanced down at the note and read it aloud. "Dearest Adelaide, I hope you accept my invitation to dinner and dessert at 7 this evening. Meet me at the castle's front door. No need to dress up. I don't mind if you bring your cat. If you bring her, I'll feed her. Marcel." She set the note down, laying a hand over her chest. A burst of joy and anticipation swelled her soul that moment, piqued by a sting of guilt. "Please forgive me for being happy," said Adelaide. "It's the first time I've ever been asked out by a gentleman in all my life." Joy from her sister seemed to lift Emilie's spirit. She gave her a light smile. "Don't be apologetic, Addie. That's wonderful." Emilie picked up the water pitcher to fill the vase for both roses. Each sister placed their rose inside it. Chapter 23.
Nerves churned Emilie's stomach as she walked down the grand hallway.
Late afternoon sunshine spilled into the tall windows of the castle's west-facing atrium, illuminating the marble floors and crystal chandelier above. Yet all she wanted was to be home, either at her parents', where she'd been the day Luke asked her to marry him, or the Marquis's chateau. The thought of going back to work there without him ripped her heart to pieces.
Her head pounded with another migraine ache.
She hadn't even seen His Honor, the Marquis, since the night of the ball. Any hope of their employer defending Luke's identity was dashed. Captain Dumond, walking ahead, led her down another flight of stairs into a dim hallway. He took a set of keys and unlocked the door. She followed him down a curving spiral staircase. It led to an open doorway to a dim, musty-smelling room that was certainly the castle's cellar. Dumond stopped by the wall before they turned the corner. He spoke to her in a low whisper. "I have good news. The prisoner says he remembers you. He's been asking about you, though all his missing memories have returned." He squinted his eyes. "I wish you good luck." "Merci." Emily's heart hammered. Captain Dumond walked back up the stairs. Emilie turned the corner and saw him, sitting still and forlorn on the straw-covered floor, surrounded by a few tattered wool blankets and a wrinkled gray coat. His hair was untidy, and his eyes bore a look of despair. Does he still care about me, or is he someone else who couldn't ever love me and was lying? Luke? She wrapped her arms around herself in the room's chill, her body trembling. This is it. This was when she'd find out if Prince Renaud's soul was the same as her Luke's. He gasped. The gasp was almost a sob. "Emilie." She rushed to kneel on the floor near him, awash with relief. He was still Luke in spirit. Tears burned her eyes. "You're still the same man." "I have my memory back, as I'd always hoped. So here I am. My wish is granted." He raked his hands through his hair. The image of an angry, bitter Luke staring at the fireplace in his wretched apartment sparked in her memory. His light was going out, again. "But I wish you hadn't. Emilie, there's more to this. Aunt Mathilde, remember?" "What about Aunt Mathilde? Did you find out where she is?" "That witch took my identity away." His tone hardened. "You have to understand that I wasn't lying. I was never supposed to be Luc Bisset in the first place." "I don't understand." She took a seat on the wooden bench nearby, trembling. His dungeon cell had no bars. Surrounded by the wool blankets and balled-up coat, it looked as if he were only camping out in the cellar rather than imprisoned. "I've been thinking about her. Mathilde?" He threw his hand out in a gesture towards the stairway. "I still can't comprehend why she did this, why she chose me." "Chose you to what?" She leaned closer to him. "What does Aunt Mathilde have to do with you being this prince? Should I call you Your Highness?" "No." He slapped his palms to his brow in frustration. "Absolutely not. I don't want to be him, me, anymore. All I want is my life as Luke back, to be with you, Emilie." He breathed a sigh, his chest rising and falling. "Aunt Mathilde bewitched me with magic. Call me mad, but it's true." Emilie shook her head. Fighting more tears, she sought eye contact with him. "You think that Aunt Mathilde was a witch, and that magic exists?" He rolled his head upwards, then at her, looking her square in the eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, weary, filled with true pain, like before. "I wish you could believe me, but you'd have to see it for yourself. The truth is this. People with magic have been toying with my life, stealing my memories." Emilie blinked several times. Renaud's face was still blurry. "What kind of so-called magic do people have?" "People we already know have magic powers, Emilie. Damn, I sound like an absolute madman now." "I don't understand what this has to do with you, Luke. I mean, Renaud." "You can still call me Luke. It's one of my middle names." Renaud sniffled, hitting his nose with the back of his hand. "Renaud Eugene Luc d'Orleans. So if you want to call me Eugene, go ahead. Pick one of the damn three." "Luke." She wiped a fresh wave of burning tears from her eyes. "Please explain this magic talk. Even the captain believes in it. He seems to be such a sensible man. And Addie's furious with all of it." Adelaide had better get used to sorcery. He clenched his fists. Indignant rage seemed to boil within him, anger she'd once known from her earlier days of knowing Luke. Because there's one friend we've made, someone she knows damn well, who's very magical. Marcel. Marcel? Wait. A recent memory came to her. The ice on the coach. It was so odd for such warm weather. The man's a warlock, Emilie. Renaud hugged himself with his arms as if he were shivering from cold. The coach? That was child's play for him. He can release snowstorms from his bare hands. He stretched, splaying his fingers. Believe me, I don't want to tell you the gory details, but he was angry at me. And Emilie rubbed her aching forehead. Please, Luke. Just put aside Marcel being a warlock and the releasing snowstorms nonsense for a minute. It's not nonsense. Emilie kept her voice calm. This cannot be the same Marcel I know. Renaud's voice quieted to almost a whisper. It is. And 3 years ago, when I was trying to kill my brother, I accidentally killed his sister. That's why. A flood of tears threatened to take over Emilie. There was no end to this insanity. I want to go home, where things made sense. Do not tell Addie yet. He should tell her the truth about what he is for her own safety. He slapped a hand on the floor in front of him. I have no dungeon bars now. Do you know why? Because Marcel turned the old jail bars into icicles. He threw his hand in front of him. It's how Dumont got my confession by getting him to do his magic. He scared the ever-living Merida out of me, and then he froze my, He stopped his sentence. He froze me. It hurt. Marcel hurt you? Disbelief and confusion made Emilie's head spin. By freezing? Yes, and don't hate him for it. Why do you have so many magical people around you? She clasped her hands so hard her knuckles whitened, almost in silent prayer, wishing to be either back home or awakened from this nightmare. What was Mathilde doing? Why you? I found out where Mathilde is. She was taken to their magic prison. The captain told me that Marcel told him. No. Don't pity her, Emilie. He punched the nearby pillow. I don't know why she picked me. Why did she choose me to wipe my memory and heal my gunshot? It was almost as if she kidnapped me, treated me like a child almost, like she wanted to raise me all over again as her nephew or son and make me different.
His mouth hung open in a long gasp.
His eyes went to saucers. What is he thinking? Luke, what? Damn! Emilie jumped at the thunder of his shout. What? What is it? Emilie, he said in a hoarse voice. I never knew my real mother. I was the bastard son. She gave a shocked gasp. And you think she may be... I think... Oh my God, I think... Aunt Mathilde was my mother. He leaned his head back and faced the ceiling. She was a lying witch. Emilie's voice trembled. I don't think that could be possible. You're not some magic man or warlock. It must run in their families. I don't know, Emilie. He gestured wildly with his hands. This is all madness. He laughed, a sarcastic and bitter laugh. She healed me, and then she kidnapped me to mold me into the perfect son she wanted. One who didn't do evil things. She must have loved you. I'm certain she did. He blinked his bloodshot eyes, as crazy as it seems. Emilie didn't know how to respond to any of this. All she knew was she still loved this man who now claimed to have been bewitched. They sat for a long time in silence. The cellar grew darker as the torchlight died down. Emilie, do you still love me? Renaud asked again after minutes passed. Would you ever wait? I'm going to be transferred to a prison, and I don't know when I'll ever get out. He slapped his hands over his eyes. His shoulders trembled. I love you, she said, without a pause. I love you for the man I've known you to be. But if you end up imprisoned for the rest of your life, She held back a sob. Luke, I still need to live my life, which means our engagement must be called off. He threw back his head, scrunching his eyes closed in despair. I understand. It wouldn't be right now. He looked at her, A new torrent of tears escaped her eyes, warming her cheek as they fell. My brother showed me mercy, Emilie. He could have had me hanged by the law of the kingdom. Instead, I'm to remain in prison. Mercy? She wiped her cheek. Yes, I understand if you want to move on with your life. Without me. It would take time. The reality was still sinking in. This wasn't the worst thing that could happen. The worst would have been execution. Yet their life together had been shattered in the matter of one evening. All of these strange details, a witch's spell, Marcel using ice magic, Luke's true mother, none of that mattered. What mattered was that he was Prince Renaud, the attempted assassin and killer of an innocent woman, now facing justice like an honorable man. Luke, on Friday, Adelaide and I, and the Marquis family, we have to travel back, and you'll have to stay here. Fresh sobs racked her body. I'm not forcing you to make a decision about me. She moved to him and sat on the floor, not caring if her dress was soiled. She extended her hand out to him. Renaud took her hand in his and lifted it to his lips to kiss it. He's still the same. Time will tell. Emilie, I will always love you my whole life. He inhaled a breath that was a half sob. Though we can't be together now, I'll let you go. Luke! Go home and live your life. He swiped at his damp eye. I need to pay for what I did, even if I've become a different man since then. She sat on the floor, crying softly, remaining as close to him as she possibly could without being inside his dungeon space. Their hands touched, his fingers grasping hers. They spoke little after that, other than soft encouragements to each other to hang on and take it one day at a time. At least an hour passed. Footsteps echoed down the staircase as Captain Dumont returned. His eyebrows lifted when he saw Renaud's visitor still there. Pardon me, mademoiselle. I don't know what. You ought to take a break. Get some rest, he added, fumbling with his belt, bearing his sword scabbard. Thank you, Captain. Emilie gave Renaud's hand one last squeeze and walked to the staircase. She had no tears left for the night. When Emilie returned to her room, Adelaide and her kitten, Lorette, weren't there. Adelaide had left a note. Emilie, I'm going to dinner with Marcel. Wish me luck. I pray the talk with Renaud went as good as it can be. Thinking of him and you, dear sister. Love, Adelaide. Her throat went tight, yet instead of sorrow, it was from relief. If it wasn't for her loving sister, Emilie wasn't sure if she could go on. Chapter 24. Adelaide left her room at 6:45, carrying her kitten. She'd chosen to wear the same comfortable pink striped dress she'd worn all day. Something involving Marcel would likely involve Felix and Fifi and more coach riding after all. She heard him call to her from the great atrium downstairs. Adelaide. Marcel! They caught up with each other in the middle of the enormous hallway. His boots echoed along the marble floor. She hugged him, even with Lorette in one hand. He wrapped her in his lean, strong arms. Her cheek brushed the suede fabric of his tan waistcoat lined with brass buttons. You look really nice. And so do you. I'm glad you brought your little friend. His teasing smile was genuine as they broke the embrace. I don't want to burden Emilie with taking care of my adopted pet. She has enough to deal with already. I know. His smile faded. How is Emilie? She went to see him. His eyebrows flew up. She went to see Renaud? Yes, the captain escorted her down. I know he was busy with duty tonight, but... He sighed. I didn't know Emilie was going to talk to him. Already. Wrapping his arm around the back of Adelaide's shoulder, he guided her towards the main staircase at the atrium. I'd like you to join me in Captain Dumont's and Celeste's room. They're not home. A smile pulled on her lips. Sounds scandalous, Monsieur Clement. An embarrassed look crossed his face. I just thought you'd like a quiet place to have dinner and keep your kitten safe. Marcel, why don't you want Emilie to talk to Renaud? His hand was warm on her shoulders as they walked up the stairs with its golden brass railing. It's all right, I mean. I'm glad they can talk. He still prefers to be called Luke. That's wonderful. So it's good news, isn't it? He nodded. Yes, in a way it is. Something in his tone told her he was not so certain. He took graceful strides ahead of her, rushing upstairs at a faster pace. She clung to the railing with her cat-free hand, taking her time ascending the 2 flights in her light slipper shoes. He stopped to lounge against the balustrade, waiting for her. She couldn't help but notice the view of his snug, tan breeches covering his long legs and fit backside. Heat came over her face. Perhaps it was the effort of climbing stairs. Anything else would be inappropriate, considering what was happening to poor Emilie and her fiancé. Once Adelaide reached the balustrade, Marcel gestured to one of the doors. I always stay at my brothers-in-law's and nieces'. They have a nice place here. How long has the captain been working for Prince Christopher? She shifted Lorette from one hand to the other. About 8 or 9 years. He gripped the doorknob, pausing a moment. Since Celeste was a baby. He took service here because my sister found a job as a maid. He wanted to be with them after his years spent in armed combat. That's admirable of him. I'm sure he was a brave soldier. He's a role model to me, said Marcel, like a big brother almost, and Celeste is the little sister I never had. He added with a chuckle as he opened the suite's door. He led her into a small apartment with a display of military items on one wall, as well as children's toys in a sitting area. Where is Celeste? Madame Balou is watching her. She is her nanny when her father is on duty. Adelaide was reminded again of the fact Celeste was half-orphaned, despite her seeming to live like a little princess. She caught sight of a painted portrait on the wall, a cute little boy leaning lovingly against an older sister, both with brown skin and jet-black curly hair. Oh my goodness! Adelaide gestured to the picture. Is that you and your sister? Marcel slapped his hand over his forehead. I knew you'd notice that. Oui, that little chipmunk-cheeked imp is me, and Jacinthe. You were so cute, and Jacinthe was truly beautiful. I was 6 and she was 15. I remember the artist painted Mama and Papa during that same session, all 4 of us. Mama didn't want to keep that picture since she ended her marriage later. I'm sorry. I never told you much of my family story. I'll tell you, but first, let's have a bite of dinner. I'm famished. He gestured to a silver platter on the sideboard and removed the domed top. The aroma of meat and potatoes hit her senses with great pleasure. Francis and Celeste like to take dinner in private most of the time. The servants' loud chit-chat gives him a headache. They left us some roast beef and potatoes, and he picked up a bottle of wine. Voila! I hope you like it. It's a vintage rosé. I like rosé wine. Adelaide set Lorette down on the floor. The cat scampered to the upholstered chair and climbed it, her claws making scraping sounds on the fabric. I'm sorry, she's quite naughty. Jacinthe had a cat once. That old chair was clawed to shreds a long time ago. No worries. The 2 of them helped themselves to the food on china plates and took seats at the small table. Marcel popped the cork on the bottle, pouring it into 2 glasses. Would you like me to say grace? Adelaide clasped her hands together, studying his expression, his eyebrows raised. Yes. He broke into a wide smile. You are a woman of faith in the Creator God. Like my mother. She nodded. I grew up going to St. Severin Church. Such a beautiful place. It always gave me such a feeling of comfort and awe. I've been there with my mamma. And I agree, it was so beautiful. He imitated Adelaide's clasping of her hands. For which we are about to receive, may we be truly thankful, she prayed, her eyes lowered to the plate. Please be with Emilie and with Renaud this evening, and help them through just everything. Let all of our lives be in your will. Amen. She crossed herself. Amen, he whispered. Adelaide? Yes? She picked up her wine glass. Remember what I said about people who can do miracles? Mm-hmm. She took a bite of the buttery potato. It was warm and delicious. What would the church people do about people who can do strange things who aren't God, nor representatives of God? What would they call them? Adelaide lay her hand over her mouth as she was chewing, pausing to think. I don't know. Witches? Practicing witchcraft? That's supposed to be evil. He furrowed his brow. What if someone was born that way, even if they never chose the ability and magic just came out of them? And if they tried to stop using magic, they'd become physically ill. The last words tumbled from his lips like a bottle tipped too fast. She sipped some wine. Odd. He'd asked her something similar to this back in Troyes during the journey. I don't really know. She took a few bites of the food, thinking, is there someone you know who does strange things? He sliced some roast beef with a knife and fork. I might know someone. Adelaide rubbed goosebumps on her forearm as the temperature in the room dropped. She tugged her elbow-length bell sleeves down. Are you feeling a little cold? He shrugged, eating some of the tender roast. Weather must have cooled off. Forgive me for more silly questions. I invited you to dinner with me because I wanted to get to know you more. I'm glad you did. Warmth flushed her cheeks despite the chill. She tore a bread roll in half, nibbling as daintily on it as she could. There isn't much that's exciting about my life. I was lucky to get the position of maid and stylist for their ladyships. He focused on her, listening, his expression radiating warmth and acceptance. Thinking of her stylish job made her think of the mirror once again. Why were you so eager to get rid of the mirror? And then you wanted it back? His gaze shot to the ceiling, as if choosing his words. To tell the truth, it goes along with my concern about witchcraft. Adelaide gasped. The mirror is haunted? Not anymore. I'd like you to take it back, but not tonight. But will it bring bad luck? Will ghost or demon faces appear in it? Will someone speak through it? Not if someone like you takes it into possession. I understand. I'm a lady of faith in the true God, so if I say prayers over the mirror, will the evil be cast away? He grinned. Yes, most definitely. Shall I bring it to a pastor or minister? No, just you. Either you or Captain Dumont, but I would prefer you take it because he has a child.
So you want me to exorcise the loathsome evil demons that might speak inside that mirror?
A hint of a smile returned to his lips. He put his hand over his mouth as if covering a laugh. She broke into a giggle. What? You don't realize how accurate that is. He pointed to a high-backed chair near the doorway of an adjourned room, clearly Celeste's with the pink festoon bed, toys, and dolls. This mirror is on that chair. Could you take it and hold it right now? She spotted the gold-edged oval mirror on the chair. She swallowed a few bites and stood to cross the window. Shall I take it with me to my room tonight? Not yet. I need you to touch it and hold it for a moment. Let that haunted mirror think it's you possessing it and not me. She walked past with Lorette lay curled on the floor. The cat flicked her tail while watching something, perhaps a crawling insect. Adelaide picked up the mirror and glanced at it, seeing only her reflection. It seemed perfectly normal. I wish I didn't have that double chin. Are you all right? Are you nervous about the evil entity? I'm fine. Adelaide's confidence in her appearance was ruined at the sight of not only her fleshy chin, but the few pimple scars remaining from her teen years spent over a hot stove. She'd brought her makeup, but didn't want Emilie to see her primping or applying skin cream on this day. It was simply too frivolous in light of the sad circumstances. She'd waited so long to experience this. Her very first actual date, and with such a kind, handsome young man. And now she was experiencing it, yet everything was all wrong. Adelaide? His dear voice was edged with concern. Are you all right? I hate everything about this trip. I just want to go home. She heard herself blurt out. I'm sorry. Oh no, I didn't mean... She clutched the mirror handle, letting it drop to her side. I love being with you. It's just... all of this. Everything that happened to Emilie and... Renaud, and what happened to your sister. She looked at the painting of the loving siblings. If your sister were alive, I would have wanted to meet her. She loved you, I can tell. If I lost my sister, I don't want to imagine. I almost lost her when she had smallpox. I'm sure Gisant would have wanted to meet you. But she'd be alive today if it weren't for Adelaide. A sigh left her lips as she sat back down at the table, laying the mirror face down by her wineglass. She mirrored his somber expression. I apologize. I didn't mean to bring up painful things on a dinner date when we're supposed to be enjoying ourselves. I'm supposed to be the cheerful one. I wanted to cheer you up too, Marcel, but instead, I'm talking about the bad things again. She averted his gaze and looked at his hands, the wine glasses and the plates with fast-cooling foods. He moved his hand across the table. Don't try to make everyone else happy when your world and your family's life has gone sour. You're not alone, because the same thing has happened to me. We can just deal with this together. A wave of emotion hit her like an onslaught of a storm. He wasn't just a handsome and sweet man. He understood her. His eyes were so kind, so beautiful in their dark depths. She moved her hand to his, clutching his fingers, feeling their warmth. Really? Thank you. If you want to cry, if you want to scream that the world is unfair, you have my permission. Marcel enveloped her hand in his. Because I want to do the same thing. I even did it last night, outside in the forest. His gaze swept to the painting of his sister. He blinked at it. There are things I'm dealing with that I want to scream about until I have no voice left. I try to be brave, like you say, but it's so hard. Jasant's memory is helping me. She died a terrible death herself, so... His words trailed. She caressed his thumb with hers. His skin was growing cold. I know what you're talking about. The man who threatened your life. Alexander? Where is he? Alexis. He cast his gaze from the portrait to the ceiling. She could hear his foot tapping against the floor below the table. My boss, who orders I'm resisting. It's actually his boss, the leader. He's the one who dictates if I live or die. Alexis is in Paris, I guess. He's in or near the city. What is his problem with you? It's complicated. His now chilly hand loosened from hers. You can tell me. He drank down all his wine before setting it back down with a clinking sound on the wood. I need some liquid courage. All right. Alexis and his superiors commanded me to do something, and I'm going to refuse. I won't do it. His right hand clenched into a fist. If I keep refusing their orders, I can possibly be killed. Her heart dropped to her stomach. No! Her eyes stung. Is there a way you can escape them? I'm hidden in this castle. They can't find me as long as I'm here. What is it you're supposed to do? The only one powerful enough to give such orders to regular people? Do it or die. Is the king himself? No, it's not the king of France. What are they making you do? He gave her his familiar pained look. Kill people. Oh my God. Adelaide shuddered. Who's making you do this? Do you mean like a soldier in defense? No, not like a soldier. The superior boss wants me to be an executioner. Why? I said it's complicated. An edge of anger came to his voice. But I haven't killed one single person. Is there anything I can do to help? Just keep telling me to be brave, like I asked you the other day. Maybe I'll be all right. I'm safe here because Alexis doesn't know this place. I'm a fugitive for the moment. Then just stay hidden. She set down her fork with a clink. Keep being a fugitive. That's not being brave. I don't want you worrying about me when you should worry about Emilie. I'll try not to worry about you, but it's becoming more difficult, to be perfectly honest. She took a butter knife and buttered her bread before wolfing it down, doling her emotions with the pleasant taste. They ate silently for several moments. Adelaide hoped their conversation would return to pleasant and no longer fearful. Tomorrow will take care of itself, like Mamma used to say. Marcel stood fiddling with items on the sideboard. He picked up a covered silver pot and 2 spoons. I need to finish making dessert. Dessert? May I help? Everything's ready, all the ingredients. I just need to shake it and help it get colder. He lifted the shiny metal pot by the 2 handles, squeezing them before he set it on the dining table. This is a double-layered pot, a sabotier. Prince Christopher Cook's let me borrow it. It's used to make crème glacée. Really? I've only heard of crème glacée, but it's hard to make. You need ice. What are the ingredients besides cream and sugar? Cream, sugar, egg yolks, and chocolate syrup, and a little salt and ice in the outer pot. He lay his hand on the pot's side. The ice hasn't melted yet. It's fresh. Chocolate and cream? It sounds wonderful.
I thought you'd like chocolate. I considered using strawberries.
I love both.
He grinned, dimples on his cheeks. Watch this pot on the sideboard closely. It's a special dessert maker. It stirs itself.
What?
Watch. He tapped a finger on the silver pot. It rose. By itself. In the air over the table, levitating. A bolt of fear hit Adelaide in the chest.
What in the world?
Her voice came out as a screech as the silver pot began to spin in the air.
What is happening?
She stood up with a jolt and stepped backwards. The thing was apt to fly around like a mad bird and strike them in the head.
Isn't that amazing? Marcel said lightly. It's churning everything and making it cold. But doesn't this frighten you? It's haunted.
Her heart pounded as if it wanted to escape her chest. His light-hearted smile faded to a look of hurt.
This isn't haunted.
His tone was sad, apologetic, as he gestured towards it. The breeze from the spinning pot cooled her face and blew back a few waves of her hair.
It's just the way this thing works. You've never seen a saboteur owned by a royal couple before, and I have, so it doesn't frighten me.
This was so completely unnatural, freakish.
I'm sorry to be startled.
Most people are frightened by new things. No need to be sorry.
But how?
She extended her arm, placing her hand beneath the spinning pot. There must be an explanation. The ice inside made a rattling sound as it hovered in midair.
What is making this work?
She scanned the space above and below it for some sort of anchoring, strings, wire.
It's not normal.
Just enjoy the process. Marcel caught her gaze with that same look of pained trouble she'd become accustomed to. No need for normalcy. Besides, in this castle, people live differently from you. Us, I mean.
You have a point.
Her fear subsided. She pulled her arm back and sat in her chair, laying her hands on her lap.
Since we've arrived at this castle, all sense of normalcy went out the window. Nothing makes sense anymore. It's the castle of horrors.
He gave a little sardonic laugh. Not unlike Luke's. I'd rather not think about making sense of things that don't make sense. I'd rather just live in the moment. He swatted his hand at the pot. It changed direction, spinning the opposite way. Adelaide giggled. The wine had made her brain giddy, woozy.
I agree. I don't even feel like trying to make sense of anything right now.
Same with me, said Marcel. Their eyes met and lingered with an almost naughty sort of spark. They watched the pot spin for several minutes, changing direction from counterclockwise to clockwise. Adelaide's mind spun, trying to figure it out, despite wishing not to be concerned about the natural order of things. Apparently, it must have been a very expensive, unique cooking implement. Bought by the prince, of course. There could still be tiny threads attached from the pot to the ceiling she didn't see. It finally stopped and lowered on its own to the table, decelerating like a child's top. I think it's ready. Marcel held up a spoon. Are you still frightened? Adelaide shook her head. Her heart rate had calmed after she'd gotten used to the initial shock.
No, that was just very different and interesting.
A shy smile lit his features. I'm glad. He opened the lid and dug the thick chocolate cream substance from the inner pot lined with white shards of ice. It looked rather like chocolate cake frosting. He tasted it. Perfect. Here's your spoon. She reached to take the second spoon that he'd picked up. His fingers entwined with hers, bringing her a surge of joy at this moment. They warmed up. She dug into the pot and scooped some of the thick crème glacée. Her senses exploded upon tasting it. The dessert was beyond delicious, so creamy, cold, and sweet. Certainly the most pleasurable food she'd ever tasted in her life. Chocolate and vanilla cake frosting were sometimes oversweet, admittedly, but this? She could wolf down the entire pot if she were allowed. Emilie must try some.
This is wonderful, she exclaimed. A little bit of happiness to escape with.
He dipped his spoon in the crème glacée, scooping out another generous helping and licking it with his tongue in a playful, almost sensual manner. Hope you're still a little hungry.
I have to admit, I am.
Her cheeks warming, she followed suit, digging in some more. Do you still have questions about how this pot raised itself and started spinning? You can use your logical brain if you want to. I couldn't care less right now about how objects raise themselves and spin, Marcel. She licked her spoon and gave him a cheeky smile.
My logical brain just went to sleep. I think it's the wine I drank and the shock of it all. Merci for making this lovely dessert. So, a little magic doesn't frighten you? She swallowed, the cold dessert filling her insides with liquid joy. If this is magic, absolutely not then. Good. Do you think Emilie would like some of this? His words seemed rushed, as if eager to change the subject. I'll deliver her some more for breakfast. Would it cheer her up? He ate 2 spoonfuls. Yes, please do. Adelaide was on her 5th or 6th large spoonful. Her stomach felt like it could just about burst, considering the roast beef, a few small butter potatoes, and a baguette earlier. But she was a guest in a castle. And their ladyships Evangeline and Marie hadn't called on her this evening to fix their hair and makeup. It was nice for the 2 of them to eat, drink, and be merry considering the sad circumstances. Laurette meowed. She'd awoken from her nap on the floor. Laurette, come, kitty. She lowered her arm and beckoned the kitty to come to her. Laurette ran to her on her short legs, sniffed and nibbled Adelaide's fingers. I'm sure she's hungry. She hasn't had much other than meat leftovers from lunch. She tore a piece of meat from a bone and fed it to her, trying to avoid being nipped by tiny sharp teeth. The way you dote on that cat. I think you'd be a wonderful mother someday. The warmth of his smile at that moment flooded her heart. She wanted to be a mother, and couldn't help thinking about who she'd want as the father of her children. Chapter 25. After Adelaide and Marcel were stuffed with dinner, wine, and generous spoonfuls of crème glacée, they walked the halls, taking in the palace's splendor. A few busy staff members rushed about, but the people paid them little mind. They took turns carrying the cat, talking for another half-hour. Marcel finally told Adelaide the story of his big sister running away from home and his mother's decision to leave their home village, breaking up her marriage. His story was abrupt, told rather matter-of-factly. She sensed he didn't wish to dwell on it any more. Gisant met Francis in the city. They fell in love, married, and had Celeste, happily ever after, for a while. He stared at the marble floor. I think if they found true love, it goes beyond death. They reached the staircase that led to her and Emilie's guest room. I agree. Marcel leaned against the railing, darting his gaze between her and the staircase. It was well past sunset. The staff members were lighting evening lamps around the halls. He gave her another piercing look. Despite her constant insecurities, I'm not beautiful, not good enough. There was no doubt he felt for her the same as she felt for him. His eyes spoke of his fondness for her, adoration even. Joy and despair surged in her heart all at once. If only this hadn't happened to Emilie and Luke, I would have been so happy. He took her hand, lifted it to his lips, and kissed it gently. Warmth spread from her hand to her entire body. I'm no noble, but this place makes me feel like one. He gave a little laugh, squeezing her hand. Thank you. It was all she could utter. As her legs were about to buckle, she squeezed his fingers within her own. I had a wonderful time. Thank you for having dinner with me. The bashful smile he gave her was the same as that day last winter, back when she'd taken his coach from the city to her new post at the Marquis's country chateau. Back when he'd been an unknown driver. I'll see you tomorrow? She nodded, her tongue unable to form words with all the emotion flooding her. Guilt and sorrow over Emilie and Luc Renaud's pain battled with joy from her own new romance, here in this castle where nothing made sense. Good night, Adelaide. Marcel headed down the hall, yawning into his hand. Adelaide rushed up the staircase with Laurette to the guest room, and Emilie. Her sister lay comfortably tucked in bed, writing on a piece of paper. Addie. Her subdued smile did not hide her red eyes and blotchy face. Em? Poor Emilie, what can I do? Did you have a nice time? Emilie put the paper and book aside. We did. Marcel made some chocolate crème glacée, and it was delicious, and we had a nice dinner of roast beef and potatoes before that, and we just talked. Did he kiss you? On my right hand. The fancy gentleman sort of kiss. To suit our surroundings, of course. Adelaide smiled softly as she set Laurette on her bed and sat, taking a long inhale of breath. How is Renaud? As well as he can be, considering the circumstances. Emilie rubbed the corner of her reddened eye with her finger. I'm so glad it's going well between you two. I'm glad you're happy for me. Adelaide was about to ask for more details of Renaud's fate before she decided to stay quiet. It was best to let Emilie share what she was comfortable sharing. I still love him. Emilie's gaze didn't meet her sister's as she gripped the bedquilt, balling it in her fist. Even though we won't ever be together now, I'll always care about his well-being. She took a ragged breath, holding her composure. He will remain in prison, but he can always know we care for each other. He wishes things could have been different, but he must pay for his crimes of 3 years ago. Her eyes scrunched shut, as if she could will away the pain of the facts. He hasn't changed since his memories returned? No, he hasn't changed, but... She clapped her hand over her eyes and choked out another sob. We must let each other go. Despair cruelly pushed her back into the well of tears. Adelaide moved to sit at the edge of her bed, hugging her sister once more, feeling completely helpless. Poor Emilie remained in and out of tears, red-eyed and silent. She got out some sewing, busying herself with thread and needles. Adelaide went down to get tea and breakfast alone. After all that dinner and dessert with Marcel the night before, she was surprised she was even hungry. She joined Captain Dumont and left for croissants, a potato dish with cheese, fruit, eclairs, and tea. The food was delicious and the environment was beautiful. A tall window with ivory and gold brocade curtains, clean white tablecloth, and delicate china service. As expected, everyone on their Highness's staff was quiet and sullen over the whole Renaud debacle. Adelaide chatted with Celeste, while wondering if Dumont would mention where Marcel had gone. Mademoiselle, it seems as if all the blustering wind has come out of your sails, Dumont said, half-joking. Compared to the night I met you and your sister. I guess it has. Adelaide swallowed down a delicious eclair with hot tea. I'm sorry things turned out this way about your friend, your sister's fiancé. He stroked his beard with a napkin. She nodded. If you're wondering where Monsieur Clement is, he took a carriage run to the village of Montville this morning, running an errand and caring for his horses. Captain Dumont, would you mind asking him to look for me later today? I will. The captain's faint little smile was telling. Marcel must have spoken about her with him after their dinner date. She rose from her chair, organizing napkins and silverware neatly on the plate before pushing the chair in. It was odd being the guest and not the maid clearing the table. Mademoiselle Adelaide, may I hold your cat again? Celeste stood from her chair, pushing it in with good manners. Of course. She allowed her to hold Lorette, hoping the cat wouldn't snag her lacy dress with her claws. Did you have a nice dinner with my Uncle Marcel? I did. Are you going to marry him? A blush heated her face. It's too early to think of such things. She handed the squirming cat back. I want you to. Captain Dumont shook his head, having heard her. Celeste, let's not be rude or pushy. I'm sorry, Papa. When Adelaide walked into the hall, Marchioness Marie and Lady Evangeline approached, both wearing their platinum wigs with ringlets. She stopped and bowed. Your ladyships? Mademoiselle Adelaide, said the Marchioness with a pinched, stern look. We need you to fix our makeup and our day dresses before we have luncheon with the Marquis and their Highnesses. The familiarity of home upon seeing the two noble women's faces sent a burst of cheer to her heart. Yes, I would be so honored, your ladyships. It had been very pleasant to apply makeup to their ladyships' faces and help them with their day dresses in the noble's guest wing. While Adelaide focused on their garment buttons, the jars of cosmetic cream, the smell of perfume, she could almost pretend she was back home. Evangeline seemed subdued and quiet. Her mother beamed with pride and anticipation over the wedding slated for next autumn. Nothing was said about Renaud nor Emilie while Adelaide was in the woman's presence. Nothing much had changed in their lives. As Adelaide returned to the guest room, Emilie sat in the rocking chair. A red stomacher garment lay on her lap as she worked the needle and thread, her sad and reddened eyes cast upon her project. I'm glad you have your sewing out, Adelaide whispered, not knowing what to say when she returned to the room where her heartbroken sister sat. Madame Ballou delivered me a bowl of chocolate crème glacée with breakfast and tea. It was delicious. She told me that Monsieur Clement made it. Emilie forced a weary smile. This castle has such kind people when you think about it. I'm glad they're doing what they can for us, considering we never expected this. And yes, Marcel wanted to make you some of the dessert we had last night. Emilie nodded, her smile fading as she pierced the cloth with the needle. Adelaide gave her a gentle hug around the shoulder, a whisper of, I'm sorry, Em, before she scooped up Lorette to take outdoors. The cat's golden fur was warm in her hands. Sun brightened this day, a day that the nobles would spend lounging in the gardens planning a new royal wedding, while the D'Orland prodigal kin sat in their basement, soon to rot in prison. They didn't truly know Luke the same way the Fortier sisters had. She walked near the edge of the forest, towards the horse stables, to see if the familiar big coach was parked there. It wasn't. Marcel had gone to Montville, the captain said. The conversation with him came back to haunt her. He was only safe and hidden when in or near the castle. He needs to hide from that vile man. She set Lorette down in the grass to tend to cat needs and happened to look to the horizon of trees over a valley. The oddest-looking bird soared across the cloud-dotted sky. Yet it didn't look like a bird at all. The shape was all wrong. It almost looked like horses. She kept her eye on the flying silhouette for some time. Indeed, it looked like horses pulling a vehicle. It vanished, swallowed up by a low cloud nearby.
I wonder what that was.
Glancing at the green grass, she looked for the cat who'd been at her feet. Lorette? The kitten was gone. Lorette, where are you? Her heart jumped into a panic as she walked at a fast pace, searching the palace grounds and calling her name. Adelaide held back the urge to sob out loud. Now, adding to everything else, her kitten was lost. Chapter 26. After leaving the castle at dawn, Marcel had taken Felix and Fifi on a flight to the town of Montville at sunrise. He'd employed a stealth invisibility charm bubble to descend unseen into a convenient meadow on a hillside bordered by forest. After his team landed the coach, he scanned for fellow humans. No one was in sight. Felix and Fifi rested and nickered in a docile manner, allowing him to tuck the wings beneath their red comparison cloths and drape them over their backs and withers. It took only a few moments for him to change their tack equipment before he drove down a hillside road into Montville. It was a lively, idyllic town, filled with farmers' markets, scores of children, and merchants selling items at stands. People tried to draw his attention to their goods, calling him Monsieur. He was a stranger to them, a young nobody. It may be easier here than in Paris to be a magic man if I get banished for a lesser crime. Too optimistic for him to even think about at this point. After parking on the side of the street, Marcel took his looking glass and ducked inside his coach cab. Judging by the long shadows after sunrise, he assumed it was well before 7 in the morning. The glass lit up its white glow, ready for him to give Alexis a call. He needed to let him think he wasn't avoiding communication for the time being, and to feel safe, for now. I suppose I'll play my part as a faithful spy of Le Conseil. Alexis Savard, he commanded the glass. He wasn't sure if the man was an early riser. Alexis Savard, he repeated after moments of no response. I'm here, Clement. What is it? I thought you were sleeping. Sorry if I woke you. Yes, you did wake me. Alexis said in the typical sour tone he used whenever Marcel wasn't towing the line. He mumbled something to whoever was present with him. This is important. A woman's voice came from the background. You can't wait until after morning tea to call him back. This is for our safety as well, Lilou. Lord Bertrand needs information on Clement, Alexis told the woman, Lilou, in a harsh whisper.
Marcel stifled a wicked smile.
Once again, his call had interrupted his boss's notoriously active love life. I'm still far from Paris in a small town, said Marcel cheerily. They have some very good wines. You'd really like them. The Sauvignon I saw at the market sells for 25 livres a bottle. It's 1748 vintage, according to the sign the merchant had. Is that a good year? You called me at this time to ask about a wine year? Alexis's voice was sour as vinegar. Just making sure I keep in touch with you. It's what you wanted me to do, correct? Marcel heard a sharp slamming sound from wherever Alexis was speaking. What was that noise? It was my door, said Alexis, speaking through his teeth from the sound of it. Doors tend to close and make noise, Clement. Do you have a point for this conversation? Trouble in his love life. Alexis's lady had apparently stormed off in a huff. Marcel continued his half-truth report. Well, Prince Renaud's memory spell is still broken, because of what I did, bringing him home to his brother. I wanted to let you know I'm still here. Yes, and as much as I appreciate you reaching out, I ask that you call me between noon and 6. Can you do that? Of course. You know that Rue and I are monitoring you. You're hiding under Golden Lock most of the time. Did you fly back to your mother's? No, I'm not at my mother's. I'm still in this town called Montville. I'm doing some moonlight spying, I guess you could say. I'm watching to see if other mages live here, mages who aren't obeying the commands of Lord Bertrand. Are you serious? Alexis asked, incredulously. A grin pulled Marcel's lips. I'll be more serious if you pay me at least 3 dés d'argent, an hour for my time here. When we see our reflections in our glasses, we know the person we're trying to watch is in a golden-locked place. May I ask where that place is? Marcel's mind searched for a random Saint-Magie person's surname that wasn't Adelaide's. A name soon surfaced, that of Celeste's nanny maid. Madame Ballou's house. Who in the blazes is she? Do you remember the Ballou brothers who went to the academy? Maybe not. They were younger than you. One of the brothers was in my year. I think his name was Xavier? Oui, Xavier Ballou. Well, I think this lady must be their cousin's wife, widow. She lives in a house conjured from a giant rock. Why did she golden lock her cottage against me? She must like her privacy, said Marcel. Doesn't mean she's a traitor, She must have set her golden lock against everyone in Fontaine-Château, but not me, of course. I'm a Parisian, not a Fontanian. I see. I have a great advantage being the son of an exiled mage in Paris. I can infiltrate all the homes you can't. Marcel held his glass, grinning as he gazed out his coach's window to the busy village outside, the wine and vegetable sellers. Yes, I know, said Alexis. Show me a glass image of this Madame Ballou. No, Marcel's confidence plummeted. Right now? Yes. It was Alexis laughing now. Merde. I didn't take her image with my glass. His voice trembled. She's not here right now. Gone to the market. I want her glass image, and I want to see her rock cottage, the inside and outside. I'll take the images as soon as I can. Are you lovers? Of course he'd think that. Alexis Sauvage, thinking below his belt line, as always. She's about 60. I'm 23. Wouldn't that be a little odd? Was she married to Monsieur Ballou? Can we search our census records for him to make sure he was a mage? I don't know. She had a second husband after, but his last name wasn't Ballou. All right, then. What is her first name? Marcel searched for an uncommon female name that wasn't likely to be that of a Fontaine-Château village resident. Preferably not French either. Wilma. What's her second husband's name? Alexis demanded. Frederick selects Pierre. She called him Fred. What is his job? Marcel leaned back in the seat inside his coach. Rock quarrying, I think. I've never met him. He once owned a purple wingless dragon. I'm researching my glass for that name, and I will also formally seek truth in my glass to discern whether you have been lying to me or not. Marcel's heart felt as if it were speared with tiny barbs of ice. No. Alexis, please. I did lie just now. I admit it, and I'm sorry. It's only because I like my privacy when I'm away. Besides, we always used to joke around together. Even last year, as colleagues, almost like friends. Clement, those days are past. Alexis' voice was firm, but attention tightened his words. He'd changed, thought Marcel. He'd been jovial, almost fun in the past. I cannot be your friend, Alexis spat, with an air of disdain. I will forgive this time, but no more. Now, before you cut off,
I want you to make me a promise, which I'm about to sound record."
"What sort of promise?" Marcel sat upright on his coach seat, his body tensing.
"A vow that you will show up for duty on the morning of June 3rd at 10 o'clock to freeze Jean-Paul Le Tourneau to death. He's 48 years old and has at least 3 proven UCs under his belt."
"UCs?"
Ultimate crimes.
Marcel shuddered. "I see. I guess he was as suave with the ladies as you are."
I'm charming my glass to catch and save your voice. Enregistre les sons. Speak now, please."
Marcel let out a ragged sigh, the noose of terror returning to wrap itself around his neck. "I declare that I will freeze Jean-Paul
Le Tourneau, Alexis prompted him.
Le Tourneau to death on June 3rd at 10 o'clock in the morning."
"Irrita de industrie. Perfect. That's all I need. Remember, I'm still watching you."
"Have a good rest of the day, Alexis."
Marcel turned the communication off. The looking glass lost its white glow and reflected back his own weary, bloodshot brown eyes. He blinked, setting the glass face down on his coach seat, as he seriously considered becoming a fugitive, asking Prince Christopher for political asylum from Mage society. It was a tempting possibility. He could hide in the palace with Francis and Celeste, hunker down, perhaps teach Celeste magic. It also completely reeked of cowardice. He had today and tomorrow to decide his next moves until he drove Adelaide and Emilie back on Friday morning. At least he was getting back to the castle to spend the day with Adelaide, safely with the golden lock border. It was odd, the last night. His test of revealing magic to her had succeeded and failed at the same time. True, she hadn't been terribly horrified by the levitating and spinning creme glacée maker. On the other hand, the gears of her brain cranked out explanations as only a skeptical Saint-Magie could. Next time, he would need to show to her the most blatant and undebunkable feat of magic he could magic. Something more astounding than a spinning kitchen implement. Meanwhile, Felix and Fifi were happy half-Pegasy this morning. They'd been itching to fly, and fly they did. He descended the coach from the sky, touching down outside the palace gate under the usual invisibility charms. Arriving within the bubble of the castle grounds' golden lock charm, he heard someone shouting, "Lorette, please come back!" Chapter 27. Adelaide wandered through the castle gardens and grounds, calling for her cat. She peered under trees, scanned around the grass. No kitten. Lorette is often thirsty for water. The creek was narrow and bubbling with rapids. She walked along its banks, and soon spotted something beige gold in color, something small in the rocks. An animal, soaking wet and lying face down. Its light tail moved and bobbed with the rushing water, but its head was lodged between the rocks. "Lorette!" Adelaide stepped into the creek, soaking her shoes. She scooped her pet out of the chill water into her arms, but it was too late. Lorette was cold and soaked. She was either dead or dying, lured away by feline curiosity and thirst. "No, please, no!" Adelaide burst into devastated tears. If only she kept a keen eye on her instead of staring up into the sky. She sat on the creek bank and held the wet little creature, sobbing, her heart shattered. The water kept flowing, bubbling, claiming innocence for drowning a small animal. Marcel had been the one to find the cat for her. He urged her to keep her. Such a sweet thing for him to do, and she wouldn't know what to tell him for allowing this to happen. Adelaide. He was here now, running with his black boots, beige breeches, and a white blouse, a few buttons undone, in the warm weather. "Marcel! I heard you from far away,"
he shouted with panting breaths.
He sat on the grassy bank next to her. "What's wrong?" "Lorette," she gasped out with a sob. "She drowned. She ran into the water." She held out the soaked, still animal in the cup of her hands. "I should have been looking after her." "Please don't blame yourself." He put his arm around her shoulders and held her close.
She laid the kitten down in the grass, very gently, and nestled against his shoulder,
tears dampening his white shirt. He wrapped his arms around her, his wiry, slim physique so strong, firm. She caught the familiar scent of horses in his clean, fragrant hair. Adelaide, ma petite, I know it's a sad thing, he whispered with a warm breath into her hair. I remember losing pets. She felt one of his arms loosen from around her as she closed her eyes. He whispered something that sounded almost like the word respirer. Breathe? Why is he telling me to breathe? She opened her eyes and caught a bit of movement in the grass. The little cat began to twitch and move. Laurette's tiny eyes opened and regained a spark of life. The soaked fur dried to a fluffy gold beige again, and her tail started swaying. Marcel! Laurette rose to her paws to give a demanding little meow, then crept along the long grass to the tempting water. Adelaide broke from his arms and scooped the cat up. Laurette struggled in protest, leaving a stinging scratch on her forearm, drawing a little blood. She was much too caught up in joy and awe to mind. She's alive, she screeched. How did this happen? Oh, mon Dieu, Laurette, you naughty little thing. Never ever do that again. Adelaide babbled, crying and laughing all at once. Oh, Marcel, her heart is beating. She's completely alive. How can this happen? Adelaide, I have something to tell. She hugged her pet close to her chest once more in giddy, confused joy. She looked into Marcel's eyes. They had a strange look in them, fear it seemed. I have something to tell you. I can't keep hiding this anymore. His voice trembled. What's wrong? I did it. You did what? I healed her. I brought breath back into your cat. I'm magical. Magic? What? Does he mean sorcery? She leaned away from him. He drew a deep, ragged breath. Yes. But magic is supposed to be silly trickery. You can't save a drowned animal by magic touch. Adelaide. His dark eyes glistened, darting with anxiety as he met her gaze. Please, listen. I'm a mage. Like that lady, the one everyone was talking about. His voice rose, words tripping up like an accelerating horse. I have magic powers, and I can't hide it any more from you. Please don't be scared. I'm the same man you've come to know. He exhaled and averted his gaze, looking plain scared, just like that day with that mirror during their journey. He was doing magic all this time. She gasped, her heart hammering from a combination of shock and intrigue. Last night with the pot that made the creme glacée and the coach going up the hill, it felt like it was flying. The ice on your coach in warm weather? Mon Dieu, it was him. He put ice on the coach intentionally to try to stop Luc, Renaud from meeting his fate. Laurette purred as she held her close to her chest, looking at him. How? You practice sorcery? It's the truth. I can't help my sorcery. It's in my blood. I was born a mage. His eyes glistened. Her heart swelled with compassion, caring. It doesn't matter. I'm not scared, she said without a beat. I mean, I'm a little scared, I suppose. I'd be more scared if it weren't you saying you have magic powers, but since it's you? She hugged her cat close. Can you do this to people? I hope not. No, we don't do it to people. I have what's called a gift of animal resuscitation. Some of us have it, some don't. Celeste is a mage. She told me she did it for birds. Celeste is magical? Yes. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if to gain composure. I'm so important to him that he's scared to tell me. And I have, ice powers. It's my major magical gift. I'm called a Cryomancien. Cryo what? Her tears had completely dried. Logically, this was insanity, yet it thrilled her. She cuddled Laurette, now warm and alive. There was only joy in this magic. It's this. He pointed his finger to a nearby small leafy tree. Before her eyes, as if it were a sudden December, it transformed into a tree of pure white ice, the crystal leaves glistening in the summer sun. Adelaide gasped at the shocking but breathtaking sight. Magic. A true phenomenon, and real people used it. It's beautiful. She stroked Laurette's fur as the ice tree melted, little by little, forming a puddle in the dampening grass. Marcel took her hand in his as if to assure her not to be frightened, that he wasn't made of ice himself. Except now, I killed the tree, he whispered. A few chunks of ice branches fell, making a crackling sound. I could do more tricks for you, but I'd rather not. You shouldn't, said Adelaide. It would be terrible to melt the entire forest. Luc knows, said Marcel, his expression somber. He knows? She felt his fingers interlacing with hers. Her heart surged with delight. He whispered something while waving his other hand in the air. "What did you say?" she asked. "I said it's getting a little foggy. I wanted to tell you that Renaud saw me do ice spells in the cellar the other day. I did it to help get him to confess. I didn't enjoy frightening him." "You used your power to frighten Renaud?" "I wish he were still Luke. I did more than just frighten him. I froze him cold enough to nearly give him frostbite." "Why? That's cruel." Shock came over her. "Because of Gisant?" "I was angry over what happened to my sister. I regret it." He rubbed his forehead. "I still think of him as Luke, a good person." "I didn't want to believe this about him, for Emilie's sake." "I'm afraid it's true. But he's a different man now than he was long ago. As Prince Renaud, he's not the same person." "Are you certain?" He looked skyward. "When I agreed to drive the coach on the journey here, I decided I wanted him to keep his old life and not remember. I thought if his memory loss spell broke, Renaud would come back to life, the cruel, selfish man who shot my sister. This man I thought of as dead. But he's still just Luke, a good man, and he still loves Emilie." "I have trouble understanding this memory spell." She caressed Marcel's fingers with her own. "You forgave him after he shot your sister?" "I forgave him after knowing him under the spell." Marcel stared ahead at the stream. Lorette remained a warm, half-damp lump cradled in Adelaide's skirt. "Even Prince Christopher saw that he changed." "Because Christopher only knew what he used to be like." "Renaud was so remorseful after he remembered his old life. Christopher is keeping him in jail and sparing him from execution. He had every right to condemn him." "I feared something terrible would happen to him." Marcel nodded. "I'm relieved they gave him mercy." "Emilie told me she called off the engagement." Adelaide shifted her ankles as she sat on the damp grass of the stream's bank, a sting of pain for her sister cut into their warm moments of bonding. "Because she still loves him. She's grieving, though. Grieving the life she hoped to have with him." "It's a hard decision to make." "There's nothing we can do to help either of them." Her throat tightened as she studied his expression, nervous and sad. She wasn't sure which emotion overtook him, but it was intense. "You did a good job trying to stop Luke from coming here to face the royal couple," she whispered. "The ice wheels, everything." "I don't know how long I was going to hide this fact about me," he said as Lorette crawled between them, settling upon his knee. He stroked behind the kitten's ears. "Do you know Lorette wasn't always a kitten? She was a beetle." She gasped, looking down at her pet. "What?" "A beetle crawling on the stable wall while we were talking, but I thought you wouldn't like a beetle, so I wanted to give you a cat instead." His lips had spread into a smile, a beautiful one. Her heart lightened. "I did a quick animal transformation charm. It only works for small creatures. None of us can turn a human into a horse." "Oh my, this is all very hard to get used to." She laughed a little. "Are werewolves and dragons real?" "Yes, but don't worry about those." He wrapped his arm around her, leaning against her body as if he'd been running like mad for days, and could finally rest in her presence. Her acceptance of magic and sorcery became replaced with a new stab of pain in her heart. Their differences would threaten their, whatever it was their growing relationship should be called. She and Marcel were from different worlds. "You seemed so normal to me, besides your odd behavior about the mirror." "I'm still ordinary. Sort of," he said. Their heads touched as she leaned against him. They watched the slow trickle of water along rocks. "I was simply born with the ability to do special things. It was what my strange questions were about regarding magic. I wanted you to accept me." "I accept you." She reached to touch his cheek and chin, where a bit of dark stubble grew. There was nothing strange or frightening about this darling man. "There are many of us," Marcel said in a hushed tone. "Celeste, she teleported in front of you. Madame Beaulieu told her to be discreet about it from now on." "Teleport?" A teleport is where we quickly travel without walking. We simply pop in. It looks like a ghost illusion if you're not used to it. Adelaide broke into a laugh at the mischievous girl's blunder.
Oh my! She tried to tell me a story about coming through a door.
I helped her think of something to explain.
I thought it was all craziness, but here you are.
They gazed at each other, his eyes a flame of intensity. Her knees turned to a weak jelly once more. He could kiss her, but only if he chose to. I sometimes wish it was craziness. He looked skyward. A foggy haze drifted into the air. Or make-believe, as you people have always thought. It's not all fun and games and hocus-pocus. Sometimes I want to get away. Well, not sometimes, to tell the truth. All the time. He swallowed with the bob of his Adam's apple, staring ahead at the water. So, nature gave me magic, just like you have your beautiful eyes and hair. A tear came to her eye, a happy one this time. Thank you. Her arm circled his lean waist. He called me beautiful again. How can I ever thank you for saving Laurette's life? His dimples appeared on his cheeks as he met her gaze again. Do you want me to explain something? What? Do you ever notice when you're around me there's sometimes this smoke or fog in the air, yet you never see me smoking a pipe? Yes, I've noticed. Amusement pulled her lips into a smile. It's a magic spell, isn't it? He broke into a wide grin. I feel funny talking about spells with you. There's fog around us right now. Adelaide raised her free hand upward, mist wafted in the air, light and silvery. She'd mistaken it for mist from the water. I keep seeing it during travel. What is it used for? It's privacy fog. Privacy fog? Her cheeks lit aflame as she gazed at his handsome features, his skin a lovely brown. His eyes remained bloodshot and weary despite his levity, sadness and guilt. Over Renaud and Emilie. Fear, stress, lack of sleep. The motherly part of her wanted to make sure he had enough. She moved her hand to grip his shoulder, her heart boiling with the sort of emotion one ought to rein in. I remember reading magic tales. If you truly are a warlock or magic man, would I turn into a frog if you kiss me? He laughed a little. May I find out? She smiled, bit her lip and nodded. Adelaide, I will not regret this. He closed the space between them and claimed her lips with his. Her eyes flew open as desire surged within her. She kissed him back, opening herself up with delight. His lips were smooth and cool. His arms, his embrace, it brought more joy than she could have ever imagined. Her heart sang as they deepened the kiss, each trying to claim the other in an unbridled embrace of longing. She ached to be as close to him as possible, and he felt the same. As they broke apart, she let out a soft gasp. I do not regret that at all. Neither do I. Holding her in a tight embrace, he kissed her again and again. She placed her palms on his cheeks and lost all restraint, reveling in each kiss, responding with the fierce passion as she didn't know she possessed. Laurette lay nearby, curled up in a nap. Marcel decided that he wanted out, now or never. There was a way. It came in the form of the punishment he was already due for his magical indiscretion. Total banishment to live with Saint-Magis was his elusive dream, not unlike his mother, who could associate with whomever she pleased. However, the crimes he already committed came with the risk of a decade-long glass dungeon sentence. Nicholas Roux, not Alexis, would be the officer deciding his fate. All hope lay upon the senior officer, giving him a glimmer of hope. He and Adelaide had spent nearly an hour kissing and embracing, sharing pleasant talk, simply enjoying the peace of the stream bank and the shade of trees. As they lay on their backs by the stream, privacy fog floated over them with its calming mist. Adelaide rested her head in the cradle of Marcel's arm and shoulder, gazing up at the azure sky and cotton-white clouds. Someone's going to come for me eventually. She lifted her head. Alexis? Yes. He imagined just saying the name aloud would cause the blonde-headed mage to pop in a teleport right then and there. The area by the stream was just outside of Golden Lock range. When he discovered the kitten was dying, he'd been too preoccupied to make her move closer to the castle before he used his powers to save her pet. If Alexis was as obsessed with Marcel's rebellion as he feared, he could be watching them this day, though they kept their clothes on and were decent.
The officer would likely probe Marcel's mind anyway and find him innocent of the ultimate crime.
She embraced him around the shoulders. "You're not doing anything wrong." A threat of tears cracked her voice. "My doing magic in front of you is against the law of our government. I'll have to deal with that soon." "Oh." A shadow of pain passed over her loving eyes.
Is someone gonna kill you for certain?
"Please don't worry." He raised himself on one elbow and laid a deep, silencing kiss on her lips. "Let's go back to the castle. I'll deal with it." He stood to his feet and gave her his hand to stand up from the ground. She cradled the cat with one hand while she fussed with her wrinkled clothes, shaking her skirt layers. He caught the sight of her soft, sturdy white legs. Perhaps she showed them innocently, perhaps not. He wished for time to stand still. Chapter 28. Emilie took a midday meal inside her guest room. To keep her hands occupied and her mind and heart numb, she sewed and mended a rip in the hem of her good dress she'd worn the night everything went wrong. Thoughts about Renaud, she was getting accustomed to the name, kept resurfacing. The manual laboring man with calloused hands had grown up in this palace as the brother of Prince Christopher. It was said that he'd been after the hand of Rosalind, which made sense. Rosalind was a great beauty, very kind. What didn't make sense was that his former self wanted to kill and destroy lives over his jealousy. That was not Luke. In no way was he a vengeful, murdering type of man. He couldn't be. As she finished knotting a thread, a gentle knock on the door preceded Adelaide's voice. "Emilie, it's me." "Come in, Addie." Adelaide carried her kitten inside. She set her down and took a seat on the narrow bed next to the rocking chair Emilie sewed in. She removed her damp slipper shoes. "Where have you been all afternoon?" Emilie asked. "Outside." "I can tell you were outside." Emilie gave her a softer, sadder version of her schoolmarm look. "Your shoes are wet, and you have grass and water on your dress. What were you doing?" "Lorette fell in the stream by accident." Adelaide shook pieces of grass from her skirt. "I had to step in to get her. It's a nice little stream on the side of the palace, beyond the gardens. I wish we had more time to explore. Can you imagine being younger and growing up in a place like this?" She flopped on the bed, crossing her bare ankles and feet. "It must have been paradise to have lived here." Emilie forced a tiny smile. "Yes, it would have been lovely to spend a childhood here, and now She stopped her sentence. "You can say it." "Renaud can remember this now." She gestured around the room, out the window. "There must be some wonderful memories for him, as well as bad. This castle would be heaven to anyone." Adelaide beckoned to the cat to crawl up the bedspread. "Come, Lorette." Emilie inhaled a breath. "And now he must stay locked up." Adelaide's face sobered. "Marcel told me about the long prison sentence." "You were with him today." A ray of gladness passed over her. If anything could bring her cheer, it was the thought of her sister having a romance of her own with such a sweet man as Marcel, despite what she learned about him. A glow spread over Adelaide's rosy, apple-cheeked face as she cradled her new pet in her lap. "We were together outside for most of the afternoon." "There's something in your face, Addie, that tells me today was different. I'd love to hear the details." "What details? Did you kiss?" "Yes." Adelaide's face went completely red. "Quite a few times. And he's very good at it." "Oh, Addie." Emilie's heart swelled with gladness. "I'm so happy for you. And he has a good situation in Paris, it seems, with his coach business, and—" Her smile faded. "She doesn't know yet." Adelaide's joyous look turned serious, determined. She lowered her voice to a whisper. "Emilie, I already know about him. I know he's magic." Emilie inhaled a gasp. "And how are the two of you going to handle that?" Adelaide reached for her shoes, slipping her feet inside them. "I don't care." I was waiting for a special man to come into my life, and one can't be more special than a warlock who freezes things.
Addie. A realistic and due concern shadowed Emily's gladness.
Could you watch Florette for me? I'll be back to change my dress for a nice dinner at 6 in the staff dining room. I hope you can come down and join us. She headed to the door and opened it, glancing back at Emily. Lorette used to be a beetle. Marcel turned her into a cat using animal transformation. She drowned outside today, but he revived her and brought her back to me. Adelaide wiped a tearing eye as her voice tightened. And because of all he's done, I no longer believe that sorcery and magic are evil. She closed the door behind her. Renaud heard only one set of footsteps, and from the lack of clomping men's boots, he hoped it would be Emilie. It was. She came around like a vision, in the pretty pink and white dress she'd worn on the party night, carrying a platter of food, a lot of food. Emilie. His heart warmed after a day of doing nothing but sitting in the gloom on a straw mat. Captain Dumont allowed me to bring you dinner. She set the platter near a gap in the iron bars, which hadn't been there the last time. New prison bars? He reached through the bars for a silver fork with his right hand, stabbed some slices of ham, then reached for a butter croissant with his left. Thank you. And yes, Dumont had a blacksmith and builder from Montville come to rebuild them. 2 decent fellows, Claude and Etienne. Etienne was a little wary of me because of my reputation. I told them I wasn't going to kill them. He ate heartily while Emilie sat on a short wooden stool. She crossed her ankles, her flowing skirts draping over them like curtains to a fine room, her hands folded daintily in her lap as she watched him. Did you eat already? He asked between bites. Yes. Her caring expression and her big hazel eyes, red-rimmed at the moment, hadn't changed. I felt it would be rude not to take dinner with the group upstairs. She frowned. I haven't been much in the mood to be social, though. The rest of the servants here don't seem to care. Renaud stopped chewing for a moment. A shadow of pain returned. On account of me. I'm sorry. I hope Jean and Clemence keep in touch. I miss working there. But if Jean and Clemence can't accept this, I'll talk to them. Perhaps the 4 of us, myself, Adelaide, Jean, and Clemence, the 5 of us if Marcel drives again. We'll take a long trip to your permanent prison, someday, to see you again after we, her voice cracked, part on Friday. Renaud didn't speak. He just finished eating the ham with pas 2 pommes de terre and took a swig from the cider bottle. I wish Friday wouldn't come. Emilie blinked back tears. Stay here. Renaud Luke, she said, using 2 of his given names in combination. I can't. It's still my job to be a maid back at the mansion. Perhaps their highnesses could use a new maid here. I can't just ask without being asked. And it seems as if there's a crowd of 50 maids already. I understand. Adelaide would want me to return home with her, especially now that there's an issue with her life right now. I'm worried for her. What's wrong with Adelaide? Nothing yet. Emilie fidgeted with the folds of her dress. She's so happy now. At least. Ah, Renaud thought. Marcel finally put the moves of L'Amour on her. Adelaide and Marcel are together now. Yes. Emilie gave a little laugh. They are, but I don't think an ordinary person with no magic powers can be in a relationship with a mage. It's what I picked up just by the way Marcel behaved. I don't want Addie to be hurt. Damn. Renaud's thoughts went immediately to the question of himself, his own identity, of who may have been his real mother. Emilie? What, sweetheart? That could be the reason I never knew my birth mother as a child. Emilie wrung her hands together, leaning closer to him. Because if it was Mathilde, she wasn't supposed to be with your father? Or he rejected her when he learned about magic? That's what I've been thinking about. If it was Mathilde, I don't know for sure. I might never know because only my father knew, and he's dead. I remember what Mathilde looked like the day she healed my gun wound. She's not an elderly lady. It was her disguise. She's probably only in her 40s, 50 at most. What? Emily scrunched the fabric of her dress in her hands with wide eyes. She wasn't elderly, still old enough to be my mother, if she had me very young. She had dark hair like me, and her face, well, it's possible. I look like my father too, but he didn't know what else to say. He was grasping at possibilities. I can't say it's a fact, but if you believe this is true. Emily watched him finish dinner. After he took the last gulp of cider, she stood and leaned in between the newly built bars. Renaud raised himself and drew nearer to her face. I will miss you. I don't know if my heart can take this, Emilie. I love you. She gently put a hand to his bearded cheek. Their lips met, a kiss of hope, devotion, and a love that hadn't died. They kissed once, twice, 3 times, the last sweet and lingering. I promise to keep you in my heart and prayers. She struggled to speak, it seemed, as her voice was lost in a choking sob. Thank you, Renaud whispered. I'll have years to sit alone and think about it and keep you in my heart as well, Emilie. But this is the harsh reality. I can't escape my past. I was told the story about your past with Prince Rosalind. She wiped the tears from her cheeks. She doesn't seem to hate you now. Renaud shook his head. She's a saint to forgive me. They all are. Rosalind. They were barely more than children back then. He'd been infatuated with her. It wasn't all about Rosalind. It was a myriad of things. His father, his absent mother, Christopher, with his inheritance and fortune. Renaud didn't even notice the way Christopher's inheritance and duty caused his brothers such worry and stress. But mostly it was about Renaud himself, his injured ego as the misfit bastard. Seeing Rosalind again didn't ignite any feeling of jealous love, only sadness and regret. It would haunt the rest of Renaud's days that a woman lost her life because of him. I killed an innocent woman, he whispered in a hoarse voice. A little girl's mama. She's dead because of my foolishness. Emilie reached to hold his hand. You've been reborn since. Those acts were in the past and should be left in the past. She kept his company for the rest of that evening. They sat holding hands through the iron bars. If they were to speak, it would mean having to deal with the crushing new reality. It was best to be silent and together. Chapter 29. Adelaide met up with Marcel, Captain Dumont, and Celeste at breakfast. Even the servants' dining room was a delight to her senses. Gold brocade curtains over tall windows and ornate mahogany tables. The buffet table was laden with delicious foods. Quiche heavy with cheese and ham, strawberries, croissants, and tea. She spooned sugar into her teacup, taking in the room's loveliness. If only Emilie could share the joy. Emilie had skipped the morning meal. Not hungry, she told Adelaide. The 4 of them ate quietly. Marcel gave her a mischievous smile as he touched her teacup. Hot or cold? She touched his hand, grasping his thumb. I think I'd like to take my tea hot this morning, thank you. He chuckled. All right, just thought I'd ask. Celeste piped up. Uncle Marcel, if Mademoiselle Mathilde won't be coming back, will any other safe mages come to teach me magic? Perhaps someday, petite. He ran his finger along the rim of his own teacup, his brow furrowing. Adelaide noticed condensation drops forming on the white bone china. She truly wished he would be the mage to teach his niece. If Marcel took asylum here, hiding from the mage government that controlled his life, he'd be safe. She held her tongue about the matter. Why not stay here and teach me? Celeste expressed Adelaide's wish. Papa enjoys having you here. I wish Mademoiselle Adelaide would stay here too. The girl gave her a fond look. She could be your wife, she added with a child's frank innocence. Adelaide tried very hard to not look at Marcel, forcing her gaze on her teacup. Her face burned crimson. Celeste. Captain Dumont gave her a stern look. Adelaide tore her eyes from her cup to study the pained, uncomfortable look on her new beau's face. I must go back to Paris to your grandmother in the Mage village, said Marcel. I'm sorry. Adelaide's heart lurched. No. Celeste reached out to pat her uncle's elbow. You seem sad. I don't need a teacher.
Perhaps I can learn on my own.
Adelaide smiled, observing the sweet affection and bond between the uncle and niece, only 13 years between them. Marcel picked up his teacup. You could consider going to the academy in a few years, only if it's all right with your papa. I went from the time I was 12 to when I was 17. It's a beautiful school. I made good friends. Adelaide watched him brighten with happy memories. What was the school like? She asked. If you think this palace is fancy, you could never imagine the beauty of l'Académie des Arts Magiques. Adelaide returned his smile. Was it the boarding school you told me about? I can tell you had a pleasant experience. I did. I never told you. You'd laugh if I told you days ago, but I played on the champion team for Polo Pegasi, a game we played riding upon airborne Pegasi horses, like polo, but flying. I can't imagine. Was it dangerous? Marcel nodded. I fell twice, but we could levitate, so that wasn't a problem. What hurt more was getting hit with someone's cradle mallet. He rubbed the back of his head, then pointed to his mouth. Have you ever noticed that I'm missing my left eye tooth? It was knocked out. Your poor tooth. How dreadful. It hurt like hell. He rubbed his lips. I played professionally when I was 18, 19. Our team for France is called the Aile Bleue. The British team, the Bloodstone Red Hoods, were our worst rival. They were brutal, nasty devils in red cloaks. He laughed. Indeed, he had a tiny gap beside his top front teeth. I would have loved to see it. Adelaide was intrigued by the image of a very young Marcel riding a winged horse, playing polo in the air. It sounds exciting, said Celeste, but I'm afraid of leaving home. Celeste, there's something bad I have to tell you about school. He exhaled a sigh and looked at Dumont. Francis, there's something new I haven't told you about. Because you're sans magie, the new law is if you decide to send Celeste to l'Académie des Arts Magiques, the Mage authorities will erase Celeste's memory of you before she attends. No! Celeste's cry was so loud that maids and staff turned to look at her. I don't want my mind erased. Absolutely not, said Dumont, clenching a fist. A member of the cook staff stood and glared at Marcel. No more mind-erasing magic. We've had it. Please, monsieur, there won't be. Marcel stood to face the others in the dining hall. It's against the law in our world, unless it's done by law officers. Staff members shook their head. Adelaide, let's go walk outside. I'm sorry, Francis. School for her would be out of the question. The captain put a protective arm around his daughter. Have a nice walk, Uncle Marcel and Mademoiselle Adelaide. I hope to see you later, said Celeste, a solemn look on her face as the two left the dining room. His fingers intertwined with hers as they walked out into the palace's gardens. He cast the spell for more privacy fog. A little mist floated in their path. I'd like to hear more about your old school, she said as they walked past flowering bushes, and your time playing polo with winged horses, though it seems there's an unpleasant side to everything about being a mage. The society of mages is getting worse and worse. I grew up in it. As a child, I felt safe and protected. I never expected this to happen to me. Is there a chance you can find a way out? He stopped and gave her hand a firm squeeze. Haunting pain clouded his eyes. There might be. How? Can you just leave that society? It's possible. I've already broken some laws. One of the punishments for the law I broke is to be banished from mage society. That's the one thing I wish for, ma petite. More than anything. He put a hand on her cheek, stroked her hair. I want them to banish me. You mean when you showed me magic? She held his other hand tighter. Yes, we're not supposed to do anything to alter your lives or even show our powers. He glanced back towards the castle. What Mathilde did to Prince Renaud. She ruined people. Look at how sad Emilie is now. She fell in love with a man given a fake life.
Emilie's not giving up on him. He's still who he is.
It's more complicated. His grim manner told her he was still hiding details. She took both his cooling hands in hers and caressed them, trying to warm them.
Emily's spending all day with him before we have to go back tomorrow.
So their love hasn't died.
No, it hasn't.
Adelaide had warmed his hands in hers, a silent expression of her care.
I don't think Mathilde ruined his life at all, or Emily's. If anything was bad about her, she should have healed Jacint with both of the brothers. I wish she did.
His gaze darted away, looking towards the garden's plants. I was so angry at that woman, he shouted, making her flinch. A staff man, likely a gardener with his clipping shears, walked some distance nearby, looking at them. Marcel let go of her hands, rubbed his brow, and sighed. Because she failed to save Jacint, I sought revenge against her. I ruined Mathilde's life.
How? I don't understand.
I'm the one who set her up to put her in prison. I was a spy mission.
You did?
Adelaide's heart seemed to squeeze in on itself.
So this other job besides being a coachman was being a spy for the mages?
Yes. I was following my officer's orders. He raked his fingers through his hair. She's locked in a horrible prison. She may even die there, and it's almost entirely because of me.
But she changed Renaud's life in a good way.
Her voice tightened with impending tears.
She wasn't such an evil mage. The spell caused him to be a good person. Don't you agree?
It's too late for me to agree with your opinion about her now. His eyes glistened as his voice raised to a yell.
Marcel, I'm sorry. I don't know much about all this.
Her apology didn't calm him. He turned away to face a blossoming fruit tree, wisps of fog clinging to it. He raged at it, rather than at her. I was following their orders, but no longer. I've been lying to him, Alexis, every day, for weeks. I've gotten away with it because I'm learning to resist his mind-reading powers. When he finds out, I could be charged with treason. He put a finger to his eye, taking breaths to calm himself.
No! I wish I could help.
She choked back a sob. There was little she could do for him. All she could offer was her loving care and warmth. She reached up to cradle his tense shoulders, initiating an embrace. It's all right, he said, wrapping his arms around her. Please don't cry. You don't deserve to be mixed up in all of this, he whispered in her hair. I don't want to bring you into this, damn it. Her eyes burned, knowing her time with him was not destined to have a future.
I'll miss you.
Can you just spend time with me? His voice was a hoarse whisper. Just as Emilie is spending time with Luke? And not talk about this?
Yes, I will.
She raised her face to his. They kissed as if it were their last. As they walked to the stream where Lorette the kitten had been saved the day before, Marcel considered his options again. It was good they had that discussion. He told her his fate. If the worst were to happen, Adelaide would go on to live a nice life, go back to Paris, keep on as a lady's maid, and someday marry a good Saint-Magie man. She would have beautiful Saint-Magie children with that man. Perhaps she might name her future boy Marcel without her husband knowing the reason. He lived over 23 years. Short, but a good life. He never imagined that he might not see his 24th next autumn, when the trees turned crimson and gold, like fire.
How it would feel to be burned to ash.
Whoever that fire mage was, he hoped he'd make his execution fast and merciful. He could live to 30 if the glass dungeon were his fate instead, forced to linger down there if he had an appetite to eat anything. Alexis often described the monster creatures that dwelled amongst the cell blocks. He'd put Mathilde there. Was she still alive? A small path went through the trees. He guided Adelaide by the hand as he wandered, pulling himself from these morbid thoughts. He focused on the here and now, the warmth of her hand in his. She squeezed his thumb when she felt it tremor. He found the place he was searching for. Adelaide, do you see that?
A cottage.
It looks like it was built to look like a tree." "It was made for a tree," he said. "Celeste uses it as a playhouse." "I'm glad you told her father the danger of having her sent off to school." They needed to know. The shimmering golden halo around the door latch was evidence of Mathilde's golden lock charm set against Alexis, but not against Marcel. The tree cottage, the weak link in Mathilde's life on the run. "Would you like to see the inside?" "Yes, if Celeste doesn't mind." Sprigs of bluebells decorated the front of Mathilde's abandoned hideout. Celeste's work, in memory of her mother, Jacinthe. Marcel turned the latch and opened it. He ducked down to fit inside the short, rounded door. "This is so charming," Adelaide said in a muted tone, following him in. He had the feeling that if she were in her happier state, she would have exclaimed those words in delight. The quaint one-room house featured a wooden cupboard with red and golden china dishes, a hearth and kettle, a small but plush bed, and a tiny table. It smelled of knotty pine wood, which covered the walls, floor, and ceiling. "Brouillard de raton." He cast the fog charm. Glancing around the room, he immediately found what he was looking for. On the little round table, haphazardly lying there as if someone had casually set it down, was a silver-edged hand mirror. Mathilde had left it the night she was arrested. "Do you see that looking-glass?" "Another one?" "I'd like you to take it home with you. And the other looking-glass, it's my spy tool." "That's what you meant by the evil voices? The men who are after you?" "Yes. But in yours and Emilie's hands, both of them will become de-enchanted. Take them and put them in a safe place, in case someone else in Paris might need to use them." "Who?" Her face lit with fascination. "My mother, and other mages like her, who live outside the society." "Will I meet your mother?" "She lives in the seamstress shop on 260 Rue Troisième. I parked there while you were riding my coach a few weeks ago, back in the city. It's close to your house. I know you'll find it." "I'd like to meet her, but hopefully with you there to introduce me to her." Adelaide stepped to the small blue quilted bed and sat down cross-legged on it, a comfortable casual position. She slipped off her shoes. Her skirts rode up enough to show a brief glimpse of her leg, soft ivory skin. A rush of shameful delight coursed through his blood. "We're alone together." "I only hope and wish," he swallowed back a torrent of warring emotions, "I'll have the chance to see my mother again." "Yes, think of Mama," his conscience screamed. "I do hope you'll see her. Perhaps everything will turn out all right." She gave him a sweet smile, the same smile she'd given him when he drove her around the city, back when he didn't know her name. She patted the spot on the bed next to her. "Can you come and sit by me?" "Merida, I'll never be able to marry her. But if she's not as innocent as she seems, and she's allowing me a nice way to forget my doom..." The thought was shameful. But when you only have days to live... He joined her, sitting on the small bed, hunched over with his feet on the floor. His heart raced as fast as Felix and Fifi on takeoff. She nestled upon the blue satin pillows and gazed at him with pure, sweet longing. Still with innocence, yet her eyes held a bedroom look. "Spend as much time with me as you can." Her fingers went to his head, stroking his hair. His feet left the floor. He reclined on the bed and lay over her. She raised her arms to take him into an embrace. "There's fog. We'll be hidden." He joined his lips to hers, plunging into a heated series of kisses. She pulled him close against her soft body. Their emotions were tumbling rapids rushing to a waterfall. He kissed her cheek, her neck, and moved down to kiss the flushed skin above her dress neckline, longing to tug the pink fabric aside and unwrap her at this instant. She gave a blissful gasp and sigh in his ear. Her hands roamed over him, touching him. "Alexis will still read my mind." He sat up fast as a lightning bolt, taking deep breaths. "Marcel, what's wrong?" Adelaide's words were a breathy exhale. Her cheeks were beet red, her hair untidy. "I can't." Her lips opened in shock, followed by a look of shame and embarrassment. "Oh no! I didn't mean... I've always wanted to wait for marriage." "I just can't, or I'll be killed for sure. This is no joke." His voice came out sounding high-pitched, terrified. She sat up and fixed the slipped neckline of her dress. "I wasn't expecting we'd lie together as husband and wife. I wasn't trying to lead to that. She smoothed her hair from her rosy-hued face. I've only known you for less than a month. He took a calming breath. I thought you were giving me, permission to lie with you, as husband and wife, like you said. I agree, we shouldn't. Adelaide clapped her hand over her eyes. I've never actually been with anyone. I'm a spinster. She exhaled a shuddering breath. I can't believe I almost let something happen between us to put your life in danger. We haven't, don't worry, he assured her. Everyone has feelings. He couldn't help but smile a little. I wouldn't dare be like this with a man I didn't love. Shh, petite. He took her hands in his, leaned forward and kissed her forehead, agony mixed with ecstasy at her words. And the same for me. She guided his lips back to hers. His fear and tension eased as he tasted her, cherished her. She made the sweetest sounds in her throat, enough to drive him mad. He wanted to be with her forever. The world would have to become a perfect utopia, or he could ask Christopher and Rosalind for political asylum and hide under secrecy charms. Then he could freely be with Adelaide. She could become the proud wife of a weak, yellow, quivering mass of cowardice. That's not an option. She pulled away as they broke their kiss. She pushed a hand firmly against his chest. Marcel, What? He stroked her cheek. Please tell me what you're feeling. Don't be ashamed. Do you want to leave this place, or do you want to stay alone with me for a while? If someone might kill you, damn it. She tangled her fingers in his hair. I want to spend as much time with you as I can. Her lips begged him to kiss her. They plunged into a deep well of kisses and embraces, drifting to a beautiful place of their own where nothing existed but the two of them. Their rapid heartbeats, their expressions of new desire. His hand wandered, finding the soft skin of her knee, her thigh, beneath her dress hem, wanting to tug that long dress up and see all of her. She said no words, only a blissful sigh. If she didn't insist on stopping him and was willing, he was only a few minutes, a few layers of clothing away from committing the ultimate crime. His rational thoughts churned in circles with his raw urges. Enjoy being with this beautiful woman while she's here with you. She searched his face and guided him into another deep kiss, leading them both in a reclined embrace, caressing each other. She breathed a labored sigh in his ear as she clutched his shoulder with firm fingers, pulling him closer. The skin of her leg was baby soft, his body ignited on fire despite his powers of cold. She'll blame herself for the rest of her life for what happened to you. If you love her, you won't give her that burden. Dread and shame hit him at that thought. He moved his hand from her leg and pulled away from her. Wait. They sat up side by side on the edge of the small bed. She moved away as well, drawing her skirts over her legs like a maid closing a parlor curtain. Reality turned the sweat on his brow ice cold. Whatever heated, delightful things were happening throughout his body were snuffed out like candles. Adelaide clapped her hands over her flushed face. I don't know what came over me. Again. It's called being a normal human. You love and desire me, and you can't help it. He pulled a grin. And the same for me. She reached to touch the light stubble on his jaw. You love me? He stroked a tendril of her hair. I think you can guess the answer to that. She inhaled a deep breath and nodded. If only. I know. If only. They looked down at their bare feet, his large, bronzed feet flat on the knotty pine wood floor, her small white feet suspended a few inches above it. Adelaide fussed with her skirt, blinking back a new flood of tears. This was improper on my part. I'm not the best at self-control. Better than some, but I'm still your average lewd wretch of a man my age. Forgive me. You're just too beautiful, inside and out. Thank you.
And you're not a lewd wretch.
But because of all this, I'm worried about you. I care about you so much, and I'm growing to love you already. It scares me. Her gentle green eyes held transparency. Fear and love were exactly what he saw in them. He scooted farther away from her before they could venture back into the torrid waterfall once more, staring at the pine wood floor. I promised myself I wouldn't drag you into this, and here we are. He blew a deep sigh.
Here I am, starting to love you.
How will they kill you if...
I'll be killed by some executioner if I commit treason, or the ultimate crime, which is intimacy with a non-magical person. That's punishable by death as well, but we haven't done that in the legal sense. She heaved a ragged breath.
I understand.
My boss uses his magic to peer inside my mind. I can't always resist it. He would know.
He's horrible.
If I hadn't smacked some sense into myself,
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I had some weak moments.
He kept his body calm and still, restraining his urge to crush her in his arms and kiss her again. She lay both hands over her flushed face. So did I.
Marcel stood from the bed and picked up his boots to put them on. Why don't we go back to the castle and the tea room?
He looked at her as she smoothed her skirts, his heart aching with desire and love.
I'll tell you about when I used to play Polo Pegasi. I bought chocolate pastries for you. They're in my coach. I know you like chocolate, correct?
Adelaide stood, slipping a foot inside her shoe. Correct. That sounds wonderful.
Her face brightened. Should we walk to the stables first to see Felix and Fifi? There's a certain detail about them I never showed you. I'm going to show you now. It's a surprise.
You're always full of surprises. A detail about Felix and Fifi?
A smile pulled his lips. You'll see when we get to the stables.
She laughed through her tear-reddened eyes and went to pick up Mathilde Sauvag's abandoned looking-glass from the table before she tidied the wrinkled quilt on the bed. They left Mathilde's old tree cottage. Marcel ducked his head to get through before closing its squat, knotty pine door. Adelaide carried the dormant hand mirror as they joined hands and walked to the stables. Chapter 30. Emilie walked down the hall leading to the cellar dungeon with Captain Dumont. He carried the keys, preparing to let her into the stairwell. She'd spent the evening in the dining hall, finally joining Adelaide, Marcel, Captain Dumont, Celeste, and her maid nanny, Madame Balou. They'd sat together at a circle table where they ate and shared surprisingly lively talk. Adelaide had kept going on about some sort of secret involving Marcel's 2 horses. You have to see them. It's amazing. Marcel, you're going to show her, aren't you? Yes, I'll show Emilie the secret tomorrow morning. There'd been such great, loving affection between Marcel and her sister. Yet, a gloom and dread seemed to hang over them like a cloud passing the sun. Their feelings mirrored her own. Early the next morning, Emilie and Adelaide would depart for home, following the Marquis's carriage without Renaud. As they reached the castle's rear hallway, Captain Dumont unlocked the door to the cellar. You can visit as long as you wish. His manner was as kind as ever as he opened the door. Thank you. She descended into the spiraling stairs, the musty, wet scent of the basement filling her nose. After her feet crossed the bottom step, she passed the familiar ancient stone walls lined with torches and turned a corner to see him in his usual position, sitting on the floor with his back to the wall, clutching a blanket, almost like that of a naughty child confined in a room for punishment. Renaud Luc?
Emilie.
He straightened his posture and pushed the blanket aside. She took the stool and moved it in front of the new row of prison bars, sitting as close to him as she could. She reached both hands through the bars for him to take.
How is everyone upstairs?
His eyes were even more red and bloodshot than they'd been yesterday. A full, dark beard accented his chin. They're doing well. Emilie squeezed Renaud's hand so tightly, willing the time to slow. Tomorrow morning we leave. She leaned forward, her face between the bars. I just want to spend this last night with you. There was no more words needed for Renaud. He placed a hand to her cheek. They kissed again and again, even between the gap of cold iron prison bars that chilled the skin on their faces. I love you.
I love you, Emilie.
He pulled her face to his with just one more soft kiss.
Come back to visit me someday.
I will, I promise. More tears flowed onto the cell bars. Footsteps, more than one set of them, echoed on the staircase around the corner. Emilie turned her head, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. It might be Captain Dumont. Emilie? Adelaide's voice. Addie, Emilie exclaimed. She looked at Renaud. His eyes widened as he clutched the bar to stand up.
I was hoping she'd come down to say goodbye to me.
Renaud blinked, wiping his eye with a finger. Adelaide wasn't alone as she approached Renaud and Emilie in the dungeon. Her beau accompanied her, holding her hand. Emilie watched the expression on Renaud's face as he locked eyes with the other man. It wasn't friendly. He wrapped his arms around himself with a clear gesture of shivering. Renaud? Marcel let go of Adelaide's hand. I need to make things right. I regret acting so brutally towards you, and I'm so... Are you here to turn these into icicles as well? Renaud's voice went sharp as he gripped the solid bars. My brother won't appreciate paying for more repairs. Marcel stepped closer, touching the bars. I almost wish I could turn them to ice right now to set you free, so you can come back with us. I'll miss you, Luke. I won't miss you, Renaud spat. Or your mad sorcery. Did you show it off to Adelaide? He gestured to her. Addie, do you honestly want to be with a warlock? Don't get him angry with you, that's all I have to say. Make sure you dress warm. Adelaide blinked back tears. Luke, Renaud, he wanted to apologize. Can't you accept it? Renaud shifted his gaze to Emilie. Luke? Emilie couldn't help it. The name she was used to calling him fell from her lips. Marcel, you need to unleash your wrath over losing your sister. I deserved it. Renaud lowered his voice, his shoulders slumping. I didn't mean... Yes, you meant it. You meant to torture me within an inch of my life for what happened 3 years ago. Don't lie about that. Just admit it, mon ami. Admit it and I'll accept your apology in full. Marcel extended his hand. Yes. He swallowed and blinked. I almost wanted to kill you for a moment. I wanted justice. He looked to Emilie, then Adelaide, before meeting Renaud's sad eyes. I think you're getting punished to a great extent. Renaud grasped and shook Marcel's hand. I accept your sentiments. I'm still horrified at this magic of yours and that damned Mathilde's. He cast a warm gaze at Adelaide. I wish you the best, you and this beautiful lady here. Marcel let go of Renaud's hand and held Adelaide about her shoulders. He beckoned Emilie to stand near him on his other side. The three of them faced the imprisoned Renaud in a show of unity, support, and friendship. Pain and anguish squeezed Emilie's heart. The time for her departure home was nearing, and Renaud would not be coming home. She would not see him again for a very long time, if ever. Renaud rubbed his brow. I don't know how I'm going to manage without all of you. Emilie caressed his arm through the cellar bars. Neither will I. Be strong. Try to make friends with every person you see. Captain Dumond will watch over you. He's a decent man. Renaud nodded. He bent forward to kiss the top of Emilie's head. Her hair was warm and fragrant. I'll be strong. He caught the gaze of the others. Well, Marcel, Godspeed and take care of both of them. Marcel frowned and shook his head. My future is uncertain. He tightened his hold around Adelaide. I might not be there for them. But please don't ask about that. Don't worry about me. Tell him, Marcel. Adelaide clutched his arm. What are you talking about? Renaud raised his voice. It has to do with the Society of Mages. I'm a criminal in their eyes. I can either be imprisoned or executed. That's all I can say. Emilie's heart sank to her stomach. What? Despair for Adelaide, for Marcel, and Renaud broke any small thread of hope she had left. Can things get any worse? Keep him in your hopes and prayers, Renaud. Adelaide let out a sob as Marcel held her in his arms. Both of us. I will, said Renaud. Thank you for telling me, but I suggest you don't take this lying down, damn it. Fight back. He should fight back, thought Emilie. It sounded like a horrible society of evil people. Marcel sighed in anguish, while Adelaide openly wept. Neither Emilie or Renaud knew what to say. The four of them stood together in a lull of silence. Adelaide finally approached Renaud and put her arms through the bars to embrace him. You'll be in my thoughts, my prayers. I'll miss you, Addie. Be the warmth in the ice man's life, whatever happens. I will. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve as Marcel joined her in giving Renaud a goodbye hug through the bars. Thank you for not freezing me. I'm keeping it under control. After pulling themselves away from their friend, the young couple clasped their hand and walked away, both in tears, around the corner and up the stairs. Emilie and Renaud were alone again. Marcel's and Adelaide's footsteps faded as Emilie leaned in for a final kiss. His lips were slightly sour from whatever drink he'd recently had. She guessed it to be hydromal or ale, two sorts of drink she never cared for. "Goodbye," she whispered. "Goodbye, Cherie. I want to see you once more in the morning before we leave." "Please do." They clasped hands so tight that Emilie left fingernail marks in Renaud's palm. Emilie was up at dawn, keeping that promise. She washed and dressed in the luxurious basin room off the side of their guest room suite. She coiled her wet hair into a little clip. Adelaide was softly snoring beneath the white covers of the other bed, her face buried in a pillow, finally peaceful after her bout of crying last night. She slipped out into the hallway lit with the glow of elegant candelabra on small, ornate tables. She descended the gilded staircase. The silence of the palace was eerie without the usual people milling about. 7 days ago, she'd been so thrilled with the anticipation of coming to stay in a prince's palace. That felt like a lifetime ago. If only we never came here. By memory, she found her way down the main hall with its gallery of old nobles' portraits. She made a right turn to another, more enclosed hall and to the cellar door. It was locked. How foolish was she to think she could allow herself down to the dungeon without the key. Emilie grasped the iron handle and twisted it. No movement. If only someone like Captain Dumont was awake to let her down. He'd be willing to do it for her. He was kind enough. She considered searching for the suite he lived in, but no, that was beyond rude. Instead, she pressed her palm upon the cold, hard door and whispered a message to her former fiancé, though he would not hear it. "I'll always remember you, Luke." She wanted to pound her fists on the door in hopes he would hear. At this hour, he'd likely be sleeping on the nasty straw, dreaming of his old life. Not his life of war battles and palace balls. His old life of repairing chimneys, overseeing the kitchen, driving the supply wagon, chatting with Armand over apple cider and walking in the forest with her hand in his. She walked away, back to the grandeur of the main hall and its staircase. Her soul ached with the dread of the day, the long coach ride with her sister and her loving man, a man whom Adelaide was preparing to lose. The two of them were sure to feel uneasy around her. There would be no joy. She pressed her hand against her middle, pushing on the gray and white striped fabric of her stomach or bodice, as nausea overtook her. She either wanted to throw up or eat something to make the pain subside. Footsteps thudded behind her. She turned, startled. It was the silhouette of a familiar man in uniform, the glint of a sword on his belt. "Hello?" "Mademoiselle?" His boots clopped on the marble floor, the weapon on his belt clinking. "Captain Dumont, I was hoping to find you." "Do you need me to unlock the cellar?" Keys jingled in his pocket, along with the clinking sword as he approached. "Yes, thank you." "Follow me." He had led her back to where she'd come from. As they walked into the dimly lit hall, she studied his expression. She could not wrap her mind around the idea that Luke, Renaud, had shot and killed his beloved wife in cold blood 3 years ago. "I imagine you think I'm foolish to love someone like him," Emilie blurted out. He shook his head, frowning. "You're not foolish, mademoiselle." They reached the door. Dumont turned the key in the lock and opened it. "I promise I won't be long." "Take your time. Just to let you know, I'll be accompanying you today when you and your sister head back to Paris with Monsieur Clement and his coach. My mother-in-law lives in the city. She's a mage." The pain in her stomach started to lift. Relief flooded her. "It would be good to have you with us." "It was Monsieur Clement's request. He insisted I come with him, to give him moral support. He was quite insistent." "Thank you." She went down the spiral staircase expecting him to be asleep. When she arrived near the cell, he was lying still beneath the wool blanket. It might be rude to wake him, but she could not stand leaving without one more goodbye. He would feel the same. She knelt to the hard floor. "Luke?" She used his old name. He'd recognize her voice better that way. He stirred under the tattered blanket and raised his head. "Emilie?" he whispered. "I'm here." He shot up to a sitting position on the straw-strewn floor. The place was still rank with the mustiness of an old cellar. "Emilie, you're back." "I wish I had something to give to you, something of mine to remember me by," she said in a tight voice. "I won't find it too hard to remember you." A hint of a smile could be seen on his face, even in the dim shadows. Emilie reached to the back of her head and unclipped her hair bun, letting it down. It was tangled. She tugged on the clip, pulling until it was free. A pinch of pain made her grimace as she yanked out a few of her hairs in haste. "Take this. I have more of them." She grasped the small silver hair clip in her palm and held it out. "Merci." He took the hair clip and held it to his eye. "I can see strands of your hair still attached to it." "That's what I was hoping." She forced a smile, threading her fingers through her loosened locks. "Please kiss me one more time, Emilie. You might marry another someday. Don't wait forever for me, or forsake all other men just for my benefit. It's your life." "I plan to visit you." She blinked back tears. "I'll speak with Jean." Pain clouded his eyes. "Jean. He'll lose all respect for me. He used to put me on a pedestal. No more." "I'll explain things to Jean, as much as I can." "Even the crazy magic?" "I don't know." She took a deep breath. No more crying. "His Honor the Marquis. Give him a good word for me. I know I'm out of his life, but I'll always remember his respect and kindness. I know he never meant this to happen. I'm sure he isn't over the shock that I'm me." "I'll tell him." She squeezed his hand firmly. "I'll give all them a good word. Lady Evangeline still thinks you're a decent man." "I'm glad she does." He shook his head, looking at the floor. "Poor Addie and Marcel. Wish there was something I could do. I hope they don't kill him. We could have been great friends." His eyes teared up once more. "I hope he freezes his enemies solid." "Life is unfair." Emilie moved her hand to his dirty sleeve, stroking it. "I think it's even worse for magic people. It makes me think about Mathilde. If she was your real mother, and Armand, I honestly think he's a mage now, because he acted odd, like Marcel had. Remember his apple cider?" "Armand!" He rolled his gaze to the ceiling, his eyes widening. "Good God, that man has to be one of them. I knew he seemed too clever to be incompetent or as crazy as he let on. Well, good. We need more of these magic idiots on our side." I was thinking the same. Emilie couldn't help a little smile as she listened to his words, his mannerisms. He's Luke, no matter what. Armand must be a magic man. The way our scars faded so fast like a miracle. I think it was the drink he made. Magic potion? It must be real. They shared a wistful smile as his red-rimmed blue eyes burned into hers. She drew closer to the bars for another long kiss. His breath was stale and beer-flavored, the room odorous and chilly, but no matter. Time stood still. They parted. "Goodbye again." He touched her nose with his fingertip. "Goodbye." She used all her strength to tear herself away, joining Captain Dumont at the top of the stairs, and crying once more. Chapter 31. 2 hours later, the sun was up and bright, and Emilie had packed all of her things. Adelaide held her beloved kitten as they stood together outside the front entryway of the palace. Golden morning light danced over green mazes of hedgerows. The hour before, they'd given their polite greetings in the parlor to the Marquis, the Marchioness, Lady Evangeline, and her fiancé, Prince Louis. The 4 nobles had decided to linger at the castle a few more days in the company of Christopher and Rosalind. The royals' bittersweet reunion went on. Marcel and his coach, with his steadfast team of Felix and Fifi, pulled into the Circle Drive. He hopped off his driver's seat and approached Adelaide without a word for a loving embrace. The two whispered things out of Emilie's earshot. Captain Dumont helped the sisters with their luggage. Emilie noticed Marcel had hitched the 2 horses one in front of the other, instead of side by side. Adelaide and Marcel continued to cling to each other, with the kitten Lorette as a comfort between them, as if they were saying goodbye, not leaving on a journey together. Marcel left Adelaide's side and went to tend to one of the carriage horses. He gripped the red comparison cloth draped over its withers and back. Emilie, do you want to see the surprise? Adelaide, despite her reddened eyes, gave her sister a knowing little smile. It's something magical, Em. Emilie gave a glance to Captain Dumond. Captain, do you know what he's talking about? Of course. I am quite aware of it. Dumond shared a brief wink of levity with the women. Marcel pulled the caparison off the horse, uncovering a white, feathery mass upon its withers. At first, it appeared as if something was seriously wrong with the creature's hide. As he stroked the feathers, they unfurled, forming great wings. Emilie's mouth flew open. They're winged horses? Marcel and Adelaide looked at each other, beaming. They're both half Pegasi, said Marcel. Are you nervous about flying? The front horse, Felix, began beating his wings, blowing air like a strong wind. Adelaide shuddered. I feel I may lose my stomach. Nerves filled Emilie as well. But a chance to see the land from a bird's eye view? I'd like to try it. See? Marcel grinned. She wants to. Be brave. He pulled the comparison off of Fifi,
The rear horse.
revealing her wings and unfurling them. Adelaide clutched Lorette to her chest as the wind blew her hair back. Will anything fall out of the windows? Will you make any sudden turn or plunges? I'm a professional, don't worry. Marcel stepped towards his new sweetheart and kissed her gently on the lips. Emily's heart clenched as she watched the couple. Please, God, keep this man safe from harm. The beating wings of Felix and Fifi blew gusts at everyone, mussing their hair. I just want to say that, once we leave the castle grounds, I'm in a bit of danger. Marcel told them. More on the ground than in the sky. I feel like a coward saying this, but I'm more scared right now of going into Paris than I am of flying this coach through the clouds. You're not a coward, Adelaide declared as her kitten squirmed on her bodice. Captain Dumond stepped to the carriage door. You may fly us wherever it's safe for you and the ladies. Just remember, you're doing what's right. You vowed to resist their demands. Marcel nodded as Adelaide leaned against him. I know you'll pull through, no matter what happens. Dumond approached Marcel and lay an encouraging hand on his shoulder. We're here for you. Well, Marcel sighed. Let's board. My team's getting excited about stretching their wings. Adelaide, Petite, I'd rather you ride inside this time. Adelaide wiped her eyes, the cat now in one crook of her arm. So would I. She deposited the cat and her baggage in the cab. Marcel shielded his face from the gust of Felix's beating wings. He gave a nervous chuckle. Are you ready? The sun became hidden by a sweep of clouds as Captain Dumond opened the door for the women to enter the cab. With his solid, stern manner and his toted weapon, Emilie felt grateful for his protective presence. She settled in the plush seat next to Lorette. The cat lay on one of Adelaide's pillows. She stroked the little cat with her fingers as her stomach ached with nerves. Adelaide opened the cab's door and climbed in, followed by Dumond. She shuddered with clear fear and nerves as she sat across from Dumond and beside Emilie, scooping Lorette up to lie in her lap. The sisters took seats in the coach's rear, and Emilie wondered if Captain Dumond was going to be catapulted forward or fall on top of them. He had a godforsaken pistol in his belt. It could accidentally go off. Not to mention that Adelaide's bag contained 2 breakable, expensive mirrors and her pair of sharp grooming scissors. Emilie prayed that Marcel's magic and his magic horses would prevent normal gravity somehow. Hang on, Marcel shouted from his driver's seat up front. They began to roll. The wheels grinded the solid earth at moderate speed, until the coach gave a sudden lurch of speed and seemed to lighten. The wheels stopped grinding and went silent. Emilie's stomach gave a swoop as the entire coach rose. Oh! Adelaide yelped as she clutched the coach's locked door with white-knuckled fingers. Her other arm clutching the cat, she scrunched her eyes shut. The coach made a slight list, enough that Captain Dumond held tight to the door handle on his side. Captain, have you flown in his coach before? Emilie asked him as her stomach turned a somersault. Yes, about 5 or 6 times now. I enjoy it. He broke into a grin. Someday, us Saint-Magis might learn to make carriages fly. It would be excellent for use in war. Emily's ears hurt, an odd popping sensation. Ouch! She clapped her hands over them and saw Adelaide do the same. Oh, my ears! Are yours hurting too, Em? Yes. Ladies, it's normal, said Dumond, looking relaxed as he sat cross-legged. It's the change in altitude. Emilie, look! Adelaide pulled the curtain to reveal what was outside. Emilie pulled back the curtain nearest her. They were suspended in a sea of blue sky. Below them lay a cluster of white clouds. It's beautiful. Our people will learn to make vehicles fly someday, mark my words, said Captain Dumont. All it would take are a few clever people working hard. Flying like this will be for everyone, not only mages and birds. I'm not scared any longer, said Adelaide as she and Emilie gazed in wonder at the heaven-like view outside the coach. Chapter 32. Alexis Savat was on watch.
He sat in his office with his looking glass, watching the golden arrow like a wolf after its prey.
The infernal junior agent, suspected of treason, had been hiding under a golden lock charm at the moment. Same as last evening, last night, and this morning. 2 days before, Alexis had caught him in the act. He witnessed the crime a few hours after the odd glass conversation filled with Clement's convoluted lies. Alexis got a clear vision of him, sitting outside by a sunny riverbank with that Saint-Magie woman, clearly his paramour. He'd cast a spell on a small tree, freezing it into an ice sculpture while the girl watched, amazed by his sorcery. Marcel must have realized his blunder because he'd soon cast a discreet brouillard de raton while his lady friend was preoccupied with the melting ice tree. Alexis's glass had clouded with fog then. That simple fog charm had been the straw that broke the proverbial camel's back. This was treason. He prepared himself to do the arrest today, which, even for Alexis's tough heart, was a bittersweet task. Clement had been so promising, so damned young, 10 years his junior. He hoped to all great mages of old that Lord Bertrand would not force him and Rue to watch the execution. To see the poor boy burn to death at the hands of the fire mage, Ignis Pollen. The Pollen boy would need to perform the killing from then on, ash instead of water. Shortly after 9:30, the golden arrow on his looking glass continued to point eastward, but when the clock struck 10, it spun in odd circles. Experience told Alexis that this meant Clement was above Paris, above Fontaine and Chantilly, in the sky. I wouldn't be surprised if he's flying Saint-Magies around. Alexis rushed out of headquarters, teleporting to and out of Fontaine and Chantilly's exit portal. He performed a few more teleports inside the city of Paris. From a spot in the street, he stared at his glass until the arrow stopped spinning crazily and pointed to the south. He teleported southward, moving from behind a row of homes to the main road at the city's entry, still pointing southeast. A few more moves and the location of the criminal was narrowed down to a carriage road outside Paris. After flying his coach, Marcel must have landed it far enough outside the city to be mindful of discretion. Marcel Clement, Alexis said to his glass. He got a visual image then, Marcel's coach and his 2 half-Pegasi trotting before him. He was back on Earth. The same girl sat by his side. There you are, his lips pulled into a sneer. It ends today. Enraged by his prodigy's deception, Alexis was determined to hide any unlawful activity of his own. Damn Rue and Volant. As he walked by foot along the side of the road, he cast a great, outreaching charm of brouillard de raton against all citizens of Fontaine and Chantilly, including Lord Bertrand. He teleported, placing himself in the middle of the road in the path of Marcel's coach. Marcel had just landed the coach in a field close to the Marquis's chateau. After switching Felix and Fifi's tack from flight to land mode, he turned on a country road to drive earthbound once more. Adelaide had chosen the driver's seat with him for the rest of the ride. They passed farm fields beneath a partly sunny, cloud-dotted sky. It was almost like when their journey had begun. Almost. Something, a figure in dark clothing, materialized from nowhere in front of them. Merda, is that him? Adelaide jumped in her seat. Someone's in the road. It looked like he just popped out of nowhere. Shh, Adelaide. He inhaled a breath. Using all his strength to be calm, he braked and loosened the reins to halt Felix and Fifi. Emilie, Francis, he called to the 2 passengers inside the cab. Something came up. I have to stop. He climbed from the driver's seat and stood by the side of Felix, his heart hammering. The man strode up to them with a sweep of his long, leather frock coat, his expression in the familiar scowl. His dark boots kicked up swirls of dust in the road with each step. I was expecting you. Marcel laid his hand on the flank of Felix. The horse's hide felt warm on his palm until his emotion of terror manifested cold. Felix jerked and snorted. Marcel took his hand off his beloved animal. Marcel, who is this? Adelaide's trembling voice. Is it? Alexis's eyes fixed her with condemnation. He then stared at Marcel for what seemed forever until he finally spoke. You know exactly why I'm here. Yes, I know. Marcel's throat went dry. He swallowed. And I admit I had no right doing those things to evade you. Out of all the people I've trusted, Clement, you, my best agent and informant, decided to betray us with blatant infractions of mage law. Adelaide began stepping down. Captain Dumont, please. Stay seated. I'll handle him. Marcel took advancing steps towards Alexis, lowering his gaze to the grass in front of them, playing a symphony of memorized music in his head. What have you proven? Don't you have any other cases to work on for Lord Bertrand? Why me? He heard the carriage door open behind him. Francis, don't risk it. You are my case, said Alexis. Transforming a tree into ice in front of your friend. I saw it through my glass. And I heard your conversation until you silenced it with fog. Alexis crossed his arms, his lips in a firm line. Not to mention the interesting conversations you had a few days before with Prince Renaud. It sounded to me as if you wanted some advice for him on the art of romancing Saint-Mage women. Am I correct? I wasn't asking Renaud for any kind of advice. A hard edge colored his words. Getting to my main point. If there was one proven infraction, the freezing of trees, there must have been plenty more while you spent hours hiding under fog and a golden lock charm. I told you to turn off those spells. You disobeyed my orders, and your glass was stolen. He gave a scoffing laugh. That was a lie. Francis Dumont had come out to stand near the animals, with Emilie following him. Gentlemen, is there a problem? He laid his hand on the pistol holster on his uniform belt. Alexis furrowed his brow. Who is this fool? This is Francis, my brother-in-law. Marcel's cold fists clenched. Terror swept through him like a gale. Celeste can't lose her papa. You're standing in our way, monsieur, Francis spoke in his authoritative tone. We have a schedule to keep with this carriage. He kept his grip on the gun. Francis, stay back. Marcel admonished. Don't draw your weapon. Alexis's eyes flashed with contempt. This is what I like to do to your friends who threaten me with their primitive fire sticks. He swept his arm towards Francis in a slashing gesture. The captain stumbled backwards, yelling from a shock and pain as a bloody cut appeared on his face. The lady screamed. How dare you attack a man without warning? Marcel lunged a few steps closer to the officer. For 4 years you told me the importance of never using offensive magic on them. You're a hypocrite. Francis raised his pistol, ignoring Adelaide's and Emilie's attempt to fuss over his bleeding cheek. Give me your go-ahead and I'll shoot. You have a due reason for backup in this. This isn't your battle, Francis. Marcel raised his arm towards the captain. A cold rush of icy wind and sleet surrounded his hand, like a tiny winter storm. Stay back. That's an order. Francis let his gun-drawing hand fall to his side. He stepped back. Part of Marcel wished dearly that he would shoot, the childish and cowardly part of him. Clement, come and stand close to me so I can read into your mind and pull proof of further crimes against our society. You cannot refuse. All I ask is that we move away from my animals, and away from these innocent Saint-Mages. This is between you and me, so I think we should handle our disagreement the proper way. Are you challenging me to some kind of duel? Alexis's eyebrow quirked. Yes, I'm challenging you to a duel. Marcel took a step closer to Alexis.
The loser either dies at the other's hand,
or is taken into headquarters for exposure crimes in front of these people. You just incriminated yourself. What happens to the winner? The officer folded his arms, frowning. The winner will be pardoned. That means if I lose, but you spare my life to be thrown in the glass dungeon instead. I promise I won't report you. Even if I'm freed someday, and if I die, I guess I won't be alive to report you. And if you win, Alexis began pacing. A nervous look crossed his features. If I win, I would hope you pardon my exposure crime if you survive this fight, and you'll let me go home to see my mother after I take you to Officer Roux. He'll be the one to decide our sentences. But again, that's if either of us loses but survives. You do realize, Alexis stepped closer to Marcel, my cutting curse is strong enough to slice through thick wood. Potentially, I could behead a person. The reason Lord Bertrand chose you instead of me is because my offensive spell is too bloody for his taste. Yes, I realize that. Terror gripped his stomach. If it's to be, let it be quick. Ladies are watching, he added, wishing Francis would force Adelaide and Emilie away so they wouldn't see this. I'm not leaving him, Adelaide screamed in the distance. Francis was trying, at least. What I just demonstrated to your friend was a tiny controlled version. Alexis moved his feet, stepping from side to side in a warm-up. I can unleash the lethal version, if that's what you wish. Whatever you believe is fair. Marcel flexed his fingers. I know all about a tiny controlled version compared to a lethal version. I practice the same. His heart clenched in on itself, turning to an icy rock. Anger. Controlled anger. Not fear, he begged of himself. I can shield myself from nearly any fatal blow. Alexis clenched his fists. Even your ice. From what I saw with your training, you're at a disadvantage. You can't kill, and you know it. I can kill. That's up to me to decide in the next few minutes. Alexis' face went pale, but he put on a scowl of determination. With a wave of his palm, he teleported himself, vanishing from the dirt-covered trail. He reappeared standing in a grassy field over a stone's throw away, near a thicket of trees. Marcel did the same, teleporting to place himself in a spot several paces in front of Alexis. Alexis gestured a come hither with his hand. Closer. Marcel played music in his mind, the beat of bata and djembe drums from Mama's homeland, a desperate attempt to drown out his thought words and strengthen his resolve. I admit my guilt, he shouted through the drum beats in his mind. I transformed a tree to ice. The lady saw it. I cast a fog charm to hide myself in discreet disobedience to you. I think there's more, said Alexis. Closer, I hear that damn music. Turn it off. I can't help my mind. Marcel walked until he was standing so close to Alexis that he could see the gray flecks in his pale blue eyes. Marcel, please! Adelaide crossed the field of grass, approaching them. Tell me more about your friend, Alexis sneered. You have feelings for this Saint-Magie? Have you defiled yourself with her? The answer to the first question is yes. I care for her deeply. The answer to the second is no. I did not commit the ultimate crime with her. He let the music in his mind quiet. I swear to you. Come close to me and read my mind. Why don't you? Leave him alone. Adelaide took a step closer, her eyes aflame. You arrogant ass. I hope he freezes you to death. Shut up. Alexis made a slashing gesture at Adelaide. A cut appeared on the flesh of her upper arm. She screamed, droplets of blood staining her sleeve. One more word and it'll be your throat. Marcel pleaded without words for her to be quiet, to back away. She caught his gaze and stepped backward, sobbing. Francis and Emilie rushed to her side. Alexis watched her with a look of hate and scorn. Of all the women, she's the one you'd risk death for. She's no beauty. Marcel struggled to calm his rage. Let's settle this like gentlemen. He could either fight for a chance at freedom,
Be killed by Alexis, or be dragged to headquarters as a criminal.
Let's turn from each other and walk 10 paces. 3 fates. Every cell of his body forced him to remain calm. You may keep count. At 10, we turn around and cast our curses at high intensity. Very well. Alexis turned on his heel. Marcel had a view of the back of his head, his long blonde hair pulled back in a leather tie. He paced in the other direction. 1, 2, 3, Alexis counted. Marcel counted his strides, taking even steps along the long grass of the field. 8, 9, 10. He spun around and flung his arm forward, pointer finger extended. Transformer en glace or Geller dans la glace? Geller dans la glace. A white beam shot forth and hit Alexis in the heart. Frost and crystals of ice formed over his face, hands, his leather coat, creating a layer like glass. Alexis grimaced, clenching his fists. A heat haze spread over him like air over a fire as he freed himself from the bond using a shield spell. The ice shards broke away, scattering through the air like a small explosion. Marcel prepared to throw another ice beam. Transform. Alexis's swift tossing spell hit him without warning. Thrown off his feet, propelled backwards, his head hit the trunk of a tree. Hot stars of pain surrounding him. He had no time to think of that pain before the sting of a cutting curse sneered his right shoulder. He screamed. Pain fueled his anger. He cast his gaze upward at the branches above. I was about to kill him. I could have. I'll try again. Alexis advanced upon him, his face twisted. Transform en glace. His focus muddled from throbs of pain. His swinging hand misfired and hit the tree instead. It turned into solid ice. Cold air turned the spring weather into a winter chill. You are finished. Alexis thrust his arm forward. His curse sliced Marcel's forearm deeply. Pain blinded him. Fight back, damn it. He attempted to throw the deadly ice curse once more, this time non-verbally. As he raised his finger to aim at Alexis, a dropping ice branch hit the top of his head. The pain paralyzed him. His throwing arm dropped. The icicle tree continued to rain daggers of frozen branches to the ground. A massive branch struck Alexis on his shoulder. He growled as it broke around him. Marcel's palm sliced open from Alexis's cutting attack. One of the falling ice branches landed on his fresh wound, piercing his hand. He screamed, the pain blinding him like a hellish fog. His heightened distress set off a wild, involuntary blizzard of sleet, wind, and ice shards over Alexis's body. "You're not a man of law," he shouted through his thick haze of pain. "You're a hypocrite. You're doing the same dark deeds you claim to fight, and I'll take you down someday, I swear." "I doubt you'll get the chance." Alexis mocked him, even against the storm of sleet beating his face. He sent a stinging cut to Marcel's cheek. Marcel cast another ice attack. A gueuler dans la glace, but Alexis's protective shield magic deflected the spell, pushing away the ice chunks and sleet. The miniature blizzard faded. He could hear Adelaide and Emilie's voices in the distance, crying. Alexis stood over him, his arms crossed in a stance of domination as Marcel lay face up beneath the cracking ice tree. "There are 2 options for punishment for your proven crime of exposure. Do you remember them?" He raised his pointer finger. Ow! A stinging, cutting curse sliced through Marcel's left thigh, ripping his clothing. "A prison sentence of 10 years, in the glass dungeon, or lifelong banishment." Marcel let out a groan of pain while struggling to speak. "You haven't won yet. We're both criminals, and we haven't finished." Alexis raised his finger again, his eyes cold. "I'm about to finish." "I'm still alive, still speaking," Marcel said between his panting breaths. "You don't have it in you to kill me, do you?" Alexis's hand dropped to his side. An odd, tormented expression crossed his blue eyes. "You don't have it in you to kill me either." "So, who wins this duel? You've cut me like a roast beef. I haven't much strength left or patience." "Either turn me into a pure ice statue and kill me, or I win." "Transform in glace. Do it." "But no. Bertrand and Rue or other lay conseil, they have looking glasses. They'll see me kill him." "Wait. You're setting a trap." Marcel's body twitched in an attempt to get up. His injuries and pain kept him flat on the ground. "Rue and Bertrand. They're watching us with the glass, aren't they?" "I'm not telling you what Rue or Lord Bertrand are doing. I can't read their minds at the moment. So how do I know?" Alexis scowled, his face still pale from the ice attack. "You had your fun being evasive. Now it's my turn to hide facts." Marcel was about to faint from the pain. His sliced thigh, his cut forearm, shoulder, the top of his head, all throbbing, burning. He had neither the strength nor the will to kill Alexis, and if he tried again, Rue or even Bertrand would be watching. He'd be turned into ashes no matter what. "Marcel, stop!" Adelaide's voice. "Don't fight anymore." Alexis could have ended this in 1 second by slashing my throat, but he did not. Who's the better man here? "I can't," Marcel whispered, grimacing in pain as a welcoming, foggy fade of his brain took over him. He was soon to pass out. "I'm not killing you today. Forget it." "Then you lose the duel." Alexis exhaled, a deep breath. Relief? "And that means I'm taking you into custody at headquarters for exposure crimes." The defeated spy agent and coachman lay among the icicles of the shattering frozen tree, his clothes and skin blood-stained. It didn't seem real. He'd wake soon and be home, above Mamma's seamstress shop. "You were hoping for banishment, weren't you?" Alexis had recovered enough to hiss through his teeth, his usual tone of scorn as of late. "I will urge Rue to choose prison for you, Clement. I've read enough of your thoughts. You want banishment from our society because you want to be with them. I won't let Rue give it to you." "You're right. I do want to be with them." Marcel found enough reserves of strength in his chest to fight the sleepiness and raise his voice. He hurled his words with brazen contempt. "You can take your society, and you can shove it in the place where Bartholomew Bertrand likes his kisses of honor." Alexis quirked an eyebrow. Now that you've insulted our lord of all mages, I could bring you to him for judgment right now. You could be burned by the fire, Mage." Adelaide and Emilie sobbed together, somewhere in the distance, by his abandoned coach. Marcel prayed they were too far away to hear this conversation. "But no, I won't." Alexis brushed bits of ice from his hair. A few wet tendrils hung in his eyes. "I'm kind enough to spare you from that. The glass dungeon it is." "Please stop," Adelaide cried as she approached, running through the grass while Emilie chased her. Marcel propped himself up on his less injured arm to see the women. Emilie clutched Adelaide's fabric-wrapped arm to hold her back. "Clement, do you have any last words?" Alexis' lips formed a sneer. "Mademoiselle, your friend will have his wounds patched up. Then he's headed to prison. I advise you both to say your final goodbyes." Marcel fought through his agony to look at her one last time. She stood in the grassy field with a look of devastation. Her face shone rosy red, damp with tears. Her chestnut curls were windblown. Emilie cradled her injured arm. Her sister's there for her, at least. It wasn't this moment he wanted to remember about her. It was her joyful smile and laugh, her warm kisses, their conversations, the feel of her body as they held each other. "I love you, Adelaide." "I love you. I'll never forget you." Her words were punctuated with soft sobs. Emilie tugged on her shoulders to urge her away. Alexis reached to take him. Pain seared Marcel's forearm as he touched it. A flurry of words escaped his lips, a final message for her. "When you get to Paris, go to the seamstress shop on Rue "Enough, let's go." Alexis tightened his fingers around Marcel's bleeding sleeve for the teleport. Both men, captor and captive, were whisked away.
Chapter 33. The new convict was silent. Alexis and Rue had no need for handcuffs or bounding cloth. Weakened and injured, Marcel had no reserves to fight back as he lay on the grass near Le Conseil headquarters, next to the fountain pool. He watched Alexis's shiny boots pace back and forth in the grass, waiting for Officer Rue to join him for the procedure. The officer's face appeared paler than usual, a few blotches of purple from the ice attacks. His skill at casting shield spells had been his great advantage, but for some reason, he'd let Marcel stay alive. Maybe I'm too honorable a man to kill. Or does a real human heart beat inside that ironclad chest of his? Or is he planning to tell Bertrand I'm a traitor, so I get burned? Thoughts of his fate swirled in his wide-awake mind, though his body was slashed, battered, and about to fade away. Rue arrived, accompanied by Monsieur Cabot, a Le Conseil member with healing powers. Cabot addressed Alexis as he knelt over Marcel, examining his cuts, ripping his vest and blouse to expose them.
"This is an unpleasant surprise, Savard. Your assistant agent? What's his charge?"
"Exposure crimes." Alexis' voice was tired, lacking its usual bite. "Nicholas, would you recommend the 10-year sentence, as our Lord decreed, or life?"
10 years.
Rue's authoritative tone.
"I take his crime to be a result of foolish youth."
"If I live through this, I'll be 33. I won't be old yet. Adelaide would have moved on by then." Cabot lay his hands upon him, spreading warmth and healing the cuts. His spell swept away the stinging pain and running blood, leaving him free of physical agony, kindness in the horror. His weakness and exhaustion still lingered. Rue's and Alexis's hands gripped his shoulders, forcing him to stand and walk with them into the fountain pool. Cool water surrounded his feet and ankles, soaking his boots and stockings. Rue rummaged in his coat pocket and took out a silver coin, the only means to enter the glass dungeon. The officer tossed the coin into the water. The pool changed color from clear and reflective to what looked like pure blood. They descended in a swift teleport. Marcel found his feet inside another pool of water, along with Alexis and Rue. Now they stood inside a sort of copper bowl in a dim, eerie room. Before he even registered his new surroundings, Alexis tugged his arm, moving him along.
"You go on and take care of him, Savard."
Rue stood with his hand in his pocket containing more special portal coins. They made a jingling sound.
"I need to go."
He tossed another coin in and vanished away. Alexis must have his own portal coin to ascend back up. A rational thought amid his despair. The reality of his fate hadn't quite sunk in yet. The next moment, Marcel wore a different set of clothes. A blue and gray striped blouse with gray breeches, gray stockings, black leather slippers. The woolen fabric prison clothes would be warm in the sunlit, hearthless chill of the years to come. Alexis led him down 2 staircases, surrounded by glass walls from floor to ceiling. They entered the dim hallway of the bottom cell block. He led him past disgusting creatures, giant bristle-legged centipedes and great dark cat-like monsters with insect eyes. Marcel shuddered at the sight. One of the latter jumped at them, growling before Alexis shooed it away by giving it a cutting curse. The creature bellowed in pain. Marcel played melodies of music in his mind then, keeping his thoughts blank. The only thought words Alexis might have picked up were, "Damn, I hope these things don't bite." He passed the prisoners, people either sleeping beneath simple blankets, huddled in bored positions, or wailing as they tapped on their glass walls. They walked until they reached the end of the hallway.
Alexis stopped before an empty cell.
"I've reserved you a special place. You'll like your new neighbors." The glass enclosure door vanished. "Step inside." Alexis assumed his casual cross-arm position. "Do you want anything before I leave? A cup of water?" He stepped into the small space. "Yes, please, a cup of water and a book of paper and a quill pen, so I can write letters, not to send anyone, just to myself." "That's a fair request." The officer's tone was almost respectful. He conjured the items for the prisoner. They appeared on the straw cot. The glass door closed and sealed via magic. He was inside to stay. "Enjoy your new home, Clement." Alexis drew towards him from the other side of the glass. He fixed his gaze, lowered his voice to a whisper. "I hope you realize how lucky you are. I spared your life instead of taking you before Lord Patron for judgment. Twice I spared you." Alexis turned and headed down the hallway. After he'd taken a few steps, Marcel heard him mutter, "I hope you like your new neighbor, dear Tanta," to a nearby prisoner. Noises of wailing prisoners and those bizarre cat creatures followed his retreating footsteps. After Alexis had left, Marcel drank the water down, relieving his throat. He settled upon the straw cot. He hadn't seen Mamma since leaving for the trip 1 week ago. No goodbyes. Facing the back wall to avoid the sight of those monster centipedes, he broke into silent weeping. "This is my life now, lying here to rot. Young man, I think we've met." He turned to the source of the voice, a thin woman with long, straight black hair, between 40 and 50. She sat to his left across the glass wall, holding herself in a posture of elegance and dignity in a drab prison gown. His new neighbor. "Mathilde? I suppose I ought to say, welcome." Dark circles shadowed her eyes, contrasting with her well-lined white skin. Her voice was muffled through the wall, but audible. "You must be glad to see me here, considering my role in your capture." Marcel spoke in a tear-stuffed voice. When he shifted his position towards her,
He caught a glimpse of the front wall.
a large man's silhouette lay inside the cell across from his. A giant gray centipede, about 3 feet long and a few inches wide, skittered over the man's glass wall on its ugly, bristly legs. His nose burned with fluid until he finally sniffed into his sleeve, ashamed of his childishness. "It's all right to cry, Michaud." Mathilde's voice, a source of odd comfort. "I cried when I first arrived here. I still do, nearly every day." He rubbed his palms over his face. "Will you ever forgive me?" "My fate is not all your doing, Michaud. I put you here. I set you up. My nephew put me here. You were only doing his bidding. May I say that your niece, Celeste, is a lovely young girl. She'll be a talented mage someday." He nodded. "Is she your sister's daughter?" "Yes. And you are—" "Michael? I heard my nephew say your name that night." "Marcel." "I'm glad to have your company now, Marcel. I truly am." Across the narrow hallway, their neighbor stirred and sat up. Marcel got a better look at him, burly, scraggly-haired and bearded. The man slapped both his hands on the glass wall and let out a loud, maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha ha! You, across the hall. I only want to say welcome." He rose to a kneeling position. "I'm Lucaroo, my dear boy. Every full moon I break through this glass and bite myself a new fur d'arms. You're next." Marcel looked at him and gave him a nod. "Thank you, Michaud." It was barely a whisper. Perhaps the man could lip read from the double glass walls. "So, is Mathilde a werewolf now?" "Likely not." "I've come to terms with my crimes," Mathilde spoke to Marcel, choosing to ignore their werewolf neighbor. "I took too much power into my hands to change the life of a man." He nodded slightly. "I don't know why you're here, and I won't ask," she continued. "It pains me because you're too young to waste in a place like this." "Thank you, Mathilde." Marcel turned to look at her. Her pale face bore a look of sincere care, sympathy. Luke and I know each other well now. It was a great honor to meet him. Tears trailed his cheeks like a hot bath in the coolness of his cell. His emotions caused a layer of involuntary frost to cloud the glass wall separating them. The woman on the other side sat cross-legged on her cot, her posture relaxed. Luke? That is the name you think of him as? Yes. I don't regret making him born into a better man. I will declare that truth until the day I die. Her words gave him a glimmer of strength. I don't regret the choices I made either. He inhaled a shaky breath. She bowed her head, wringing her hands in her lap as she huddled on her low cot. It was too late once I realized there was another clever mage spy already familiar with the palace. Did you get your just rewards for your work with Alexis? He wiped his face with the sleeve of his dungeon-issue blouse. Being here is my just reward. I dared to wage a fight against him. Thought I'd win. I didn't. Be strong, dear. Mathilde's tone was soothing, like his mother's. Stay true to yourself. That will unnerve them. Thank you, Mademoiselle Mathilde. Chapter 34. Renaud Eugene Luc d'Orleans had come full circle. Twice he was humbled and severely punished, first by Mathilde and now by his brother. After Emilie had said her last goodbye, he tucked her precious hair clip underneath his pillow. He sat cross-legged for a long time, memorizing patterns in the stonework of the walls, the cellar outside his bars,
The ancient moldings and torch fixtures.
Soon he would be moved to a prison away from here, preferably very soon. He had nothing to do the next days, months, and years ahead but to grieve, to hope, and to dream. He stood, grasped the cell's top horizontal iron bar, and pulled himself up, as an attempt to exercise, just like in his old apartment on Rue Septième. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered any rats here yet. He pulled his body weight up and down, counting the repetitions. Footsteps clattered down the staircase as someone came to visit. He let go of the bar, his feet thumping on the stone floor. Renaud? Christopher? The prince wore muted, simple clothes on this day. Charcoal, gray breeches, and waistcoat over white blouse. A simple neck cravat, no excess ruffles or lace. He carried a silver platter of food. I brought you lunch. Familiar, old resentment boiled up in Renaud's chest. The heir to the principality, father's favorite. The smart, legitimate one. His brother blessed with everything. Thank you, he mumbled. While he ate, a hearty bowl of beef, vegetable stew with herbs and chives, bread rolls, and a sweet custard, creme brulee, his childhood favorite. Christopher sat on the nearby stool.
He leaned forward with his hands clasped.
Forgive me, Renaud, he blurted out. Renaud's mouth was full of sweet custard as he spoke. He swallowed. What? Forgive me. For everything. I did all those years to cut you down and make you feel like nobody. Renaud's hands stopped from scooping more creme brulee with his spoon. I beg your pardon? Which one of us was the monster who wanted to kill the other in cold blood? I wasn't completely innocent either. Christopher ran his hands up and down his knees and thighs. We were just children. I was foolish, spoiled by father and the governesses. Despite that, it is no excuse for the cruel things I would say to you almost every single day. He sighed, casting his eyes to the stone basement floor. You wanted to put me in my place as second best. It is what it is. Renaud pushed the finished lunch away. His stomach was bursting. It was one of the best meals he had in a long time. It was your type of humor. I learned to mimic it, and I tried to insult you back. Of course, I didn't have as much amusing material for insult for you as you had for me. I wish I could take it all back. All the small bleeding cuts I inflicted. All of them are just as hurtful as your one explosion that day. I wasn't as smart or good as you. My brain and eyes didn't let me read well or succeed in my studies. You were just telling it like it is. Renaud, stop the self-deprecation. It's very unlike you. Christopher threw out his hands. You're not you anymore. Did Mathilde conjure for you a new brain? No, I'm just not the same anymore. I've grown wiser. If I wasn't born into this family, and if I had to live the life you lived the last 3 years, I wouldn't have been as good as you. Renaud cocked his eyebrow. Thank you for that boost of my esteem. I think I needed that more than I needed food. Christopher sniffed a laugh, glancing at the empty silver platter. And you always loved the chef's cooking. Going back to what you said, it wasn't my choice to live like a pauper. No, and that's a mystery that will never be solved regarding that Mathilde woman. I have a possible answer to that. I think, if you take the time to remember, you might figure it out someday, in regards to father. Christopher shook his head. I still can't fathom it. She wanted to save your life and mine. She was a mage who somehow fancied herself as some angel of salvation. Keep thinking and studying, bookworm. A smirk pulled Renaud's lips. You might come up with the answer. Who Mathilde truly was. He still doesn't know. I will. Christopher nodded dutifully, as if it were his mission to discover it. It wasn't easy, being the bastard. Don't use that word for yourself, Renaud. You were born from a different mother, but that doesn't make you a bad person. Do you know how many years I spent looking at the faces of our governesses and housemaids? Just wondering. Renaud grasped his cell bars with tight knuckles, remembering all the ladies who worked within the castle walls during his upbringing. He'd been 10 when father told him, sourly, that Princess Louise, the beautiful, fair-haired lady in the portrait, whom he thought of as mother, had not been his blood. I would misbehave and act like a hellion to see how they'd react to me. I thought one of them would treat me as if she cared, as if she loved me. If one of those ladies had been my actual mother, she'd want me to be the best-behaved boy possible. She'd pay special attention to my conduct. Not one of those women cared. They were either cross and enraged with me, or they ignored what I did.
Nanny Genevieve was the kindest but too sweet.
She ignored my bad behavior. I didn't guess her to be my mother. I wish I knew who she was, Renaud. Christopher blinked his eyes. Father carried that secret to the grave. Is there a way I can get some fresh water and wash up? Renaud wiped his hands on his shirt. I feel like an animal. Yes, I'll send someone down with water and soap soon. And I'm afraid you shouldn't get used to the treatment here. You'll be transferred into the Troyes prison camp in a week. Thank you. Renaud reclined against the wall, his arms around his bent knees. A change of scenery. They will give you work to do with the other prisoners. Physical work, rock quarrying and such. I'm no stranger to that. His tone rose with a spark of pride. Wonder if one of the men working next to me will turn out to be another one with magic. He chuckled lightly, remembering Armand. That's why that man couldn't wash dishes fast unless he was alone. I caught a pan floating in the air one time. Christopher forced a tight smile. Mages. They're interesting people to have by your side, that's for sure. Captain Dumont's daughter is going to be quite the sorceress someday. I'm sure she will. And she will be as beautiful as her mother was. The captain knows that you never meant for it to happen. His brother's face sobered. His wife ran too close to him, took the bullet for him. Doesn't change the fact it came from my weapon. Christopher gave a stiff, grim nod. It is my honor and duty to be your prisoner, said Renaud. But if someday you ever decide to let me free, if you think I've served enough time, I'll be gone, out of your hair. My head knows you're guilty of manslaughter, but my heart wants to set you free. Eventually. When? I cannot say. That would depend on Captain Dumont's feelings and young Celeste's as well. True. A wave of remorse stung Renaud's eyes. He deserved a life in prison. But I don't care for you to die in prison if you live to advanced age. That's more than kind of you. Please accept my forgiveness. Christopher rose from his chair and approached Renaud's cell bars, extending his hand. I can't promise you freedom soon, but please, be my little brother again. Renaud stood and took his hand in a firm iron grip. I will if you forgive me, and if you'll have me. Christopher looked him in the eye, swallowing a lump in his throat. Absolutely. He picked up the tray of empty dishes.
Chapter 35. Captain Francis Dumont took over driving with a heavy heart. He accompanied the 2 young women to the Marquis's mansion in the coach and horses who'd lost their owner. When he reached the estate's circle drive, he bid the sisters adieu as he climbed down from the driver's seat and opened the cab door.
Adelaide, no matter what, you were a fiery little champion.
Dumont consoled her. He took her baggage, paying special attention to her cloth-wrapped cut arm. Emilie carried Adelaide's kitten. His cheek stung from the mage's attack. It was nothing. Adelaide gave him a whispered merci as she and Emilie stood on weary feet.
Dumond offered to help carry their bags up the steps of the mansion's veranda. "Thank you." Emilie's voice was a faint whisper as well. A third young woman, a brunette housemaid no older than 20, burst out of the front door to greet the two with a warm smile. "Emilie, Adelaide, welcome home!" Her voice was alight with joy as she rushed to take their bags. "What is that? A kitten, Em? How adorable!" Dumond turned and walked away before he had the chance to hear any of the conversation that would ensue. He drove the coach, along with Felix and Fifi, back into Paris. A canopy of rain clouds darkened the city as he maneuvered the streets by memory. He lived in Paris when he was younger and stationed at Army headquarters. He'd met Jacint here about 14 years before. On the east side of the city, he arrived at his mother-in-law's house at 260 Rue Troisième, a narrow white building with a wooden seamstress shingle sign. He brought the magical creatures to the back stable, sheltering and watering them, making certain their Pegasus wings were well protected. They seemed listless, dull. They would get plenty of rest from now on. He ascended the shop steps and knocked. Madame Clement answered the door. "Francis, so good to see you, darling. Have you brought ma petite Celeste?" Dumond took off his hat, straightening his soldier's posture.
Sabine? No, I didn't bring Celeste. May I come in?
"Oui, of course you may. What is—" Her dark eyes widened. "Francis, what is wrong?"
Please have a seat."
Pain wrenched his chest as he entered her sewing workshop. She sat on a chair and looked at him, unsettled, clasping her hands.
I regret to inform you.
He cast his gaze to the floor.
Marcel was arrested and taken to the glass dungeon.
Madame Clement shook her head in disbelief, her mouth forming a silent no before she broke down and wept. Dumond rushed to wrap his arm around her shoulders.
I'm sorry, Sabine. It was for exposure crimes. He did nothing truly wrong.
Who took him?
Alexis, the officer.
She choked out a sob. I knew it was coming, just not so soon. Emilie slept and slept for hours into morning. She woke in her familiar bed in the maid's shared room at the Marquis' chateau. Was it all a nightmare? Did I dream it? But when she dressed and went downstairs, she found her sister sitting at the dining table with lifeless, tear-reddened eyes. No sign of Armand. No Luc Bisset striding around the servants' dining room with his hearty laugh. From Adelaide's posture and silence, she didn't care to disturb her. She chose to give her space. Clemence Paquette came in, approaching her cousins in the familiar room filled with the aroma of Madame Chabon's bread baking for noon meals. A typical day at the chateau for Clemence, for her life was the same. Emilie shamed herself for the envy that boiled within her, even as her cousin's loving arms squeezed her tired form. I miss the two of you. I was dreadfully dull without you. The warmth and sincerity of Clemence's hug caused her dam to break. She burst into fresh sobs. Please, I'll get both of you a cup of tea. We can talk. Clemence's face fell as Emilie sat at a table and buried her face in her hands. After a moment, she looked up through blurry eyes. Jean Paquette lingered nearby in the corner. Emilie hadn't noticed his presence until then. The young man stood without a word, staring out the window with an empty expression. Jean? Clemence's voice was gentle as she carried teacups to the sisters.
I won't believe this.
He spoke to the window. I refuse to accept it, Emilie. Not until I take the journey and visit him myself. He breathed a sigh. I need to get some work done. He stalked out of the dining room, the door slamming. After Jean left, Clemence searched Emilie's gaze. This is almost as hard on him as it is on you. Emilie wiped her eyes with a linen napkin and wrapped her fingers around her warm teacup. At least I know I'll see him again. The prince is allowing us to visit him. She looked at Adelaide, seated at the end of the table. Her empty, bloodshot eyes also held an 1,000-yard stare. Emilie's bubbly, good-humored sister might come back to her someday, only in time. Clemence twirled the lock of her hair with her fingers. Would the two of you like to come to church with Jean and me on Sunday? I think some time spent in faith would help both of you. We know that he's a good man. He did wrong years ago, and he's getting his consequences. There's hope for him, and for you. We can keep praying. I know, Emilie whispered. We have hope. You're right. Merci. The good book says sinners can be forgiven for anything, but sometimes life brings its punishments. Clemence continued. A natural thing for her to say. Jean and Clemence always spoke openly of their faith in a higher power. The noise of a teacup being slammed on the table broke the calm. Shards of the shattered cup flew, skittering over the table and onto the floor. "Adelaide!" Clemence startled, raising her hands. Adelaide leaped from her chair after she smashed the cup. Clapping her hands over her mouth, she ran from the room, heaving a sob. The back door opened and slammed shut. "Poor Addie. I must have said something to anger her. I never meant to." "Clemence, please don't talk to her," Emilie begged. "Not now. It's up to her if she wants to talk to me. But right now it's too much." Emilie and Clemence sipped on warm tea until their cups were empty. "I'd like to help with today's cooking and cleaning." Emilie stood from her chair and faced the kitchen. "It would be good to have my hands busy." "You're sure you feel ready to work today?" "Yes. I'll join you." The smile on the girl's face seemed forced. The two maids began their dinner preparation chores for Madame Chaban, cutting vegetables and boiling water before the head cook arrived to take over. "Clemence?" Emilie glanced over at the basin of dishwashing water. "Where is Monsieur Guérin?" "Monsieur Guérin left. He wasn't a very good dishwasher, you know, and he went back home to his place in Paris. He told us he has more important work to do there. He didn't want to talk. He seemed devastated about all of this. He left last night without even asking for a carriage. It was strange." "I think I know what bothered Armand," Emilie said in a quiet voice. "It makes sense now. So much sense." She put up her hand to her healed cheek, remembering that warm apple cider Armand made and served to her and to Luke. Yes, he will always be Luke. All those weeks ago. She gazed out the kitchen window. In the June sun, her garden of vegetables had grown considerably, including the onion plants. They'd sprouted so high in only 8 days. A flurry of new tears stung her eyes. Tears of hope, along with loneliness and pain. Jean would take her on that promised carriage trip back east this coming August to visit the prison. Emilie vowed to bring Luke some of the garden's bounty as a gift. Adelaide ran out to the mansion's veranda. Laurette was there, curled up on a folded cloth as a cat bed, catching a sun ray. She sat on a bench and reached to pet her downy fur. At least she hadn't transformed back into an insect. She remained a golden cat, tangible living evidence of how beautiful magic could be. Clemence's deep religious faith didn't offend her. She'd always had the same comfort in the church, in God. Yet now that Adelaide knew and loved a mage person, she had no idea how this fit with what they'd always been taught. Did God create the breed of people with such powerful supernatural gifts? Or were they from an evil place? Some certainly were, that nasty Alexis. But Marcel? Absolutely not. Was the short-lived, unforgettable love she found with Marcel truly a crime? She gazed down at the sleeping Laurette, a cat so happy and content with her new home, and vowed to whisper a message to Marcel every night as she looked to the stars. She hoped that somehow he would hear her. Emilie would do the same for Luke. Someday they might even find new men to love. But that notion seemed quite unlikely. Both of the Fortier sisters would live as spinster maids from now on, holding tight to the memories of two men who could never be replaced. Jean walked by the veranda, carrying his tools. "Addie?" She woke to the present moment and gave him a weak wave with her hand. Laurette woke, stretched her little paws, and meowed. Adelaide gathered her on her lap. Her upper arm still stung and ached beneath the bandage. Jean went up to the veranda steps to stand near her. "Addie?" "Hello, Jean." She barely had a voice. A pitied expression disturbed his kind face. "Do you want me to give you and Emilie a lift back to your parents' house tomorrow? I'm going to the city for supplies." "Yes, thank you. I'd like that." Another tear coursed hot down her cheek. Sweet, dependable Jean. Chapter 36. Adelaide and Emilie took the trip back to the city the next Sunday. Jean drove the household's open bed wagon. 4 very ordinary brown draft horses pulled the vehicle along the gray and wet land. A sprinkle of cool raindrops fell on their hats and dampened their dresses. The wagon bumped and jolted along muddy ruts in the soft ground until Jean turned to the main road. They re-entered Paris, home. The cobblestone streets were damp, the city alive and vibrant as usual, filled with chattering voices, the smell of countless horses, and the rattling of carriage wheels. They reached the Fortier house and went inside to its familiar warmth. "Addie, Emilie," Mamma greeted, with Papa sitting in a chair alongside her. Adelaide gave her parents each a hug and greeting. We're back for just a few hours today." She left Emilie alone with them to break the terrible news about her former fiancé. Emilie had planned to tell them about the broken engagement and Luke's imprisonment in a way that would erase all magical details. It wouldn't matter. Things would go back to pleasant normalcy from now on. The last several months may as well be erased from the sisters' minds. After making an excuse to her parents that she was going to help Jean, Adelaide left the house to make the visit she'd planned. She slipped out and down the steps before her mother could ask any probing questions. Carrying her bag, she walked northward along Rue Troisième. Carriage sounds, the squeaks of axles and wheels, the clopping hooves of horses, filled her ears with all their homey familiarity. Yet the sight or sound of any nice carriage or coach that wasn't the coach, his coach, was enough to make her break down in another mess of crying, right there in public. She held her head high, ignored the traffic sounds, and glanced at the house numbers. Inside her bag were 2 mirrors wrapped in blue fabric to keep them from breaking. Butterflies of nerves fluttered her stomach. The 260 house was to her right, with the sign that read seamstress. Was the lady even home? Was it a bad time? A charming clay pot of flowers lay near the doorstep, bluebells, jacinths. Adelaide walked up the steps, hugging the bag of mirrors. She knocked on the door. It opened after several moments of her standing there, heart pounding. A slender lady with dark brown skin, perhaps mid-50s, smiled at Adelaide, though the smile didn't quite reach her eyes. "Bonjour, mademoiselle," the lady greeted warmly. "Bonjour. I'm looking for Madame Clement." "I am Madame Clement." She took a glance at the bag Adelaide carried. "I am afraid I'm not taking any sewing today." "I didn't come here to bring sewing, madame. I'm here because your son sent me." Her deep brown eyes went wide. "You know my son?" Adelaide could not stop a tear from stinging her eye. She blinked and nodded. "Yes, he was my friend." A sob ripped through her throat. "Oh, petite, please come in." Madame Clement put a gentle arm around her and let her in, closing the door. Adelaide came into a sewing workshop room, somewhat overdone with flowers, more bluebells, purple blossoms, and white roses in vases. Candles were lit all around. It was almost as if someone had died. The sight was hard to bear. "I'm so sorry." It was all Adelaide could say. "Please join me in my kitchen." The lady reached a kind hand to her arm. "I have another guest at the moment. I hope you don't mind." "You already have a guest?" Adelaide clutched her bag, burying the looking-glasses. "I didn't mean to just drop in like this. He told me to come and see you soon." "Any friend of my Marcel's is a friend of mine, ma petite." Her white gown flowing behind her, Madame Clement took Adelaide's arm and steered her into a tiny, blue-painted kitchen. A man sat drinking from a mug. Someone familiar. "Armand!" "Bonjour, Adelaide." The man's wide grin was comforting. "You know each other?" Madame Clement looked from Armand back to Adelaide. The two nodded. "We work together," Adelaide concurred. "Sabine and I just met a few days ago." Armand cradled his mug in his fingers. "I was taking a walk in my neighborhood and something, I don't know, fate perhaps? It made me want to keep walking down Rue Troisième for some reason. And I ended up here on Rue Troisième. I was reading a new scroll from a stand, and she was purchasing the same paper. We began talking and found out that we had." He gave a sad, knowing little laugh. "Quite a lot in common." "Armand," Adelaide tried to speak through her stuffed, tightened throat. "Are you a mage?" His grin widened. "I am. We're sneaky devils, aren't we?" He looked at Madame Clement, and even her sad face brightened. "I should have guessed." Adelaide gently set down the bag she'd been carrying on a sideboard. Seeing Armand again was a balm to a wound, even better now that she knew his secret. "The apple drink that you made for Luke, Renaud, and for Emilie. It made their scars heal." Madame Clement and Armand exchanged a conspiratorial look. "Armand and I are both very involved in the brewing of healing potions," said Madame Clement. "But, of course, I'm a seamstress, so I stay quite busy for your people. I'm called the fastest-working seamstress in the city. I have 2 occupations, one for each world." A new lump tightened Adelaide's throat. "That sounds too familiar." "I know, mademoiselle." Madame Clement looked at the younger woman with care, choosing her words, it seemed, sensing their shared pain. Armand and I are planning some things. Not just our potion work, but a rebellion. Armand lay his mug on the wooden sideboard with a firm clink. The mild-mannered former servant had a fierce glint in his eyes. Our world is under tyranny. So many of us can't stand it any longer. Madame Clement nodded, folding her arms in front of her skirt. Our great hope is to build an army. From the exiled, mistreated, and hurting mage people across enchanted France, Armand and I, we hope to organize a coup d'etat. We want to free the prisoners thrown down there under the government's whims, like my Marcel. Could it really be done? Adelaide's voice trembled. That man Alexis who arrested him. I watched them battle before he whisked him away to prison, madame. He was a vile hypocrite. He did this to me.
She pulled up her sleeve, revealing the bandage cut.
Mon Dieu, Madame Clement gasped. You were there with Captain Dumond? Yes, madame. Adelaide pulled her sleeve back. It was a duel. Marcel lost. I knew this was coming sooner or later. Madame Clement's reddened eyes filled with revulsion. Zava was obsessed with reading my son's mind. He knew Marcel had a rebel's heart, and he wanted to silence him as soon as he stopped towing the line. We never fit in with the society, because my daughter was born sans magie. I only wish Marcel had never become involved with Le Conseil or espionage, because there's no changing the past now. She turned away from Adelaide and Armand, blinking her eyes. Alexis is a relation of mine. Armand stared down into his tea mug. A cousin. We share a grandmother. Arrogant young bastard he grew up to be. Sabine, I must tell you. He gave an apologetic glance to Madame Clement. Mathilde Savard is my cousin as well. Madame Clement wiped at her eye with the handkerchief. She is? She's not evil. She only wanted to save and redeem her son. It was Renaud, wasn't it? Adelaide clutched her bag, tensing. He now believes Mathilde could be his mother. Emilie told me. Armand gave Adelaide a grim nod. And his belief is true. It was only last autumn when I finally got the truth from her after she hid it from me for years. The prince was Mathilde's long-lost son. Renaud's case was the reason I was there at the Marquis's home, working with all you wonderful people. As much as I try, it's strange for me to get used to. Adelaide chose the moment to pull the looking-glasses out of her bag one by one. I have something to give to both of you. It was Marcel's last request before he went to prison, madame. She gave the mirror that belonged to Marcel to his mother. She handed the smaller one, which used to be Mathilde's, to Armand. They're disenchanted because I was holding on to them. They'll work for you once you take possession. Merci. Madame Clement made a pained grimace as she recognized it as her son's possession. I don't believe the glass dungeon will allow us to see its prisoners, even with these. She caressed its gold edge as it lit up. We'll use them however we can. Armand's pale, lined face was illuminated by the glow of the looking-glass he held. Sabine's right. The dungeon is fog-charmed, so we won't be able to see or hear our loved ones with these looking-glasses. We may never see them again. His red-rimmed eyes glistened. People often die in that place. Madame Clement held the glass to her heart, as if it were all that was left of her only son. Don't say that. If we form a rebellion, we must believe in the outcome. It's either all or nothing. What can I do to help? Adelaide's throat tightened. You've already done plenty, my child. Madame Clement gazed down at the now enchanted looking-glass. You cared about and loved my son, without fear of his magic. It wasn't difficult at all. A tear rolled down her cheek. He's a lovable and brave man. He won't give up. Madame Clement took a deep, shaking breath to compose herself. Even that terrible dungeon won't take his spirit from him. Now, Adelaide dear, if you wish to help, spend time with us. Get to know us, and we'll tell you of little favors you can do. It will take many people, magical and not, to plan and execute things. Armand Guérin's weary face held the hint of his wry smile. He set the looking-glass on the table face down. I'm a survivor of the dungeon myself. It wasn't a pretty place, I'll admit. But it didn't destroy me. Adelaide's breath hitched. You were there, Armand? Why? The elder mage reached for his tea mug and a decanter full of brandy. He held both of them aloft as a grin spread across his face. Welcome to our world. I do have some stories to tell, if you don't mind. Why don't you join us for tea?
story continues in Book 3, The Frosted Roses. This has been The Ice Mage, Mages in the Mundane by Julianne Munich, narrated by Josie McIntyre.